Chapter 1. The system's departure leaves me behind. In a dim, cold, and damp alley, a frail figure appeared rather inconspicuous in the city. This is the Douluo Continent, in the Fasno province, specifically the city of Nodding. Shrinking, my head is shrinking, my body is shrinking. Everything is diminishing. Ye Hao, clad in tattered garments, found his body rapidly contracting at an astonishing rate, a phenomenon that defied logic yet undeniably transpired before him. Ye Hao, at the tender age of 18, was a promising youth of the 21st century, destined to be a pillar of society. Having just finished reading the novel of Douluo Continent and lamenting the fall of the Spirit Hall, he unexpectedly found himself transported to this realm. Indeed, he had arrived in a novice village, Nodding City. Where am I? In a daze, Ye Hao opened his eyes to behold a narrow alleyway, replete with a medley of unpleasant odors. Clad in ragged clothing and utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Ding, the life simulation system is now at your service. A glimmer of hope sparked in Ye Hao's eyes as he listened to the voice resonating in his mind. As a reclusive individual, he understood all too well that this was a common trope in novels. Walking through the alley, he gazed up at the azure sky above. Perhaps I truly have traversed dimensions. Noticing his surroundings had diminished in size, Ye Hao's pupils contracted as he leaned over a small puddle, his eyes fixated on the reflection of his diminutive form. With short black hair, large expressive eyes, a fragile face marred by soot, and clad in tattered rags, he was the very epitome of a destitute child. Is this really me? In bewilderment, Ye Hao reached out to touch his slender body, instinctively feeling a chill. After a prolonged moment, he finally reconciled with the reality of his transmigration. Yet the question remained, where exactly was he? The life simulator system is now your service. Ye Hao's spirits soared the system. His savior had arrived. Where am I? Douluo Continent, Nodding City, came the system's indifferent reply. Douluo Continent, Nodding City. Is this truly real? Having just finished a novel, he found it astonishing to have been transported so swiftly, a plot twist that seemed improbable even for fiction. What time is it now? Who is the current pope of the Spirit Hall? Ye Hao's heart raced, fearful of missing the opportune moment. That it was well known that this continent was not devoid of other transmigrators, including another individual not belonging to this world. The Pope of the Spirit Hall is Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao exhaled in relief. Given his current appearance, he seemed no older than 6 years in the Douluo Continent, where martial spirits reign supreme. They could manifest as weapons, soul beasts, or even tools for sustenance. Anything in this world could potentially be. His martial spirit, as a fellow transmigrator, Ye Hao pondered deeply about what his martial spirit might be. System, what are your functions? Ye Hao inquired. Simulation, the system replied. Simulation? Simulation of whom? Can it be anyone? Ye Hao pressed further. Indeed, your body has undergone my meticulous adjustments, and you now possess the essence of a mere 6 years, which is the optimal age for awakening a martial soul. Given your unique identity, you are granted an opportunity to simulate a counterpart. This could be either a person or soul beast. Please make your selection. The possibilities for simulation are boundless. In other words, Ye Hao is free to choose at will, to embody the martial soul and entirety of another, awakening the martial soul of that individual. The Douluo Continent is a vibrant realm, home to numerous formidable beings and diverse martial souls. Notable among them are the Haotian Hammer, the six-winged angel of the Spirit Hall, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and the 7 treasure glazed tile. These represent the most iconic martial souls of the continent. Considering that each of these martial souls is associated with a distinguished figure, Ye Hao swiftly dismissed them from consideration. The reason is quite straightforward. The Haotian Hammer is a martial soul exclusive to the disciples of the Haotian sect, passed down through generations. Apart from the one who was expelled from the sect long ago, there are virtually no disciples of the Haotian sect left on the continent. Since that pivotal incident, the Haotian sect has closed its gates. Should a martial soul of the Haotian Hammer emerge now, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. The 6-winged angel, as a representative of the Spirit Hall, begins its existence with an innate spirit power of 20 levels, thus securing a head start from the onset. Yet, Ye Hao would not choose this, having traversed realms. Why not opt for a dual martial soul instead? As for the blue lightning tyrant dragon, it holds no appeal for him. And the 7 treasure glazed tile? In this day and age, who still plays the role of supporter? Your selection time is limited to 30 seconds. Should you exceed this time, the system will randomly assign you 30, 29, 28. After much contemplation, Ye Hao finally made his choice. Bring me a dozen of Bibi Dong, a chew. Ye Hao's decision to select Bibi Dong was not without its reasons. Firstly, prior to his traversal, Ye Hao had just concluded his viewing of Douluo Continent and felt a profound sense of regret regarding Bibi Dong's actions of her master. The misunderstanding from outsiders, and even her own daughter, who only called out mother at the moment of her demise, marking both the first and last time. Secondly, Ye Hao perceived this continent as cruel, where nobility reigned supreme, leaving commoners with scant opportunities for advancement. Perhaps it is the existence of the spirit hall that obstructs their path. Thirdly, he simply could not abide certain events and individuals having arrived here. Seeking to mend some of the regrets did not seem excessive. Ding. Simulating life. Selection of Bibi Dong confirmed. Selection complete. You have acquired the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor Martial Souls. Status. Yet to be awakened. Please proceed to the nearest Martial Soul branch to undergo the awakening ceremony. In an instant, Ye Hao felt a shiver run through him. Ding. 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 Did I select the wrong person? Apologies, a temporary error has occurred within the system. We kindly ask you to overlook the prior inconveniences. We wish you a pleasant journey, and the previous rewards will serve as compensation from the system. We hope you swiftly attain the title of Title de Law. Farewell, dear. Ye Hao. System. System? System. Alas, the system has vanished, leaving me in solitary despair that why Ye Hao sank down onto the ground, indifferent to the dirt and disorder around him. After a moment of silence, he sighed with melancholy. What am I to do now? In the realm of Douluo Continent, strength is paramount, and the Soul Master is undoubtedly the most esteemed profession. Under the operation of the Xian system, Ye Hao has already acquired the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor Martial Souls, though he has yet to awaken them. Currently, Ye Hao plans to journey to the Soul Hall branch in Nodding City for his soul awakening. With these two invincible martial souls, he remains undeterred. Without the system's assistance, he cannot forge his own legend in the Douluo Continent. Chapter 2. I come from Earth Village. Martial Soul Hall's presence is ubiquitous throughout the Douluo Continent, and Nodding City is no exception. The immediate priority is to proceed to the Soul Hall branch in Nodding City for the Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony. This body, under the guidance of the Xian system, has reached the optimal age for awakening martial souls 6 years old. Ye Hao stepped out of the dark, chilly alley, the scorching sun above him blinding his eyes. In this world where martial souls reign supreme, his arrival stirred no significant reaction. Passers-by merely glanced at him before continuing on their way. Ye Hao did not dwell on this, instead feeling a surge of excitement as he observed the differences between this city and his previous life. Before the Soul Hall branch, after numerous inquiries, Ye Hao finally arrived at his destination, where his eyes were met with a dome-shaped building comprising 3 stories. As the lowest-ranked establishment within the Martial Soul Hall, the insignia at the entrance bore only a solitary long sword. Halt. This is the Martial Soul Hall. No idle persons are permitted entry. The guards, taken aback by Ye Hao's sudden appearance, blocked his path, their tattered clothing revealing their impoverished status. Good day, sir. My name is Ye Hao, and I have come to awaken my martial soul, Ye Hao said, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he addressed the guards. The guards exchanged surprised glances. Where are your parents? They are deceased. Recently, wolf bandits attacked our village, and I alone survived. I stumbled my way here to Nodding City. Anger flickered in the guard's eyes. Wolf bandits are a hybrid of man and the Gale wolf, and only powerful soul masters can contend with such creatures. For an ordinary person like Ye Hao, who has yet to awaken his martial soul, this situation was akin to being a target in the open. Immediately, one of the guards led Ye Hao into the Soul Hall branch. Inside, the hall exuded opulence, and despite Nodding City's less than favorable location, the branch, though the lowest tier of the Martial Soul Hall, boasted all the essential amenities. There were few individuals within the hall, merely a handful of cleaners who, upon noticing Ye Hao and the guard's entrance, continued their tasks without a second glance. I'm utterly exhausted, a young man in his 20s stumbled in, his white attire contrasting with the black cloak draped over his shoulders, sweat dripping from his brow as he approached Ye Hao, panting heavily. Master Su, you have returned. The guard stepped forward to retrieve Master Su's backpack, offering a sheepish smile. Master Su nodded and turned his gaze toward the tattered figure of Ye Hao before him. Where on earth did this child come from? He inquired. Greetings, Master Su. My name is Ye Hao, and I have come to awaken my martial soul, Ye Hao replied. Master Su scratched his head in confusion. This doesn't add up. I have traversed numerous villages during this time. How could I have overlooked you? Which village do you hail from? Master Su, this child is quite unfortunate. His village was ravaged by wolves, leaving him utterly alone, the gatekeeper remarked. Upon hearing this, Master Su cast a sympathetic glance at Ye Hao and sighed deeply. Well, one more is one more, I suppose. You are Ye Hao, correct? Follow me, he instructed. Why? Ye Hao discreetly gave the gatekeeper a thumbs up, grateful for the man's timely assistance. Following Master Su, they arrived at a somewhat larger room where two individuals, one elderly and one young, were present. The elder sat behind a desk, clad in a tidy outfit of the spirit hall, while a young woman stood respectfully before him, seemingly delivering a report. In this round of martial soul awakenings, there are two with innate soul power at level 5, several with level 2 and 3, while the rest possess no soul power, the young woman stated wearily. In recent years, promising candidates have been scarce, though the variety of awakened martial souls was indeed remarkable. Her experiences from the villages she visited had left a profound impression upon her. The elder sighed. You have worked hard, CC. I wonder how things are faring over at Yintao Creek. The door swung open as Master Su and Ye Hao entered. Yintao, why are you so reckless? Soul masters must cultivate their character and maintain composure. Is it too much to ask for basic courtesy? Do you not know to knock before entering? The elder glared at Master Su in mild irritation. Yintao, Master Su? Ye Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? The legendary Su Yintao, known for awakening the martial soul of the sea god brother Tao. Master Mathuno, please spare us the lectures. This child needs to awaken his martial soul, and I require your venue for that purpose. Su Yintao retorted, casually retrieving a crystal ball and 6 gray, circular stones from his bag, arranging them in the shape of a hexagram. During my recent visit to the Sacred Soul Village, I encountered a child with full innate soul power. Full innate soul power, exclaimed both Mathuno and CC in shock. Children with full innate soul power were rare. Such individuals would awaken their martial souls by the age of 6, and those with exceptional talent would possess full innate soul power, signifying undeniable genius. Where's that child? It cannot possibly be this one. Mathuno inquired with great urgency. Why? Ye Hao felt a chill run down his spine. How had he suddenly become the center of attention? Su Yintao shot Mathuno an exasperated glance and retorted, unfortunately, this child's martial soul is blue silvergrass. Such a common soul will likely not allow him to achieve great heights, even if he becomes a soul master in the future. As for this child, his name is Ye Hao. His family was slaughtered by wolves, leaving him utterly alone. That I chanced upon him upon my return from abroad, and coincidentally, he also seeks to awaken his martial soul, so I brought him along. Matthew's gaze was filled with despondency. Blue silvergrass? How could it be blue silvergrass? Innate full soul power? This is impossible. Beside him, CC also felt a sense of regret. After finally encountering someone with innate full soul power, the result was a martial soul characterized by the insignia of a worthless blue silvergrass, one that would inevitably limit future achievements. Blue silvergrass? Innate full soul power? Ye Hao pondered, estimating it must be him Tang San, the first traveler of Douluo Continent, possessing both the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Haotian Hammer, a dual martial soul. Although the Blue-Silver Emperor had yet to awaken. All right, child, please stand here, Su Yintao said, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, finally ready with the preparations for the martial soul awakening ceremony. Ye Hao understood and stepped into the center area where the 6 stones were placed. Although he had long known what his martial soul was, experiencing the awakening firsthand still stirred excitement within him. The martial soul awakening ceremony was about to commence. Matthew and Cece turned their attention to Ye Hao, hoping he would bring them an unexpected surprise. Meanwhile, at the gates of Nodding City, an unremarkable horse-drawn carriage slowly entered. Chapter 3, Death Spider, Spider Monarch. The martial soul awakening ceremony officially began. With a heart full of trepidation and unease, Ye Hao approached the central area of the 6 stones. The hexagonal stones emitted a golden glow, which soon penetrated into Ye Hao's body. For some reason, it felt as though something was attempting to emerge from within him, enveloping him in a warm current. Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped slightly, causing Su Yintao, Cece, and Matthew to involuntarily shudder behind Ye Hao. Crack, crack! A sound seemed to emanate as 4 small eyes sprouted. Its abdomen transformed into a massive spherical form. From this orb, 8 sturdy legs grew, adorned with tufts of green fur and accompanied by a repugnant slime. An aura of sovereignty rushed forth, and a pair of crimson eyes sent chills down Su Yuntao's spine, while Cece could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing to the ground. Even Matthew, who had lived for many years, felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing such an unfamiliar martial soul for the first time. Its teeth appeared to be of the spider variety. Ye Hao broke out in a cold sweat. Truly, It was the Death Spider Monarch, the monarch among demon spiders. Recalling Su Yuntao's earlier words, Ye Hao channeled his soul power, straining to retract the Death Spider Monarch martial soul, for he could sense that if he delayed any longer, his second martial soul, the soul-eating spider monarch, would soon emerge. That I found it. I found it, Matthew exclaimed, rifling through books and pointing at an illustration of the Death Spider. Your name is Ye Hao, isn't it? Your martial soul is the Death Spider. Such martial souls are exceedingly rare on the continent throughout history. Very few have awakened them. To date, the current Pope's martial soul is also the Death Spider Monarch. But unfortunately, as he spoke, Matthew's expression became exceptionally animated. The Pope of the Martial Soul Hall was a revered figure, and for a remote place like Notting City, the status of the Pope could be likened to that of a deity in their eyes. Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback as he took the book from Matthew's hands, gazing at the illustration of the Death Spider and subtly shaking his head. Something was amiss. Turning to the second page, he exclaimed, "Ah, this is it, the Death Spider Emperor." Soon after, Su Yuntao composed himself and held the crystal ball in his hand. Ye Hao understood and placed his hand upon it in an instant. The crystal ball erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. Although it was daytime, the radiance emanating from the crystal ball was unyielding, even more dazzling than the sun itself. An innate soul power of full capacity. The trio gasped in astonishment, feeling as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. Yuntao, Xiaohao, please be cautious on your journey. With the awakening of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, Ye Hao had swiftly become the center of attention, elevating his status within the martial soul branch of Notting City to an undeniable pinnacle. For Su Yuntao and the others, Ye Hao's true identity was now firmly established, a once downtrodden child. For Ye Hao, his journey as a soul master is merely beginning. He is set to embark on a journey to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. The Spirit Hall's branch, under the auspices of the Spirit Hall itself, requires Master Matthew to report this matter, thereby facilitating Ye Hao's entrance into the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy for a brief period of study. Once the formidable experts from the Spirit Hall arrive, they shall escort Ye Hao to his destined location. Master Matthew has already begun to initiate the necessary reports. A genius endowed with innate full soul power is a rarity on the Douluo Continent, with only a handful of individuals possessing such a gift, most of whom have entered the Spirit Hall. If all goes well, they are bound to ascend to the rank of Elder and become a cornerstone of the Spirit Hall. It is astonishing that a small city like Notting has produced a genius with innate full soul power, albeit two, one of whom is named Tang San. Innate full soul power? Blue silvergrass? Master Matthew sat at his desk, perusing all available information regarding Tang San, and shook his head in deep contemplation. The blue silvergrass is the quintessential representation of a useless martial spirit, and thus, its future prospects are unlikely to be lofty. As for the prominent figures of the Spirit Hall, there is no need to disturb them unnecessarily. Creak. Master Matthew, someone is seeking your audience. The door was abruptly flung open, causing Master Matthew to startle, his heart racing. At his age, every fright could potentially shorten his lifespan. Understood. Have him wait for me in the side hall. Master Matthew waved his hand in discontent. Su Yutao had indeed set a poor example. The youth of today, alas, quickly depart. Our academy does not accept beggars. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is situated in the western part of the city. However, at this moment, an unperceptive gatekeeper obstructed someone's path. From a distance, at the archway of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a gatekeeper stood in the way of an old man and a young boy. The elder leaned on a cane, hunched over, his face gaunt, and his long, white beard lent him an air of extreme age. As for the young boy, there is no need for further elaboration, is there? Indeed, the protagonist finds himself barred from entry, and the reason? It is none other than the blue silvergrass, the most emblematic of useless martial spirits. The gatekeeper clearly did not believe that one could possess innate, full soul power with such a spirit. Holy Soul Village. I've never heard of it. It must be yet another impoverished locale. Faced with the gatekeeper's derisive laughter, Tang Sen felt a surge of murderous intent rising within him. As the hidden dart on his wrist hinted at being drawn, what are you all gathered here for? Su Yuntao, accompanied by Ye Hao, arrived at the entrance of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, fortuitously witnessing this scene. Observing the frail Tang San before him, Su Yuntao felt a strange sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this boy somewhere before. During this time, there have been far too many children awakening their martial spirits, leading to a constant cycle of recognition and unfamiliarity. Why, you are Master Su Yuntao. How wonderful, truly wonderful. I never expected to encounter you here. The elder's face lit up with joy, as tears of age slipped from the corners of his eyes. And you are? Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. Old Jack? It is I, it is I. Old Jack seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope, his hunchback straightening slightly in an instant. Master Su Yuntao, I am Tang San. You surely have not forgotten me. Tang San stepped forward, glanced at Ye Hao, who stood beside Su Yuntao, and then turned to Su Yuntao with a smile. Ye Hao cast a glance at Tang San, whose appearance was unremarkable and devoid of any distinctive qualities. Perhaps this was a common flaw among protagonists. He seemed harmless, yet often bore the potential for danger. Su Yuntao suddenly recalled that he had personally awakened Tang San's martial soul. It had been a long time since they last met. Was he preparing to enroll in the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy? Indeed. Old Jack interjected. Master Su Yuntao, you must take charge of this matter for us. Oh, what has transpired? Inquired Su Yuntao. Behold, this Soul Master certificate was issued by you, was it not? Su Yuntao, slightly puzzled, accepted the Soul Master certificate regarding Tang San from Old Jack's hands, glanced over it briefly, and then nodded earnestly, stating, Yes, I issued it. Is there a problem? Chapter 4, Master. Then I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper stationed at the academy's entrance felt a chill run down his spine, struggling to swallow hard. It seemed he had kicked a steel plate. How chilling indeed. As Su Yuntao became aware of the situation's intricacies, he furrowed his brow and stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of authority. Are you questioning the dignity of the Spirit Hall? Su Yuntao asserted with conviction. The sanctity of the Spirit Hall must not be profaned, especially given the boldness of the other party, who had spoken many unpleasant words. Under normal circumstances, he might have acted decisively, yet this was the academy, and rash actions could tarnish the Spirit Hall's reputation. The gatekeeper, terrified, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head and uttering phrases like I was wrong. Master, please spare me. You need not come to the academy again. I shall inform the academy's leadership. Su Yuntao waved his hand. He was in a good mood today and did not wish to dwell on matters too deeply, relieved to have preserved his life. The gatekeeper expressed his gratitude and fled the scene with such speed that he seemed to vanish into thin air. Well, Old Jack, the matter has been resolved. What follows is beyond our control. Old Jack smiled. Thank you, Master Su Yuntao. If it weren't for you, I wonder if little San would have been able to enroll today. There is no need for thanks. Su Yuntao gently shook his head. He then retrieved Ye Hao's martial soul certificate from his pocket and handed it to him, advising, This is your martial soul certificate. From this moment forth, you are a student of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. When you subsequently acquire a soul ring, do not forget to return to the Spirit Division for your martial soul assessment. By the way, there is something you need to contemplate. After imparting these instructions, Su Yuntao did not forget to mention that Matthew had submitted Ye Hao's information, and he believed it would not be long before someone from above would arrive. Ye Hao, little did he know, at this moment, possessed innate full soul power and wielded the widely regarded blue-silver grass, a rather common and insignificant martial soul. It was likely that those individuals could hardly be bothered to descend. Blue-silver grass? A worthless martial soul. One might wonder if there was some mistake. As for the matter mentioned by Su Yuntao, it involved an invitation for Ye Hao to join the Spirit Hall, although Ye Hao had yet to explicitly express his stance. The tone of Matthew's letter suggested that this matter was nearly settled. Nodding City, though modest in size, was home to the smallest branch of the Spirit Hall. Undoubtedly, Ye Hao was a prodigy, but the journey to the main hall of the Spirit Hall could entail certain dangers. Thus, the only course of action was to report Ye Hao's information, after which a powerful individual dispatched from above would escort him away. After conveying this information, Su Yuntao took his leave, while Old Jack, having bid farewell to Tang San, also departed. Though Nodding City was small, it still offered a comfortable life for the old village chief. After saying goodbye to Old Jack, Tang San turned to Ye Hao and, taking the initiative, extended his hand, saying, Hello, my name is Tang San. I am 6 years old, from Holy Soul Village, and my martial soul is blue silver grass. I have yet to acquire a soul ring, so I cannot be considered a soul master. The protagonist is speaking to me first? This is intriguing. As a gesture of courtesy, Ye Hao smiled slightly and replied, I am Ye Hao, also 6 years old. I am an orphan, the last remaining member of my village. My martial soul is the Death Spider. Death Spider? Tang Sen inquired, perplexed. for he was merely a novice recently emerged from the beginner village and possessed limited knowledge of martial souls. I heard from Uncle Su Yuntao that you also possess innate full soul power? Tang Xin hesitated slightly. Could it be that you are as well? Ye Hao smiled faintly and nodded, then picked up his backpack and walked towards the academy. Tang Xin was momentarily astonished in his recollection. Possessing innate full soul power was quite rare. What? Wait. Tang Xin hurried to catch up with Ye Hao and walked alongside him. At that moment, a man of medium build, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, dressed in a somber black garment, passed by. He had an unremarkable appearance, with lifeless eyes devoid of any emotion and short black hair that resembled sharp steel needles. As fate would have it, the man brushed past Tang Xin and Ye Hao. Upon reaching the school gate, he looked at the empty entrance and pondered, where is everyone? Should I leave? I just saw them. Recalling the two he had just passed, an alarm bell rang in his mind. Immediately, he turned and rushed towards the academic office. Earlier, he had inadvertently overheard that a new student had just awakened their martial soul, possessing innate full soul power, with their martial soul being blue silvergrass. It is common knowledge that blue silvergrass is considered a representative of a useless martial soul. The man was convinced that this child must harbor some unspeakable secret. Perhaps they had another martial soul as well. At the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy's academic office, Ye Hao and Tang Xin arrived and presented their martial soul certificates. Tang Xin came from a humble background, while Ye Hao, although supported by the Martial Soul Hall, had not yet officially joined, thus not being considered one of their own. The personal assistance of Su Yuntao in bringing him here was already a significant favor. In the academic office, dedicated to receiving new students, 3 teachers were present, 2 younger ones and 1 older. The teachers sat at their desks, examining the martial soul certificates in disbelief, rubbing their eyes and glancing repeatedly at Ye Hao and Tang Xin. Are you truly endowed with innate full soul power? One teacher questioned incredulously. It seemed like a jest that 2 boys with innate full soul power had come to their humble institution. Though Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was recognized as a Junior Soul Master Academy, it was relatively small in scale compared to others. The temple may be modest, but it could hardly accommodate these 2 towering figures. Tang Xin nodded, while Ye Hao rolled his eyes, showing disdain. Blue silvergrass, innate full soul power. Ha. One of the teachers burst into laughter, suggesting that the Martial Soul Hall must have made a mistake. How could blue silvergrass possibly be endowed with innate full soul power? Hearing this, Tang Xin's expression gradually dimmed. He gritted his teeth for a moment, then loosened his tightly clenched fist. By the way, you must be Ye Hao, right? Another teacher inquired, picking up Ye Hao's Soul Master certificate and scrutinizing him. He nodded inwardly, noting that Ye Hao's martial soul was the Death Spider, a rare entity among beast martial souls, and that he possessed innate full soul power. How about this? Would you consider taking me as your mentor? I can teach you about martial souls and accompany you in hunting for spirit rings. What do you think? Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Hao resolutely declared. The audacity of a toad aspiring to feast upon swan meat is truly excessive. Knowing one's own worth, how can one presume to instruct others? With that, he continued. If that is the case, allow me to assume the role of your tutor. As his words lingered in the air, the man who had just brushed past him entered the room, his stiff visage betraying a rather unpleasant smile. Ye Hao, could it possibly be that individual? Chapter 5, Worship you? Ridiculous. Master, what brings you here? The elderly teacher, who had been seated, slowly rose and regarded the approaching master with a smile. Director Su, I have heard that the academy has welcomed 2 students endowed with innate full soul power, and my curiosity compelled me to come and take a look. You must be those 2 new students, correct? The master bent down, his expression revealing an awkward smile that was, in fact, more distressing than tears. At this moment, Ye Hao's heart was in turmoil, fully aware that it was this individual who had caused such a predicament. Harvesting persimmons was never this straightforward. Tang Xin, perplexed, scratched his head in curiosity as he gazed at the suddenly appearing master. The words spoken by the master echoed in his mind. Could this master truly impart knowledge to him? After completing the enrollment procedures, Ye Hao and Tang Xin stepped outside, with the master trailing closely behind. Not long after the master departed, a few disgruntled remarks began circulating within the administration office. A soul master at the 29th level still dared to hope to take on 2 innate full soul power students as disciples. Truly, one must be cautious lest they trip over their own tongue. It was said that the master had been stuck at the 29th level for over a decade. unable to make a breakthrough. According to reliable sources, his martial soul was mutated, having only recently awakened to a half-level of innate soul power. The two conversed back and forth, their words striking at the master's vulnerabilities with precision. Director Su, who had been sitting quietly, finally suppressed a cough and interjected, "Enough. Although the master may lack in strength, he possesses expertise in certain areas. You may leave now. Bring the bedding for the two children to them. Remember, do not harbor thoughts about either of them, and refrain from mentioning the idea of accepting them as disciples. What innate full soul power master is simple to acquire." Upon exiting the administration office, the master led Tang San and Ye Hao to a secluded area. Observing the master's lewd smile, Ye Hao involuntarily shivered. It was evident that mischief was afoot. To pay homage to you? That would be to tarnish the reputation of all traversers. The master retracted his grin, returning to his former stiff demeanor. He first retrieved Tang San's soul master certificate, and the appearance of the words blue-silver grass and innate full soul power nearly broke his composure, the curve of his lips betraying his delight. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance. "Your name is Tang San, is it?" Following this, the master deliberately cast a glance at Ye Hao before subtly addressing Tang San, saying, "If I am not mistaken, you should possess two martial souls." At this revelation, Tang San's expression sharpened, his previously relaxed brows now furrowing in astonishment. Observing closely, Ye Hao noted that Tang San's fingertips began to pale, indicating that the master had already commenced his recruitment efforts. Ye Hao remained unperturbed, for after all, Tang San was destined to be the disciple of the master, and he had no intention of seeking the master's guidance. Most importantly, Ye Hao harbored little fondness for the master. He casually perched himself upon a gnarled tree trunk, observing the master engaged in hushed whispers with Tang San. A sense of amusement washed over him. At that moment, the master resembled a mischievous uncle with a stash of sweets. Possessing a twin martial spirit was indeed a rare gift in the entire continent, apart from the Pope, who also bore a twin martial spirit. Both Tang San and Ye Hao were unique in this regard. Such knowledge, if disseminated, would be detrimental to all involved. Thus, when the master sought a private conversation with Tang San, Ye Hao discreetly took his leave, understanding the significance of the gesture. Though seemingly trivial in the master's eyes, this boy was far from ordinary. Moreover, Tang San's identity was shrouded in secrecy, a matter that could potentially invite peril. Yet, Ye Hao was no innocent. His claim of possessing the death demon spider martial spirit was part of his own stratagem. Consider this. During the martial spirit awakening ceremony at the martial spirit branch, his death spider emperor martial spirit had been mistakenly identified by Mathuno as the death demon spider martial spirit. Though the names differ by only 2 characters, the disparity between them was vast. Mathuno had also remarked that the only one currently wielding the death spider emperor martial spirit was the Pope, who, like Ye Hao, possessed a twin martial spirit. The Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor were sovereigns among insect-type martial spirits. The example of the female Pope was vivid, and Ye Hao was acutely aware of this. The inheritance of martial spirits typically favored the more formidable lineage of one's parents. Ye Hao possesses 2 formidable martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, akin to that of the female Pope. This inevitably raises suspicions among many. Bibi Dong, when did I acquire an illegitimate son? Why was I unaware? Qianrenshua, I unexpectedly have a brother? Ye Hao Bai cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, who was attentively absorbing the master's guidance, and shook his head discreetly. This was precisely why he had chosen to simulate Bibi Dong upon the arrival of the life simulation system. With the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor as his martial spirits, it was utterly impossible for Ye Hao to sever ties with Bibi Dong. Having devised a plan in his mind, he redirected his gaze to the master and Tang San. Suddenly, Tang San knelt down, an act that left the master feeling both embarrassed and secretly delighted, while simultaneously contemplating his next steps for self-validation. He required a key individual to substantiate his viewpoint, and without a doubt, Tang San was the ideal candidate. The master, taken aback, hurriedly assisted Tang San to his feet, chuckling, "Silly child. Kneeling is unnecessary when paying respect to a teacher. Such gestures are reserved for monarchs and parents." Once a teacher, forever a father, Tang San asserted with unwavering conviction. After a series of the master's persuasive arguments, Tang San was thoroughly convinced. Merely possessing a certificate was sufficient to reveal his status as a twin martial spirit wielder. And this person indeed could be his mentor. The master's heart swelled with joy as he exclaimed good. 3 times, his smile wide and exuberant. Subsequently, after ensuring Tang San was settled, the master shifted his attention to Ye Hao. Was he the second individual with innate full soul power? However, when the master glanced at Ye Hao's soul master certificate, he found himself momentarily stunned. The death demon spider martial spirit, innate full soul power? That shouldn't be possible. In an instant, a flurry of questions filled the master's mind. The death demon spider was among the elite of beast martial spirits. Even if Ye Hao possessed this martial spirit, the likelihood of achieving innate full soul power was exceedingly slim. Currently, among the ranks of soul masters, there were only a handful of individuals with innate full soul power, and aside from Tang San and Ye Hao, the master had meticulously studied the others. For instance, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit was indeed the pinnacle of beast martial spirits. Yet, among the descendants of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, none had awakened this martial spirit with innate full soul power. The highest was typically innate level 8 or 7. Ye Hao's death demon spider martial spirit plunged the master into deep contemplation. Unless he too was one. Impossible, impossible. One cannot hang oneself from a crooked tree. Was today truly the master's lucky day, encountering 2 twin martial spirit wielders? Clearly, the master found this hard to believe. You are Ye Hao, correct? May I see your martial spirit? Ye Hao was filled with skepticism. This old fox, what scheme was he truly concocting? In a state of cautious uncertainty, Ye Hao carefully unleashed the martial soul of the Death Spider Emperor. In an instant, the temperature around him dropped slightly, and the ethereal figure of the Death Spider Emperor materialized behind him. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, observing the formidable presence of the Death Spider Emperor behind Ye Hao. He could distinctly sense the immense power emanating from the opponent's martial soul. Subsequently, Tang San glanced at his own left hand and found himself engulfed in confusion. Was his blue-silver grass truly a discarded martial soul? If that were the case, then why did he possess innate full soul power? Moreover, what was the hammer in his left hand? Tang San's reaction was not the most pronounced. Rather, it was the master, whose mouth hung agape as if it could accommodate an egg. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the master had become exceedingly exhilarated. As he gazed at the Death Spider Emperor behind Ye Hao, an inadvertent thought crossed his mind. Could it be her? Perhaps. The Death Spider Emperor. This was indeed the martial soul of the Death Spider Emperor. Were those individuals at the Wuhuan branch hall in Nodding City blind? How could they mistake the Death Spider Emperor for the Death Demon Spider? At this moment, everything fell into place. Ye Hao's martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, and it was no exaggeration to say he possessed innate full soul power. He must have been exceptionally fortunate. The Death Spider Emperor, the Death Spider Emperor. Unconsciously, the master recalled her once more. It had been over 20 years, yet he was still unable to forget her. Perhaps if she were to learn that this child possessed the Death Spider Emperor as his martial soul, she would be quite delighted. Considering the vast array of martial souls across the continent, yet such a lineage remained unique. Wait, a unique lineage. The master sensed something amiss and quickly inquired. Ye Hao? Who are your parents? Ye Hao, in times devoid of festivities, what could this master possibly inquire of his own parents? However, reflecting upon the relationship that once existed between this master and the female pope, Ye Hao found himself contemplating certain thoughts. The master appears to have conflated his identity with that of the female pope. It is no wonder, as the saying goes, that one may see an object and think of a person. Ye Hao retracted the Death Spider Emperor's spirit and glanced at the master, who was filled with eager anticipation for an answer. Particularly upon witnessing Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor's spirit, the master was momentarily taken aback. Even Tang San could not help but be startled. This was indeed intriguing. The master examined closely. It was strikingly similar, both in the spirit itself and in the ethereal aura, as well as in the words just spoken. It was as if there was an uncanny resemblance to her. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was a masterpiece of the former system, which had simulated the spirit of the High Priestess. It was not surprising that Ye Hao possessed a trace of the High Priestess's ethereal charm. When comparing the High Priestess with Ye Hao, one could say they were nearly molded from the same essence, easily leading to misconceptions of kinship. At times, such misunderstandings can be rather advantageous. After all, in a world as perilous as this, having a layer of identity can serve as a safeguard. Who knows, at a crucial moment, Ye Hao might even leverage this perceived authority to his advantage. Ye Hao feigned mystery, inspiring boundless imagination in the master. Subsequently, The master abandoned the initiation ceremony to accept Ye Hao as his disciple, instantly succumbing to despondency. He staggered away alone, his mind in turmoil, resembling a mere shell of his former self. Tang San, perplexed, inquired, "Ye Hao, what did you say to the teacher? Why does he appear so unwell?" "Unwell?" came the response. "He is perfectly fine. This is the true Yu Shaojiang. Children should refrain from making unfounded remarks." Ye Hao smiled faintly, reassuringly stating that the master is indeed a master, and suggested they hasten back to the dormitory. Tang San nodded, somewhat perplexed. Regardless of the master's departure, he would continue to ponder the intricacies of life. It is likely that the master has begun to question whether Ye Hao is someone she has placed right beneath her nose, or perhaps even her own son. Ye Hao and Tang San made their way towards the work-study student dormitory. It was time to witness that rabbit. The work-study dormitory, known as Building 7, was the least favorable accommodation, designated specifically for work-study students. Spanning over 300 square meters, it housed row upon row of beds. On one of the beds sat a young girl clad in a pink skirt, her hair styled in a scorpion braid. She was a sight to behold, charming and delicate, surrounded by a throng of sycophants. Building 7 adhered to an unspoken rule: strength defined authority. As long as one possessed sufficient prowess, age or gender held no sway, and even a young girl could ascend to the role of leader without reproach. Suddenly, the once boisterous atmosphere of Building 7 fell into an eerie silence, as nearly every gaze fixated on the unfortunate soul about to enter. Just moments ago, a girl had managed to best everyone present, leaving those who had been defeated in a state of quiet desperation, hoping the new leader would be lenient, as classes awaited them the following day. Chapter 7. The Death Spider Emperor, Possessed. Ye Hao pushed the door and entered. Ye Hao exclaimed, "What an enormous foot!" Instinctively dodging, he felt a tremor in his heart. Was the atmosphere so exuberant right from the outset? This welcoming ceremony seemed rather boisterous. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as Tang San was sent flying by an unexpected kick. He swiftly regained his composure and retaliated with a fist aimed at the assailant's toe. A girl's voice rang out, youthful and sweet, belonging to a little lowly with enchanting rabbit ears standing upright. Clad in a delicate pink dress, her skin was as flawless as porcelain, and her charming face bore a hint of a smile. Yet, there was an uncanny feeling that this little lowly was not as simple as she appeared. Ye Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had narrowly evaded an attack that could have struck him directly. Before him stood a petite girl with a pair of rabbit ears, undoubtedly the legendary soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu, fierce and unruly. She seemed to be a perfect match for Tang San. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me?" Tang San inquired. "I am the leader of the 7th dormitory, and my name is Xiao Wu, as in dance. Are you newcomers?" Xiao Wu replied with a haughty demeanor, hands on her hips, displaying an unyielding attitude. "I am Tang San, a new work-study student with the martial spirit of blue-silver grass. But why did you attack me?" He pressed on. "Because that is the rule of the 7th dormitory," she stated. "Rule? What rule?" "The one with the stronger fist is the boss. I went through the same test you just did, and I dealt with those few who challenged me," she added, casting a triumphant glance at Wang Sheng and the others, whose faces had turned a shade of purple. Tang San shook his head with a wry smile, realizing the situation. A wise man does not engage in conflict with a woman if she wishes to be the boss. So be it. He picked up his backpack from the ground and instinctively searched for Ye Hao, only to be astonished to find that Ye Hao had already entered the 7th dormitory and occupied an empty bed. Ye Hao was reclining comfortably, legs crossed, humming a tune as if at ease. "Why is it always me who ends up in trouble?" Tang San mused. Xiao Wu followed Tang San's gaze and was instantly infuriated to see Ye Hao lying there, seemingly indifferent to her presence. How dare he not greet her? That kick was clearly aimed at him, and yet he had the audacity to evade it. This was a blatant disregard for her authority. Initially in high spirits, she now realized that Tang San was no pushover. His skills were impressive. One should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. With a fierce demeanor, Xiao Wu's presence was so overwhelming that even Tang San, standing at the door, couldn't help but feel sympathy for Ye Hao. This little girl was quite ferocious. Ye Hao gradually opened one eye, casting a casual glance at Xiao Wu, his lips curling into a resigned smile. You are." In an instant, Xiao Wu became flustered, her mind racing back to a deeply etched memory and the face she loathed. "I will not spare you," she declared, and without delay, leaped into the air, performing a 360-degree spin, her slender legs transforming into her most lethal weapon, aimed directly at Ye Hao. Ye Hao's heart tightened. It seemed he had not provoked this rabbit. In a moment of urgency, he abruptly rose, striking the bed with one hand, and gracefully landed on the ground. He surveyed the bed that Xiao Wu had effortlessly reduced to 2 pieces, along with the unreserved, killing intent gleaming in her eyes. Ye Hao realized that the situation was not as simple as he had initially imagined. Soon after, a ring of yellow soul rings illuminated beneath Xiao Wu's feet, and a distinct layer of white fur emerged on her delicate form, resembling that of a rabbit. Had her martial spirit manifested? A century-old soul ring? Impressive indeed. In the 7th dormitory, there were not many work-study students possessing soul rings. Due to their family circumstances, they could not, like the scions of affluent families, have others protect them while venturing into the forest to hunt for the soul beast they needed. The peril of hunting soul beasts was exceedingly high, with a substantial risk of fatality. The profession of a soul master was fraught with danger, yet it was often said that the greater the sacrifice, the more significant the reward. Tang San was astonished as he gazed at the yellow century-old soul ring beneath Xiao Wu's feet, suddenly enlightened. This was the soul ring, a sight he had never encountered in his 6 years since traversing into this world. Simultaneously, Tang San discerned Xiao Wu's decisive demeanor, as if she harbored a profound vendetta against Ye Hao. He chose to remain as an observer, ready to intervene if Ye Hao faltered or found himself in peril. For the moment, he would bide his time and watch. After undergoing a systematic transformation, Ye Hao's physical prowess had long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Although he lacked combat experience, dealing with a mere girl was not a daunting task. However, this was no ordinary girl, but rather a formidable soul beast of 100,000 years. Uncertain of the reason behind Xiao Wu's assault, Ye Hao refused to remain passive. Having traversed to the Douluo Continent with great difficulty, he had yet to fully immerse himself in this world and had no intention of hastily exiting. Thus, he summoned the Death Spider Emperor. Ye Hao whispered softly, and in an instant, his upper body was enveloped in a layer of black armor. Even his face was similarly adorned. His eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, and beneath them, four smaller eyes emerged. From his back sprouted 8 sharp, glistening appendages reminiscent of spider legs, appearing exceedingly lethal. At this moment, Ye Hao's visage was entirely that of a venomous spider, with tufts of green fur sprouting from his feet and repugnant slime continuously dripping, soon piercing through the ground below. Fortunately, as this was on the 1st floor, Ye Hao became acutely aware of his transformation. The Death Spider Emperor's possession bestowed upon him immense power. Witnessing this, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, as this was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying spectacle. A few among them, unable to contain their fear, retreated to a corner to retch, their faces turning an alarming shade of purple. Upon observing this scene, even Tang San, despite his experience in this world, could not help but draw a sharp breath. What formidable martial soul was this? Was his blue-silver grass truly a worthless martial soul? However, the most profound reaction came from Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, she leaped into action, and in an instant, her first soul ring illuminated. Her first soul skill, waist bow. The soft-bone rabbit was aptly named for its remarkable flexibility. As Xiao Wu's body moved with an almost boneless grace, she darted behind Ye Hao, but just as she was about to strike, Ye Hao suddenly pivoted, seizing her delicate leg. His face, shrouded in black armor, flushed with a sudden crimson hue. 8 sharp spider spears plunged into the ground, and he tightened his grip around Xiao Wu's throat, pinning her firmly to the earth. Why must you strike at me with such lethal intent? Ye Hao spoke in a low tone, his several piercing eyes fixed intently on Xiao Wu. Undaunted, Xiao Wu retorted fiercely, "What is your relationship with that woman? Is he her son?" Upon hearing this, Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her words. Which woman? What son? Chapter 8. A misunderstanding born of kindness. Ye Hao was utterly perplexed. Could it be that this rabbit was somehow unwell? A son? The Death Spider Emperor? Her? Wait a moment. Could it possibly be related to that incident? Ye Hao retracted the spider spear, and the black armor adorning his chest vanished without a trace, restoring his visage to its original state. He then released Xiao Wu from his grasp. I am uncertain of what you are referring to, nevertheless. I have been an orphan since my childhood. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Tang San. Tang San paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Ye Hao had accompanied him. Xiao Wu, still shaken, cast a glance at Tang San, who appeared earnest and trustworthy, leading her to believe he was not deceiving her. Then what of your martial soul? Why does it resemble? She continued to probe. Ye Hao's martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the woman. And for reasons unknown, Xiao Wu recalled the image of that woman from that fateful night, an indelible memory. The two seemed as if they were cast from the same mold. Those who had seen them might easily mistake them for mother and son. Such is the remarkable power of the life simulation system, though it has since abandoned Ye Hao, leaving him in solitude. Ye Hao remarked, "The world is vast and filled with wonders. The varieties of martial souls are numerous. Although I am unaware of the individual you speak of, I can assure you that you are not the sole possessor of a rabbit martial soul in this world. Please refrain from taking it personally." Ye Hao deeply understood whom Xiao Wu was referring to. It now appeared that he had underestimated her intentions. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize. I mistook the person. The principle he adhered to is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others." Ye Hao cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Wu, remarking, "It was you who initiated the confrontation. Had circumstances permitted, I would have long since eliminated you to fashion a soul ring. Why would I allow you to linger until today? Alas, the limit for absorbing soul rings has yet to be reached." Ye Hao let out a cold snort, declaring that in the 7th dormitory, he remained the undisputed leader. He expressed his disinterest in their trivial games, insisting they refrain from disturbing him unless necessary. Witnessing Ye Hao's formidable strength, the others dared not provoke him recklessly. Observing the disarray on the floor, they quickly understood the unspoken agreement and began to tidy up, aware that the dormitory, provided specifically by the school, would incur the wrath of the faculty should they discover the events of the day. A strong individual is always in demand, and Tang San, with a composed demeanor, chose a bed adjacent to Ye Hao's. As he gazed at Ye Hao, who lay turned to the side, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. This was indeed the true hidden power. "Ye Hao, Tang San, come and collect your bedding," came a gentle knock at the door. The traces of the earlier battle with Xiao Wu had vanished without a trace, and the two teachers delivering the bedding remained blissfully unaware of any unusual occurrences. "Thank you." Ye Hao spoke softly as he returned to his bed with his bedding in tow. Soon, the master would lead him to the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. The Death Spider King and the Soul-Devouring Spider King were formidable foes. He must not recklessly absorb the first soul ring. It would be prudent to steadily absorb a century-old soul ring instead. Although this body had undergone the system's baptism, the process of absorbing soul rings required careful consideration. Ideally, he would encounter magical spider-type soul beasts, such as the man-faced demon spider or the death demon spider, as these soul rings would truly resonate with him. During his leisure time, Ye Hao chose to recline comfortably, lazily squinting his eyes as he watched Xiao Wu toss her bundle on a Tang San's bed. They truly were a pair. Though still young, they were already cohabitating. Was this a plan for nurturing a young man? Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for lunch. Ye Hao, a diligent student, pondered the implications of conceding to Su Yuntao's request. Should he do so, he would find himself dining alone on the 2nd floor. As he traversed the spacious cafeteria, his gaze fell upon a boy clad in opulent attire, a few years his senior, who cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Ye Hao shook his head inwardly, recognizing that time was on his side. Xiao Wu, known for her stubborn temperament, would likely find herself lying in wait upstairs if not for the restraint of others. Such occurrences were all too commonplace within the academy. The current generation of soul masters reflected a society where nobles scorned commoners, and without the assistance of the spirit hall, many would remain oblivious to their potential as soul masters. In the midst of adversity, there existed hidden talents akin to a golden phoenix emerging from a humble nest. The meal laid before Ye Hao, though unremarkable and ordinary, sufficed to sate his hunger. Throughout the dining experience, Xiao Wu's gaze remained fixated on the 2nd floor. Her heart engaged in a silent contest, wary of the rabbit's potential for revenge. Observing her, Tang San shook his head with a wry smile. Having experienced life anew, he had long since matured beyond such trivial squabbles, finding little time for such frivolities. During a moment of respite, he turned his attention to Ye Hao, nodding in approval. The boy exhibited a remarkable steadiness, suggesting a depth far beyond the ordinary. He was a person worthy of profound friendship rather than enmity. In the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, stood a magnificent edifice at its heart, the Spirit Hall, second only to the Papal Palace in stature. Only 2 such halls graced the continent, each situated in the capitals of the 2 great empires. The bishop overseeing the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, known as Salus, currently occupied a gilded throne before a vast desk, upon which lay a letter sent by Matthew. Salus felt a wave of distaste wash over him. A naturally full spirit power? His interest piqued. Could it be that such a phenomenon had emerged from the desolate town of Notting? He was acutely aware of the significance of a naturally full spirit power, recognizing it as a monumental event. In recent years, the spirit hall had been undergoing rapid development, necessitating the acquisition and cultivation of talent, and the emergence of one with innate full spirit power was a rare blessing. Salus rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could he have misread? Tang San. A naturally full spirit power? The blue-silver grass? Surely. This was preposterous. How could such a seemingly worthless martial spirit possess innate, full spirit power? The absurdity of it all was becoming increasingly intolerable. Teacher, are we really going to obtain a spirit ring tomorrow? Is it happening so soon? Tang San asked, seated in the master's office. A surge of inexplicable excitement swelling within him at the master's words. Since arriving in this realm, Xiantian Gong has been diligently cultivating, yet for reasons unknown. He has been unable to breach his first bottleneck despite his utmost efforts. Perhaps this is a consequence of the disparities between this world and his previous one. Attaining the first spirit ring may not necessarily facilitate his breakthrough. Unbeknownst to him, in the distant city of Tiando, his profile has been laid bare upon the altar of the spirit hall, where Salus, lacking the unique insight of a pope, could not discern his true potential. Were it not for this, it remains uncertain whether Tang San would survive even a single episode. Chapter 9. The hunt for the first spirit ring. Since the awakening of your martial soul and your arrival at the academy, a considerable amount of time has elapsed. Soul masters must hunt spirit beasts to acquire spirit rings, thereby continuing their cultivation. The master spoke calmly. In response, Tang San nodded earnestly. During the earlier contest between Ye Hao and Xiao Wu, the abilities displayed by Xiao Wu's first spirit ring undoubtedly ignited within him a greater yearning for the Douluo Continent. Xiao San, upon your return, inform Ye Hao that we shall set forth together tomorrow morning, the master emphasized, noting that Ye Hao, possessing innate full soul power, would be an asset. The master harbored some skepticism regarding Ye Hao's identity, as the young man's demeanor, martial soul, and overall presence bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. However, it was regrettable that Ye Hao possessed only the Death Spider Emperor martial soul. Had he truly possessed her other martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, the implications would have been profoundly different. The identity of Ye Hao remains an enigma. Previously, the master had inquired about the situation at the Nodding Spirit Hall and received the answer that Ye Hao is an orphan. However, the master does not share this belief. He is convinced that she still harbors resentment towards him, which is why she sent Ye Hao to him. Thus, the master invited Tang San to hunt soul beasts, also bringing Ye Hao along, not only to observe him, but also to verify a particular matter. In this world, no two individuals can look exactly alike, and the striking resemblance between them can only be explained by the bond of mother and son. The master can conceive of no other explanation. System. I refuse to take the blame. Ye Hao, curse system. Tang San readily nodded and departed. Is he truly her son? The master felt a surge of turmoil within. His previously tranquil mind now disrupted by unease. Such thoughts had not troubled him in a long time. He had thought that after so many years, he could let go of the past, yet no one could have anticipated that Ye Hao's arrival would shatter the master's long-buried memories. Not long after Tang San's departure, an unexpected visitor appeared in the master's office. A man clad in gray robes, seemingly in his 50s, bore a striking resemblance to the master. With clouded eyes that mirrored his own, his disheveled hair resembled a bird's nest, suggesting it had not been tended to in quite some time. Who are you? The master inquired, furrowing his brow at the stealthy intruder who had managed to enter the academy undetected. For some reason, the familiar aura surrounding this man was unsettling. Master. It has been a long time, the man rasped, his expression devoid of emotion. You are Tang. The man abruptly interrupted. I have come to bid farewell. Little San is now under your care. He has chosen you as his teacher. As his father, I can finally pursue the endeavors I have longed to undertake, but have been afraid to. Wait. The master called out hastily. He is your son. You cannot simply abandon him. The man paused, his face clouded with melancholy. Do not forget, he is also your disciple. As soon as the words left his lips, the man vanished without a trace, leaving the fluttering curtains as the only testament to his presence. At this moment, the master finally comprehended Tang San's true identity and the nature of his second martial soul. In summary, the day the martial soul is revealed will mark Tang San's demise. Furthermore, the day the soul-eating spider emperor is exposed will signify Ye Hao's capture. How could my idol have come to this? The master shook his head in dismay and then sat at his desk to plan for the soul ring hunt the following day. Jotting down a few simple notes regarding the soul rings Tang San required. As for Ye Hao, he would be included as well. What? We are to hunt soul rings tomorrow? Ye Hao feigned a look of astonishment as he gazed at Tang San, who had come to inform him. Tang San nodded, saying, "The teacher has stated that a soul master must acquire the corresponding soul rings to continue their cultivation. You and I possess innate full soul power, allowing us to forego the necessity of postnatal training. The Martial Soul Hall has sent someone today to inform the teacher, requesting that you be well taken care of. Remember, we are to venture into the soul-hunting forest tomorrow." With that, Tang San departed without a backward glance. From the teacher's words, it was clear that hunting soul beasts was an arduous endeavor fraught with peril. He needed to prepare several items, such as concealed weapons. After Tang San's departure, Ye Hao returned to Dormitory 7. Due to his earlier battle with Xiao Wu, the residents of the dormitory harbored a lingering psychological shadow regarding him. Few dared to approach, let alone engage with him extensively. Perhaps it was for the best. Though Ye Hao's physique was small, he was actually 18 years old, possessing a composure far more mature than these children. He had no desire to stoop to the petty schemes and calculations of the younger ones. Otherwise, those noble children dining on the second floor at noon would likely be sprawled in bed by now. In the early hours of the morning, before dawn had fully arrived, Ye Hao quietly rose from his bed. He lingered for a moment, observing the work-study students around him, still deeply ensconced in slumber. Donning his clothes, he realized that the time agreed upon with the teacher was fast approaching. Tang San had long since departed, leaving only Xiao Wu sprawled across her bed, drooling adorably, reminiscent of a rabbit. At the entrance of the academy, a carriage disrupted the night's tranquility, where the teacher had been waiting for quite some time. Soon, Tang San arrived beside the carriage, greeting the teacher respectfully. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, teacher." The teacher smiled gently. "It's no trouble. I have only just arrived. Xiao San, during our expedition to the soul-hunting forest, you must remain by my side at all times. The soul beasts are exceedingly fierce. Although the forest is a man-made sanctuary, many formidable soul beasts still reside within." Upon learning of Tang San's identity, the teacher transformed into a vigilant guardian, wary of the Martial Soul Hall's covetous gaze. "Xiao San, promise me one thing," the teacher said earnestly. "Your second martial soul must never be revealed in public. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. These words echoed what his father had once said after his awakening. Through his recent understanding of martial souls, he realized that dual martial souls were exceedingly rare across the continent, with perhaps only one appearing every few hundred years. To date, the only known dual martial soul belonged to the current pope of the Martial Soul Hall. Tang San understood well the proverb that a gentleman is innocent, but possessing a jewel can lead to trouble. The exposure of his secret would undoubtedly bring him unnecessary turmoil, potentially endangering even his teacher. "Teacher, I understand," he replied. Tang San nodded deeply, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Chapter 10. What are your thoughts on Ye Hao? Shortly thereafter, not long after Tang San's arrival, Ye Hao approached the two with a distant gaze. "Master, are we ready to depart?" Ye Hao let out a yawn, and since his arrival in this new realm, he found himself restless on his very first night. Although he had achieved the status of a soul master, who wouldn't he desire to indulge in a blissful slumber? Yet, the mere thought of the day ahead, when he would embark on a hunt for soul beasts, stirred a wave of excitement within him, causing him to toss and turn in his bed as he began to envision what his first soul skill might be. Ye Hao contemplated, at the very least, 100-year soul beast. 1,000 years was beyond his imagination. What if he were to perish in the process? Each soul ring possesses a limit for absorption, and one must respect the principles of science. It is folly to aim too high, believing that 1,000-year first soul ring is something to boast about. Such arrogance would only lead to peril. Is it not preferable to remain alive? Why court death? Survival is the true path, with nothing to his name. Ye Hao lacked the support of a titled Douluo father like Tang San, nor did he have a powerful backing. It was better to maintain a low profile, develop cautiously, and refrain from recklessness. The master cast a deep glance at Ye Hao, then nodded and boarded the carriage, followed closely by Tang San and Ye Hao. The coachman called out, and the carriage slowly departed from the academy, gradually fading from sight, completely vanishing into the enchanting night. On a narrow path, a carriage sped along. Inside, the master rambled on, expounding his lengthy theories and a plethora of knowledge concerning soul beasts, soul masters, and martial souls. Tang Xin listened intently, nodding occasionally. Meanwhile, Ye Hao appeared on the verge of sleep. He had heard these words countless times, and at this moment, the master's discourse seemed like mere drivel to him. Our journey is to the soul-hunting forest, a designated area where the Empire nurtures soul beasts. For you two novices, there will certainly be suitable soul rings within. The master spoke with confidence, a curious assurance. The soul-hunting forest is not the Douluo forest. As a level 29 great soul master, he could undoubtedly ensure their safety. Yet, should they encounter a formidable soul beast, it was likely that the three of them would become mere excrement the following day. Teacher, can soul beasts also be nurtured? Tang Xin inquired. Before the master could respond, Ye Hao, bored, glanced around and interjected, soul beasts are categorized into 10 years. 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 100,000 years. Among them, the 10 and 100-year soul beasts are relatively weak and can be nurtured by the Empire. However, once they reach 1,000 years, they develop intelligence similar to that of humans. There are no benevolent 1,000-year soul beasts. In the soul-hunting forest we are heading to, there are practically no 1,000-year entities. Otherwise, with the Master's abilities, we would not only fail to hunt them but might even be expelled by them the next day. As soon as he finished speaking, the Master's expression turned awkward. This child was speaking the unvarnished truth. No matter how inept he might be, he was still a great soul master. Is that so, teacher? Tang Xin's eyes brightened at Ye Hao's words, realizing that soul beasts were classified in such a manner. Ahem, the master coughed to mask his embarrassment. Yes, Ye Hao is correct. Ye Hao, who taught you this knowledge? The master looked intently at Ye Hao, finally revealing a hint of intrigue. For such knowledge about soul beasts was not something a novice like Ye Hao should possess. Ye Hao, is it enough just to have a mouth? Yesterday, when I awakened my martial soul at the Spirit Hall branch, Master Matthew taught me. Master, please continue. The corners of the master's mouth twitched slightly. What more is there to say? You have already articulated everything I intended to express. Where were we? Ah, yes, the soul beasts. The master continued. Previously, Ye Hao had elaborated on 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul beasts. Next, we must discuss the 10,000-year soul beasts, which are exceedingly rare across the continent. The cultivation of soul beasts differs significantly from that of humans. They require year upon year of rigorous training, a process fraught with peril far beyond that faced by humans. Some 10,000-year soul beasts even rival the title Douluo. Through their long existence, they have come to understand humanity in its entirety. Thus, when it comes to hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, it is imperative for soul masters to form specialized hunting teams. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor leading only to certain demise. As for the 100,000-year soul beasts, currently there are exceedingly few soul masters with a 100,000-year spirit ring, and my knowledge on the matter is rather limited. For now, it suffices for you to be aware of these facts. Tang Xin pondered deeply, fervently taking notes on the master's discourse, as if enlightened by a sudden revelation. This knowledge was, for him, a profound understanding gained since becoming a soul master. 100,000-year soul beast? Isn't there one in our academy? I recall reading about the 100,000-year soul beast in an ancient text during my childhood in the village. It seems that those writings were indeed accurate. As Ye Hao's voice faded, both the master and Tang Xin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The term soul beast of 100,000 years refers to a soul beast that has endured the tribulations of heaven and reached the remarkable age of 100,000 years. Upon attaining this age, soul beasts face a pivotal choice. They can either maintain their current state, which grants them merely a fleeting 1,000 years of life, or they can transform into human form. Transform into human form? The master pondered. I had heard this notion mentioned before. Yet no one has ever witnessed a soul beast of 100,000 years in its transformed state, let alone encountered one. Well, our academy possesses such a creature. Perhaps we should return and secure that rabbit for a thorough examination? As the sun rose, casting its warm rays upon every corner of the earth within the carriage, the master retrieved a belt crafted from 24 pieces, which he had thoughtfully prepared for Tang Xin during Ye Hao's absence. As his sole disciple, and given Tang Xin's dual martial spirits, it was certain that his future accomplishments would surpass those of Ye Hao. Moreover, Tang San's second martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, is renowned as the foremost weapon spirit in the world. Ye Hao, is it really so? Here, teacher, what is this? A soul guidance device. A soul guidance device. This belt was obtained by me 30 years ago and has been neglected for so long. I hope it can bloom anew in your hands. Each of the 24 jade stones possesses a cubic meter of storage space. Upon hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed, quickly fastening the belt around his waist. Remarkably, it fit quite well. Previously, Tang San had been troubled by the issue of hidden weapons, those secretive tools of lethality. Now, with this belt, the problem of storing hidden weapons was effortlessly resolved. Teacher, you have bestowed upon me a soul guidance device, but what about Ye Hao? Facing Tang San's doubts, the master smiled gently. What do you think of Ye Hao? How so? Tang San pondered deeply. Chapter 11. The master's certainty, he seems adequate. Yesterday, Ye Hao engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Wu. His death spider martial soul was exceedingly powerful, having defeated her almost effortlessly. The master appeared unfazed, remarking lightly, after all, how could her son be mediocre? What of the girl named Xiao Wu? The master began to delve deeper into understanding Xiao Wu, not her true identity, but the very essence of her strength. Even if Xiao Wu stood before the master, would he truly see through her? Tang San patiently remarked, I have sparred with Xiao Wu last night. Her strength is formidable, and she possesses innate full soul power, along with a century-old soul ring. Upon hearing this, even the master was taken aback. Goodness, this new cohort is astonishing. 3 individuals with innate full soul power, one of whom even carries a century-old soul ring. It seems I have misjudged. Now, reflecting upon it all, do you still consider Ye Hao to be simple? He possesses profound knowledge of soul beasts, even those that are 10,000 years old. I find it hard to believe he claims to be an orphan. The master could nearly ascertain that Ye Hao was indeed her son. What a revelation! The soul-devouring spider emperor? The master murmured, parched and contemplative. Time flies so swiftly. Even she has married and given birth to the prodigy named Ye Hao. The master's gaze became vacant, as if transported back to the days of her youth, yet lamentably, those times could never return. Through the master's insights, Tang San gradually altered his perception of Ye Hao. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary, regardless of skill or background. The situation appears far more intricate than it seems at first glance. Before long, Ye Hao returned after resolving the matter. He cast a glance at the jade belt around Tang San's waist and confirmed that it was indeed the famed 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Nevertheless, what is meant to be yours will inevitably come to you. What is not yours cannot be forced. As time ticked away, an eerie silence enveloped the carriage. Ye Hao closed his eyes to rest, while Tang San diligently studied the books brought by the master, striving to absorb as much knowledge about soul masters as possible. Meanwhile, the master's gaze occasionally drifted towards Ye Hao, assessing him, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she once knew. Ye Hao felt a chilling sensation enveloping his entire body, as if a perverse gaze were fixed upon him. The forest was eerily silent, yet the scene before him was markedly different. Ye Hao walked along the narrow path adjacent to the soul-hunting forest, flanked by a throng of people, among whom some were vociferously hawking tools for capturing soul beasts, while others were members of soul master teams in need of reinforcements. The myriad of shops and the jumbled crowd rendered this place almost unrecognizable as a forest. Let us hasten our pace. There is nothing here that we require, the master urged. Tang San quickened his steps, while Ye Hao followed leisurely, taking the opportunity to glance at the roadside, finding it reminiscent of bustling markets from his previous life. The prices here were twice that of Nodding City. Soul masters earned money with relative ease, and spending a bit to hunt suitable soul beasts seemed a trifling matter. The periphery of the soul-hunting forest resembled a colossal prison, patrolled by no fewer than 100 soldiers clad in polished armor, wielding long spears and exuding an air of discipline and lethal intent. This place served as a breeding ground for soul beasts, abundant with 10-year and even 100-year soul beasts. It was surmised that the stronger the soul beasts, the closer their habitats lay to the innermost regions of the forest. The master approached and presented his token for inspection by the soldiers. Instantly, the soldiers perked up, eagerly ushering them through the iron gates, which swung open to reveal a dense thicket teeming with countless unknown dangers. The master had previously mentioned that his token held significance, indicating one's status and the corresponding privileges conferred. The highest authority was represented by the Pope's decree, with 6 distinct emblems symbolizing 6 formidable titled Douluos. On the day Tang San's father departed, he had entrusted this token to the master, serving as a form of intangible protection. The Pope's decree held unparalleled status, signifying that its bearer was at least an elder of the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope himself. The forest wove a labyrinthine path, with towering trees reaching towards the heavens. The master led the way, while Tang San and Ye Hao followed closely behind, the master elucidating the surroundings as they walked, to which Ye Hao listened with mild interest. At that moment, the master's eyes sparkled with excitement, hands clasped before his chest before swiftly descending. Come forth, Luo San Pao. What emerged resembled a dog in length but was as corpulent as a pig. Its body was adorned with purple fur, ears drooping naturally, and 2 pairs of large, blue eyes blinking incessantly. Its rotund rear swayed from side to side as it moved, a prominent bump atop its head. Upon its appearance, it affectionately nudged its head against the master's feet. Ye Hao, I have gained a broader perspective. Tang San, is this truly the martial soul of the master? Have I perhaps chosen my mentor in error? Master, the master forces a smile. Do not concern yourselves. The strength of a martial soul and the level of soul power do not solely define a person's worth. I still possess some abilities yet to be demonstrated. Tang San. Oh, Ye Hao. Ahem, let us proceed. San Pao, lead the way. The master's martial spirit is a variant type, thus in terms of innate soul power. It is half-level, commonly referred to as 0.5 level. This blemish shall forever stain the master's life. Despite being the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader, he still faces criticism. Others awaken as dragons, while he, alas, is akin to a mere pig, a farting pig no less. Who is it? Tang San furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the rustling grass ahead, and the 3 of them instantly became vigilant. This was not a city, but a forest, the Soul Beast Forest. Although it is directly governed by the Empire, there are still numerous fatalities from Soul Beast attacks throughout the year. One can only blame their misfortune or lack of strength. Suddenly, 3 wolves sprang forth from the underbrush, glaring fiercely at the trio, while Luo San Pao growled defiantly. The master's eyes brightened. 3 mere 10-year-old spectral wolves dared to attack? Finally, it was his turn to shine. Watch closely. San Pao, prepare, wait. Before the master could react, Ye Hao instantly manifested the Death Spider Emperor. Clad in black armor, his face became enveloped, and 8 black spider spears sprouted from his back. His arms, too, were adorned with barbs, and the aura of the Death Spider Emperor permeated the entire forest. The 3 spectral wolves growled, realizing their fate was sealed. They had merely emerged to intimidate. Was it truly necessary to risk their lives? Chapter 12. Ye Hao's first soul ring, is this real? The Death Spider Emperor manifested, and Ye Hao transformed into a black streak, dashing past. The 3 spectral wolves were sent soaring into the air, their bodies cleaving apart. In an instant, the wolves emitted a low whimper before scattering to the ground, their bodies making a sound as they rapidly decayed at a visibly accelerated pace. The reputation of the Death Spider Emperor's venom was well-deserved. Given time, should Ye Hao attain the title of titled Douluo, it was likely that even the venomous titled Douluo would pale in comparison. Before long, several pools of blood appeared on the ground. Ye Hao withdrew from the Death Spider Emperor, reuniting with his former self. The master remarked, "It is indeed a rare opportunity to encounter such soft targets. How can we not seize the moment to showcase our prowess?" Tang San responded, "Impressive. The venom carried by Ye Hao's martial soul is indeed extraordinarily lethal. As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San possesses considerable expertise in the art of poison, and it appears he has ample room for further enhancement. Master, let us continue our journey." Ye Hao replied, drawing the contemplative master back to reality. Oh, San Pao, continue to lead the way. The group pressed on, the ground stained with patches of blood, while 3 ethereal white soul rings lingered in the air. These rings could be acquired by defeating soul beasts. However, since it was Ye Hao who vanquished the 3 spectral wolves, others could not absorb the soul rings, rendering them wasted. Though soul rings are precious, their value varies. In the eyes of Ye Hao and Tang San, the higher the age of the soul ring, the better, ideally starting from a century. Nevertheless, selecting a soul beast that suits one's own abilities is of utmost importance. The chances of encountering such a beast is one matter. The ability to defeat it is another entirely. As the sun set and the moon rose, night fell swiftly. The forest was tranquil, with lush foliage. Beneath a larger tree, the master retrieved a prepared powder to mask their presence, evenly dispersing it around the trees. Today bore no fruit. Tomorrow they would continue their pursuit of soul beasts. Hunting these creatures is difficult, but finding one that is suitable for oneself is even more challenging. After a simple dinner, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. Only Ye Hao remained awake, perhaps due to his inexperience with sleeping outdoors. With his hands clasped behind his head, he gazed at the stunning night sky. And for reasons unknown, a wave of homesickness washed over him. Dog system, do not let me encounter you again. System, goodbye. Suddenly, an urge to relieve himself struck Ye Hao, prompting him to hurriedly make his way to a nearby thicket. The sound of nature surrounded him as he found relief. Ye Hao felt invigorated, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him, the weight upon his shoulders vanishing without a trace. Just as he was about to depart, a black, net-like entity suddenly lunged at him from the nearby thicket. Ye Hao swiftly evaded it, his heart racing with terror. Had he not reacted in time, he might have ended up in a palace in his next life. Emerging from the underbrush was a peculiar creature, making a series of snapping sounds. Ye Hao, the deathly death spider? Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the death magic spider before him, which still bore a pool of yellow liquid atop its head. Well, now he understood the reason. This journey had not been in vain, and the efficiency of hunting was indeed remarkable. The death magic spider was rather diminutive, standing at half a meter tall, and it was quite a distance from Tang San and the master, rendering any reliance on them futile. It was solely up to him. The death magic spider was undoubtedly a fitting choice for Ye Hao's first soul ring, being of the same spider variety. And given that his first martial spirit was the Death Spider King, it was the very ancestor of this death magic spider. Little spider, you are the one. Suddenly, the death magic spider was filled with fury. It had been sleeping soundly in the dead of night, and now, out of nowhere, it began to rain. And not just any rain. This rain had an odd taste. Upon taking a sip, it realized the source was the figure nearby, who was rummaging for their trousers. The death magic spider's rage erupted, and it spat out a web. Ye Hao possessed death spider venom as well. And although the death magic spider before him was a century old, its toxicity was still formidable. As for how he discerned this, was it not obvious? Just look at the size and appearance and the length of its legs. This one was merely half a meter tall. Without delay, the death magic spider unleashed several webs. Its momentum fierce, as it swiftly charged towards Ye Hao like the wind. Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile as the death spider emperor manifested its ethereal form. Upon its appearance, the death demon spider froze momentarily, its gaze vacantly fixed upon the apparition. This was indeed the death spider emperor. Meanwhile, the webs spun by the death demon spider were effortlessly dispelled by Ye Hao, executed with ease and delight. Observing the death demon spider, which stood trembling in place, he felt that everything had unfolded as anticipated. The first soul ring, here I come. Ye Hao sprang forth towards the death demon spider. Enveloped by the cloak of night, he transformed into a shadowy figure, with 8 sharp spider spears glistening ominously behind him. Clad in dark armor, he advanced with determination. The death demon spider reacted abruptly, launching a spear directly aimed at Ye Hao's chest. However, it was all in vain. Upon contact with the black armor, the spear merely produced a few sparks. Ye Hao was filled with joy as he maneuvered the dark spider spear with precision. With a piercing sound, the ebony spear penetrated the body of the death demon spider, which convulsed violently, its mouth dripping with luminescent green blood. The venom of Ye Hao's death spider king flowed steadily through the spear, infusing the death demon spider's body relentlessly. Ye Hao could perceive that the life force of the death demon spider was swiftly ebbing away. Had it not been for the midnight necessity to relieve himself, he would have never encountered this creature. Among all known soul beasts, the death demon spider undoubtedly resonated with him the most as a potential source for his first soul ring. This particular specimen, in terms of both age and species, was a perfect match for Ye Hao. My apologies for having doused you with water. As compensation, I implore you to become my first soul ring. I vow to ascend to the rank of title Douluo, and dear little spider, may your spirit find eternal rest in the heavens. Can you believe such words? The death demon spider convulsed even more violently, extending its sharp foreclaws, which, before being raised, descended upon him. Ye Hao discerned that the adversary no longer posed a threat to him. With a swift motion, the spider spear was forcefully withdrawn from the corpse of the death demon spider, which then collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, a resplendent yellow light coalesced above the fallen creature's remains, twinkling like a myriad of stars scattered across the night sky. In an instant, A luminous circle of yellow soul rings materialized above the head of the death demon spider, heralding the advent of a century-old soul ring, marking the birth of Ye Hao's very first soul ring in this lifetime. However, the question lingered: how does one absorb a soul ring? Although the master had provided instructions, Ye Hao had yet to experience it firsthand. Had he known this would be the case, he would have left the 3 nether wolves for the master to handle. Instead of seeking out an easier target, gazing at the slowly ascending yellow 100-year soul ring before him, Ye Hao's eyes glimmered with fervor, his mind racing back to the words the master had once spoken to Tang San in the novels he had read: one must not allow oneself to be distracted. Ye Hao shook his head, gazing at the gradually dimming century-old soul ring before him. It would be a pity to waste such an opportunity without absorbing it. Chapter 13. Master, why have you disappeared? Ye Hao took a deep breath, settling into a cross-legged position on the ground, and unleashed his death spider emperor martial soul. In an instant, the colossal figure of the spider emperor materialized behind him, an overwhelming aura of terror surging forth, causing the surrounding weaker soul beasts to scatter in panic. Above the long-deceased death demon spider, a circle of yellow century-old soul rings, drawn by Ye Hao's soul power, began to ascend slowly towards his head, their hues radiating a brilliant golden glow. Ye Hao felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his entire being, as if a fiery energy surged within him, causing his internal organs to tremble in pain and his body to quiver uncontrollably. The domineering force enveloped him in a circle of yellow soul rings, firmly binding him in place. At that moment, it seemed as though something within Ye Hao snapped, breaking free from the shackles of constraint, and his soul power instantly transformed into a warm current. This warmth permeated every corner of his body, rendering him akin to a small furnace. Simultaneously, the Death Spider Emperor underwent a subtle transformation. Its pair of crimson eyes grew increasingly ferocious and terrifying, as if merely gazing upon its adversary could lead one to the depths of despair. Within a 10-meter radius beneath Ye Hao's feet, the flowers and grasses began to wilt. Trees succumbed to decay, and the earth lay in a state of desolation. A foul odor permeated the air. Even the lifeless body of the death spider had transformed into a pool of dark green liquid. Ye Hao's first soul ring had brought about significant changes within him. Likewise, the venom of the death spider king had intensified. After a considerable time, Ye Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide, and 8 sharp black spider spears unfurled behind him in an instant. His chest was encased in dark armor, his face contorted in a fierce expression, and a pair of crimson eyes glimmered with a cold light under the cover of night. Below, for smaller eyes whirled in a frenzy, allowing Ye Hao to perceive the peculiarities around him. The rustle of the wind among the grass and the lush growth of branches and leaves did not escape his keen observation. Ye Hao was filled with immense joy. Overwhelmed by his delight, he swiftly withdrew from the Death Spider King and re-entered his own body. As he surveyed the desolate and decayed surroundings, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the Death Spider King, a true top-tier beast martial spirit. He wondered what the scene would be like when he eventually ascended to the rank of title Douluo. However, before that moment arrived, Ye Hao knew he had to exert greater effort. Though he had already acquired his first spirit ring, and his spirit power had surpassed the 10th level, he estimated his current spirit power to be around the 12th level. Nevertheless, he needed to plan wisely for the future. The lifespan of this death spider was approximately 400 years, fortunately not exceeding the maximum age for a first spirit ring. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, Ye Hao hastily returned to the campsite. As he approached the camp area, he moved stealthily and observed Tang San, who was quietly meditating nearby. Ye Hao noticed a faint layer of purplish aura enveloping Tang San's body, an energy that was imperceptible to others. At this moment, Ye Hao had acquired his very first spirit ring, significantly enhancing his mental acuity and concentration. Shintian art? This must be the technique from Tang San's previous life in the Tang sect, and it seemed to be the only explanation. Ye Hao returned, and without uttering a word, he reclined upon the blanket to rest. Having just absorbed the soul ring, he felt utterly exhausted, and indulging in a delightful slumber was indeed the remedy he needed. This place, the Soul Hunting Forest, is also known as the Forest of Soul Beasts. Although it may not compare to the Star Do Great Forest, it is still teeming with soul beasts. Unbeknownst to him, countless dangers lurk in the grass at this very moment, much like the death magic spider, which lay peacefully until suddenly a torrential downpour occurred. Ultimately, this event favored Ye Hao, indirectly contributing to the fate of the death magic spider. May its spirit rest in peace. Not long after Ye Hao had settled into bed, Tang Xin slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at Ye Hao, who was in a state between sleep and wakefulness, and a complex array of emotions stirred within him. Despite the considerable distance that separated them, Tang Xin had already sensed the commotion from earlier, for he was, after all, Tang San. Ye Hao's aura had grown more formidable than before. As he walked ahead of himself, the soul rings, had he acquired them? Reflecting on the words of the master from earlier, Tang San was filled with curiosity about the secrets that Ye Hao concealed. Even the teacher held him in high regard, signaling the importance of forging a bond rather than enmity. Though Tang San did not fully comprehend the situation, he heeded his teacher's words, for with his father gone, the teacher had become his sole emotional anchor in this world. Considering Ye Hao as a potential friend, Tang San pondered briefly, contemplating the possibility that their temperaments might align. Leaving Holy Soul Village and distancing himself from his father, Tang San found himself alone, making the encounter with a friend a rare occurrence. The following morning, as the dawn's light graced the earth, Tang San had already risen and began to prepare himself in the heart of the forest. Ye Hao appeared to be in a state of drowsiness, having been deprived of sleep for several days, and last night proved particularly restless. The wilderness is hardly a suitable place for slumber. Unbeknownst to him, it has already been 4 days since Ye Hao arrived in this realm, and not a single day has been tranquil. The assurance of sleep at night remains elusive. It is time to embark once more. The master, sensing the moment was right, urged the group to continue their pursuit of the soul beast's trail. To date, there remains one of Tang San's soul rings unaccounted for. The hunting soul forest is vast. Yet thus far, the creatures encountered have predominantly been those of a decade's age, or nearly a century old. As of now, there has been no sign of a soul beast suitable for Tang San that has lived for a century. Ye Hao ambled leisurely through the forest, trailing behind the duo of master and disciple. Truth be told, had it not been for his lack of funds, he would have likely departed long ago. Who would wish to linger behind them? As long as the mandrake serpent, belonging to Tang San, remained elusive, Ye Hao surmised that today would yield no results, and he would probably have to hastily contend with matters once more by nightfall. In a fit of frustration, he casually picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it toward a distant point. The stone arced gracefully through the air, landing with a soft splash. As if it had struck something, Ye Haomon remained indifferent and continued his stride. Suddenly, from the adjacent thicket, a dark green serpent's head emerged, its ruby-like eyes fixed intently upon the trio before it, fervently flicking its tongue. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight bulge on the serpent's head, suggesting something unusual. Ye Hao's heart tightened as he quickly pointed towards Tang San and the master. The great serpent understood the signal and nodded in acknowledgement, twisting its elongated body to strike at the two ahead. In a moment of urgency, Tang San and the master swiftly evaded the attack. The master was taken aback. This was a mandala snake, a venomous spirit beast known for its potent toxins and partial paralyzing effects. How could it possibly be here? Tang San's eyes lit up, and he inquired, "A mandala snake? Master, what do you think of this spirit beast?" "Indeed," the master replied confidently, nodding, "this spirit beast is quite suitable for you." Based on my... Before he could finish, the mandala snake opened its gaping maw and instantaneously bit down on the master, swiftly swallowing him whole and even letting out a satisfied belch. Chapter 14. The Snake Laying Eggs? Tang San. Oh, winky face. Ye Hao. Mandala snake. This person has an awful odor, and it is quite unpleasant. Master. Ye Hao, rendered speechless, remarked, "Master, is this truly what one would deem as nothing?" Tang San, suddenly engulfed by fury, directed a menacing gaze towards the mandala snake, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from his eyes. At this juncture, he ceased to conceal anything. In a swift motion, Tang San, under Ye Hao's watchful eyes, transformed his hands to a lustrous jade hue, forcibly prying open the serpent's jaws. At this moment, Tang San was undeniably at his most formidable. Having bid farewell to his father and, after much effort, finding a mentor, he now faced the grim prospect of meeting his end within the belly of a serpent. Generally speaking, those who speak the most often meet their demise the quickest, a conviction Ye Hao held unwaveringly. When it comes to combat, why engage in analysis? Ye Hao shook his head, sighing in silence at the master. He then unleashed the Death Spider Emperor spirit as the first spirit ring beneath his feet illuminated, fixing his gaze upon the mandala snake. Ye Hao waited for the opportune moment, having just acquired his first spirit ring yesterday, and decided to make his move. With a commanding voice, he invoked his first spirit skill, Spider Strike. As the words left his lips, two colossal spider spears manifested in his hands. The dark green venom of the Death Spider Emperor dripping incessantly. Meanwhile, Tang San observed everything keenly. Indeed, Ye Hao had taken the initiative to obtain a spirit ring. But the immediate concern was to rescue the master. Tang San listened intently, and from the mouth of the mandala snake, he faintly heard a muffled sound. This was the voice of his master. Overwhelmed with joy, Tang San realized that his master was still alive. This news was more crucial than anything else. Ye Hao, behold, this mandrake snake measures approximately 4 meters in length, and in its midsection, a substantial figure rides incessantly. Undoubtedly the master. As time progresses, the master's resistance wanes, becoming increasingly feeble. In a moment, the master may succumb to erosion, for the mandrake snake possesses a potent toxin. As perceived by Ye Hao, Tang San, and others. Step aside, my friends. Ye Hao let out a fierce roar, and Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He then nodded in acknowledgement. Before departing, he did not forget to break one of the mandala serpent's teeth, causing the creature to writhe uncontrollably on the ground. Its mouth gushing forth blood. Ye Hao advanced with a determined stride, the air swirling around his feet. Under Tang San's watchful gaze, he brandished 2 massive spider spears and lunged directly at the mandala snake. To be honest, Ye Hao secretly wished to play a practical joke on his master, claiming he was merely nearsighted and had aimed incorrectly. In the next moment, a crisp crack resonated, the sound of a blade slicing through flesh, as a crimson line appeared across the throat of the mandala snake. After a brief interval, the creature collapsed, its body severed, yet it continued to writhe violently. Evidently not yet deceased. Even in death, the snake's head retained its aggressiveness. Ye Hao stepped forward, utilizing the spider spear in his hand to lift the head of the mandala snake, casting a disdainful glance before discarding it. Sanzi, deliver the final blow. Tang San, unfazed by the surroundings, lightly swept his fingers across the 24 bridges under the moonlit night, conjuring a beautifully adorned dagger in his grasp. This was a preparation made by the master in anticipation of hunting soul beasts, meant to administer the final strike and ultimately absorb the soul ring. At this moment, the mandala snake was barely clinging to life. Ye Hao severed its head, yet its vitality remained remarkably tenacious. In an instant, the dagger in Tang San's hand transformed into a flash of white light, descending upon the mandala snake, which began to convulse violently, its entire body quivering uncontrollably. Then, an unexpected and frenzied event unfolded before the two. They beheld the master's position rapidly retreating, and to their astonishment, the rear of the mandala snake suddenly swelled, revealing the master's head emerging from within. Tang San. Ye Hao, the master's head has emerged. Sanzi, exert some effort. Ye Hao's countenance was filled with fervor. In this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Tang San's lips twitched uncontrollably, and the sight before him instilled an unsettling dread. Nevertheless, disregarding all else for the safety of his mentor, Tang San resolutely pressed on, with a swift thrust of the dagger in his grasp. The body of the mandala snake quivered with escalating frenzy, and it became evident that the master was being birthed, curled into the shape of an egg by the serpent. Furthermore, a layer of blood membrane enveloped the master's form, reminiscent of an egg-laying scene. However, the only flaw in this vivid tableau was the absence of a shell, which would have rendered the image even more striking. Tang San was rendered speechless as he glanced at the master curled within the egg. The value of life surpassed all else, and superficial appearances were but illusions. Simultaneously, after delivering the master, the mandala snake finally faced its demise in the northwest. And before Tang San's eyes, a century-old soul ring began to materialize slowly. With the master safe and the soul ring successfully acquired, a long-awaited smile finally graced Tang San's lips. Ye Hao withdrew from the Spider King's possession and cast a glance at the master curled within the egg, pondering their next course of action. Should they pierce the shell and release the master? Tang San exchanged a glance with Ye Hao. Both were momentarily indecisive, opting to leave the situation as it was and observe how events would unfold. After placing the master's egg beneath a tree, Tang San wiped the sweat from his brow and settled into a meditative posture. With Tang San's soul power as a catalyst, the mandala snake's soul ring firmly entwined itself around the blue-silver grass. In an instant, Tang San's aura surged dramatically, mirroring Ye Hao's experience from the previous night. With nothing pressing to attend to, Ye Hao chose to recline leisurely. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, its scorching rays pierced through the clouds. Ye Hao lay beneath the tree, watching as Tang San absorbed the soul ring and the master began to stir within his confines, estimating that soon the master would break free from his shell. Regrettably, the mother snake had departed prematurely. There was no need to dwell on it. Just then, both Tang San and the master opened their eyes simultaneously, a testament to their profound bond. Tang San's blue silver grass had transformed from its former frail state to a robust width, its leaves considerably thicker. The mandala snake soul ring had a significant impact on Tang San, facilitating a breakthrough in his Shantian skill, exactly as he had anticipated. The master blinked, gradually realizing he was curled inside the egg. The expressions exchanged between him, Tang San, and Ye Hao were peculiar. As a mentor, he found himself reflecting on his own actions. In a moment of urgency, the master hastily shattered the eggshell. His body covered in a viscous substance laced with strands of blood. A faint, unpleasant odor reached Ye Hao and Tang San's nostrils. The master, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat and glanced at the headless mandala snake before looking back at Tang San. "Little San, have you succeeded?" Chapter 15. The Master's Unforgettable Past Indeed. Tang San replied with a smile and nodded. Following this, his blue-silver grass unfurled, weaving intricately like the mandala snake, spreading throughout every corner of the forest, a place where the blue-silver grass naturally thrived due to its geographical advantages. The master, unable to contain his curiosity, approached to examine it closely. He was astonished by the growth of the blue-silver grass. A delicate fragrance wafted from it, harmonizing with the mandala snake's soul ring while also retaining its toxic, paralyzing properties. "Excellent, Little San, your blue-silver grass has surpassed my expectations. What is its resilience like?" Under the master's scrutiny, Tang San's century-old soul ring gradually ascended, targeting a nearby tree. The blue-silver grass surged forth like a bolt of lightning, severing the tree in half. Tang San exerted a slight pull, causing the tree trunk to bend ever so slightly, while conversely, the blue-silver grass remained unscathed, taut and undamaged. The master nodded with satisfaction, as his theory had finally been validated. Having acquired Tang San's soul ring, his attention then shifted to Ye Hao. To his astonishment, a century-old soul ring gradually ascended beneath Ye Hao's feet, while the Death Spider Emperor behind him appeared increasingly menacing. A stark contrast to its previous state when Ye Hao had not yet obtained a soul ring. "You have acquired a soul ring? When did this happen?" the master stammered, recalling that Ye Hao had been with him and Tang San during this time. "This soul ring," Ye Hao remarked, "last night, while you were sound asleep. I ventured a short distance into the grass to relieve myself, only to inadvertently awaken a century-old death spider. Fortuitously, its essence resonated with my Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. Hence, you comprehend the implications." Tang San appeared contemplative, as the master refrained from elaborating further. Ye Hao is indeed exceptionally fortunate, possessing the Death Spider Emperor spirit, with his first spirit ring derived from the Death Magic Spider. Such a fortuitous opportunity is truly remarkable. The master is resolute in her belief that Ye Hao is undoubtedly her son, yet she remains perplexed about the true purpose of sending him here. Could it be an act of vengeance? If that is the case, then let us depart. The group hastily exited the soul-hunting forest, having successfully acquired their spirit rings. And now their journey back to the academy began. As the sun dipped below the western hills, the trio emerged from the forest and hired a horse-drawn carriage. In this venture, the master experienced a near brush with death, while Tang San and Ye Hao each obtained their first spirit rings, allowing their soul powers to advance. The coachman guided the carriage, gradually fading into the horizon under the golden glow of the setting sun. In Nodding City, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, they reunited after a long separation. For days had passed since they left the soul-hunting forest, with the journey spent entirely on the carriage. Ye Hao dismounted from the carriage, his legs trembling. He vowed never to ride in a horse-drawn carriage again. If he were to acquire the means, he would certainly invent an automobile in the future. Ye Hao patted his heavy chest, overwhelmed by a sensation of nausea that refused to subside. The thought of the carriage was unbearable. "You all should return and rest well. You may skip this afternoon's class." With a few casual remarks, the master chose to retreat to his quarters. After 4 days without proper rest, he needed to attend to himself. The mucus on his body had dried, and even his hair, akin to steel needles, was matted together. As for his clothing, It was in complete disarray and filth. Ye Hao and Tang San exchanged a knowing smile, both refraining from mentioning the events of that day to the master. After all, it would be rather embarrassing to suggest that the master was born from a mandala snake. Upon returning to their dormitory, they found it eerily empty. By the usual reckoning of time, it was precisely noon, a period that should have been designated for rest. Ye Hao chose to recline, sprawled across his bed. Having scarcely rested for nearly 4 days, he was in dire need of repose. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the window, where he noticed a considerable crowd gathering outside. Ye Hao could not suppress his curiosity, his face obscured by a black armor, his gaze fixated on the playground below. "Sanzi, look at the playground," he said. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "The playground? What is the matter with it? And by the way, my name is Tang San. You may refer to me as Xiao San, but what on earth is Sanzi? Xiao Wu, and everyone else?" The term group fight flashed through Tang San's mind, as one side comprised the working students while the other represented the city's aristocrats. Having recently arrived at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy, Tang San was well aware of the two factions within the institution. The academy was distinctly divided into two major groups, one comprising commoners and the other, nobility. Not long ago, Ye Hao had witnessed someone making faces at him in the cafeteria, one of whom was now present in the throng. It was evident that this individual hailed from a privileged background. The cafeteria was arranged with the first floor designated for commoners and the second for nobles, offering vastly different dining experiences. The first floor served steamed buns with vegetables, while the second was a feast of fish and meat, ever-changing and never repetitive, reflecting a stark polarization akin to the duality of yin and yang. Given the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, Xiao Wu was likely to be at a disadvantage. Tang San was deeply concerned for her. He had already experienced her capabilities and knew that 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. In the next moment, he pulled Ye Hao, who was sprawled on the bed, and descended the stairs. "Ye Hao, why are you pulling me into this fight?" On the playground, both sides glared at each other, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. One faction was led by Xiao Wu, comprising the work-study students, while the other represented the aristocracy, with only a few possessing soul rings. The disparity in their martial spirits determined the different starting points for these noble youths. "Little girl, one must possess self-awareness." The leader taunted. "You've been provoking us for quite some time now. What is it? Do you wish to become my pet rabbit? If I recall correctly, your martial spirit is indeed a rabbit." The speaker, dressed in the uniform of the Nodding Junior Academy, stood tall, towering over Xiao Wu, exuding an air of disdain and contempt. "Xiao Wu, are you perhaps afraid?" She seized the opportunity to retort. A few days earlier, in the dining hall, these noble youths had behaved similarly, relentless in their verbal assaults against the work-study students. The divide between commoners and nobles had become stark, with both sides firmly entrenched in their positions. Thus, the current standoff emerged, and with Ye Hao's retreat, Xiao Wu naturally ascended as the new leader of the work-study students. The responsibilities of a leader include safeguarding those behind them. It is a duty, and one that is within reach, particularly when Xiao Wu noticed the injuries on Wang Xing. She chose to take the initiative, leading to this confrontation. Both sides exchanged barbs, their verbal sparring resounding loudly, though their actual strength remained uncertain. At that moment, Xiao Wu exchanged glances with her former leader, Wang Sheng, who stepped forward. His martial spirit was that of a battle tiger, while the opposing side sent forth an individual wielding a staff. Thus commenced the duel between spirit masters and beast masters. Chapter 16. Ye Hao became angry. 3 of you are enough. Why drag me into this? Ye Hao reluctantly spoke, expressing his fatigue after 4 consecutive days of either traveling or wandering through the forest, yearning only for a peaceful slumber. "Ye Hao, we share the same dormitory. Your roommate is in peril. How can you remain indifferent?" Through this period of interaction, Tang San gradually developed a newfound understanding of Ye Hao. Ye Hao is a free-spirited individual who follows his own desires and principles in all matters, acting with a whimsical disregard for conventional methods. Such personalities are often inscrutable to Tang San, yet they embody a certain peril, as one can never predict when they may unleash an unexpected surprise. For the sake of his roommate, Tang San is willing to act selflessly, prompting Ye Hao to refrain from further dialogue and to conclude the battle swiftly, allowing for an earlier return to their dormitory for rest. On the playground, the conflict has evidently escalated into a fierce confrontation. Wang Sheng, With his battle tiger martial spirit, stands alongside his opponent, a soul master wielding a staff. As the adage goes, an inch of reach equates to an inch of strength. The staff strikes Wang Sheng's wrist like a torrential downpour. Yet he grits his teeth and perseveres. In the past, before Xiao Wu's arrival, he had been the leader among the working students, continually vigilant against the bullying of noble science, a situation that had become all too familiar, with 1 against 2 often being the norm. Before long, Tang San and Ye Hao make their way through the crowd. It becomes evident that Wang Sheng is on the verge of defeat. At this critical juncture, Tang San addresses the assembly with a significant proclamation. "Xiao San, you have returned?" Xiao Wu turns, her expression one of surprise as she beholds the two who have drawn near. "Where have you been for the past 4 days? And Ye Hao, what have you both been up to? Why did you not include me?" Tang San responds. Ye Hao remarked, "We dined on a lavish feast outside, traversing every corner of Nottingham these past few days, indulging in exquisite cuisine and fine drinks, and we have no intention of bringing you along." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a surge of anger, yet she found herself helpless, fully aware that she was no match for Ye Hao and could never triumph over him. Ye Hao continued, "Especially that restaurant in the eastern part of the city, their spicy rabbit heads are truly delectable. I consumed more than a dozen. And Tang Sen indulged quite a bit as well. Didn't you, Sanzi?" Tang Sen nodded subtly, yet soon realized the impropriety of his actions as he caught the resentful gaze of Xiao Wu. Tang Sen murmured, "I have a phrase that I am uncertain whether to utter or not. You all humph." He resolved to disregard them. Xiao Wu, infuriated, turned away. Tang Sen cast a lingering glance at Ye Hao, questioning the necessity of it all. They would still share a bed that night, but now, it seemed he had forfeited even that privilege. If he couldn't sleep in his own bed, he would have to sneak into Ye Hao's quilt instead. Ye Hao, a glimpse into the lethal Spider Emperor's poison. Tang San, Wang Sheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, incapacitated by a blow from his opponent's staff. Retreating from his martial spirit state, his body marred by numerous bruises, clearly indicating the disparity in strength between the two. "Wang Sheng, your former leadership seems lacking, having been bested by a mere girl." The one wielding the long staff, named Lu Long, had a history of conflict with Wang Sheng. During Wang Sheng's reign as the leader, their rivalry was akin to fire and water, with frequent confrontations. "Lu Long, do not revel too much, for soon you shall reap the consequences of your actions." Wang Sheng was overjoyed, undeterred by his defeat, for he spotted Ye Hao amidst the crowd. He was the true powerhouse. After days of absence, the aura emanating from the boss was terrifying, suggesting an ominous potential. Ye Hao, feeling a simmering resentment, had been interrupted in his moment of rest by Tang San, a provocation that would frustrate anyone. At this moment, he was filled with unexpressed fury, casting a cold glare at the opposing group, hoping they would not provoke him further, lest they face dire consequences. In the wake of Wang Sheng's defeat, the morale of the student team, led by Xiao Wu, plummeted. In stark contrast, the noble offspring represented by Xiao Qinyu had become unbearably arrogant, their spirits soaring high. Xiao Qinyu raised his chin, nostrils flaring in disdain, laughing boisterously. "Xiao Wu, it seems you are not as formidable as I thought. Here's the deal. Since we belong to the same academy, it would be unwise to make enemies. If you collectively call me Boss Xiao, I shall spare you all." "What do you say?" Xiao Wu frowned. The idea of calling Xiao Qinyu boss was ludicrous. She could be his grandmother, and he was hardly worthy of being her subordinate. "How about this, Boss Xiao? You and I engage in a friendly duel. If I lose, I shall call you boss. Does that sound fair?" Xiao Wu proposed, extending a challenge. Xiao Qinyu was momentarily taken aback. Despite being a 6th grader, he was faced with a young girl, a new student who likely had never even seen a spirit ring, while his own first spirit ring was a decade old. Was this not an act of gross unfairness? However, he reasoned, defeating Xiao Wu would solidify his dominance over the entire Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. From that point forward, who would dare to defy him? Agreed. With Xiao Qinyu's acceptance, Xiao Wu secretly rejoiced. At last, the pent-up frustrations would find a reasonable outlet. Meanwhile, Ye Hao, positioned at the back, stood in a daze, observing the farcical exchange before him, his eyelids growing heavy with disdain. Why engage in such superfluous banter when they could simply fight? Such trivialities were most irksome. When there was an opportunity for action, why delay? Feeling rather bored, Ye Hao decided to take a rest beneath a nearby tree. Casting a glance at Xiao Qinyu, who was unleashing his martial spirit, and at the white soul ring beneath his feet, Ye Hao inadvertently laughed aloud. How audacious to accept the challenge from Xiao Wu. It seemed that Xiao Qinyu was in for some amusing consequences. What are you laughing at? At that moment, a seemingly ordinary student from the noble team called out to Ye Hao, who was seated under the tree. Ye Hao cast a glance at the individual, choosing to ignore him entirely, deeming it unnecessary to engage in disputes with a mere child. Nevertheless, in the eyes of that person, Ye Hao's actions unmistakably conveyed disdain. Nobility is nobility, and commoners will forever remain commoners. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. The aristocracy stands elevated above the rest. Yet, as fellow human beings, why must there exist such a profound disparity among them? Ye Hao slowly rose, casting an impatient glance at the student who had been barking like a mad dog moments ago. Was it him? The very same individual who had made faces at him in the cafeteria that day. Truly, fate has a peculiar way of intertwining adversaries. He had no intention of seeking trouble, yet here you are, recklessly courting your own demise. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu summoned her rabbit spirit, her soul rings poised to manifest. An overwhelming and formidable pressure suddenly enveloped the arena as the Death Spider Emperor emerged, accompanied by a century-old soul ring. Ye Hao advanced with a commanding stride, accompanied by the ethereal presence of a century-old soul ring beneath his feet, while the formidable Death Spider Emperor loomed ominously behind him, steadily approaching the assembly of nobles. Chapter 17. The century-old soul ring. The noble youths were rendered speechless, their mouths agape, as if one could fit an egg within. In their perception, there were few students possessing a century-old first soul ring. Although Nodding City was but a small locale within the Douluo Continent, its geographical constraints led to a scarcity of resources, resulting in the presence of merely the most modest branch of the Spirit Hall. Even the chief overseer of this branch, Master Matthew, had reached the venerable age of 80 and still held the rank of Great Spirit Master, perhaps destined to remain at this level for a lifetime. This was precisely why the Spirit Hall's bishop from Heavendo City, Salus, found it hard to believe that such a place as Nodding City could nurture an innate full spirit power individual. Moreover, considering that the individual in question was associated with blue silvergrass, a common sight throughout the streets, it was presumed that even if they were to become a spirit master, their achievements would likely be minimal. Had unforeseen events not transpired on that day, and had Ye Hao's true information been submitted, it is believed that Salus would have had a significantly higher inclination to belief. At this moment, it is likely that Ye Hao would not be standing in Nodding City, but rather within the Spirit Hall, right before her. Ye Hao stepped forward, each stride imbued with an overwhelming aura, his presence coupled with the fearsome visage of the Death Spider Emperor, which rendered the noble youths speechless. One by one, they crumpled to the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Even Xiao Qinyu, the representative of the noble youths, was momentarily taken aback. What an impressive assembly of talent among this year's work-study students. The first soul ring of a century is a rarity, and apart from the principal and the master, most of the other instructors in the academy possess soul rings that barely reach a decade. After all, capturing a century-old soul beast is exceedingly difficult. In contrast to the humble resources of soul masters in the small town of Nodding, even the Spirit Hall's branch houses only a handful of practitioners, with the greatest among them being merely great soul masters. Take the master as an example. Had it not been for Ye Hao and Tang San's timely intervention against the mantis snake, the master might well have been expelled from the fray. A mere Xiao Qinyu could rise to prominence with a decade-old soul ring, suggesting that the soul master's strength in Nodding is quite limited. The Death Spider Emperor has manifested. The following morning, outside Nodding City, Ye Hao, clad in the uniform of the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy, strolled alone down the street. After the previous day's commotion between the work-study students and the noble youths, he was astonished to find them engaging in playful banter, blurring the lines of their previous distinctions. Some work-study students even ascended to the second floor to partake in breakfast with the nobles. This unexpected turn of events left not only Ye Hao, but also the Academy's principal and the master momentarily stunned. It is noteworthy that the Academy had invested considerable effort to quell the conflicts between these two factions. It seems the manifestation of Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor, in conjunction with Tang San and Xiao Wu's respective century-old soul rings, has brought about a remarkable transformation that surpassed everyone's anticipations. As previously mentioned, Ye Hao's quest for his first soul ring necessitated a visit to the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City for soul registration. which would grant him a stipend distributed by the hall. Now, Ye Hao finds himself isolated, merely a work-study student. Although he undertakes cleaning duties within the academy and occasionally earns a modest income, it is ultimately insufficient for his needs. Presently, Ye Hao need only visit the Spirit Hall branch for soul assessment, after which he would receive a substantial monthly allowance, enough to sustain his future living expenses. He had heard from Tang Sen the day before that he intended to work at a blacksmith's shop in town, seemingly at his father's behest. Ye Hao shook his head. He was not a blacksmith, and the idea of working for someone else was utterly inconceivable, a notion that would remain impossible throughout his life. Not long after, he arrived before the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Nottingham, reflecting on the events of 5 days prior, when he had merely been a wanderer, abandoned by the system and left to roam the streets. Now, however, he had transformed into the pride of the academy, a true leader in every sense. The irony of his rapid ascent made him chuckle, as the events of the past 5 days had the potential to upend anyone's understanding of reality. Due to yesterday's circumstances, Xiao Qinyu and his group were thoroughly subdued, completely compliant with Xiao Wu, daring not to exhibit even the slightest hint of laxity. Similarly, Ye Hao had earned their unwavering respect. Having witnessed his formidable prowess, Xiao Qinyu and the others were wholly captivated, wishing to forget the harrowing events of the previous day. Halt! This is the Martial Soul Branch Hall. No uninvited guests are permitted entry, the guard declared, steadfastly blocking Ye Hao's path. Ye Hao's lips twitched in exasperation. Why must one recite the same lines repeatedly without introducing a touch of novelty? Gentlemen, do you not recall me? The two guards exchanged glances, taken aback as they noted that he was clad in the uniform of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Strangely, his visage seemed remarkably familiar. Ah, I remember now. It is you. One of the guards exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. You are Ye Hao, are you not? 5 days ago, Master Su Yuntao awakened your martial soul, and I personally escorted you inside. My memory fails me at times. So, dear Ye Hao, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Ye Hao smiled faintly and inquired. Excuse me, is Master Matthew here? I wish to undergo a soul assessment. Indeed, he is. You may proceed directly. Master Matthew is in his usual chamber. After the gatekeepers opened the door, Ye Hao expressed his gratitude and strode confidently into the Soul Division Hall. Navigating through the spacious corridor and circumventing one room after another, he arrived at Master Matthew's door, familiar with the path. Knock, knock, knock. Ye Hao politely knocked on the door, and in the next moment, an aged voice resonated from within the room. Come in, it beckoned. Ye Hao pushed the door open. And at that moment, Master Matthew was engrossed in writing something at his desk. Upon noticing Ye Hao's arrival, Matthew instinctively rubbed his eyes. And after confirming that it was indeed Ye Hao, he immediately broke into a warm smile. Isn't this Ye Hao? It has been 5 days since we last met. What brings you to the Spirit Hall branch today? Matthew always maintained a friendly demeanor towards Ye Hao, in stark contrast to his cold reception of Su Yuntao, who had rudely barged in without courtesy. Likewise, the correspondence Matthew had penned regarding Ye Hao had already been dispatched to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. It was only a matter of time before the prominent figures there would come to escort Ye Hao away. Cultivating good relations now could serve as a safeguard for the future, after all. Chapter 18. The notion of working is utterly impossible. What? You wish to undergo a soul power advancement assessment. Have you already acquired a spirit ring? Matthew exclaimed in astonishment. It had only been 5 days since Ye Hao awakened his martial soul, and now he had returned for a soul power evaluation. The nearby Soul Beast Forest is far from the outer hunting forest, which is strictly guarded by the Empire, without a token issued by the Spirit Hall. No one else can enter. Many had come to the branch to collect their items in recent days, yet Matthew had not seen Ye Hao's figure at all. Perhaps others had temporarily taken their turn as well. Although Ye Hao possesses innate full soul power and does not require further cultivation, he can directly acquire his first soul ring. Matthew firmly believes that Ye Hao's soul ring is undoubtedly a 10-year one. In the city of Notting, the available soul masters are limited, making it exceedingly arduous to confront a century-old soul beast. No one would risk the perilous endeavor of hunting a century-old soul beast for the sake of a newcomer. Master, is he referring to me? Ye Hao followed Matthew No as they approached a grand archway. As they arrived, Matthew No stepped forward to push open the massive door, revealing the laboratory for the assessment of martial soul advancement. This spacious chamber boasted an area exceeding 200 square meters. With expansive floor-to-ceiling windows flooding the room with ample light, allowing glimpses of the distant academy scenery. Matthew No guided Ye Hao to a black stone embedded in the wall, roughly the size of a fist, reminiscent of the one used by Su Yuntao when awakening Ye Hao's martial soul, albeit differing in scale, one large, the other small. Ye Hao, place your hand upon it and unleash your martial soul along with your soul ring, Matthew No instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Hao stepped forward, concentrating his energy, and raised his right hand. The moment his palm made contact with the stone, a yellow 100-year soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. The ethereal shadow of the Death Spider Emperor behind him momentarily left Matthew No breathless, as if grasped by an unseen force. 100-year soul ring. Matthew No composed himself, reassessing Ye Hao with a mix of admiration and complexity in his gaze as he approached the yellow crystal ball on the table. Observing the faint glow emanating from the crystal, he paused before speaking. Ye Hao, your martial soul is the Death Demon Spider, with a soul power level of 12. And your first soul ring is 100 years. By the way, Ye Hao, could you enlighten me on the soul beast from which your first soul ring was derived? Matthew No inquired, puzzled, as the first soul ring was indeed 100 years. Following the conventional path, Ye Hao's next soul ring would undoubtedly also be 100 years. Each breakthrough for a soul master necessitates acquiring a soul ring that suits them, with the required age of the soul ring progressively increasing, and the colors of the soul rings transforming dramatically. 100-year Death Demon Spider, perhaps a stroke of luck, just a tad, Matthew No remarked. A stroke of luck, you say? The combination of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and the first soul ring obtained from the Death Demon Spider is akin to the 9th soul ring of the High Priestess being derived from a 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor. Is that not an extraordinary stroke of luck? To call you a child of destiny would not be an exaggeration. Ye Hao's first martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor, which, under the guidance of Matthew, is mistakenly perceived as the Death Demon Spider. Matthew retrieves a medal and registers Ye Hao's information. This medal is universally recognized across the continent, usable in any spirit hall of the Douluo Continent. Henceforth, you shall be a proud soul master of the Tiando Empire. We warmly welcome you to our ranks. From this moment onward, with this medal, you will receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold spirit coin. As you advance to the level of great soul masters like us, this monthly allowance will increase to 10 gold spirit coins. Strive diligently onward. Ye Hao accepted the medal and, after expressing his gratitude to Matthew, departed from the spirit hall alone. Throughout their interaction, Matthew refrained from mentioning the prospect of Ye Hao joining the spirit hall. He was acutely aware that Ye Hao's personal information had already been submitted, and his integration into the spirit hall was merely a matter of time. As he observed Ye Hao's retreating figure, Matthew let out a heavy sigh. Reflecting on the beauty of youth, Ye Hao strolled leisurely along the bustling and vibrant streets, a golden soul coin nestled in his pocket, granting him an exhilarating sense of elation that only wealth could bestow. Clad in the conspicuous uniform of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, he stood out among the throngs. For those who entered the academy were undoubtedly soul masters, a profession revered across the continent. While many individuals on the continent possessed the potential to awaken their martial souls, not everyone was endowed with soul power. As he passed by a blacksmith shop, the rhythmic clang of hammer striking iron captured Ye Hao's attention. There, a diminutive figure wielded a forge hammer larger than himself, fervently striking a block of iron before him. Dressed in a gray garment with a scarf wrapped around his waist, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his youthful face flushed red from the heat. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, focused intently on the iron block before him. With each resounding blow of the hammer, the iron began to visibly transform, gradually taking the shape he envisioned. 3 sons, Ye Hao called out, startling Tang San, who was engrossed in his workout. Indeed, Tang San was a work-study student, struggling to sustain his life at the academy due to its insufficient funding. Moreover, he had developed a close bond with Xiao Wu, sharing nights together and spending leisure time in each other's company. They were inseparable, akin to conjoined twins. Xiao Wu's expenses were considerable, and Tang Sen devoted most of his resources to her, which led him to recollect the man's words before his departure. If you lack funds, seek employment at the blacksmith shop. Thus, this moment unfolded. Tang Sen wiped the sweat from his brow with the towel draped over his shoulder. Gazing at the unexpectedly appeared Ye Hao. What brings you here? Tang Sen inquired, perplexed. Ye Hao glanced at the enormous forging hammer held in Tang Sen's hands, stepped forward, and effortlessly took the hammer. With a few experimental swings, the iron block before him was transformed in an instant into a thin iron disc under Tang San's watchful gaze. Tang San. The crowd. Oh, winky face. Ye Hao. Ye Hao released the forging hammer and glanced at his hands, pondering when his strength had become so formidable. System, praise me quickly. Ye Hao, stay far away from me. The blacksmith shop owner's eyes brightened. Young brother, I can tell at a glance that you are no ordinary person. Join us in forging. It's but 1 silver coin a day. What do you think? Is this the norm for children nowadays? Tang San is like this, and so is this unexpectedly formidable child. Faced with the blacksmith's enticement, Ye Hao replied resolutely. Working is out of the question. I shall never work in my lifetime. Chapter 19. Clocking in at Sacred Soul Village. Tang San, the blacksmith shop owner, seeing this, decided to relinquish his pursuit. The forging world would henceforth lack a future master craftsman. What a pity. Tang San, have you gone to the Wuhuan branch in Nanning City for your soul power assessment? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. Not yet. I plan to go after I finish work. Have you already been? Ye Hao nodded, retrieving a golden soul coin along with the medal that recorded his achievements. Indeed, there is a monthly stipend of 1 golden soul coin. I remarked, continuing like this is merely a drop in the bucket. Why not invite Xiao Wu to join you in your training? With more hands, there would be an increase in income, would there not? Tang San sighed helplessly. Xiao Wu is now the leader of Nanning Academy. How could I possibly persuade her to join me? Have you come here merely to visit? Ye Hao whispered. Let me share a secret with you. Xiao Wu is truly a rabbit. After saying this, Ye Hao departed towards the Nanning Junior Soul Master Academy, returning to his dormitory to continue lounging. Xiao Wu is indeed a rabbit? Tang San mulled over this statement repeatedly, pondering for quite some time before he ultimately shook his head and resumed his training. The clattering sounds of weights resumed once more. Shortly after Ye Hao's departure, a man clad in a gray robe appeared quietly, casting a glance in the direction Ye Hao had gone. Moments later, the man shifted his gaze to Tang San, who was engrossed in his workout, and let out a helpless sigh before vanishing from sight. Life at Nanning Junior Soul Master Academy was rather monotonous, with each day starting at sunrise and concluding at nightfall. Aside from the daily commute between the academy and the blacksmith shop and his regular training, Tang San had little else to occupy his time. Xiao Wu continued to assert her dominance, establishing a small faction within the academy. It was said that even the principal was aware of the emergence of Sister Xiao Wu and, being indifferent to the situation, chose to overlook it as long as no trouble arose. After all, she was endowed with innate full soul power. As for Ye Hao, his daily routine of lounging was indispensable, while his customary training persisted unabated. This was his sole interest. Training? Did he still require the body given to him by the system before its departure? Romance? There were no such plans at present. Playing with the younger children? Apologies. But he was beyond that age group. Working alongside Tang San at the blacksmith shop? That was an impossibility. He would never resort to labor. The academy had its own regulations, forbidding parental visits during the school term. Only during holidays could students leave the academy to return home. The once lively 7th dormitory had become desolate, as the other working students returned to their respective homes. Xiao Wu sat alone on her bed, glancing over at Tang San, who was diligently practicing. He was nothing but a blockhead, fixated solely on training. Then there was Ye Hao, who lay nearby, and Xiao Wu held no fond impressions of him. When Ye Hao first arrived at the 7th dormitory, he had embarrassed her in front of everyone by pinning her to the ground. That humiliation was monumental. For Xiao Wu, it remained a lifelong shadow, and she always regarded Ye Hao with disdain. Rabbits are prone to hold grudges, especially considering Ye Hao's previous mention of his fondness for spicy rabbit heads. Aren't you going home? Tang San slowly opened his eyes, in the midst of packing his belongings in preparation for his return to Holy Soul Village. Time had flown by. It had already been half a year since he left home. He wondered how his father was faring, perhaps still indulging in drink at this hour. Xiao Wu's gaze was vacant as she cast a disdainful glance at Ye Hao, who lay sprawled out, his face annoyingly familiar. Each time her eyes met his, she was involuntarily reminded of that dark, frigid night. Sharing the same death spider Emperor Martial's soul, she had witnessed the brutal murder of her mother before her eyes, orchestrated by several titled Douluos. The moment the 100,000-year soul ring illuminated, all ties to that man were forever enshrouded in hatred. There was no escaping the fact that Ye Hao bore a striking resemblance to Bibi Dong. The system had simulated Bibi Dong Douluo-S martial soul, bestowing upon Ye Hao a formidable physique, along with her divine aura and facial expressions. When they stood together, it was nearly impossible not to draw certain connections. Could they be mother and son? Ye Hao? Bibi Dong. This, however, is a matter for another time. Ye Hao, in a state of confusion, remarked, I have been lonely and forsaken since childhood, an orphan whose plight is well known throughout our entire academy. Sanzi, if my memory serves me right, your family resides in Holy Soul Village, does it not? Tang San nodded in affirmation. Indeed, my family is in Holy Soul Village, which is less than half a day's journey from Nodding City. Why don't you accompany me back? It is hardly appropriate for you to remain here in the academy all alone. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Hao pondered the notion of visiting the Holy Soul Village, the legendary birthplace of Tang San. Since he had arrived in this realm, it would be quite reasonable to pay a visit. With that thought, Ye Hao sprang from his bed, unencumbered and solitary. What about you, Xiaowu? Xiaowu glanced at Ye Hao, her heart in turmoil. Despite her disdain for him and the familiar face she loathed, Ye Hao was ultimately not her adversary. Very well. Holy Soul Village, named after the emergence of a soul saint-level soul master a century ago, is a quaint settlement located at the intersection of two great empires. The villagers cultivate fruits and vegetables, facilitating trade between the two empires, thus leading a relatively comfortable life. After a day of arduous travel through mountains and streams, the trio finally arrived at Holy Soul Village, where the customs were simple and the air was markedly purer than that of Nodding City. Ye Hao strolled through the village, particularly pausing in the heart of it, gazing at the legendary handprint left by the Soul Saint. He contemplated leaving his own imprint, pondering the possibility of future fame. Tang San, hailing from a modest background, had spent his childhood alongside his alcoholic father, who operated a blacksmith shop. Before reaching Tang San's residence, Ye Hao was greeted by a strong scent of rust, a testament to the neglected ironworks. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the lock hanging at the entrance was encrusted with verdigris, suggesting that Tang San's father had not returned in quite some time. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He retrieved a spare key and pushed the door open, revealing a world shrouded in a thick veil of dust. The furniture was covered in a heavy layer of ash, and the battered floor was choked with weeds. Ye Hao couldn't help but shake his head, realizing that his visit to the Holy Soul Village was concluded, and he had inadvertently taken on the role of cleaning for the protagonist. For someone like him, who preferred a laid-back existence, the only task at hand was to recline in tranquility, regardless of his surroundings. From the current state of affairs, it was clear that Tang San's father, Tang Hao, had indeed departed. Where to, nobody could say. Suddenly, he noticed the door slightly ajar. Was there a thief? Just then, old Jack, leaning on his cane, wobbled his way to Tang San's doorstep. He glanced at Tang San, who was tidying up, and, relieved, thought to himself that it was fortunate there was no burglar after all. Little San, you've returned? Tang San dropped the broom and looked at old Jack, exclaiming, Grandpa Jack, what brings you here? Please, come in and have a seat. Old Jack chuckled. No need for that. You all continue with your work. By the way, this letter was left for you by your father before he departed. He handed the letter to Tang San, who couldn't help but hear old Jack's discontent as he murmured, Your father is truly irresponsible, claiming he was going to retrieve what belongs to him. Alas, little San, I must take my leave. In old Jack's eyes, without understanding Tang Hao's true identity, he perceived him merely as a negligent man unworthy of fatherhood. Take care, Grandpa Jack, Tang San said as he saw old Jack off. Alone at the entrance, he stared at the yellowed paper and the letter pinned by Tang Hao before his departure. In that moment, Tang San fell into a deep silence. Ye Hao sat on a small stool, fully aware of the contents of Tang Hao's letter. Why concern himself with such matters? Unable to tread the path of the protagonist, Ye Hao resolved that after graduating from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, he would embark on his own journey. As night fell, the rear mountain of Holy Soul Village transformed into a breathtaking garden, where a myriad of blossoms flourished under the night sky, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors, embodying a scene of flourishing vitality. Ye Hao lay amidst the blooming flowers, inhaling their delicate fragrance, and his spirits were instantly lifted. Turning his gaze towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were making solemn vows beneath the moonlit sky, Ye Hao found himself disinterested in their declarations. After all, while you may wish to be a sister, there will come a day when numerous foes seek my life. Foes you would be unable to contend with. Let them first tread over my fallen body. Tang Xin swore to Xiao Wu. Observing the couple enveloped in the beauty of nature, an inexplicable sense of solitude welled up within Ye Hao. Alone in the Douluo Continent, devoid of kin, he cursed the wretched system. Ye Hao inwardly cursed the system for its inaction. Under the display of affection from the two before him, he involuntarily shuddered. A solitary life was no longer bearable. Resolutely, he descended the mountain, his figure vanishing completely into the depths of the night. 5 years later, in the Heavendo Empire. At the outskirts of Sunset Forest, several individuals clad in the attire of the Heavendo Royal Academy were engaged in a fierce pursuit of a purple-winged demon spider. Leading the charge was a striking woman with emerald hair and eyes, her feet transforming into a serpentine tail as she fervently chased after the fleeing creature. Beside her stood a handsome young man, his right hand replaced by a blue dragon claw, which crackled with swift lightning as he unleashed attacks on the rapidly retreating spider. How swift the purple-winged demon spider is, Tianheng, the emerald-haired woman acknowledged with a nod. The young man, understanding her cue, summoned 3 soul rings that gradually rose beneath him. Behind him, a magnificent blue dragon materialized, surrounded by crackling bolts of lightning, rendering him a celestial figure. His soul rings were a combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple. With the first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, Yu Tianheng's right hand was enveloped in lightning, and a claw formed from the electric currents lunged toward the purple-winged demon spider. As the heir to the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, his martial soul was the mightiest beast in the world. Yet, the spider darted away, evading his grasp. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. The speed of the purple-winged demon spider was astonishing. He then glanced upward. Wind control, above the Sunset Forest. A fellow student from the Heavendo Royal Academy, adorned with wings, was also present. His martial soul was a wind spirit bird. He nodded in acknowledgement, and as 3 soul rings identical to Yu Tianheng's illuminated beneath him, he gently flapped his wings. Suddenly, a tempest swept through the serene forest. Yet the purple-winged demon spider zipped past unscathed. This scene left both Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng momentarily astonished. The purple-winged demon spider was the only flying entity among all spider-type soul beasts, and its speed was comprehensible. However, the one before them was merely a 1,000-year-old spider. Such swiftness seemed implausible. The dense forest, with its intricate layout and flourishing trees, made chasing a 1,000-year soul beast challenging, especially when it could fly at speeds surpassing even that of Yu Feng. Just as the purple-winged demon spider reveled in its fleeting success, a figure emerged from the woods, a striking individual, standing at 175 meters, clad in black armor, with 8 spider spears aligned at his back and crimson eyes fixed intently on the soaring purple-winged demon spider. This person was also dressed in the uniform of the Heavendo Royal Academy. Beneath him, a yellow and purple soul ring glimmered as he moved with the grace of the wind, effortlessly navigating the forest as massive tree trunks failed to impede his progress. With his second soul skill, Spiderweb, he prepared to ensnare the elusive beast. The man whispered softly, and beneath his feet, the second Millennium Soul Ring instantly illuminated. His hands rapidly transformed into a shade of obsidian, and 2 webs, laced with lethal spider venom, surged forth. The purple-winged demon spider fled desperately, but in the very spot it had once occupied, the man's webs swiftly corroded the trunk to oblivion. In a state of sheer terror, the purple-winged demon spider instinctively sought to escape. However, the man suddenly materialized before it. His hands morphed into 2 colossal spider spears, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Descending with a swift motion, the spears easily pierced through the body of the purple-winged demon spider, which began to plummet rapidly. With a thunderous crash, the solid ground was shattered, forming a deep crater as the man's spear penetrated the demon spider's form. The fatal venom of the Spider King flowed relentlessly into the creature's body. In an instant, the purple-winged demon spider writhed frantically beneath the man's feet. Its entire body contorted as if its very eyes might burst. After a prolonged struggle, the demon spider finally regained its composure. Observing this, the man withdrew his spear and relinquished his martial spirit, revealing his originally handsome visage. 5 years had passed, 5 whole years. Ye Hao lifted his gaze to the azure sky and took a deep breath. At this moment, it was apparent that Tang San and Xiao Wu had likely gone to Shrek Academy. The individual in question was Ye Hao, who, after parting ways with them in Holy Spirit Village, returned to Nodding City and completed his studies at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy a few years later. During that time, The master had sought him out, hoping to persuade him to enroll in a prestigious institution known as Shrek Academy. He extolled the academy's virtues, emphasizing its exceptional facilities. Despite successfully convincing Tang San and Xiao Wu, Ye Hao remained unmoved by his appeals. In the master's eyes, Ye Hao was undoubtedly a prodigy. He, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, had all achieved the remarkable milestone of reaching level 20 around the same time. This feat sent shockwaves through the entire Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, as it was rare to witness individuals of such tender age breaking through to level 20. Consequently, under the guidance of the master and several school leaders, the trio made their way back to the long-forgotten soul-hunting forest, where they sought to obtain their corresponding soul rings amidst their soul power's stagnation. In the previous chapter, we recounted Ye Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu's successive breakthroughs to level 20, leading them to the soul-hunting forest under the supervision of the master, school leaders, and the principal. Revisiting this familiar ground, the forest, though home to relatively weak soul beasts, still commanded respect. On the first day, they selected a century-old ghost vine as Tang San's second soul ring, which granted him the soul skill, parasitism. With the blue-silver grass seeds left on the target, Tang San could activate his second soul skill to instantaneously cause the seeds to grow, effectively binding the individual and achieving perfect control. For Tang San, a control-type soul master, this skill was undoubtedly the finest choice. As for Xiao Wu, she mysteriously vanished for a brief moment before reappearing with her own second soul ring, also a century-old one. According to her account, she had inadvertently gotten separated from the group and stumbled upon a dying century-old soul ring, which she swiftly dealt with and absorbed before rejoining her companions. While the others accepted her explanation, Ye Hao was well aware that Xiao Wu was a transformed 10,000-year soul beast and therefore did not require the slaughter of soul beasts to acquire her soul ring. Her actions were merely a facade to conceal her true identity, allowing her to move freely in the impoverished Notting City without fear of being discovered by a titled Douluo, the only ones capable of seeing through her soul beast identity. As for Ye Hao's second soul ring, it was derived from a millennium-old face-splitting demon spider. Indeed, they had encountered a recently matured millennium face-splitting demon spider in the soul-hunting forest, and it had taken all their effort to slay it. Ye Hao's martial spirit is the Death Spider Monarch, and the human-faced demon spider undoubtedly serves as the most suitable soul beast for him. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred during the absorption of the soul ring. It turned out that this human-faced demon spider was merely a millennium-old entity, not the requisite for a second soul ring. Initially intending to impede Ye Hao, the master felt an immediate chill in his heart. Absorbing a millennium soul ring for the second ring was tantamount to courting disaster. Should anything untoward happen to Ye Hao, the few present would be doomed as well. In the master's mind, he noted that with Ye Hao's advancing age, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, increasingly resembling Bibi Dong. This observation solidified the master's suspicions that Ye Hao was a pawn of Bibi Dong, poised to exact revenge. If anything were to befall Ye Hao, the consequences would be dire. To everyone's astonishment, Ye Hao successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring, elevating his soul power to the 22nd level. Witnessing this, the master and the others collectively exhaled in relief. They secretly rejoiced, having just witnessed history, the birth of the first genius in history to possess a Millennium Soul Ring as a second ring. While the others celebrated Ye Hao's achievement, Tang San found no joy in it. The widening gap between their strengths weighed heavily on him. Tang San, being fiercely competitive, felt the crushing impact of Ye Hao's terrifying power, now further amplified by his first Millennium Soul Ring, which was indeed a significant blow. Years later, as the three neared graduation, the master encouraged Ye Hao to pursue further studies at the Shrek Academy in Soto City, where he could fully unleash his potential and avoid being overlooked. Ye Hao, however, outright declined, feeling that the atmosphere at Shrek Academy did not suit him. To attend Shrek would mean treading the well-worn path of a protagonist. Since he had arrived, why not forge his own unique journey? In the days leading up to graduation, Ye Hao departed alone, embarking on his journey to Heaven-Do City. As for why he chose to join the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, that would be discussed after he absorbed the soul ring from the purple-winged demon spider before him. In the setting sun forest, Ye Hao withdrew the Death Spider Monarch and attached himself to it. Before him lay the lifeless purple-winged demon spider, surrounded by shimmering purple dots that gradually coalesced into a circle of purple light, revealing an authentic Millennium Soul Ring, Ye Hao's third soul ring. for this soul ring. Ye Hao had inquired for a long time and finally gathered information about the appearance of the purple-winged demon spider in the setting sun forest from the academy's teachers. At that moment, a girl with emerald hair approached with fierce determination, abruptly yanking Ye Hao by the ear. You could have handled this on your own. Yet here we are, going to such lengths. Are you intentionally trying to make us look foolish? Ye Hao gazed at Douluo Yen, offering an apologetic smile. Sister Yen, it's a misunderstanding. I had no idea the purple-winged demon spider was so feeble. Had I known, I would have. Oh dear. Oh dear. To Douluo Yen's ears, his words implied that this purple-winged demon spider was indeed weak, and that such a multitude of you should have been able to handle it with ease, leaving only a single blow needed from oneself to resolve the matter. The underlying suggestion was that they were lacking in strength. Naturally, this was merely Douluo Yen's interpretation and did not reflect Ye Hao's true intent. Without the assistance of several individuals, it is likely Ye Hao would have expended considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Douluo Yen was instantly enraged and was about to unleash her wrath upon Ye Hao. As the granddaughter of the notorious Douluo Bo, she had undoubtedly inherited his eccentric temperament. Speaking of Douluo Bo, in the 3 months since Ye Hao joined the Tiando Royal Academy, he had yet to encounter the esteemed titled Douluo renowned for his mastery of poison. All right, Yen, let Xiao Hao absorb his spirit ring first. There will be time for punishment later. At that moment, Yu Tianheng approached with a wry smile, accompanied by Yu Feng, who descended from the air. They exchanged knowing glances at the sight of Ye Hao being tugged by the ear. At merely 11 years of age, Ye Hao is undeniably a prodigy. Achieving the remarkable level of 30 at such a tender age is a feat that is scarcely found across the continent. Initially, when Qin Ming introduced Ye Hao to the Tiando Royal Academy, not only did Dongguo Yin and Yu Tianheng express skepticism, but even the 3 committee members of the academy found it hard to believe that a mere 11-year-old could possess such capabilities. However, the moment Ye Hao manifested his martial soul and disclosed his soul power level, the expressions of those present transformed into sheer astonishment. Indeed, it was such a look of disbelief. With a soul power level of 29 upon entering the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao ultimately elevated it to 30 after 3 months of diligent training, which subsequently led to the incident involving the hunt for the purple-winged demon spider. While the Tiando Royal Academy is undoubtedly an institution of nobility, Qin Ming's endorsement allowed for exceptional talents like Ye Hao, who lack a prominent background yet possess formidable strength, to be welcomed. The 3 committee members promptly arranged for Ye Hao's admission and waived his tuition and various fees. It would be folly to demand payment when the Tiando Royal Academy, established by the Empire, possesses ample financial resources yet is scarce in talent. To make him pay would essentially be pushing away a rare gem. Chapter 22. Ye Hao is a genius. Ye Hao is a prodigy, a fact that is indisputable. Upon his admission to the Tiando Royal Academy, he was placed under rigorous training. In just 2 years, the day of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition will arrive, heralding an unprecedented era of splendor. Under the guidance of the 3 esteemed committee members, Ye Hao was assigned to the team overseen by Qin Ming, the Royal Combat Team, an elite lineup assembled by the Tiando Royal Academy, poised to contend for the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. With Ye Hao's inclusion, the committee members undoubtedly felt a surge of confidence. Ye Hao, an 11-year-old with the martial spirit of the death demon spider, boasts a soul power level of 29. This was Ye Hao's self-introduction upon his first encounter with the Royal Combat Team. When the members learned that Ye Hao possessed innate full soul power, they were enveloped in a sense of intrigue regarding this unexpected newcomer. Over the subsequent 3 months, under the guidance and mentorship of Qin Ming, Ye Hao gradually integrated into the Royal Combat Team, officially becoming one of their own. Today marks the day Ye Hao's soul power has reached level 30. Thus, early in the morning, under Qin Ming's leadership, he, along with Yu Feng, Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yen, and Yi Lingling, ventured into the Sunset Forest, intent on capturing the rumored purple-winged demon spider to enhance Ye Hao's 3rd soul ring. Everyone has moments of mischief, and Ye Hao is no exception. Although his physical form is technically over 20 years old, the system's adjustments render him merely 11. He often finds himself feeling restless and occasionally teases Douluo Yen and plays pranks on Yi Lingling, as such antics bring joy to his life. In contrast, had Ye Hao gone to Soto City's Shrek Academy, he would have found himself among familiar faces such as Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the hot-headed Dai Mubai. Alongside the lecherous Uncle Oscar, the duplicitous Tang San, the fiery Xiao Wu, the calculating Ning Rongrong, and the sultry, yet frosty Zhu Zhuqing. It would have been impossible for him to coexist harmoniously with them. During his time in Nodding City, Ye Hao maintained a certain distance from Tang San and Xiao Wu, neither growing too close nor becoming adversaries. This relationship suited him well. Most importantly, he held a particular disdain for Ma Hongjun, whom he deemed the most contemptible, a figure embodying all vices, lewdness, greed, and a propensity for petty gains. This was precisely why Ye Hao declined the Master S invitation to join Shrek Academy. Why must one adhere to the Master S arrangements? He is no one significant. What gives him the right to adopt such an arrogant demeanor? Within the Sunset Forest, Douluo Yin shot an exasperated glance at Ye Hao, remarking on his thick skin that rivaled the walls of Heaven Do City. Despite the warmth and joy of their 3 months together, Ye Hao's behavior often bordered on the bizarre. In previous combat training, even the captain, Yu Tianheng, found himself no match for Ye Hao, while the brothers Shimo and Shermo, whose martial spirits were the black tortoise, found their strength evenly matched with him. What manner of creature is this? Moreover, the soul ring of the purple-winged demon spider that Ye Hao is about to absorb is undoubtedly a most fitting choice, perfectly aligning with the Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. Observing Ye Hao's carefree demeanor, Douluo Yin felt a sense of exhaustion. Although she held the position of vice-captain, her strength was nearly the weakest among the team. While her phosphorescent snake poison afforded her a certain reputation within the academy, it paled in comparison when faced with Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor poison. The superiority of one over the other was readily apparent, one being the Death Spider Emperor and the other the phosphorescent snake. Thanks to Matthew's past oversight, Ye Hao had maintained his identity as the Death Demon Spider for all these years, and the martial soul hall seemed oblivious to his existence, as if he had vanished without a trace. It remained uncertain whether Ye Hao felt a sense of secret delight or sorrow regarding this. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go this time, and urged, "Hurry and absorb the soul ring. Teacher Qin and Ling Ling are waiting for us outside the forest." Ye Hao nodded and approached the purple-winged demon spider, settling down in a meditative pose. Under the influence of his soul power, the soul rings of the spider began to gently encircle his feet, with 1 yellow and 2 purple rings forming an impressive display beneath him. At this moment, Ye Hao stood out notably. The purple-winged demon spider was perfectly within the absorption range of Ye Hao's 3rd soul ring. As the soul power surged in, the shackles within Ye Hao's body shattered, and a powerful aura began to permeate the forest. The spectral figure of the Death Spider Emperor momentarily overshadowed the biphosphor serpent of Douluo Yin and the blue lightning tyrant dragon of Yu Tianheng. Unbeknownst to them, the creature before him was not merely a death demon spider, but the Death Spider Emperor itself. The process of absorbing the soul ring was inherently gradual, yet Ye Hao remained upright, attuned to the resonance between his 3rd soul ring and himself. The soul power surged within him like a mighty river, warming his internal organs unexpectedly. Ye Hao sensed that the absorption of the soul ring had concluded. However, an inexplicable sensation lingered within him, as if something were being drawn out, an itch at the base of his spine, suggesting the emergence of an unknown force. He suppressed the discomfort, feeling a continuous influx of soul power soothing his back. This was Ye Hao's maiden experience with such phenomena, and he possessed little knowledge to navigate the situation. The fiery presence at his back was palpable, yet he could do little more than rely on his indomitable will to alleviate the oppressive weight it imposed. The forest lay in serene silence, and under the watchful eyes of Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Yu Feng, Ye Hao's process of soul ring absorption proceeded without interruption, almost eerily commonplace. At that moment, a striking young man emerged from the depths of the forest. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Adorned in a specially tailored garment of the Tiando Royal Academy, a wolf's head insignia emblazoned upon his chest. Behind him stood a woman, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Dressed in black, her face veiled by a thin layer of gauze, she possessed a slender figure, with long blue hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her blue eyes were tranquil and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, emanating a chilling essence that sent shivers down one's spine. "What is the situation? Has Xiao Hao not yet completed the absorption?" the young man inquired softly, his gaze lingering on Ye Hao, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Yu Tianheng shook his head in response. "Teacher Qin, Xiao Hao has yet to finish the absorption. When I first absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, it also took considerable time. I estimate that it will not be long before he completes the process." The young man nodded thoughtfully, then fell silent, patiently awaiting Ye Hao's subsequent reaction. At that moment, Ye Hao finally reacted, and with a sharp crack, the fabric of his clothing at the back was torn asunder. Chapter 23. External Soul Bone. Six-winged purple light wings. Ye Hao's upper garments were torn asunder, revealing a sculpted physique adorned with defined muscles, and his eight-pack abs were angular and striking. Prompting Du Guyan to swiftly avert her gaze, her cheeks flushed as she glared at Ye Hao in disbelief. What madness was this in broad daylight? Meanwhile, the woman standing behind Teacher Qin was none other than Yi Lingling, a member of the Imperial Battle Team, possessing the continent's singular martial soul, the Nine-Heart Begonia. At this moment, she regarded him with an icy demeanor, reflecting her distinctive character. Like a serene blossom, she typically spoke only a word or two a day, sometimes remaining utterly silent. Ye Hao would occasionally tease her, but for Yi Lingling, he was merely a mischievous yet exceptionally gifted younger brother, unworthy of her attention. Now in her teenage years, she had gained a clearer understanding of certain matters. Behind Ye Hao, 6 translucent purple wings materialized, unfurling majestically from his back. This spectacle startled all present, their astonishment palpable. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ye Hao leapt into the air, propelled by the 6 wings. Achieving a velocity so terrifying it appeared almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Ye Hao keenly sensed the transformation within himself, and turned to behold the sudden emergence of 6 ethereal purple wings, delicate as parchment. These wings endowed him with the extraordinary ability of flight. Yet, a disquieting thought crossed his mind. His Death Spider Emperor martial soul seemingly lacked any capacity for flight. The appearance of these 6 purple wings was coincident with the absorption of the 3rd soul ring, leaving him with only one plausible explanation. Could it be an external soul bone? Soul bones are an exceptionally rare phenomenon, perhaps the most coveted treasure among soul masters, akin to soul rings, yet distinct in nature. They originate from soul beasts, but their manifestation is dramatically different. The likelihood of encountering a soul bone is a mere 1 in 1,000, or even less, generally. Only immensely powerful soul beasts, particularly those of 100,000 years, may produce a soul bone upon their demise under extraordinary circumstances. In contrast, the probability of ordinary soul beasts yielding a soul bone is exceedingly low. Undoubtedly, external soul bones stand as the second most esteemed entities in the realm of soul masters. Following closely behind the 100,000-year soul rings, Ye Hao was filled with ecstatic joy. The external soul bone, much like the soul master himself, could evolve in tandem with the master's growth. This particular set, however, originated from a millennium-old purple-winged demon spider, granting him the gift of flight. Undoubtedly, Ye Hao had already soared freely through the skies. His speed was so astonishing that even Yu Feng, a sensitive attack-type soul master with the wind spirit bird as his martial soul, could not help but marvel, realizing that Ye Hao's velocity surpassed his own flight. The external soul bone birthed by the purple-winged demon spider was indeed remarkable. Ye Hao recalled that the current pope of the Spirit Hall also possessed an external soul bone, akin to his own, which granted the ability of flight. The 6-winged purple light wings? Could it be? Although 5 years prior, the system had transported him to this world, and he had chosen to simulate Bibi Dong's dual martial souls, resulting in a significant transformation in appearance. How could it be that their external soul bones were identical? Bibi Dong's 6-winged purple light wings originated from the purple-winged spider emperor, while his own were derived from the purple-winged demon spider. The two were indistinguishable, merely differing in the species of soul beasts, with a substantial disparity in their ages. Ultimately, it was a matter of the same principle. Their external soul bones were remarkably alike. Ye Hao glanced at the crowd below, their faces turned upwards in awe of the sky. He suddenly felt a chilling sensation in front of him. Oh no, he had inadvertently exposed himself. In a moment of panic, he plummeted swiftly to the ground. Once he landed safely, he summoned his soul force to retract the 6-winged purple light wings. Retrieving his garments from the soul guide, he discreetly stepped behind a tree to don his clothes. Afterward, he stole a glance at the onlookers, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he reluctantly stepped forward. Ye Hao was indeed quite bashful, truly. Ye Hao, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and turned to Qin Ming with a smile, saying, "I apologize, Teacher Qin, for causing you concern." Qin Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head in response. "It's quite all right. I have only just arrived and noticed that you all had not made any progress, so I couldn't help but come in to check." Have you successfully absorbed the soul ring of the purple-winged demon spider? Ye Hao nodded and remarked. The soul ring of the purple-winged demon spider has been fully absorbed, elevating my soul power to level 32. Furthermore, my third soul skill is a formidable offensive technique, sufficient to contend in the upcoming Elite Soul Master competition of the continent in 2 years. It is no jest. The ultimate champion of that event will be from Shrek Academy, having triumphed over the formidable Spirit Hall team led by Hulaina at the height of their prowess. With my recent admission to the Tiando Royal Academy, you all can dream of the championship, perhaps in another lifetime. The immediate priority, however, is to enhance my soul power level. There is an item within the Sunset Forest that Ye Hao is determined to acquire, and fortunately, the granddaughter of the old Poison Master is my teammate. Although Ye Hao often employs sharp wit, occasionally teasing Du Guyan, their previous sparring session a month prior revealed her inability to surpass him. The outcome was clear. The Death Spider King's poison emerged victorious over Du Guyan's sapphire serpent venom. Consequently, Qin Ming imposed a seal on Ye Hao, barring him from using the Death Spider King's poison except in critical situations, as its potency is unparalleled. The purple-winged demon spider, now reduced to a pool of blood in the pit, serves as a testament to that. Throughout their 3 months of acquaintance, Du Guyan has come to understand Ye Hao's background profoundly. Orphaned at a young age, he narrowly escaped death at the hands of wolf bandits, eventually seeking refuge in the Spirit Hall branch of Nodding City, where he awakened the Death Demon Spider, Spider King, martial spirit, possessing innate full soul power. Now, at the age of 11, with his soul power reaching level 32, one can only imagine the extent of Ye Hao's diligence in recent years, embodying the archetype of an underdog's ascent. Even the 3 esteemed committee members of the academy hold Ye Hao in high regard, not to mention Du Guyan, Qin Ming, and the members of the royal battle team. Ye Hao is the youngest among them, while the other 7 are generally around 17 or 18 years of age, with an 11-year-old younger brother and older siblings in their late teens. In their eyes, Ye Hao is merely a little brother. Aside from being a bit mischievous in daily life, he occasionally teases Du Guyan and playfully mocks Yi Lingling. There is nothing that Ye Hao dares not to do. Ye Hao has even confronted an avalanche, and to this day, whenever the avalanche encounters Ye Hao, it will obediently take a detour. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke others. However, if one dares to offend me, I shall retaliate with the might of thunder. Ye Hao's prodigious talent has far surpassed everyone's expectations. Thus, Du Guyan regards Ye Hao merely as a younger brother, even suggesting that he should take her grandfather as his master. And who is her grandfather? The renowned poison Douluo, Bo, infamous for his mastery of toxic arts. Ye Hao did not agree immediately, expressing the need for careful contemplation. Although the poison Douluo was formidable in his mastery of toxins, his overall strength was rather lackluster. In the realm of known titled Douluos, the unparalleled 3 supreme Douluos stand out, with Bibi Dong currently undergoing divine trials. Should Bibi Dong unleash her full power, it is conceivable that she could surpass the 3 supreme Douluos. Among the ordinary titled Douluos, Bo finds himself in a somewhat awkward position. While he indeed holds the title of titled Douluo, his only notable attack is the pride of his by Phosphor Snake Emperor poison, leaving him lacking in alternative offensive capabilities. In a one-on-one confrontation, he ranks second. However, on the battlefield, Bo's by Phosphor Snake Emperor poison becomes a nightmare for all, capable of decimating an entire city with ease. The advantages and disadvantages are glaringly apparent. Ye Hao, lacking a mentor, refers to Qin Ming as his teacher simply because Qin Ming is an instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy. Ye Hao recalled that 3 months ago, he departed from the city of Nottingham, embarking on a journey towards the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. At that time, he did not bid farewell to Master, Tang San, or Xiao Wu, leaving in solitude. He could not bring himself to enroll in Shrek Academy, mingling with a group of charlatans. In other words, the present Shrek Academy merely resembled an institution devoid of a legitimate operating license. Ye Hao had to concede that Shrek Academy was indeed an exceptional institution, producing remarkable students such as Qin Ming, a source of pride. His experiences during his tenure at the Tiando Royal Academy had left a profound impression on him. It was through the auspices of Qin Ming that Ye Hao first encountered the Tiando Royal Academy. Without such introductions, how could someone of his unremarkable standing ever hope to gain admission to an academy replete with nobility? It would have been a mere folly to imagine. At that time, Ye Hao had even contemplated that if the Tiando Royal Academy were to reject him, he would divert his path to the Spirit Hall, boldly revealing his dual spirits before the public eye. Fortunately, events unfolded favorably, and Ye Hao was granted entry into the Tiando Royal Academy, where he received significant attention and training. He seemed to have forgotten the secret of his twin spirits, immersing himself entirely in his cultivation and in playful banter with Ye Lingling. Ye Hao remained skeptical. Could it be true that this sister, as cold as ice, never smiled? By the way, Xiaohao, what are those 6 wings behind you? Dugu Yin could not help but inquire, having never witnessed Ye Hao's flying abilities before, which were quite remarkable. Ye Hao offered a faint smile. Sister Yin, have you ever heard of an external soul bone? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Even Qin Ming, who was accustomed to tumultuous events, could not help but change his expression at this moment. The external soul bone, a unique existence among soul bones, possesses immense potential for growth. As its master becomes stronger, the external soul bone may even undergo evolution, making it an object of desire for all soul masters, an elusive treasure that one might seek for a lifetime without ever attaining. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming's eyes brightened, and he inquired, Little Hao, are you suggesting that your external soul bone was, perhaps, birthed from this purple-winged demon spider? Ye Hao smiled and nodded, saying, Indeed. My external spirit bone is named the 6-winged purple lightwing. The skill it grants, as you have witnessed, is the ability to fly, surpassing even the speed of the wind spirit bird. The crowd, though possessing varied sentiments towards external spirit bones, recognized that this one belonged to Ye Hao, and none could usurp it unless they were willing to take his life. However, should Ye Hao perish, the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy would surely pursue the perpetrator to the ends of the earth. Furthermore, they were, after all, a united team, striving for the championship in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition in a year's time. Ye Hao's growth should be a cause for their joy. Having concluded their expedition to hunt the purple-winged demon spider, the group prepared to depart as the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the swift passage of the day. Several carriages, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, majestically journeyed towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Inside the last carriage, Ye Lingling sat comfortably, her eyes peacefully closed, for there remained a considerable distance between the Sunset Forest and the Tiando Royal Academy. Ye Lingling is the sole auxiliary spirit master within her team, and her 9 hearts sea pearl martial soul is a rare lineage, with each generation permitting only one successor. Currently, there can only be 2 living 9 hearts sea pearl spirit masters at any given time. Only upon the death of one can a new descendant potentially emerge. Its singular effect is comprehensive healing. In simpler terms, as long as you still draw breath, with the healing powers of the 9-heart sea pearl, it becomes nearly impossible to succumb to death. Sister Lingling, do share a smile. It would be beneficial for both your mind and body to embrace joy instead of maintaining a perpetual air of aloofness. Ye Lingling remained composed in the face of adversity, her heart as tranquil as water. She paid no heed to Ye Hao's words. At this juncture, every child embodies a playful spirit, and in Ye Lingling's heart, Ye Hao would always be merely a younger brother, nothing more than that. She regarded his antics as those of a mischievous sibling, a state in which an elder sister chooses to overlook. Ye Hao had grown accustomed to, and even somewhat admired, Miss Ye Lingling's unyielding demeanor. Impervious to all forms of persuasion or influence, it had been 3 uninterrupted months since Ye Hao joined the Royal Combat Team. He had never once witnessed Ye Lingling smile. Even the other members of the Royal Combat Team regarded the situation with a sense of amusement, believing that eliciting a smile from Ye Lingling was an endeavor best left for another lifetime. It seemed that only Ye Lingling could inspire such sentiments among the team members. And indeed, their assessment proved to be accurate. For 3 months, Ye Hao had playfully teased Ye Lingling, yet she remained steadfast in her resolve, treating him merely as a younger brother, rarely allowing a smile to grace her lips. At times, she spoke very little, responding only with a few words when Qin Ming posed a question, before retreating once more into silence. Seeing this, Ye Hao could only sit steadily beside the carriage, gazing at the setting sun outside, as the remnants of daylight cast a crimson hue upon the distant walls of Tiando City. Such a splendid vista. Yet he found himself alone in its appreciation. What a pity, what a lamentable circumstance. After a long and arduous journey, the carriage had undoubtedly become Ye Hao's most formidable ally in life. The earlier expedition through the soul-hunting forest, which lasted a day and a half, had left him with an indelible psychological shadow. Not long after settling in, Ye Hao began to feel drowsy, compounded by the effects of absorbing the soul rings and external soul bones. Within the carriage, Feng and Qin Ming were engaged in conversation, while in the middle sat the couple, Dugu Yin and Yu Tianheng, who had succumbed to slumber. Finally, there were Ye Hao and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling, serene and composed, displayed no emotional fluctuations upon her countenance, resembling an ethereal ice queen. Elegantly seated in the carriage, she continued to rest with her eyes closed. Suddenly, an involuntary shiver coursed through her entire being, causing her to tremble. Yi Lingling sensed a peculiar heaviness upon her slender, youthful thighs, a weight that could only be attributed to the presence of her companion, Ye Hao, in the carriage, which housed just the two of them. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to find Ye Hao exhausted, sprawled on the ground, his head inadvertently resting upon her thigh. Yi Lingling inhaled sharply, her eyelids fluttering in a frantic dance, momentarily ensnared in a state of perplexity. Chapter 25. Intoxicated on the beauties Ni, the carriage progressed steadily towards the Royal Academy of Tiando. Having traversed more than half the distance, the sun descended gradually, heralding the approach of a solitary night, as darkness once again enveloped the earth. Inside the carriage, Yi Lingling remained motionless, her heart in disarray, gazing at Ye Hao, who lay with his head resting on her lap. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for ideas. Should she rouse him? Clearly, that was out of the question, given Ye Hao's deep slumber, which left no room for hope. Moreover, had the hunt for the purple-winged demon spider not drained his vitality, alongside the absorption of soul rings and external soul bones? Coupled with the fatigue from the journey, Ye Hao was particularly sensitive to the carriage's movement. Were it not for the regulations of Tiando City prohibiting soul masters from utilizing their martial souls to fly within its confines, he would have undoubtedly arrived at the dormitory ahead of time, plunging into a deep sleep. Unless the world were to come to an end, no one could rouse him from his slumber. At this moment, Yi Lingling resembled a statue, her aloof gaze gradually infused with a hint of bewilderment. For the first time in her life, she found herself in such a predicament, and momentarily, she was at a loss. She understood Ye Hao's character. He was an earnest young boy, 11 years of age, embodying innocence and exuberance, merely at the stage of play. Since Ye Hao joined the Royal Academy of Tiando, his numerous efforts have not gone unnoticed by Yi Lingling and others. This is undeniable. Yi Lingling feels a deep sympathy for Ye Hao's unfortunate background, as her own martial soul serves as a vivid example of hardship. The two share a bond of mutual understanding and compassion. Instinctively, Yi Lingling reached out with her delicate fingers, but upon making contact with Ye Hao's head, she quickly withdrew, as if struck by an electric shock, an experience unlike any she had encountered before. How exquisite and subtle it is. Ye Hao slumbered peacefully, inhaling the delicate fragrance of Yi Lingling, as he gently drifted into the realm of dreams. Subconsciously, he nestled closer, burrowing into Yi Lingling's embrace with fervor. This act elicited a delightful shyness from Yi Lingling, as a faint blush adorned her icy cheeks. Yi Lingling pondered carefully. Ye Hao was merely a younger brother, just 11 years of age. In this continent, maturity often dawns early, with many becoming fathers by the age of 13 or 14. Yet, without a shadow of a doubt, Ye Hao was not one of those individuals, not at this moment, at least. People are indeed capable of change, as the saying goes, at the beginning. Human nature is inherently good. However, with the inexorable shifts in one's surroundings, even the purest of white paper will inevitably gather some ash. This is an unavoidable reality. No one can retain their innocence for a lifetime. Ye Hao slept soundly, yet it was Yi Lingling who suffered, caught in the dilemma of whether to wake him or not, torn between indecision. To rouse Ye Hao would weigh heavily on her conscience. Though typically reticent and aloof towards others, she remained ensconced in her solitude while others engaged in lively banter. Yet, in this seemingly inconspicuous moment, it was Ye Hao who took the initiative to approach her, bridging the gap in their communication. It was not that her teammates were indifferent to Yi Lingling. Rather, she possessed an innate disposition that dissuaded interaction. She remained silent, either in contemplation or in the act of remaining silent. However, in this unintentional exchange, Yi Lingling found herself harboring a flicker of affection for Ye Hao, not of romantic nature, for he was still a mere child, far from maturity. Their bond was confined to the innocence of sibling camaraderie, further strengthened by their shared experiences of hardship. Ye Lingling felt a tremor in her heart as her delicate and smooth hand gently caressed Ye Hao's cheek. The tender sensation nearly enveloped her, revealing that the warmth of human touch could evoke feelings akin to those derived from petting a cat. The carriage continued its journey, finally arriving at the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Nestled against the mountains and beside the water, the academy presented itself as an idyllic place for cultivation. To be able to cultivate here was undoubtedly a dream cherished by all soul masters. However, entry to the Tiando Royal Academy was not granted to just anyone. The carriage came to an abrupt halt, and within the last carriage, Ye Lingling felt drowsy, showing signs of impending slumber. The eerie silence that enveloped the carriage was due to Ye Hao having fallen asleep first. As the carriage came to a stop, Ye Lingling suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the familiar foothills. She realized they had arrived at the academy. Glancing down at Ye Hao, who was soundly asleep on her lap, she felt a pang of reluctance and gently nudged him a few times. "Wake up, we've arrived at the academy." Ye Lingling spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. In contrast, Ye Hao was still lost in the tender embrace of the moment, unable to extricate himself. Leaning against Ye Lingling's warm bosom, it was a challenge for anyone to break free, especially Ye Hao, who had never before succumbed to slumber in the arms of such a beautiful woman. "If it were you, would you wish to awaken?" Relishing the gentle caress of the lovely elder sister, Ye Hao subtly nestled closer within Ye Lingling's embrace. "Ye Lingling, oh dear." Ye Lingling did not indulge Ye Hao, opting instead to rise directly and disembark from the carriage. "What is the matter with me? Who just touched me?" Ye Hao shivered slightly as he gazed out at the enchanting nightscape and the magnificent architecture perched on the distant mountains. They had arrived at the academy. Looking around the empty carriage, he noticed that Miss Ye Lingling had already departed. Stretching lazily, Ye Hao found his recollection of the earlier events somewhat muddled. Rubbing his head in a daze, he shook it and disembarked from the carriage, making his way towards the Tiando Royal Academy. Nestled not far from the city of Tiando, the academy was funded by the Tiando Empire, with the Snowy Night Emperor serving as its president. It also housed 3 prominent committee members: Chief Dream Machine, Deputy White Baoshan, and Third Seat Jillian Hound. Typically, the Snowy Night Emperor did not intervene in the academy's affairs, as he had a nation to govern. Thus, the 3 committee members were undoubtedly revered figures within the institution. As the starlight dimmed, within a lavishly adorned circular chamber, 3 elderly gentlemen in their 50s, one slender, one stout, and one tall, sat with an imposing composure, exuding an air of unshakable authority. These 3 were the esteemed committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. Opposite them, Qin Ming hurriedly returned. His primary mission to the Sunset Forest had been to procure a suitable soul ring for Ye Hao. Having accomplished this task, he was obliged to report the circumstances as Ye Hao's supervisor. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Qin," Dream Machine said, seated at the center. Hands resting on the sides of his chair, his expression one of satisfaction. Qin Ming smiled slightly, replying, "Chief, you flatter me. The real effort lies with the children. Frankly, they all possess commendable talents, particularly young Hao, who garnered the most from this venture. Not only did he obtain his 3rd soul ring, but his soul power has also reached level 32, and he acquired a piece of soul bone." What? 3 Chapter 26. My grandfather wishes to meet you. A soul bone, the most precious item on the Douluo Continent, a coveted treasure for soul masters, with some never encountering one throughout their lives. For the 3 committee members before him, possessing even a single soul bone would be extraordinary. There was a historical precedent where a war nearly erupted between the Tiando and Xinglua empires over a single soul bone. Qin Ming deliberately lowered his voice. For the allure of a soul bone was a deadly temptation, and one could not rule out the potential for envy. The 3 committee members were not outsiders. They held great expectations for Ye Hao, and as the Academy's leaders, they had previously guided him in his cultivation. They understood that this secret must remain undisclosed. At Ye Hao's tender age, his primary focus should be on cultivation. No matter how formidable the soul bone, it remained an external object. In the Douluo Continent, the level of soul power was the ultimate truth. Of course, while a soul bone was indeed a vital asset, it was also an indispensable treasure for soul masters, often proving crucial in critical moments. The number of those who coveted it was not small. One must possess formidable strength, otherwise, there were many who would resort to violence over soul bones. Ye Hao was indeed fortunate, with him in the mix. The prospects of our academy claiming victory in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament a year hence appeared considerably brighter. Dream God Machine laughed heartily, feeling an immediate sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, Qin Ming recalled something and said, "Chief, I plan to take the 8 of them to the mainland for training in a while, and I kindly ask for your approval." As the most distinguished teachers of the Tiando Royal Academy, aside from the 3 committee members, they could not help but acknowledge Qin Ming's exceptional teaching abilities. At the age of 30, he had already attained the rank of Soul Emperor, given time. It was merely a matter of time before he became a title de law. The 3 committee members felt quite assured in trusting the 8 to Qin Ming. "Rest assured, Teacher Qin. Do not hesitate to request anything you need. We shall comply without reservation." Dream God Machine continued. "By the way, Teacher Qin, before you take them away from the academy, there is a matter that requires the cooperation of the Royal Combat Team." Qin Ming was slightly taken aback. "Chief, please go on." Dream God Machine stated, "Tomorrow afternoon, one of the 4 great sects, the Elephant Armor Sect, will send representatives for an exchange. Though termed an exchange, it is essentially a test. According to our intelligence, the Elephant Armor Sect has already allied with the Spirit Hall. This time, the sect leader, Huyen Zhun, will personally lead the delegation. The purpose is evident. For the honor of the Tiando Royal Academy, we are entrusting this to you, Teacher Qin." Having never seen Dream God Machine so serious, Qin Ming naturally understood the implications. The Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Star Luo Empire were in a state of open hostility, particularly with the upcoming Continental Senior Soul Master Competition in 2 years, where subtle and overt conflicts had already begun to surface. Whichever side claimed victory would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire continent, bringing immense benefits to that faction. Qin Ming nodded thoughtfully and, after bidding farewell to the 3 committee members, departed. As the sun rose, warm rays of light bathed every corner of the Tiando Royal Academy. At this hour, with the sun high in the sky, the academy was bustling with activity. Numerous elegantly dressed students gathered in groups of 4 or 5. Their status within the academy determined by their lineage. Among them were royal offspring, princes of principalities, and members of noble families. Who among them could be considered ordinary? In the crowd, many sycophants surrounded a particular individual who bore an air of arrogance. Dressed in immaculate uniform, he appeared unremarkable in appearance. Yet an undeniable aura of authority emanated from him. Shui Bong, the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, was the most untouchable and esteemed figure within the Tiando Royal Academy. Before Ye Hao's arrival, Shui Bong was the undisputed leader. However, following Ye Hao's entrance, the dynamics of their relationship subtly shifted. It was remembered that when Ye Hao first arrived, Shui Bong brushed past him, noticing that Ye Hao was dressed plainly, clearly a child of commoners. Consequently, it was Shui Bong who fell, while Ye Hao merely patted his backside and walked away, unfazed. Some might question whether striking a prince was punishable by law, and whether the royal family would pursue the matter. Pursue it? Not a chance. Such was Shui Bong. Do you really think the Night Emperor would intervene? Ye Hao is undoubtedly a prodigy. When faced with the dichotomy of face and profit, the Emperor of the Snowy Night naturally opts for the latter. His attitude towards the matter is one of impatience, as he dismissively waves his hand, stating that minor scuffles among children are quite normal and do not warrant such concern. Dealing with state affairs throughout the day is already exhausting. To then have to clean up after his young son is quite burdensome. At this moment, on the large bed in the dormitory, Ye Hao lies sprawled, soundly asleep, his snores resonating like thunder. The glaring sunlight streams through the window, casting a flickering glow upon his face, yet he shows no sign of waking. With a soft click, the door quietly swings open, revealing Douluo, hands on her hips, entering with an irritated expression. Upon seeing Ye Hao still in slumber, her frustration mounts. With just 2 years remaining until the competition, despite Ye Hao's considerable talent, the adage "the morning is the key to the day" rings true. He is squandering precious time. After 3 months of diligent training at the academy, he had managed to break through to level 30, but now his true self is laid bare. Enough. Get up. The sun is shining on your backside, Douluo exclaims, vigorously shaking Ye Hao. Ye Haomon, seemingly unfazed, groggily rose to his feet. Glancing at the blinding sunlight streaming through the window, he shielded his eyes and weakly uttered, "Sister Yin, good morning." Douluo replied, "Quickly get up. Teacher Qin has important announcements to make, and you're the last one missing." Ye Hao harbors a profound sense of gratitude and respect towards Qin Ming, a man of integrity. Were it not for him, Ye Hao surmises that he would have long since succumbed to the clutches of the spirit hall. Now, with his identity preserved, Ye Hao can continue to revel in the splendors of the Douluo Continent. As for his anticipated meeting with the esteemed Pope, it is likely to occur only after the finals. There is no need for haste. Upon seeing Ye Hao dressed, Du Guowan's countenance brightened somewhat. She approached him and casually adjusted the creased collar of his attire, remarking, "My grandfather wishes to meet you." At a mere glance from Du Guowan, Ye Hao swallowed the words that lingered on his lips, recognizing that it would be disrespectful to openly mention the names of elders, especially with family present. "Sister Yen, your esteemed ancestor desires to see me. May I inquire as to the reason?" The two exited the room, engaging in conversation as they walked. "My grandfather is simply intrigued by you. That is all." Intrigued by me? Ye Hao could not help but shiver with a chuckle. Fortunate was he to have been forewarned about the eccentric nature of the old poison master, lest he find himself in an awkward predicament. "What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" No, Sister Yen. Might you disclose whether the esteemed Dugu Senior is meeting me solely out of interest in my person?" Dugu Yen pondered for a moment, recalling vague mentions from her grandfather regarding his recent search for a successor, which must surely pertain to this matter. Chapter 27. An audience with His Highness the Crown Prince Dugu wishes to see me? The recent search for an heir aligns perfectly with this conclusion. Dugu takes an interest in me and desires to take me on as his disciple. Undoubtedly, Sister Yen, as the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, has privately discussed Ye Hao with the old poison master. Ye Hao possesses the Death Spider, Spider King, martial spirit, and during the last training confrontation, his Death Spider King poison had decisively outmatched Dugu Yan's phosphorescent serpent poison. Thus, after Sister Yen informed Dugu, he must have wished to meet me. Coincidentally, the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, where the old poison master resides, harbors celestial herbs that are immensely coveted by Ye Hao. An opportunity to gain his favor is indeed within reach. The old poison master is known for his peculiar disposition, akin to Ye Hao, operating solely according to his own inclinations, devoid of any semblance of structure, and indifferent to the consequences of his actions. In this regard, Dugu shares a similarity with Ye Hao. As for apprenticeship, that matter shall be addressed upon their meeting. In the rear mountains of the Tiando Royal Academy, the members of the Royal Combat Team gathered in unison, and as Dugu Yen escorted Ye Hao, Qin Ming surveyed the assembly. "I have summoned you all to publicly announce two important matters. Firstly, in the near future, I shall lead you on a journey across the continent for practical training, serving as a means to assess your progress. Secondly, guests will be arriving at the academy this afternoon." Having concluded his address, Qin Ming signaled for everyone to disperse. The Elephant Armor Sect? Shall each side select 3 individuals for a 3-on-3 contest? Ye Hao learned from Qin Ming that the Xiangjia sect would soon engage in friendly exchanges at the academy, with numerous prominent figures expected to attend. As the host, the Tiando Royal Academy was naturally keen to maintain its dignity, for a loss of face would reflect poorly on the royal family. Furthermore, the Xiangjia sect was one of the lower 4 sects and a vassal of the Spirit Hall, a fact that Ye Hao understood all too well. They tended to target the weak, and the prevailing ethos at the Tiando Royal Academy was common knowledge. 99% of the students were indulged in a life of luxury, with little inclination for rigorous training. Regrettably, their purpose for visiting the academy was merely to embellish their noble status. As noon approached, the foot of the academy was bustling with people, and numerous soldiers armed with steel spears stood guard at the entrance, signaling the arrival of significant dignitaries. The verdant training grounds had already been prepared for combat, and a throng of spectators, clad in the academy's uniforms, surged forth. According to reliable intelligence, a battle was imminent, and a group fixated on the spectacle was placing bets. The sounds of betting filled the air, prompting a collective sigh from the 3 committee members seated above, as they lamented their aspirations for the academy's revival perhaps in another lifetime. Fortunately, there was Ye Hao, the last glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and an invisible aura of pressure began to radiate outward. At the foot of the mountain, a towering figure over 2 meters tall approached, followed by a group of similarly imposing individuals, each exceeding 2 meters in height, their broad shoulders as thick as a person's arm, and their chiseled chests glistening like marble under the sun. The moment had arrived. Dreaming Machine remained unfazed, and the 3 committee members exchanged knowing glances before donning professional smiles. "Master Hu Yin, it has been a while," the lead man greeted warmly, returning the courtesy. Chief Dreaming Machine, Vice by Bashan, and third seat Lin. I am honored to meet you. After acknowledging one another, they took their seats. What brings Master Huyen here today? Dreaming Machine inquired with a smile. Huyen Jun replied with a slight grin, stating, there is no specific directive. However, in a year's time, the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition will be held, and our Xiangjia sect aims for the championship. Behold, this is our championship lineup, led by my grandson, the most outstanding talent our sect has seen in years. I even hope he will become a titled Douluo. As he spoke, Huyen Jun pointed to the largest figure in the Xiangjia sect's ranks. Dreaming Machine remained speechless, pondering if becoming a titled Douluo was as simple as picking cabbage. The intention was clear. They intended to undermine the Tiando Royal Academy's prestige first, thus serving as a banner for the Xiangjia sect. Before long, Qin Ming led the 8 members of the Royal Combat Team forward. As the protagonist, Ye Hao was, of course, the last to make his entrance. This was a contest of 3 versus 3, and Ye Hao was assigned to the final position, taking his place in the prepared seating as everyone else settled in. Ye Hao cast a glance at the men from the elephant armor sect across from him. Their fierce countenances reminiscent of brutish figures, embodying the phrase brawn over brains. In this contest, Ye Hao had no need to take it to heart. Dealing with these hulking figures was child's play for him. Soon, Osro would take the first turn, and caution was imperative. Meanwhile, Qin Ming was meticulously strategizing, for the adversaries bore ill intentions. The Diamond Mammoth martial spirit ranked just below the Graphite and Stone Mill's Xuanwu Turtle in terms of defensive prowess among beast martial spirits, boasting formidable endurance but lacking in swiftness. Qin Ming had arranged for Osro, possessing the Ghost Leopard martial spirit, to take the stage first, followed by their captain, Yu Tianheng. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was the premier beast martial spirit in the world, and with Yu Tianheng wielding the highest soul power among the 8, he would manage effortlessly. Lastly, of course, was our protagonist, Ye Hao, a hidden boss whose true capabilities remained inscrutable to all. As a trump card, Ye Hao was expected to catch the Elephant Armor sect completely off guard. Before the battle commenced, Ye Hao, unperturbed, decided to address a personal matter on the periphery. Shortly after his departure, the 3 committee members and the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, Huyen Jun, rose from their seats, prompting the bustling crowd to fall into an immediate hush. Not far away, a lavish, exquisitely crafted carriage approached slowly, drawing the attention of the assembly. A young man, appearing to be around 21 or 22 with golden hair and an amiable demeanor, stepped down from the carriage, exuding an aura of nobility that was unmistakably innate. His arrival undoubtedly captivated the crowd. Among them, Shui Peng instinctively clenched his fists, his expression contorted in rage, yet he dared not reveal his emotions, choosing instead to blend into the throng, seemingly burdened by unspoken troubles. Your Highness, the 3 committee members and Huyen Jun respectfully bowed. The young man smiled warmly, akin to a gentle spring breeze, gesturing for them to rise. He then took his seat at the head of the assembly, observing with great interest. Let the contest begin, he declared, and with his words, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Huyen Jun's eyes sparkled with approval as he nodded towards the Elephant Armor sect. In the next moment, a massive figure from their ranks ascended the stage. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, an imposing aura enveloping the venue. Osro took a deep breath, steeling himself to confront the challenge ahead. Chapter 28. He resembles her. Exciting. After resolving his personal matters, Ye Hao hurried back to the arena, oblivious to the sudden presence of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, focused on the battle, failed to notice Ye Hao among the ranks of the Huangdo team. On the battlefield, Osro dashed through the fray, his spirit, the Ghost Leopard, transforming him into a streak of black lightning, relentlessly attacking the disciples of the Elephant Armor sect. As anticipated, the disciples displayed remarkable defensive capabilities. The Diamond Mammoth spirit, renowned for its formidable defense, was second only to the Xuanwu Turtle. Osro's powerful claw strikes fell upon them, yet the disciples remained steadfast as a mountain, suffering not a scratch, showcasing their robust defense. Soon after, the third spirit ring of the Elephant Armor disciple illuminated, ensnaring Osro in a gravitational force that rendered him immobile, struggling to stay upright. Witnessing this, Ye Hao shook his head slightly, sensing that Osro was on the verge of defeat. The opponent's third spirit ability resembled gravity manipulation, a significant threat to Osro, who was known for his speed, Predictably, Osro's form swiftly plummeted from the arena. Upon receiving the news, the members of the Huangdo team rushed to his side, carrying the injured Osro away, while Ye Lingling, with her 9-heart sea butterfly spirit, began to heal his wounds. On the stage, the 3 committee members wore expressions of despondency. Losing the first match was a considerable blow to their morale. In stark contrast, Hu Yinjin wore a triumphant grin, reveling in his victory. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, seated above, finally took note of Ye Hao and the Huangdo team. He paused, staring at Ye Hao as he tended to Osro's injuries, a sudden chill running through him. That face, that aura, and the glimmer of coldness in his eyes involuntarily reminded the Crown Prince of someone. Who was she? Who exactly is this individual? Head of the Dream Machine. Who could that be? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the Crown Prince turned to Mingxinji, inquiring further. Mingxinji replied respectfully, Your Highness. That is a student who recently joined the academy, brought in by teacher Qin Ming. His name is Ye Hao, and his spirit is the death magic spider, possessing innate full soul power with a 1,000-year second ring. Mingxinji spoke with pride, casting a disdainful glance at the bewildered Hu Yinjin. A 1,000-year second ring? Hu Yinjin pondered. Such a second ring, being 1,000 years old, was an extraordinary rarity among soul masters. It seemed that a fierce battle was imminent. With the situation shifting, Hu Yinjin subtly communicated with Hu Yanli, who was preparing to take the stage, as the captain of the Elephant Armor sect and Hu Yinjin's grandson. The second match would naturally be a contest of captains. Yu Tianheng had already taken the stage, and upon receiving Hu Yinjin's message, Hu Yanli felt a slight tremor in his heart, whispering to his teammate beside him. The individual nodded and took the place of Hu Yanli, directly confronting the challenge posed by the captain of the Huangdo team, Yu Tianheng. This action undoubtedly caused Qin Ming, present at the scene, to furrow his brows, as the opponent had not sent out their captain Hu Yanli, but instead a relatively unknown contender. Their maneuver was far from favorable. It was apparent they were targeting Ye Hao. Hu Yanli, as the successor of Hu Yinjun, was a well-known figure. Given that the roster had been submitted earlier, both teams had the liberty to switch members. However, per regulations, once a player has taken the field, that right is forfeited, a fact that Xiang Jiazong had astutely exploited. At this moment, Yu Tianheng stood alongside the substitute for Hu Yanli, and the outcome was already preordained. Ye Hao is about to face off against Hu Yanli. They intend for Hu Yanli to contend with Ye Hao. Qin Ming murmured softly and hurriedly turned to face Ye Hao. Ye Hao, endowed with innate full soul power, piqued the interest of the Death Prince, who had gleaned information about Ye Hao from the Dream God Machine, stirring within him a profound curiosity. The resemblance is striking. This individual, named Ye Hao, bears an uncanny likeness to her. Furthermore, he possesses innate full soul power, with his second soul ring being that of a millennium genius. Deep within the imperial palace, Xueqinghe was aware of certain circumstances and had heard of a prodigy arriving at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, which turned out to be none other than the person before her. The Death Demon Spider Martial Soul is vastly different from her own Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul. Although both belong to the same category, the distinctions between a Demon Spider and a Spider Emperor are monumental. Xueqinghe eagerly anticipated Ye Hao's performance, perhaps knowing that there exists someone remarkably similar to her, endowed with the Death Demon Spider Martial Soul, innate full soul power, and a millennium second ring genius, which would undoubtedly pique her interest. Such strikingly identical individuals are a rarity in this world, unless there exists some connection between them. Contemplating this, Xueqinghe furrowed her brow. It cannot be, it cannot be. He has never had siblings, let alone someone who is merely 11 years old. The timelines simply do not align. It seems that perhaps this is merely a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence. With a sense of intrigue, Xueqinghe continued to observe the unfolding battle. At this moment, the fight was nearing its conclusion. Yu Tianheng delivered a dragon punch to a disciple of the Elephant Armor sect. Feeling a gust of wind from the punch as the disciple spat out a mouthful of blood, and his heavy body suddenly collapsed off the stage. In the second match, the Heaven Do Royal Academy emerged victorious. As the referee announced the result, the previously somber atmosphere of the academy came alive with cheers and excitement, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Hu Yanli? Ye Hao learned from Qin Ming that the final battle would be a contest between himself and Hu Yanli. He cast a glance at Hu Yanli, who stood tall among the others. Was this not a light-hearted affair? Hu Yanli's martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, epitomized the pinnacle of defensive martial souls. Yet, no matter how resilient his martial soul might be. Could it rival the unparalleled hardness of the stone mill and graphite of the Xuanwu tortoise? Ye Hao's death spider spear has indeed pierced through the carapaces of both Shimo and Shimo. When it comes to tackling a muscle-bound brute like Huyin Li, it is merely a matter of whether I can strike true. Rest assured, Teacher Qin, I shall undoubtedly secure victory in the final battle. Ye Hao patted his chest and vowed, do not be careless. Huyin Li is the grandson of Hu Yinjin, and his strength should not be underestimated. If you lose, I shall have my grandfather speak with Hu Yinjin privately. The crowd responded, is that really necessary? We shouldn't involve the elders. Yi Lingling, exercise utmost caution. A simple phrase. Nothing more. Ye Hao, brimming with confidence, felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his entire being. In that moment, he cast aside any frivolity, adopting a solemn demeanor as he strode forward with the innate majesty of a king, confronting Huyin Li. Chapter 29. Could he truly be my brother? Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, recognizing that Ye Hao's expression was all too familiar. It was impossible. He was an only child. How could this be? As Huyin Li and Ye Hao prepared for their encounter, the referee announced, in the third match, Huyin Li will face Ye Hao. Both contestants have 1 minute to summon their martial spirits. No sooner had the words left the referee's lips than Huyin Li shed his outer garment, revealing his robust and exaggerated musculature. His martial spirit, the diamond mammoth, manifested, a layer of jagged yellow material shimmering with a golden sheen enveloping his muscles. Huyin Li's physique nearly doubled in size, and his upper lip curled to reveal formidable tusks, each measuring a foot in length. In the presence of Huyin Li, Ye Hao resembled a diminutive ant. Unwilling to indulge the blustering individual, Ye Hao summoned his 3 soul rings, which ascended gracefully beneath his feet. The extraordinary configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rendered the onlookers utterly astonished. Such a unique arrangement had never before graced the continent, and Ye Hao was undeniably its first possessor. From his back emerged 8 ebony spider spears, while a suit of black armor enveloped his chest and visage. With a pair of scarlet eyes fixated intently on Huyin Li, several smaller eyes beneath were in constant motion, and verdant tendrils sprouted at his feet, almost resembling the legs of a spider. Ye Hao had completed the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, transforming into a humanoid spider, standing menacingly with a ghastly countenance. As the virulent poison of the Death Spider Emperor began to pervade every corner of the arena, in light of Qin Ming's earlier words, Ye Hao refrained from employing the poison of the Death Spider Emperor. Behind Huyin Li, a diamond mammoth materialized silently, exuding a formidable aura. Yet, Ye Hao remained unaffected, as the Death Spider Emperor manifested behind him, radiating the regal presence of the Emperor among the demonic spider-type martial souls. The emergence of the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul left Xue Qinghe in a state of turmoil. Her breath quickened, and her eyes, bright with intensity, fixated on the Death Spider Emperor behind Ye Hao. This was no mere death demonic spider. It was the Death Spider Emperor. Xue Qinghe understood the essence of the Death Spider Emperor's aura better than anyone, for it was one of her mother's dual martial souls. Given that Bibi Dong had rarely taken action and had spent years as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, coupled with the records in Ye Hao's Soul Master Notebook detailing the Death Demonic Spider martial soul, it was evident that the Death Spider Emperor and the Death Demonic Spider bore no distinction, being of the same breed of demonic spider-type soul beasts. The Death Spider Emperor of Ye Hao bore an uncanny resemblance to her, aside from the differing soul rings. It was nearly impossible for Xue Qinghe to identify a single distinguishing feature. They seemed as though they were carved from the same mold. Xue Qinghe could perceive the essence, the expressions, and every movement of that woman. It was as if Ye Hao had been born of her, while she herself was merely an adopted child. This relationship prompted Xue Qinghe to quietly shake her head. It was impossible. She was an only child and had never heard of having a brother. Moreover, Ye Hao was merely fortunate to have awakened the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, coupled with innate full soul power. Nothing more, indeed, nothing more than that. With an insatiable curiosity bubbling within her, Xue Qinghe began to scrutinize every action Ye Hao would take next. The soul battle commenced. At the judge's command, Huyin Li surged forth like thunder, causing the ground to tremble violently as he raised his hand, his mountainous figure rapidly descending upon Ye Hao. Ye Hao narrowed his eyes slightly as the first soul ring beneath his feet began to rotate. His hands conjured 2 robust Death Spider Emperor spears. bracing himself against Hu Li's powerful punch. The ground beneath Ye Hao abruptly caved in, resembling a shattered web. Seizing the moment, Hu Li's soul ring glowed beneath his feet, enveloping his entire body in a layer of dark yellow armor, significantly enhancing his defenses. Ye Hao's figure flashed past, seizing the opportunity as he raised the Death Spider Emperor's spear high above his head and plunged it downward with ferocity. In that instant, the dark yellow armor coalescing on Hu Li's chest suddenly shattered, revealing a patch of deep purple-black beneath. It was a hair's breadth away. The Death Spider Emperor's spear was mere moments from piercing his very being. Hu Li was struck with horror, realizing that Ye Hao had evidently held back in that previous strike. This contest was merely a spar, devoid of any deep-seated enmity. There was no necessity to take each other's lives. However, this battle bore significant weight for both parties, and with the score tied at 1 apiece, victory had become their sole objective. Hu Yanjun had been observing Hu Li's performance intently from the beginning, and for reasons unbeknownst to him. An unexpected sense of defeat and helplessness surged within him, an invisible pressure nearly rendering him breathless. In the presence of Ye Hao, Hu Yanjun felt as though he were gazing upon the Pope himself. Indeed, it was that very aura of disdain for the world, a perception that regarded the powerful as mere ants, manifesting in the subtlety of the atmosphere. Ye Hao stood upright, undaunted by the formidable pressure exerted by Hu Yanli. In this moment, when he took things seriously, Ye Hao resembled a vessel of divine authority. Hu Yanli, taken aback, never anticipated that within the Tian-Do Royal Academy, which, aside from its royal title, had stringent admission requirements leading to a disparate array of students, there would exist a presence as formidable as Ye Hao. This scene resonated deeply with Xue Qinghe, who occupied the seat of honor. Their relationship had always been strained, and she recalled the first time she had called her mother. In that moment, her expression mirrored that of Ye Hao's now. As time passed, Xue Qinghe gradually found peace. Now, upon witnessing Ye Hao, she began to ponder the complexities of life. Could it be that she truly had a younger brother? In the arena, Hu Yanli, having gauged the situation earlier, adjusted his approach. The third soul ring beneath his feet, a millennium-old soul ring, illuminated with a solemn and weighty aura, rapidly spreading an overwhelming sense of pressure throughout the venue. Was he resorting to the same tactics once used against Asro to confront Ye Hao? Ye Hao lifted his head, and before him materialized the imposing figure of a diamond mammoth. Its robust front hooves descended with force, and in that very instant, a thunderous sound erupted, sending the entire Tian-Do Royal Academy into disarray, as if shaken by an earthquake. At that moment, countless hearts were gripped with trepidation, whether it be Qin Ming, the royal battle team, or the 3 committee members. Xue Qinghe held her breath, gazing upward in astonishment. She was about to speak, but quickly swallowed her words. The external spirit bone, 6-winged purple light wings, bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. Xue Qinghe fell into silence, contemplating how Ye Hao possessed the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, innate full soul power, and the external spirit bone, 6-winged purple light wings. From any perspective, Ye Hao was strikingly similar to her. Such coincidences were implausible. She had previously heard from Meng Xinji that Ye Hao was an orphan, raised in isolation. This raised her suspicions. The more one claimed innocence, the greater the suspicion. Ye Hao's remarkable appearance had caught Xue Qinghe off guard. Could it be that she and Ye Hao shared a deeper connection? Now that matters had reached this point, Xue Qinghe could no longer entertain any speculation regarding their relationship. What could escape her grasp, Ye Hao too had to conceal. It would be pointless otherwise. After years of opposition, Xue Qinghe had grown numb. The emergence of Ye Hao intrigued her, and she yearned to uncover the secrets that lay between them. If Ye Hao truly were her brother, how delightful that would be. Chapter 30. Greetings. I am Xue Qinghe, having had little family apart from her grandfather during her upbringing, her father deceased, and her mother indifferent. Xue Qinghe found herself inexplicably drawn to the suddenly appearing Ye Hao, especially at the moment when the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and the 6-winged purple light wings manifested. Having another relative, particularly a brother, was certainly preferable to solitude. With a smile, Xue Qinghe turned to Meng Xinji and said, Chief Meng Xinji, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for Ye Hao to join me in my carriage after this battle concludes. Meng Xinji, taken aback for a moment, promptly made the necessary arrangements. On the battlefield, Ye Hao skillfully evaded Hu Yanli's assault using the 6-winged purple light wings. Following this, his second soul ring suddenly illuminated, his hands enveloped in darkness as two venomous spider webs descended from above. Hu Yanli staggered and fell, his massive figure crashing to the ground, stirring clouds of dust. The two webs pinned Hu Yanli firmly to the earth, and in the next instant, the Death Spider Emperor's toxin spread throughout his body. Before the naked eye, Hu Yanli's form shifted from yellow to a deep purple-black. Victory was his. Ye Hao descended slowly, retracting the Death Spider Emperor's poison. Hu Yanli clutched his chest, his eyes wide with shock. With a soul power of 39, how could this child, merely 11 years old and already at 32, surpass him? Had all his years of cultivation been for naught? In the third match, Ye Hao emerged victorious, thereby establishing the Douluo Royal Academy as the ultimate champion. The referee promptly declared the outcome of the battle. Douluo Royal Academy had triumphed. The victory was undoubtedly unexpected for the scions of the academy. As the crowd exhibited a range of emotions, many lamented their losses, some had lost their investments, and a few were on the verge of losing their very garments. Such occurrences had become commonplace, and the three committee members had resigned themselves to the situation. For now, the Royal Combat Team was the primary focus of the Douluo Royal Academy, particularly Ye Hao, who warranted special attention for cultivation. As the battle concluded, Xue Qinghe cast a glance at Ye Hao, who was celebrating with the Royal Combat Team, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his eyes, silently wishing that he truly was his brother. He then turned and walked towards the carriage. Meng Xinji and the others bid farewell to Xue Qinghe as he boarded the carriage. What does His Highness mean by this? Bai Baoshan could not help but inquire. Recognizing that Xue Qinghe had a penchant for gathering talent, and Ye Hao's abilities were indisputable, it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of a titled Douluo. Meng Xinji sighed softly, pondering that the intentions of His Highness were beyond the comprehension of those in servitude. I shall summon Ye Hao. You all should see off Master Hu Yan, for he is in dire need of comfort at this moment. Hu Yanjin looked forlorn. Bai Baoshan and Ji Lin exchanged smiles, having entered the arena with confidence, only to leave in disgrace. The scornful gazes of the Douluo Royal Academy's elite upon them as the members of the armor sect departed in humiliation. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Xinji arrived at the resting quarters of the Royal Combat Team. Chief Meng Xinji, he said with a beaming smile, nodding in acknowledgement before addressing the crowd. I appreciate everyone's hard work this time. Following this event, I shall petition His Majesty to commend you all. Teacher Qin, your contributions have not gone unnoticed. Qin Ming smiled silently, knowing that had it not been for Ye Hao's timely intervention in the final battle, it would likely have been the Douluo Royal Academy facing humiliation at this moment. Meng Xinji turned to Ye Hao, his expression serious. Xiao Hao, please accompany me. There is someone who wishes to meet you. Ye Hao, the chief of Dream Machinery, that person is. Ye Hao inquired with confusion. The Dream Machine feigned mystery, saying, You shall discover it upon your arrival. A distinguished individual descends, and your ascent to greatness is but a fleeting moment away. Upon hearing this, myriad images flashed through Ye Hao's mind. A distinguished individual? Could it possibly be the Snowy Night Emperor himself? The notion of soaring to prominence held little allure for Ye Hao. He found far greater joy in the freedom of his own existence. Ye Hao followed Meng Xinji into a dense forest, where his eyes were immediately drawn to a lavish and exquisite carriage, seemingly crafted from pure gold. Under the sun's rays, the carriage shimmered with a radiant golden glow. For reasons unknown, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Was it emanating from the carriage? Xiao Hao, that person is already inside the carriage. You may enter directly. I shall take my leave now, Meng Xinji said hurriedly before departing. As Ye Hao observed Meng Xinji's retreating figure, a lingering doubt gnawed at him, leaving him with an unspoken exclamation of frustration. Ye Hao's gaze was fixed upon the opulent carriage ahead, enveloped by an eerie silence. The wind chimes before the carriage chimed melodiously, and even the air was infused with warmth. Taking a deep breath, Ye Hao approached cautiously, stepping carefully toward the carriage. Since he had arrived, he might as well enter. The gentle and refined voice of Xue Qinghe resonated from within. In an instant, Ye Hao felt a pang of disappointment. Why was it not the young lady? Observing the ornate style of the carriage, he believed the likelihood of encountering her within was considerable. With a heart heavy with despondency, Ye Hao parted the curtain and summoned his courage to step inside. The interior of the carriage was vast. At the apex sat Xue Qinghe regally on a golden throne, surrounded by an array of fruits and candied delicacies. A goblet of ruby-red wine exuded a delightful aroma, harmonizing with the carriage's intrinsic fragrance. And Ye Hao was instantly enveloped in a sense of tranquility and elation. Ye Hao awkwardly greeted. Xue Qinghe smiled faintly and gestured for Ye Hao to take a seat beside her. Thank you. For a moment, the carriage fell into an unsettling silence, leaving Ye Hao perplexed about the identity of this person and uncertain about how to initiate a conversation. If she were a young lady, Ye Hao would certainly take the lead. What is your name, miss? How old are you? Where do you reside? Are you betrothed? To which Qian Renxue replied, I am your sister. Ye Hao, why was I not aware of this? Dear sir, what brings you to seek me? Ye Hao spoke weakly, yearning for a swift release, eager to seek out Miss Yi Lingling. Being in the company of a large man made him feel profoundly uncomfortable, intensified by the presence of a stranger. Xue Qinghe, I truly wish to confront you in my true form, to see if you remain indifferent to me. Ye Hao, Xue Qinghe took a sip of the exquisite wine and introduced himself. I am Xue Qinghe, but you may call me Brother Xue. Ye Hao, am I mistaken? What did you say? Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe slowly enunciated, ensuring that Ye Hao did not mishear. Xue Qinghe. Ye Hao instinctively shifted his rear slightly backward. Was this a jest? How could this unfamiliar sister possibly be seeking him out? Had he inadvertently revealed himself? Chapter 31, Brother Xue. Ye Hao gazed at Xue Qinghe with renewed intensity, his previously languid demeanor replaced by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Before him, Xue Qinghe appeared as a veritable treasure trove, a veritable mountain of gold and silver. Xue Qinghe offered a subtle smile, refilling her cup with exquisite wine before extending it towards Ye Hao. Ye Hao waved his hand, declining politely, stating that he was still young and not of age to indulge in alcohol. Xue Qinghe smiled, his refined and elegant demeanor radiating warmth. Indeed, younglings ought not to partake in such vices. He then proceeded to consume the wine in one swift motion, steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. The recent battle was truly remarkable. I have witnessed it myself. Those 6 wings extending from your back, are they not external soul bones? From whence did they originate? Ye Hao was taken aback, pondering why she had sought him out and why he had failed to notice it beforehand. Recently, someone had stepped away for a moment. Indeed, as Brother Xue Qinghe had asserted, that was undoubtedly his external spirit bone, extracted from a millennium-old purple-winged demon spider that he had acquired not long ago. Oh, the purple-winged demon spider. Xue Qinghe nodded to herself, recognizing that it originated from the spider Empress, a curious connection between them. Increasingly perplexed, Xue Qinghe couldn't fathom how there could be 2 individuals so strikingly similar in appearance. It defied logic. System, are you questioning me on the basis of science? Although Xue Qinghe had not shared a good relationship with her during childhood, one undeniable truth remained. She was indeed Xue Qinghe's mother. It was unclear what circumstances had led her mother to ignore her completely, even denying her the chance to utter the word mother. Gazing at Ye Hao, Xue Qinghe found herself involuntarily reminded of her, truly invoking memories as they came. Ye, dear brother, who are your parents? Where is your home? Ye Hao narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that she was probing me. Perhaps due to her deathly spider emperor martial soul and the external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wings. Brother Xue, I have been an orphan since childhood. My parents tragically perished at the hands of wolf bandits. Observing Ye Hao's dejected demeanor, Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, stirred by his emotions. The deathly spider emperor martial soul of Ye Hao is undoubtedly accurate. Her martial soul is something Xue Qinghe understands better than anyone else. Although the external soul bone provides an explanation in relation to the deathly spider emperor martial soul, who can truly convey to Xue Qinghe that Ye Hao's visage is indeed chiseled, bearing an uncanny resemblance to her own. Otherwise, Xue Qinghe would not have nearly been led to such a belief upon their very first encounter. Ye Hao is her biological child, while she herself is an adopted one. I apologize for touching upon your painful memories. Xue Qinghe expressed his regret. Ye Hao, displaying wisdom beyond her years, shook her head gently, assuring that after so many years, she had come to terms with certain matters. May I inquire as to the reason for your highness's summons? Xue Qinghe offered a slight smile, exuding an air of elegance, complemented by a resplendent garment of golden satin that radiated charisma. Sitting opposite her, Ye Hao's heart involuntarily began to race. She was no ordinary individual. No, there is nothing of great importance, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile. Referring to me as your highness seems rather distant. After all, you are a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, and indeed, the future hope of the Tiando Empire. As the crown prince, I shall rely on you in the days to come. When I ascend to the throne, I must ensure to support your endeavors. Here, with no one else present. While you may address me as your highness in public, in private, I am your senior. So, I implore you, call me Brother Shui. Brother Shui? Ye Hao remained composed, gritting his teeth. Brother Shui. All right, Brother Ye. Ye Hao felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. The prince before him was certainly not to be underestimated. The spirit hall wielded immense power, and her placement in the position of prince was undoubtedly a significant maneuver orchestrated by the spirit hall. As for Shui Qinghe, he represented a crucial piece on this grand chessboard. The secret of Ye Hao's dual martial souls is known only to him, remaining undisclosed to anyone else. Thanks to the prior system's intervention, not only was Bibi Dong's martial soul simulated, but her appearance was also rendered with perfect fidelity, rendering Ye Hao strikingly similar to her. Those who have encountered her might easily associate Ye Hao with Bibi Dong. Shui, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. My teammates are awaiting my return, Ye Hao said. Shui Qinghe smiled and nodded. Go ahead, young brother Ye. I have heard from the 3 committee members that soon your Imperial battle team will depart from the Tiando Royal Academy to embark on your journey in the Douluo Continent. Indeed, gaining more experience is beneficial. Remember to assist me in the future, and I shall ensure you are amply rewarded with high office and wealth. Whenever you find leisure, feel free to visit me in the palace. I shall always be here. With that, Shui Qinghe extended his hand behind him, retrieving a golden token and tossing it to Ye Hao. Instinctively, Ye Hao grasped the token, which glimmered in the sunlight, crafted from solid gold, imparting a sense of weightiness in his palm. The only inscription on the token read Shui. Shui Qinghe continued, this token is possessed solely by me within the entire palace. Should you ever find yourself troubled or burdened by thoughts with no one to confide in, the palace gates shall always be open to you. Ye Hao carefully tucked away the hefty token. It appeared that the likelihood of Shui Qinghe seeking to ally with him was quite substantial. Moreover, she possessed an inherent desire for conquest. Shui Qinghe's interest in Ye Hao stemmed from 2 primary factors. Firstly, Ye Hao's formidable death spider emperor martial soul, and secondly, his striking resemblance to someone she held in high regard. Additionally, Ye Hao piqued Shui Qinghe's interest. From their earlier conversation, she could almost ascertain that he was concealing something. Everyone harbors their own little secrets, and with that in mind, Shui Qinghe chose not to press further. There would be ample opportunities to engage with Ye Hao in the future, so there was no need to linger on fleeting moments. Goodbye, Brother Shui. Ye Hao waved his hand, bidding farewell to Shui Qinghe inside the carriage. Farewell, Brother Ye. Do not forget our promise, Shui Qinghe said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he peered through the window, exuding a warm and amiable demeanor. As he watched Ye Hao depart, Shui Qinghe's smile faded, and his expression suddenly turned serious. Young master, this Ye Hao bears an uncanny resemblance to. Just then, a figure emerged from behind the nearby trees. A man wielding a snake spear, whispering conspiratorially beside the carriage. Shui Qinghe remarked, it is indeed striking, is it not? The snake spearman nodded silently, marveling at the extraordinary likeness. Even he, an elder, felt a sense of embarrassment at the resemblance. Upon seeing Ye Hao, the snake spearman nearly mistook him for Bibi Dong herself. There was no denying that Bibi Dong was the most distinguished among all the popes, and the recent advancements of the Spirit Hall were undeniably attributed to her formidable tactics. Should we inform Her Holiness the Pope of this matter? I believe she would find it quite intriguing, the snake spearman suggested. However, Shui Qinghe waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need. I have a bond with Brother Ye. Since he regards me as an elder brother, I must fulfill the responsibilities that come with that title. Chapter 32. Two-faced and double-tongued at the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy, Shui Qinghe sat within the carriage. What? My father wants me to hurry back to the palace? Yes, it seems the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has also arrived. Very well, I understand. Inside the carriage, Shui Qinghe rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Over the years, she had gradually acclimated to her status as the crown prince, but inevitably, she faced a relentless tide of state affairs daily, all while guarding against the potential exposure of her identity. Particularly concerning was Ning Fengji, that old fox, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, who had an uncanny ability to read people and happened to be Shui Qinghe's mentor. In fact, aside from the Emperor Shui Yi, Ning Fengji was likely the person she interacted with most frequently. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao stood atop a cliff, watching the carriage recede into the distance. Phew, Xue has finally departed. This woman is truly no ordinary person. Does this mean we have effectively joined the spirit hall? Ye Hao patted his chest and let out a deep sigh. It was indeed a fact that Xue had drawn him closer. Among all the aspects that captivated Xue, undoubtedly, it was Ye Hao's appearance and his death spider emperor martial soul. Fortunately, Ye Hao's soul-devouring spider emperor had not been exposed. Otherwise, no amount of immersion in the sea would cleanse his reputation. Xue inquired, "What is your relationship with her?" Ye Hao. Bibi Dong. Ye Hao placed the token gifted by Xue in the palm of his hand, feeling its weight bearing down on him, filling him with a profound sense of turmoil. Should he seek her out or refrain from doing so? This dilemma plagued his thoughts. Should he go, or should he abstain? It is often said that Xue is the most beautiful woman in the Douluo world, yet regrettably, he could not behold her true visage today. There will be ample time in the future for such encounters, with 2 years remaining until the grand tournament of elite soul masters across the continent. The primary team of the Tiando Royal Academy is the Imperial Fighting Team, to which Ye Hao belongs, possessing direct access to the finals. In other words, the Imperial Fighting Team is exempt from the series of preliminary rounds and eliminations, a privilege afforded to the son of the organizer. Historically, the Tiando region has seldom claimed victory in the Elite Soul Master Tournament, often yielding to the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire. This year, the royal family places considerable emphasis on the competition, as the Imperial Fighting Team boasts a prodigy worthy of focused cultivation. During his 3 months at the academy, Ye Hao has encountered numerous experiences and grown accustomed to various happenings. He has always maintained a respectful attitude towards the guidance of Teacher Qin and the 3 committee members. If Ye Hao recalls correctly, Teacher Qin is soon to lead the Imperial Fighting Team away from the Tiando Royal Academy, their ultimate destination being Soto City. Having originated from Shrek Academy, it is reasonable to anticipate an impending contest between Shrek Academy and the Imperial Fighting Team. Over the years, apart from residing in Nodding City, Ye Hao has discreetly observed the true character of Tang San, the protagonist, to discern whether he embodies the duplicitous nature as described in previous lives. He recalls an incident when Xiao Wu ventured out alone and, accustomed to being called Sister Xiao Wu at the academy, ended up being bullied by a formidable external soul master, returning to the academy in tears. This event transpired in Holy Soul Village, where a promise was exchanged between a person and a rabbit, proclaiming sisterly bonds. At that moment, Ye Hao found the sentiment rather nauseating and hurried back to Nodding City, fearing further complications might arise. That night, Tang San was absent from the dormitory, and by the next day, the assailant had vanished. Indeed, it was the same external soul master who had tormented Xiao Wu, and it is said that this incident alarmed the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City. Due to the perpetrator's exceptionally skilled methods, no evidence was left at the scene. The only suspicious detail was the wound at the center of the deceased's forehead, which, as investigations revealed, was inflicted by a steel-like object that penetrated directly through the skull, resulting in an inexplicable resolution of the case. Ye Hao could only recall the following day when Xiao Wu affectionately called out to her third brother, her eyes sparkling with admiration, a sentiment even Wang Sheng and others could discern. In their eyes, the bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San was simply one of camaraderie. Given that they had always shared the same space, such an emotional connection seemed quite natural. However, to Ye Hao, it was evident that apart from Tang San, no one else could execute such a feat. The concealed weaponry and silent darts were skills he had witnessed Tang San employ before, leaving no room for alternative suspects in his mind. From that moment on, Ye Hao intentionally distanced himself from Tang San and Xiao Wu. Despite Tang San's repeated attempts to reconcile, Ye Hao's response was genuine. He chose to ignore him entirely and departed as if nothing had transpired. This infuriated Tang San, who, had it not been for the master's advice to maintain cordial relations with Ye Hao, might have acted differently. He had never humbled himself in such a manner before. It was one thing to inflict pain upon others, but why must one endure such treatment? The dual martial souls, the Haotian hammer, such power seemed squandered. Tang San's duplicity, a facade in public while harboring a different reality, only added to Ye Hao's resolve. As for the ice and fire yin yang eye, Ye Hao decided to claim all the celestial herbs within. Fortunately, Yin Jia was on his team, and dealing with the old poison master would be manageable. The ice and fire yin yang eye, a place where the old poison master attained his title as a Douluo, boasted a uniquely favorable geographic environment, abundant with rich celestial herbs. Now, with Douluo Yin as his ally, the old poison master could hardly refuse her granddaughter's requests. Nevertheless, Ye Hao was in no rush to venture there. The celestial herbs would remain in place, as they would not sprout legs and flee. There was no urgency. Soto City, Shrek Academy, and the Shrek 7 monsters. Before long, they would reunite. Ye Hao reminisced about 3 months prior when the master had summoned him to the office, imploring him earnestly to enroll in Shrek Academy. The tone of his command was unmistakable, as if to convey, "You must go, whether you wish to or not. Your path leads to Shrek Academy." Ye Hao was well aware of what Shrek Academy entailed. It was only after a surge of determination that he made his way to Heaven-Do City, where he eventually encountered Qin Ming. Through Qin Ming's introduction, he joined the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, thus becoming acquainted with the members of the royal fighting team. It was no wonder that Ye Hao felt this way. The master had adopted an air of superiority, and while his admonitions might resonate with Tang San, for Ye Hao, it felt overtly coercive. Imagine if someone suggested that you attend an obscure academy under duress. Your reaction would likely be even more vehement than Ye Hao's. After bidding farewell to Shueqinghe, Ye Hao steadied his restless heart, carefully stowing away the token before meandering towards the dormitory. In just a few days, he would be heading to Soto City, and there were essential preparations to be made in advance. Chapter 33. Only those with thick skin can conquer the world. The Royal Academy of Heaven-Do sprawled over a vast expanse. As Ye Hao wandered, he chanced upon a pavilion where he encountered Yi Lingling, who was seated serenely amidst a picturesque setting adorned with blooming flowers. Yi Lingling's 9 hearts sea butterfly spirit, a plant-type auxiliary spirit, found this environment to be the most conducive for cultivation. Upon noticing Ye Hao's arrival, she retracted her 9 heart sea butterfly spirit, and the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings at her feet dissipated. She regarded Ye Hao with a tranquil demeanor, and the two exchanged no words. Ye Hao, with a bold demeanor, seated himself beside Yi Lingling, who exhibited a distinctly frosty attitude towards him. As he sat there, he could genuinely feel a chilling aura emanating from her. "SSSSSS, Sister Lingling, are you all alone here? Isn't it rather dull? Would you like your little brother to keep you company?" Yi Lingling cast a fleeting glance at Ye Hao, opting to disregard him, remaining silent and exuding an air of serene indifference. "Ye Hao, yesterday on the carriage," Yi Lingling suddenly remarked. "Nothing transpired yesterday. Please do not misunderstand." Ye Hao, there is a hint of a frown. Vaguely, Ye Hao recalls that during their time in the carriage, it seemed someone had touched him, and something warm was cradled beneath his head. Casting a glance at the blushing Yi Lingling, Ye Hao understood immediately. He then positioned his head once more with precision upon Yi Lingling's slender, elongated thigh, a pure and innocent smile gracing his face as he gazed up at her already flushed cheeks. Truly, she was a sight to behold, and youth allowed for such liberties. "What are you doing? Hurry and move away." Yi Lingling spoke with a hint of anxiety, her tranquil gaze betraying a trace of unease. Her face flushed with a delicate blush, and a modicum of shyness lingered in her eyes, an expression that Ye Hao had never witnessed before. It seemed that the usually icy and aloof Miss Yi Lingling could exhibit such vulnerability. "Sister, I am weary." Yi Lingling, how shameless. "Sister, considering my contributions to the academy, would you kindly allow me to rest my head for a while?" Ye Hao was notorious for his thick skin within the ranks of the Imperial battle team. Noticing the absence of others, Yi Lingling rolled her eyes at Ye Hao, then shut her beautiful eyes tightly, unwilling to gaze upon this unabashed individual any longer. The following morning, a grand and exquisitely decorated carriage came to a halt at the foot of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. This day marked the commencement of their expedition to the Douluo Continent, led by Qin Ming and the Imperial battle team. Under the personal supervision of the 3 committee members, the Imperial battle team was seen off as the carriage slowly departed. Inside the carriage, Qin Ming unfurled a map of the Heaven-Do Empire, diligently marking locations and their ultimate destination. Ye Hao scrutinized the surroundings, and indeed, it was Soto City. Qin Ming retracted his signal pen and glanced at the 8 companions, advising, "Our ultimate destination is Soto City, a place for which I once toiled tirelessly. Along the way, we shall traverse numerous locations. Thus, I urge everyone to be prepared for battle at any moment." Outside, the circumstances differ greatly from those within the academy. A multitude of unforeseen events may transpire. The group nodded in unison, internalizing Qin Ming's words. Upon noticing Ye Hao, Qin Ming paused slightly. Xiao Hao, why do you appear so unwell? Are you feeling ill? The others turned their attention to Ye Hao, who looked pale, his lips pursed as if on the verge of retching. Xiao Hao, if memory serves me well, you tend to suffer from motion sickness, Du Gu Yin reminded gently. Ye Hao nodded with difficulty, cursing the wretched carriage. During his initial journey from the nodding Academy of Soul Masters to the hunting Soul Forest, he spent a grueling day and a half aboard that very carriage, attending to all his basic needs within its confines. Unlike his previous world, the Douluo Continent lacked automobiles and similar modes of transportation, and it was from that moment onward that Ye Hao developed a profound aversion to carriages. Yi Lingling cast a fleeting glance at Ye Hao, and it appeared that the lad was not merely pretending, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In the presence of many onlookers, she extended her delicate hand to embrace Ye Hao's head, gently resting it upon her lap, while her fragrant fingers caressed his hair. The spectators were taken aback, with several gentlemen discreetly giving Ye Hao a thumbs up, exclaiming silently, "Impressive, my brother." As for Du Guyan, she stared in disbelief at Yi Lingling, questioning if this was truly the aloof and regal woman she had always known. Qin Ming, witnessing this scene, merely cleared his throat and then picked up a book to read, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Ye Hao, who lay on Yi Lingling's lap. What a lad! If only I possessed your audacity, I wouldn't be facing the plight of being single, he mused, resolving to have a conversation with the young man at the earliest opportunity. Ye Hao felt a surge of delight as he observed the disdainful gazes of those around him. As a man himself, he couldn't help but ponder why they appeared so refined. Sister Yan, is your esteemed father available? Ye Hao spoke in a daze. Du Guyan nodded and replied, indeed. He has been in the Sunset Forest for some time. I once invited him to serve as an advisor for the Royal Academy of Tiando. But my grandfather has an eccentric temperament and acts solely according to his own preferences. He may not even heed the words of his own granddaughter. Why do you inquire about him? Could it be that you are already prepared to seek him as your master? At these words, the crowd was taken aback. Their gazes fixated on Ye Hao, who was resting on Yi Lingling's lap, their expressions filled with envy. It is worth noting that Du Guyan's grandfather, Du Gubo, is renowned across the continent as the poisoned Douluo. To be designated as a titled Douluo is an exceedingly rare honor, let alone to be accepted as a disciple. Unfortunately, the old poison master has always preferred solitude, with a temperament as peculiar as his. Seeking him as a mentor is indeed as challenging as ascending to the heavens. There have been many who have tried, yet few have succeeded. Ye Hao wore a faint smile tinged with bitterness as he replied, I have no intention of doing so for the time being. Du Guyan retorted, you waste my affections, thinking that once you became my grandfather's disciple, we would be akin to family. It seems my kindness towards you was in vain. Look, you swiftly turned to embrace Yi Lingling instead. However, this young man is indeed formidable, capable of making Yi Lingling react in such a manner. Is this truly the same Lingling I know? Yi Lingling interjected, do not misunderstand. I merely feel pity for him, all alone and forlorn. Ye Hao smiled faintly and remarked, old poison, while casting a glance at Du Guyan. He quickly corrected himself, saying, the environment where Senior Dugu resides is quite pleasant. There are certain items I intend to procure from there, and I assure you, those items will be sufficient to benefit everyone for a lifetime. What items? Du Guyan scratched his head, perplexed. How come I am unaware of this? Ye Haobai cast a glance at Du Guyan, speechless, and remarked, if even the old poison master is unaware, how could you possibly know? Du Guyan responded with a shocked expression, rolled up her sleeves, and boldly stepped forward, declaring, 3 days without a beating and the house will be turned upside down. As Ye Hao sensed the peril, he swiftly evaded from Yi Lingling's embrace, hastily pushing open the carriage door. With a flourish, his 6-winged violet light wings unfurled, and with a vigorous shake, he ascended into the air just moments before Du Guyan could seize him. Sister Yan, you will drive me to madness. Du Guyan retorted, you rascal. Chapter 34. Only accepting monstrosities, not ordinary people in the imperial palace of Tiando City, Shui Qinghe, weary after a day of meetings, secured the doors and windows, drawing the curtains tightly. Once assured of solitude, he delicately pressed his immaculate hand against his face. A mask was quietly removed, revealing a flawless visage beneath, golden hair cascading down his back, exquisite features akin to an angel descended from the heavens. With his original appearance restored, Qian Renxue let out a deep sigh. Being the crown prince was no easy task. Indeed, The duties of a crown prince were burdensome. Consumed by the affairs of state and frequently attending significant events, such as the previous day's engagement at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Curled up within his lavish golden silk quilt, he stared blankly at the opulent ceiling above, lost in thought. Ever since his encounter with Ye Hao the day before, Qian Rinxue's mind inexplicably fixated on that strikingly similar countenance. With a sigh, he pondered, has Ye Hao already departed? In a discreet corner of the room, a shadowy figure emerged, bowing respectfully to Qian Rinxue. Young master, Ye Hao has left the Royal Academy of Tiando, heading towards Soto City. Soto City? Qian Rinxue mused, momentarily taken aback. What is his purpose there? In her recollection, Soto City, though a small town, was renowned for its grain exports, supplying the majority of military provisions across the Douluo Continent. The shadow responded, young master, according to my inquiries, Qin Ming from the Royal Academy of Tiando hails from the Shrek Academy in Soto City. Shrek Academy? Qian Rinxue echoed softly. What sort of institution is this? She pressed further, as no memories of Shrek Academy surfaced in her mind. Could it be an obscure academy of little renown? The shadow continued. The founder of Shrek Academy is Flander, one of the original members of the Golden Iron Triangle. The academy upholds the philosophy of only accepting monstrosities, not ordinary people. Only accepting monstrosities, not ordinary people? A faint smile graced Qian Rinxue's lips as she stroked her smooth chin, murmuring, how intriguing. Such audacity. Keep a close watch on Ye Hao's movements. Should there be the slightest stir, inform me at once. As the voice of Qian Rinxue faded, the shadow bowed slightly before gradually vanishing from sight. Once the shadow had departed, Qian Rinxue slowly rose, moving behind the curtain, her graceful form becoming increasingly revealed as her garments slipped away. Meanwhile, far beyond the outskirts of Soto City lay a desolate village, a solitary hamlet nestled in the wilderness, marked by a sign at its entrance emblazoned with the 5 characters of Shrek Academy. Indeed, Shrek Academy, the alma mater of Qin Ming, was nothing more than an unlicensed and disreputable institution. Enrolling required 10 gold soul coins, with no guarantee of acceptance, and should one be rejected, no refunds were offered. What difference was there from robbery? Adhering to a philosophy of admitting only monsters while rejecting mediocrity, such an academy was a peculiar place, worthy of contemplation. In the hazy twilight, within the office of the Shrek Academy's principal, 2 figures engaged in a late-night discussion. The first stage of training for the little monsters had finally concluded. Xiaojing, do you have any plans moving forward? Inquired Flander, a man with crystal glasses, a hawkish visage, and a thick beard. As the founder and principal of Shrek Academy, Flander lamented the dire financial state of the institution, nearly reaching a point of utter depletion. Opposite him sat the master, who had exerted considerable effort to facilitate Ye Hao's entry into Shrek Academy. However, Ye Hao remained oblivious, disregarding the master's words entirely. While he had outwardly shown respect to the master, acknowledging him as an elder, Ye Hao's attitude revealed his disdain. Clearly, he looked down upon him. The master remarked, I plan to take them to the Soto Great Spirit Arena in a few days. As spirit masters, combat is indispensable. Flander's eyes gleamed with excitement. That's excellent news. Yet, beneath the surface, he entertained ulterior motives, as victories in the Great Spirit Arena could yield considerable gold soul coin rewards, and during team battles, one could potentially reap substantial gains through betting. Observing the drool collect at the corner of Flander's mouth, the master cleared his throat and added, Xiaosan and Mu Bai should be ready for this stage as well. You merely need to prepare your purse. Flander chuckled. Ah, you truly understand me. He continued, by the way, Xiaojing, there is something I have been meaning to ask you. In your last letter, you mentioned that besides Tang San and Xiao Wu, there were 3 others preparing to enter Shrek Academy. What about the third one? Upon hearing this, the master's expression darkened, his hand inadvertently tightening into a fist. That child is named Ye Hao. He possesses innate full soul power and wields the Death Spider Emperor as his martial soul. Previously, he attended the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy alongside Tang San and the others. I had urged him to join Shrek Academy, but he was utterly unyielding, claiming he looked down upon our institution as a mere gathering of waste. Ultimately, he left the academy abruptly the day before graduation. Truly, he is a piece of rotten wood. Beyond refinement, the master concluded his remarks with a sharp retort, leaving little kindness for Ye Hao. Flander, upon hearing this, was equally incensed, furiously pounding the table. Humph! Such a boorish young man. What is wrong with our Shrek Academy? We possess a top-tier training facility, an exceptional faculty, and the strategic prowess of our dean. Ye Hao must truly be blind. His absence would be preferable, but should he arrive, I shall ensure that Zhao Wujing administers a thorough lesson. The master waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. Let us not speak of him. Mentioning him only stirs my ire. Little San has shown commendable progress recently, though the only drawback is that his external spirit bone has yet to truly merge with him. Nonetheless, there should be no significant issues with its daily use. Little San possesses considerable talent, and with his father being the titled Douluo, Shrek Academy now has a formidable ally. Flander, brimming with pride, propped his legs on the desk, grinning broadly at the pile of gold soul coins within the drawer. The master shook his head, exasperated. Do not celebrate prematurely. True, Little San's father is the Haotian Douluo, but do not forget his identity. If the Spirit Hall were to discover it, I fear for the future of our Shrek Academy. I know. Rest assured. I have this confidentiality matter well in hand, Flander replied. The master continued, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition is just over 2 years away. What are your plans? At this point, Flander fell into silence. Chapter 35. The first bloodshed to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. One must be affiliated with a prestigious Soul Master Academy. Institutions like Shrek, being mere upstarts, likely do not even meet the entry requirements. In the dim evening light, after 2 days of travel, the Royal Fighting Team finally arrived at their transit station en route to Soto City, Silva City. They would spend the night here before continuing their journey the following day. Ye Hao was assigned to share a room with Yu Tianheng. Seated alone by the balcony, he gazed at the bustling night market before him, a profound yearning swelling within his heart. Ah, Tianheng has gone to find Sister Yan. Such is the bliss of young love. Yet, he pondered, where might his destined soulmate be? The anticipation is truly palpable. As the hour was still early and sleep eluded him, Ye Hao decided to venture downstairs. He approached the room where Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin were staying and gently knocked on the door. Click. In a moment, Yi Lingling opened the door. Surprised to see Ye Hao. Is there something you need? She inquired. Yi Lingling inquired softly. Ye Hao glanced around the room and asked, Are you the only one here? Is there a problem? Yi Lingling, neither warm nor cold, continued. Yu Tianheng has gone on a private date with Dugu Yin. As Dugu Yin's roommate, I find myself alone in the room, just like Ye Hao, a fellow wanderer in this world. Should we take a stroll? Who knows where Tianheng is? I suspect he is likely enjoying his time with Yin. Yi Lingling cast a sidelong glance at Ye Hao, and it happened that one could certainly take a stroll to refresh the mind. Together, they exited the inn, walking along the bustling and vibrant streets, where the flow of vehicles and the throngs of people were ceaseless. Ye Hao and Yi Lingling walked hand in hand. At first, Yi Lingling felt a bit hesitant, but upon reflection, she realized that Ye Hao was merely an 11-year-old child. What ill intentions could a young heart possibly harbor? Ye Hao appeared as if he were a seasoned traveler, meandering through winding paths, exploring every delightful spot along the way. As dusk approached, he and Yi Lingling settled onto a bench in front of a grand edifice. Yi Lingling, nursing her weary legs, shot a glance of exasperation at Ye Hao, wondering how he still brimmed with vigor, seemingly unsatisfied with their day's adventures. Ye Hao smiled faintly, taking a brief respite with Yi Lingling. Just as he was about to rise and depart, he noticed a few disheveled, boisterous men staggering out, their clothes in tatters, clutching empty bottles of liquor in their hands. Ye Hao and Yi Lingling exchanged a glance, both opting to disregard the situation. It was better to avoid unnecessary troubles. They believed that provoking others was an act of folly, especially in light of Shrek Academy's advocacy that those who refrain from causing trouble are mediocre. Ye Hao held a deep disdain for this notion, reasoning that if one had not been wronged, then to instigate conflict was nothing short of self-degradation. As Ye Hao and Yi Lingling brushed past these individuals and took but a few steps, they were suddenly encircled by several burly men, leaving them with no escape. Instantly, the expressions of Ye Hao and Yi Lingling darkened, realizing the precariousness of their situation. Before they could utter a word, one of the giants extended his massive hand, attempting to pull Yi Lingling into his embrace, his eyes glinting with insatiable greed. A piercing scream shattered the air as Ye Hao, his face devoid of emotion and his demeanor icy, seized the man's wrist and applied a gentle yet firm pressure. With a resounding crack, the giant crumpled to the ground. Howling in agony, his wrist throbbing with pain that sent violent tremors through his body, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Sister, we must hasten our departure, Ye Hao urged, swiftly pulling Ye Lingling along. However, before they could flee more than a few meters, a formidable sense of oppression surged towards them from behind, compelling Ye Hao and Ye Lingling to separate and swiftly evade the impending threat. The assailants unleashed their respective martial spirits, their robust physiques transforming as their muscles bulged, and a thick, metallic scent of blood began to emanate from them. Ye Haolin, undaunted in the face of peril, felt the three great spirit rings beneath his feet illuminate. The Death Spider Emperor enveloped him, encased in black armor, with 8 dark spider spears unfurling behind him. The opposing 6 spirit masters each bore 4 spirit rings, their colors varying in hue. The sanguine scent emanating from them revealed their involvement in numerous nefarious deeds. You dare provoke our fearsome god battle team? You should inquire about who in the entirety of Silvis City would dare to challenge us. Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback. The fearsome god team? Infamously notorious. The fearsome god team was a registered spirit master squad at the Silvis Grand Soul Arena. Their frequent involvement in soul battles that resulted in unwarranted fatalities led to their banishment from the arena. Consequently, the fearsome god team's prominence waned, and their appearances at the Silvis Grand Soul Arena dwindled over time. In their final appearance, the fearsome god team was pierced by the Zhuge divine crossbow wielded by the Shrek 7 monsters, resulting in a lifetime of disability. Ye Hao wiped his nose and glanced at the 6 fierce-looking individuals before him, as well as one who lay on the ground weeping, having had his wrist ruthlessly broken by Ye Hao, a sensation far from pleasant. Of course, they had brought this upon themselves, after all. Who dared to cast their gaze upon Ye Lingling? Boy, hand over the girl beside you, and then take your own life, lest we be forced to act. One of them declared with an air of arrogance, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the slender figure of Ye Lingling. Ye Hao took a deep breath, initially intending to embrace a benevolent demeanor, but given the circumstances, he decided to embody a rather different version of compassion. With a decisive utterance, he invoked his 3rd soul skill, Spider Prison. As his words echoed, the 3rd soul ring beneath his feet blazed to life, unleashing a black toxic barrier under the fierce god squad, a putrid scent assaulting the senses of each member. Immediately following this, Ye Hao raised his right hand with fervor, causing the ground to sprout numerous black venomous spider spikes. Under the astonished gaze of Ye Lingling, the spikes inevitably began to claim lives, blood gushing forth and transforming the once pristine ground into a crimson canvas. Ye Hao exhibited an air of nonchalance and composed tranquility. For reasons unknown, perhaps influenced by his martial spirit, he felt an increasing exhilaration with each act of slaughter, an unsettling omen indeed. The Death Spider Monarch, inherently a harbinger of death, as the sovereign among demonic spiders, wielded his lethal prowess with a ferocity that rivaled even the spider monarch of human-faced spiders, surpassing him in his capacity for carnage. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, retracting his martial soul and soul skills. He cast a glance at the mutilated corpse on the ground, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him as he exhaled a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding a loss of control. After this harrowing episode of slaughter, Ye Hao was astonished to perceive a white aura enveloping him, an air of solemnity that even made Ye Lingling, several meters away, feel a hint of unease. Is this bloodlust? Sister, let us hasten our return. Ye Lingling roused from her astonishment, suppressing the unease within her, and promptly departed with Ye Hao from the vicinity. The accusation of unlawfully slaying a soul master was indeed grave. Regardless of how notorious the fiendish battle team may be, the rules must still be upheld. Fortunately, this locale was sparsely populated, devoid of surveillance cameras from her previous life, ensuring that today's events would ultimately vanish into obscurity, culminating in the demise of the fiendish battle team and the conclusion of their nefarious existence. Chapter 36. Arrival at Soto City. The night was enchanting as Ye Hao and Ye Lingling hurriedly returned to their inn. Ascending the stairs, a nearby room suddenly swung open, revealing Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, their faces flushed and beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Under their peculiar circumstances, having finally secured a room, it was inevitable that personal matters would need addressing. Xiao Hao, Lingling, what are you doing out here? No way. Yu Tianheng stammered, caught off guard, as the implications of their prolonged absence loomed large. Ye Lingling, Ye Hao, at a loss for words, remarked, Sister Lingling and I have just strolled outside, and as we were about to ascend the stairs, we encountered you and Sister Yan. How does the taste of indulgence feel? Douluo Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she stepped forward and playfully tugged at Ye Hao's ear, applying a gentle pressure. Such matters are not for a child like you to inquire about. Douluo Yan leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. What is that scent on you? It is rather pronounced. Ye Hao hurriedly extricated himself, quickly uttering an apology before rushing back to his room. This scent, it felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of his grandfather's. Albeit his grandfather's aroma was far more potent. What could this be? A palpable aura of menace lingered in the air. Poison Douluo had traversed the continent, his deadly biphosphor serpent king's toxin having claimed countless lives. Such an imposing presence of lethal intent was not uncommon. Yet, Ye Hao's aura was still feeble, merely in the nascent stages of development. Douluo Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she turned to the side, addressing Ye Lingling with a teasing tone. Lingling, you seem to have quite the rapport with little Hao. How far have you two progressed? Ye Lingling's cold and exquisite visage suddenly flushed, as if engulfed in flames. She regarded Ye Hao merely as a younger brother, nothing more. Denying Douluo Yan the opportunity to pry further, Ye Lingling chose to disregard her and hastily retreated to her chamber. Observing this, Douluo Yan chuckled, pondering whether there might be an untold story between the two. The following morning, sunlight penetrated through the clouds, and a carriage departed from the outskirts of Silva City. The events of the previous night had long slipped from the minds of Ye Hao and Ye Lingling. After a night of contemplation, they acknowledged their identities as soul masters, understanding that bloodshed was an inevitable aspect of their existence, devoid of lingering trepidation. Before their departure, they inadvertently overheard the notorious reputation of the fierce god battle team, as many along the way expressed their disdain, declaring that such beasts deserved their fate. In the ensuing days, Qin Ming recounted tales of his previous experiences across the continent from within the carriage, his words imbued with a profound sense of nostalgia. After all, who among them was not once a spirited youth? Teacher Qin, do you harbor any regrets? Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Regrets? Perhaps he did. I was unable to participate in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition during my year. Alas, let us not dwell on it. Qin Ming had once been a student of Shrek Academy, which, due to its circumstances, had no eligibility for the competition, not even the chance to register. Thus, this remained the singular regret of Qin Ming's life. Ye Hao smiled faintly and said, Teacher Qin, rest assured, we shall undoubtedly seize the championship of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Indeed, the championship shall certainly be ours. The members of the Royal Battle Team echoed in agreement, creating a harmonious atmosphere within the carriage. Observing this, Qin Ming felt his eyes grow misty, and with a resolute nod, he fortified his inner conviction regarding the eventual outcome of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, nurturing an unwavering determination to triumph. Ye Hao, brimming with confidence, cast a sidelong glance at Douluo Yan. Sister Yan, I shall not spare any effort in visiting your family's fields. 5 days later, at the break of dawn, a swift horse-drawn carriage sped along the rural path, flanked by golden rice stalks, for Soto City was renowned as the granary of the land. Above, Ye Hao took to the skies, gracefully soaring with his six-winged purple light wings. While several travelers made their way below, Ye Hao preferred the solitude of flight. He simply could not acclimate to the confines of a carriage. Why endure the burden of a carriage when one could soar freely? As he glided through the air, the scene below unfolded in its entirety, a vast expanse of golden rice, resembling an ocean of gold. A carriage raced along the narrow path, and as Ye Hao's gaze swept around, he unexpectedly spotted a small village constructed of timber not far off. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, and with his face encased in black armor, his crimson eyes fixated intently on the village. Shrek Academy. Ye Hao gazed upon the 5 handwritten characters on the door, accompanied by the peculiar green monster visage above. Indeed, this was Shrek Academy. If the narrative unfolded as anticipated at this very moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu should have already entered the academy and passed the Master S initial assessment. Soon, Shrek Academy would engage in a team soul battle against the Royal Fighting Team. This upcoming contest held immense significance for Ye Hao. It was a necessity for him. Shrek 7 monsters? I eagerly await our encounter. High above, as Ye Hao observed the carriage entering the city, he gently descended, standing at the forefront of the vehicle, and made his way into Soto City. Soto City truly deserved its title as the granary capital, with an abundance of food lining the streets and numerous inns and hotels. The bustling crowds signified the city's prosperity. Through the carriage window, Qin Ming gazed at the long-missed Soto city, his heart inevitably drifting to memories of the past within this city. Soto City, how I have missed you. Qin Ming had a clear destination in mind, and the carriage came to a halt before a grand inn on the outskirts of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Members of the royal fighting team alighted from the carriage, setting their sights on the magnificent structure in the distance. Yu Tianheng remarked, Teacher Qin, could it be that we have come to Soto City for a soul battle? Qin Ming nodded, affirming, Tianheng, you are correct. The purpose of bringing you to Soto City is precisely this. Teacher Qin, Du Gu Yin interjected. Doesn't Tiando City have the Tiando Great Soul Arena? Why must we travel so far when there is a closer option? Moreover, the scale of the Soto Great Soul Arena pales in comparison to that of Tiando, and I doubt the opponents within are formidable. Qin Ming smiled wryly, Yinzi. Underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake in warfare. No one remains invincible forever. There are always greater talents beyond our horizon. How can you be so certain that the Soto Great Soul Arena lacks skilled fighters? His gaze swept over the group, suddenly turning serious. From now on, you shall engage in battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena, whether in one-on-one matches, two-on-two contests, or the final Team Soul battles. I expect you to secure the Team's Silver Soul Medal within a month. This is the primary focus of your training. The battles will occur at night. So rest well during the day, catch up on sleep if needed, and take the time to relax. Especially you, little Hao, refrain from wandering outside unnecessarily. The elite competition for high-level soul masters across the continent is imminent. Do not lead Lingling astray. Ye Hao, Chapter 37, The Rabbit Head, one more bowl please. The night in Soto City is bustling with activity, the city illuminated as if it were a place that never slumbers. Among the most vibrant locales, the Soto Arena stands unparalleled, with nearly 70 to 80% of the city's populace gradually making their way there. The soul battles are both thrilling and liberating, providing an outlet for the pressures accumulated throughout the day. For those common folk devoid of soul power, who are destined never to become soul masters, witnessing a riveting soul battle before drifting off to sleep is undoubtedly far more fulfilling than mere bedtime stories. Under the guidance of Qin Ming, a native of the Soto Arena, Ye Hao and the royal battle team entered the venue at a leisurely pace. As they walked, Qin Ming surveyed the surroundings, perhaps catching sight of one or two familiar faces. Simultaneously, another group entered, akin to the royal battle team, but traversing a different corridor, their paths merely brushing past one another. Qin Ming led the group into the spacious hall, where an overwhelmingly familiar scene stirred profound nostalgia within him. Do you all remember what I said this morning? The group nodded in affirmation. The Soto Arena has its own set of rules. Without regulations, there can be no order. Even though Qin Ming leads the team from the Tiando Royal Academy, adherence to the established protocols is imperative. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ming then instructed the 8 members to register casually, while he proceeded to the registration desk for team battles, fulfilling his responsibilities as the team leader. The royal battle team, alongside Ye Hao, comprised 8 members, Yu Tianheng and Du Gu Yin, a pair that was indisputable, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, followed by Yu Feng and Osro. And finally, Ye Hao and Yi Lingling, forming the double-leaf duo, as they both share the surname Yi. Before the team battles commenced, Qin Ming stipulated that each member must participate in individual matches and a pair battle, ultimately selecting 7 members for the team competition. Once the registrations were completed, they dispersed to their designated areas for combat, with Ye Hao and Yi Lingling ready to face their opponents, the Hammer Duo. The name alone hinted at their weapon of choice. Are you very hungry? Yi Lingling cast a subtle glance towards Ye Hao, who was engrossed in his meal. Ye Hao wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Sister, aren't we about to engage in the soul duel? After our 2-on-2 match, we still have the team soul duel arranged by Teacher Qin. We'll be battling all night. Are you hungry? Shall I share a piece of rabbit leg with you? Yi Lingling shook her head and coldly remarked, You may indulge yourself. I am not hungry. Why do you harbor such hostility towards rabbits? From the braised rabbit head at noon to the currently grilled rabbit leg, Ye Hao consumed the final morsel of rabbit meat and declared with righteous fervor, I simply relish the taste of rabbit, nothing more. At the front desk of the Soto Great Soul Arena, he requested, Please register me for the group soul battle. After you, replied Qin Ming in unison with a man clad in black with a buzz cut, both arriving simultaneously. Please, go ahead, sir. Qin Ming, adhering to the decorum of the younger generation, chose to defer. The buzz-cut man, displaying no pretense, stepped forward and handed the registration card to the attendant. Thank you. Are you also here to sign up for the group soul battle? Qin Ming inquired, to which the man nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed. I hope we do not encounter one another too soon. A grim smile appeared on the buzz-cut man's rigid face as he retorted, The defeat will undoubtedly be yours. Very well, the attendant responded, handing the iron badge to the man, who nodded slightly before leaving with an air of confidence. Qin Ming, witnessing this exchange, could only shrug in resignation, marveling at the peculiarities of the world. How unusual it is for someone to assert the other's defeat without even a hint of pleasantry. Register me for the group's soul battle, the Imperial Combat Team, he instructed. The attendant took the iron badge and began typing with rapid keystrokes. All right, sir. The Imperial Combat Team's match will be the final one tonight. Your opponents are the Rampaging Warriors, a team with the Iron Soul Medal, she informed him. Qin Ming accepted the badge, murmuring, Rampaging Warriors? Do you have their basic information? Certainly, sir, she replied, producing a stack of documents concerning the Rampaging Warriors. Is there anything else you require? The attendant asked kindly. The Rampaging Warriors are the only team in our arena with 3 consecutive victories. Although they recently suffered a loss due to underestimation, their overall strength remains formidable. Please ensure you and your teammates exercise caution. Qin Ming smiled slightly, tucking away the information about the Rampaging Warriors. Thank you for your advice. However, I have faith in them. They shall secure victory in this battle. After expressing his gratitude, he departed. As the attendant watched Qin Ming's retreating figure, she couldn't help but reflect on the earlier buzzcut man, muttering to herself, Why is there such a vast disparity between people? Next, we call upon the Double Leaf team and the Hammer team. The 2-on-2 soul battle is about to commence. Both sides, please pay attention. Beneath the soul battle arena, Ye Hao and Ye Lingling donned the masks they had prepared earlier, concealing their identities. In the bustling Soto Great Soul arena, Ye Hao was unwilling to reveal himself easily. Participating in the battle with his true appearance would significantly increase the chances of being recognized, particularly by those from Shrek Academy. If Ye Hao's suspicions were correct, it was highly likely that the 7 members of Shrek Academy were also engaging in combat at the Soto Great Soul arena at this very moment. Should fortune favor him, encountering any one of those 7 would prompt Ye Hao to be the first to engage, out of respect. Ye Lingling, codenamed Begonia, and Ye Hao, known as Spicy Rabbit Head, are the designated aliases of the 2. The Soul Arena boasts an impressive diameter of 50 meters, with a vast central area ample enough to accommodate 2 teams for collective soul battles. The audience, a sea of heads, thronged below, their voices rising in fervent cheers, clearly stirred by the previous bouts. As time ticked away, the host ascended the stage, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd bout of the duos is about to commence. Let us welcome the Shuangye duo against the Hammer duo. As his words echoed, an uproar of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, the Hammer duo made their entrance. 2 robust figures, grand in stature, stepped onto the stage. They were brothers, their martial spirits identical, weapon spirit, tremor hammer. Given that Ye Hao and Ye Lingling are both soul emperors, their opponents were naturally of the same rank. Amidst the applause and cheers, the masked Ye Hao and Ye Lingling gracefully ascended the platform. With both sides prepared, the host, uninterested in lengthy introductions, focused on the exhilarating soul combat, for the audience was already brimming with anticipation. Chapter 38, Satire. The 3rd match of the duos, the Shuangye duo versus the Hammer duo, began. As the host's words lingered in the air, the opposing brothers simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. A white, yellow, and purple soul ring appeared beneath their feet, encircling them as 3 magnificent rings of spirit energy enveloped their forms. In their hands materialized a formidable hammer, dark crimson in hue, with prominent features on its head, exuding a powerful aura that swiftly expanded around them. Beneath Ye Lingling's feet, 3 soul rings slowly ascended, 2 yellow and 1 purple. In terms of soul ring configuration, Ye Lingling held a distinct advantage. However, her 9 hearts Begonia was merely an auxiliary martial soul, possessing no offensive capabilities beyond healing. In stark contrast, Ye Hao remained unperturbed, refraining from unleashing his martial soul and soul rings, leaving both the host and the audience in a state of astonishment. The host inquired, Mala Rabbit Head contestant, will you not release your martial soul? Ye Hao nodded lightly. The host, not wasting any time, promptly announced the continuation of the battle. Throughout the illustrious history of the Grand Soul Arena, there have been several individuals who, like Ye Hao, chose not to unleash their martial souls, and their fates were invariably tragic. Some were left incapacitated, while others suffered severe disabilities. The disparity between soul masters who wield their martial souls and ordinary individuals is glaringly apparent. The audience, adopting a spectator's mentality, could not help but sigh inwardly for the audacious yet naive spicy rabbit head, lamenting the unfortunate outcome that awaited him. Ye Lingling stood calmly and composedly at the side, her duty being to heal and save lives. Whenever Ye Hao sustained an injury, her 9 hearts sea butterfly martial soul would spring into action. Ye Lingling was not surprised by Ye Hao's reluctance to utilize his martial soul. During their time at the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao had engaged in combat with the Shimo and Shimo brothers, fighting solo until he could no longer endure, at which point he resorted to using his martial soul. Ye Hao is not a person devoid of reason. The phrase small but fierce aptly describes him. Observing the scene, the 2 brothers of the Iron Hammer duo wore satisfied smiles, thinking they had encountered an easy target. They had initially assumed that the masked figure was a formidable opponent, only to discover he was merely putting on an act. With a simultaneous roar, the brothers charged forward, wielding their hammers with vigorous strides aimed at Ye Hao. The hammers glinted menacingly, their fierce momentum crashing upon him, yet Ye Hao remained unperturbed. With a forceful push from his toes, he lunged forward toward the hammers. Just as he approached, 6 shimmering violet wings unfurled from his back, propelling him swiftly behind the 2 brothers, whereupon he unleashed a powerful strike with both fists, sending them staggering forward, nearly toppling to the ground. In swift succession, 2 enormous black spider spears pressed against the brothers' throats, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "We concede," they uttered, the outcome unmistakably clear. Ye Hao's spears were poised to pierce their throats at any moment. This was merely a duel of souls, and not a matter of personal vendetta. Naturally, Ye Hao had no intention of taking their lives. Unlike the previous duo battle, where Tang San was injured and Xiao Wu's murderous intent surged, leading her to draw a silent crossbow bolt, it was only due to Tang San's lingering compassion that he intercepted the bolt with a flying dagger. Otherwise, those 2 would have surely met their end. Ironically, when Tang San later visited the blacksmith shop in Soto City to commission the crafting of concealed weapon components, he found himself dealing with the very same blacksmiths who had nearly fallen victim to Xiao Wu's wrath. One cannot help but ponder the absurdity of such indiscriminate cruelty. How could one not feel disdain for such merciless rabbits? Thus, the final fate of such rabbits rests in your hands. In the arena, the host nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment, clearing his throat to feign composure before announcing, in the 3rd round of the 2-on-2 duel, the double leaf duo emerges victorious, earning 1 point and a win. As his words echoed, the audience, left wanting more, had anticipated a thrilling clash, only to witness an overwhelming one-sided domination. Nevertheless, they still applauded, and Ye Hao exchanged a glance with Ye Lingling before departing the arena to the resting room prepared by Qin Ming. Inside the resting room, Qin Ming perused the information on the members of the Berserker team, arriving at a conclusion. He placed the documents on the table, awaiting the triumphant return of the 8 participants. With a soft click, the resting room door creaked open, and Ye Hao peeked in, glancing at the quietly waiting Qin Ming. "Teacher Qin, am I first?" Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "I knew it was you. Come in. Your team's opponents have been determined." "Is that so?" Ye Hao's eyes brightened as he approached Qin Ming, picking up the documents laid out on the table for a cursory glance. "The Frenzied Warriors? Timing is everything." The Frenzied Warriors, led by the formidable leader, Huang Shi, instilled in Ye Hao a profound confidence in his ability to vanquish them. If the first match were against the Shrek 7 monsters, one could surmise that Ye Hao would take it seriously. However, their forthcoming opponents in the team battle were the Frenzied Warriors, and with them, all that was required was determination. Qin Ming turned to Ye Hao with a smile, remarking, "Your exuberance suggests you are already confident in your victory over the Frenzied Warriors?" Ye Hao, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and declared, "That is an absolute certainty." I took a cursory glance and observed that among the members of the Mad Battle team, aside from the support-type Soul Master, the rest wielded beast martial souls, and their soul power generally stood at level 35. Our Imperial fighting team surpasses them by a considerable margin. Qin Ming, with a wry smile, cautioned, "Be wary of the treacherous depths. Although their strength is mediocre, You must never allow that support-type soul master to unleash his third soul skill, or it could spell significant trouble. After a brief wait, the remaining 6 members of the Imperial fighting team gradually returned, their spirits soaring after an evening of triumphant battles. What followed was the team soul battle, with Qin Ming continuously offering reminders, while Ye Hao, feeling elated, exchanged a few words with Qin Ming before departing the lounge alone. Although the hour was late, the Soto Great Soul Arena still bustled with passers-by. The arena is divided into 3 categories: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles of 7 versus 7. Among these, the team battles are the most fervent, typically attracting a large crowd during this time. Next, we invite the Shrek 7 monsters to take the stage. As Ye Hao was about to depart, he heard a voice nearby. Could it be the Shrek 7 monsters? It appeared to be undoubtedly them. Indeed, the Shrek 7 monsters were present. Donning a mask, Ye Hao wove through the throngs of people towards the arena where the Shrek 7 monsters were set to compete. Since the match between the Imperial fighting team and the Frenzied fighting team was the final bout, Ye Hao had ample time to observe the battles of Shrek Academy. The group battle arena was vastly different from the previous ones, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators simultaneously. With the Shrek 7 monsters having triumphed in their earlier matches, the audience continued to swell. Ye Hao found a secluded spot, allowing him to keenly observe the movements of the 7 combatants. Chapter 39. The Green Tea Rabbit Shrek 7 Monsters. Shrek 7 Monsters. Shrek 7 Monsters. Their previous victories had garnered a measure of popularity for the Shrek 7 monsters. And coupled with their recent triumph over the formidable Frenzied fighting team, they were basking in the zenith of their glory. Ye Hao occupied a front-row seat, his face concealed behind a mask as he meticulously observed the 2 opposing teams. With the arrival of the host, the atmosphere became electrified, and the excitement reached a crescendo even before the battle commenced. Let us welcome both teams. As the host's words resonated, 7 members from each side entered the arena. The Shrek 7's adversaries comprised an ordinary soul fighting team, consisting of 6 men and 1 woman. On the opposite side, 7 masked individuals, adorned in a variety of colorful attire, gradually ascended the soul fighting stage, 4 men and 3 women. Ye Hao immediately recognized Tang San and Xiao Wu, even though they were both wearing masks at that moment. Xiao Wu's scorpion tail braid and the 24 bridges of the bright moon night entwined around Tang San's waist served as the most compelling evidence of their identities. Ye Hao scrutinized the scene before him. The figure leading the group was undoubtedly their leader, Dai Mu Bai, distinguished by his striking golden locks. Despite the mask concealing his features, his commanding presence was palpable. Beside him stood Oscar, and the stout figure was unmistakably Ma Hongjun. The 2 young women caught his attention as well. The one with the alluring physique was certainly Zhu Zhuqing, though it was hard to believe she was merely 12 years old. The final girl, without a doubt, was the little enchantress Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Having discerned the identities of the Shrek 7 monsters, Ye Hao turned his focus to the unfolding battle. The cacophony of the surrounding crowd caused him to furrow his brow. On the fighting spirit platform, both sides exchanged taunts, with one of the opposing spirit masters brazenly giving a rude gesture toward Xiao Wu. Ye Hao noticed her hands instinctively clenching, and even Tang San narrowed his eyes in response. Observing this, Ye Hao silently mourned for the offending spirit master. What compelled him to provoke them? As the battle commenced, Tang San unleashed his blue silver grass, seizing the initiative with decisive control. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu leapt forward, her 3rd spirit ring illuminating as she activated her spirit skill, instantaneous movement. Her target was clear, the one who had mocked her and gestured offensively. With the amplification of Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, Xiao Wu's speed became imperceptible to the naked eye. In a flash, she appeared behind the man, leaving the thousands of spectators in awe. First, she bent him backward. Then, employing her scorpion-tailed braid, she hurled him into the air, culminating in a devastating 8-section throw. The sound of dislocated bones echoed ominously. Xiao Wu's strike was merciless, a lesson Ye Hao had learned well during his time at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. In the final moments, Tang San did not forget to utilize his blue-silver grass, ensnaring the man mid-air before casting him down from the platform. It was essential to note that the entire arena was elevated. The platform provided steps, and the drop from the stage to the ground below was no less than 5 meters, directly sending him crashing down. Upon witnessing this, Ye Hao's gaze hardened slightly. Is this truly a soul-fighting competition? How does it differ from murder? Similarly, due to the childhood vow between Tang San and Xiao Wu, "You are my sister, and no one shall harm you." This naive belief leads them to disregard the feelings of others, convinced of their own righteousness, believing that no one has the right to inflict harm upon one another. When harm is done or mutual insult occurs, the deceased from both parties, including the one from Nodding City, serve as the most compelling evidence. Ye Hao's expression remained indifferent as he observed the free spirit master being dragged off the stage. Such was the nature of soul battles. On the arena, strength dictated everything. If one could not prevail, they would inevitably be defeated. This timeless law remained unchanged. The skirmish concluded swiftly, leaving only the Shrek 7 standing on the arena, while their 6 opponents lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around them, a scene that sent shivers down the spine. Moreover, one individual had been hastily removed, likely facing the grim prospect of a life marred by paralysis. With the battle at an end, the host promptly declared the Shrek 7 as victors. Before departing, Xiaowu playfully stuck out her tongue at the fallen 6, as if to say, "This is a minor lesson for provoking me." She then affectionately took Tang San's arm, leaving the scene with an air of camaraderie. This display revolted Ye Hao. A rabbit that had lived for 100,000 years now acted like a Na'vi girl, freshly introduced to the world. Was this not a form of mockery? No, he resolved. He would indulge in a few more spicy rabbit heads tonight to ease the resentment brewing within him. As the battle concluded, Ye Hao contemplated his departure. However, noticing the path taken by the Shrek 7, he felt compelled to follow them. Eager to uncover the true nature of this so-called Shrek Academy and discern what kind of entities lay within, Ye Hao restrained his aura, his face enveloped in black armor, as he stealthily followed the Shrek 7 into their resting quarters. Utilizing his 6-winged purple light wings, he elevated his toes off the ground and, ensuring no one was watching, cast his gaze upon a nearby ventilation duct, which provided a clear view of the activities within. There, he observed Ma Hongjun removing his mask, revealing his plump cheeks, his eyes resembling mere sesame seeds, as he lounged on the sofa, his gaze occasionally fixating on Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure. Ultimately, under the vigilant watch of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun relented. "Fat fool, keep your eyes in check, or next time I may just pluck them out," Dai Mubai chided with a laugh. Ma Hongjun smirked lewdly, then shifted his attention elsewhere. Zhu Zhuqing, with an air of indifference, slightly retracted her chilling aura. Her temperament was akin to that of Yi Lingling. She preferred tranquility over chaos. She cast a frosty glance at the still peeping Ma Hongjun before disdainfully exiting the lounge alone. As Zhu Zhuqing departed, Ning Rongrong shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. Some things never change. A rotten orange will always be a rotten orange. Outside, upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's exit, Ye Hao quickly vacated the scene, retreating to a corner where he observed her walk away, choosing to continue his surveillance. Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile. "Xiao Wu, next time, be gentler. We might face repercussions." Xiao Wu smiled slightly, resting her head on Tang San's shoulder, chuckling. "Boss Dai, what are you afraid of? You saw it. He provoked me first. The fact that I didn't crush him is a great mercy. Besides, if I can't handle him, I still have my brother." Outside, Ye Hao suppressed a retch. What a green tea. This rabbit, he thought, was becoming unbearable. He resolved to order more spicy rabbit heads that night. Better yet, perhaps he should opt for tender rabbit. Chapter 40. Shrek's Destruction Plan, with Zhu Zhuqing leading the way. Ning Rongrong, sensing unease, followed closely behind. The Soto Great Soul Arena was bustling with people, and given the current prominence of the Shrek 7, it was inevitable that one alone might encounter danger. As Ye Hao prepared to leave upon seeing Ning Rongrong head toward Zhu Zhuqing, he was suddenly halted by a conversation emanating from the lounge. It was about him. "Third brother, who exactly is that Ye Hao you mentioned earlier? What makes you dislike him so much?" Ma Hongjun casually inquired. Upon hearing Ye Hao's name, Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, glaring at Ma Hongjun with fury. "You fat fool, why bring him up? Are you looking for trouble?" For Xiao Wu, she harbored no favorable impression of Ye Hao whatsoever. From the moment he first choked her in front of everyone, causing her great embarrassment, to the subsequent years where he offered her no semblance of respect, at times even indulging in rabbit heads he had specifically hunted in the forest, delicacies from the 10-year-old soft-boned rabbit. Each instance left her deeply vexed. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu was no match for Ye Hao's prowess. In such circumstances, one could hardly expect Tang San to endure silently. Had it been anyone else, 100 deaths would have sufficed. However, Ye Hao was indeed a different matter altogether. Due to the master's prior admonition, He could not afford to be adversarial, but rather needed to cultivate a rapport with him, which was why Tang San had exercised such restraint until now. Tang San squinted, his heart heavy with grievances. It was 3 months ago, just days before graduation, when the master had summoned him privately with the intent of recommending him for enrollment at Flinders Shrek Academy. Tang San's exceptional talent was evident, and attending Shrek Academy was the master's desire. He did not oppose this, as he and Xiao Wu, now recognized as siblings, were naturally to embark on this journey together. Ye Hao, you are about to graduate. Gather your belongings and prepare to head to Shrek Academy. In a few days, you will depart alongside Tang San and the others, the master stated confidently, his hands clasped behind his back. With the inclusion of Ye Hao and Tang San, he was certain Flinder would be elated. Ye Hao was well aware of what Shrek Academy entailed, a den of deception, operating without a license, where one would inevitably endure hardships while being forced to coexist with those he most despised. The thought alone sent a chill down his spine. Master, what is your relation to me? Ye Hao inquired with a blank expression. In response, the master was momentarily taken aback. My student, what is the matter? Your student? Ye Hao chuckled softly, an act that undeniably provoked Tang San's ire. The master is Tang San's mentor, and both Ye Hao and Tang San are traversers from different realms, leading to divergent perspectives. For Tang San, the master embodies the essence of a teacher, as the adage goes, once a teacher, always a father. Ye Hao's actions, therefore, certainly tread upon a perilous path. Unbeknownst to him, during the first expedition to hunt soul beasts, the near exposure of his concealed weapon had even sparked thoughts of eliminating the master to safeguard his secrets. Two-faced and duplicitous. Yet, for Ye Hao, the master is merely an ordinary individual, neither a mentor to him nor holds any significant connection. Ye Hao's current prowess is solely the result of his relentless efforts and unwavering determination, devoid of any connection to the so-called masters. The mundane perspectives that surround him merely serve as constraints, not to mention the master's recent authoritative tone, as if Ye Hao's attendance at Shrek Academy were imperative. What is there to laugh about? The master is evidently aware of the incongruity. Master, as the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. I have never heard of Shrek Academy, and there is no need for your earnest persuasion. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Ye Hao departed without a backward glance, while the master secretly clenched his teeth, realizing there was no other recourse. Ye Hao was akin to a steadfast bull. His decisions were immutable, impervious to external influence. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the master harbored a lingering sense that Ye Hao was deliberately opposing him. Ye Hao, in his recent display, undoubtedly crossed Tang San's threshold. However, as master had previously stated, one must never lay a hand on Ye Hao, otherwise, the entire Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy would face dire consequences. This constraint effectively bound Tang San's hands. Why, you ask? It is because Yu Shaojiang perceives Ye Hao as akin to her own son, harboring connections with the Spirit Hall. Should anything befall Ye Hao today, not only would he suffer, but the entire Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and even Nodding City would face annihilation, as her wrath would be unbearable for anyone. Ye Hao, you are truly overthinking this. Thus, Ye Hao publicly humiliated the master, which is the root of Tang San's animosity towards him. Returning to reality. Within the Shrek 7 Monsters Lounge, Dai Mubai struck the table with great force, causing it to shatter into pieces. This Ye Hao truly does not know what is good for him. What is lacking in our Shrek Academy that he looks down upon us? Just wait. The next time I encounter him, I shall show him the might of my evil eye white tiger, Dai Mubai. And I too. Ma Hongjun pounded his chest, his slight belly jiggling with emotion. Count me in, boss Dai. If he dares to look down on our Shrek, I, the fatty, will be the first to take him on. Outside, Ye Hao, wearing a mask, bore a peculiar smile, holding a small notebook that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Shrek Destruction Plan. Ye Hao closed his small notebook, contemplating the destruction and division of Shrek Academy, his first step being to dismantle it from within, one by one. He glanced towards the spot where Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had parted ways, a faint smile gracing his lips as he followed suit. The grand hall of the Soul Arena, now bustling with the commencement of team battles, drew the attention of the majority, leaving two exquisite young ladies seated within, unnoticed. Zhu Zhuqing removed her mask, unveiling her stunning visage, her voluptuous figure accentuating her allure. Ning Rongrong, too, discarded her mask now that the battle had concluded and the area was sparsely populated, rendering the masks unnecessary. Zhuqing, do not be upset. That foolish oaf is simply like that. When we return, I'll join Xiao Wu in dealing with him, Ning Rongrong reassured her. Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly. Rongrong, what are your thoughts on Shrek Academy? Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Ning Rongrong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in confusion. It's nothing, just a sudden thought. After 3 months of trials and tribulations, she had garnered a new perspective on Shrek Academy. Indeed, it was a fine institution. Yet the individuals within were quite the enigma, short-tempered, prone to violence, and particularly unpredictable. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her own devilish physique, shaking her head in resignation. She hadn't intended for it to be this way. Chapter 41, The First Step, Division. Shrek is merely a deceitful academy. Who? The question echoed as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing turned in unison to find Ye Hao, masked, approaching slowly. Who are you? Ning Rongrong asked, her tone laced with caution. With the increasing victories of the Shrek 7 monsters, their notoriety within the Soto Great Soul Arena had surged. And discussions about the arena often included fervent admiration for the enigmatic team adorned in masks. The audience was endlessly intrigued by the mysterious figures behind the masks, each eager to uncover the identities concealed beneath. Due to the master's prior assertion that entry into the Soto Great Soul Arena necessitated wearing masks, first to avert misunderstandings, and secondly for certain special reasons, Tang San's identity remained a ticking time bomb, one that was dormant yet capable of astonishing revelations. Realizing they were alone, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing removed their masks, only to discover that their true identities had been discerned by this masked stranger before them. Uncertain of his intentions, they chose to maintain their distance, hastily donning their masks once more. The atmosphere around them shifted subtly. You must be the Nether Cat and the 7 treasures glazed tile, he remarked. Ye Hao smiled faintly, gazing at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing before him. The first step of the plan, division. Tang San, if you choose to be unkind, do not blame Ye Hao for being unjust. To defeat an adversary, one must first incite discord within their ranks, thus achieving the goal of internal division. Who exactly are you? Zhu Zhuqing inquired cautiously, her voice cold. In the entire Soto Great Soul Arena, only the teachers from Shrek Academy and the remaining 5 members knew their true identities. Typically reserved, she and Ning Rongrong now exhibited heightened vigilance. The Soto Great Soul Arena was akin to a vast cauldron, with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong standing proudly like white lotuses amidst the tumult. Winning was the paramount objective at this stage. Beyond that, they were reluctant to entangle themselves in further complexities. Who am I? That is of no concern to you. Ye Hao replied solemnly. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. Shrek is merely a deceitful academy. Ning Rongrong erupted in rage. On what grounds do you insult Shrek Academy? What gives you the right? Ye Hao smiled faintly, for they dared to proclaim that they would only accept monsters and not ordinary individuals. An academy that had yet to register, one that was ineligible to partake in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, had the audacity to utter such words. Qin Ming could be considered one of the most successful graduates of Shrek, and aside from his absence from the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, his life had already reached a state of fulfillment. Ye Hao continued. Furthermore, one must reach level 40 to graduate. Otherwise, stepping outside would only bring shame to the academy. How absurd. On what grounds do they restrict the freedom of soul masters? An institution like this is better off non-existent. What purpose does its establishment serve? Have you said enough? Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Ye Hao remained unconvinced, for this was precisely the effect he desired. Not yet. Very well. Let us set aside discussions of Shrek Academy and instead delve into the members of your illustrious Shrek 7. Your leader, the Evil Eye White Tiger, was previously nothing short of a notorious philanderer, often indulging in nocturnal escapades and revelries that were merely routine for him. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing's defenses crumbled. The enchanting visage concealed beneath her mask suddenly darkened, and a chilling aura began to emanate from her. Enough. If you dare utter another word, beware that I shall summon third brother to deal with you. Ning Rongrong issued her final warning, her impatience palpable. Ye Hao continued to express his skepticism, remarking that your third brother is hardly a paragon of virtue. He is a duplicitous character, presenting one facade in public while harboring another in private. One must not be deceived by appearances. To speak candidly, Tang San is nothing more than a thoroughly despicable individual, as evidenced by today's confrontation. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong fell into silence. I observed your battle today. All it took was for that individual on the opposing side to mock the rabbit in your team. And what was the result? He was left incapacitated. I believe you are well aware of the connection between that rabbit and Tang San. I can assure you, had this not been the arena of souls, the soul master who insulted the rabbit would have vanished from this continent, and it would have been at the hands of Tang San himself. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong could hardly fathom such a possibility. They believed that their typically rule-abiding third brother could never possess such a darker side. Utterly inconceivable. Ye Hao continued, as for that rabbit, with the heart of a beast and the face of a human, it is the most formidable among you. As for the 7 treasures glazed tile clan, if my memory serves me correctly, you hail from that esteemed sect. Should the opportunity arise, I suggest you arrange for one of your clan's 2 titled Douluos to meet with the rabbit. At that moment, you shall uncover the true secret. Having said this, he deemed further discussion unnecessary and prepared to take his leave. Wait, what is your name? Ning Rongrong called out to halt Ye Hao. Me? Ye Hao slowly turned around, wearing a mask, and addressed Ye Ritian. Having said that, he left with his hands clasped behind his back. Ye Ritian? The 2 women exchanged glances, devoid of any recognition of this unfamiliar name. Rongrong, what are your thoughts on what Ye Ritian mentioned? Could it be that the Dean and Tang San are truly? Zhu Zhuqing inquired cautiously. Ning Rongrong sighed despondently. Since entering the academy, Tang San's numerous displays had continually captivated her. Were it not for Xiao Wu's presence by Tang San's side, Ning Rongrong might have wholeheartedly devoted herself to him without hesitation. I would pursue you with the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school, yet you choose to court a mere rabbit. Let us return, Ning Rongrong stated simply. And together with Zhu Zhuqing, she made her way to the lounge. Ye Hao's earlier remarks had indeed left a significant impact on the 2 women. They needed a moment to collect themselves. As they walked, both women were deep in thought, finding little credence in Ye Hao's words, dismissing them as mere nonsensical utterances from an outsider. Upon arriving at the lounge, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to open the door, Ning Rongrong suddenly intercepted her. With keen insight, as the daughter of the cunning Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong naturally inherited this trait. The 2 women quietly approached the spot where Ye Hao had been, eavesdropping silently. Brother, that person is utterly outrageous, daring to belittle me. During my time at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, I have never endured such humiliation. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged peculiar looks, instinctively shivering at the audacity of the situation. What a fine tea indeed. Chapter 42. The true face of Tang San. Big brother Dai, please reason with Zhuqing. It's just a glance, it won't kill her. Why act like a petulant child? Ma Hongjun had been publicly embarrassed. Dai Mubai, feeling a surge of anger, shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. You glutton. How many times must I tell you to retract those piggish eyes? From now on, should you dare to display such a gaze again, beware that I will not hesitate to disregard our brotherly bond. A brother's wife is not to be trifled with. Outside, the earlier lamentations from Xiao Wu to Tang San and Ma Hongjuan's prior remarks had been overheard by the 2 women. For some inexplicable reason, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to believe Ye Ritian's words a tad more. Judging by Tang San's earlier demeanor, he had indeed ventured onto a perilous path. Prior to arriving in Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing had encountered certain incidents where she had caught a glimpse of the murderous intent flickering in Tang San's eyes. It appeared that Zhu Zhuqing would need to redefine her understanding of this third brother. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they approached the lounge door. At the moment they opened it, they were met with the gazes of the crowd, particularly Ma Hongjuan's. However, due to Dai Mubai's earlier admonition, Ma Hongjun merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away with an annoyed expression. Who cares? It is said that Zhu Zhuqing possesses an undeniably alluring figure, which allows Ma Hongjun to steal glances at her discreetly. Ning Rongrong, Zhuqing, you have returned. Upon their arrival, Xiao Wu eagerly rushed forward to embrace her dear friends. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded nonchalantly, yet a flicker of suspicion arose within her regarding Xiao Wu. Should she heed Ye Ritian's suggestion and have either Grandpa Jian or Grandpa Gu see Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing scanned her surroundings and noticed that the expressions of those present had dramatically shifted, starkly contrasting with the earlier observations of the 2 women, further amplifying her doubts. As time ticked by, the moment arrived for the final match of the evening, the ultimate showdown between the Crazy Battle Team and the Royal Fighting Team. The Crazy Battle Team, being a formidable force in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, and second only in strength and popularity to the Shrek 7 monsters, would undoubtedly have more supporters against the newly arrived royal fighting team. Are you heading back to the inn? Is there something amiss? Qin Ming inquired, surprised that Ye Hao seemed disinclined to participate in the forthcoming group's spirit battle. Ye Hao, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Teacher Qin, I am the ace of our emperor battle team. An ace, of course, should make their entrance last. Rest assured, when my turn comes, I will undoubtedly step forward. Though this fierce battle team boasts an overall soul power of 35, their soul ring configuration pales in comparison to ours. I trust that Sister Yin and Tianheng will handle it adeptly. For now, I shall return to the hotel to prepare a delicious meal for everyone. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming agreed to Ye Hao's suggestion. As the battle was about to commence, Ye Hao hurriedly made his exit, confident in his teammates' abilities. Even in his absence, they would surely emerge victorious. Ye Hao donned a mask and retrieved a garb of ebony from his soul guide device. Enveloping himself entirely within its folds, he deliberately sought out a secluded spot, gazing intently toward the entrance of the Soto Great Soul Arena. The members of the Shrek 7 monsters gradually departed, having removed their masks, save for Tang San, who conversed mysteriously with Xiao Wu. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she embraced Tang San briefly before joining the others as they made their exit. Ye Hao lay concealed in the shadows, intending to test the waters. At present, Tang San had already acquired his third spirit ring and an external spirit bone, rendering his strength formidable. However, what astonished Ye Hao was that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had taken the initiative to separate from the crowd. Their departure coincided with the very direction Tang San was heading. Could it be that something was amiss? Ye Hao trailed closely behind, his figure clad in a black cloak, melding seamlessly with the shadows of the night. A fine rain, akin to liquid asphalt, began to fall from the heavens, enveloping the air in a shroud of mist. Ye Hao ventured into a narrow alley, where his gaze fell upon a multitude of lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Approaching cautiously, he examined them and felt relieved to discover that they were merely rendered unconscious, their pulses still faintly beating. However, upon closer inspection of their attire, it appeared they belonged to the very team that had previously clashed with the Shrek 7 monsters, the notorious band of rogues known for their treachery. Ye Hao cursed under his breath and continued to pursue, a sense of impending misfortune gnawing at him. At the end of the alley, he beheld Tang San shedding his disguise, brandishing a gleaming silver dagger, the relentless rain cascading upon it, splitting the droplets asunder. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? The man clutched his chest, stained with blood. Was he not the very soul master who had previously mocked Xiao Wu? Indeed, those who harmed Xiao Wu had met their end at Tang San's hands. Tang San's countenance darkened, exuding a palpable aura of menace. You should not have harmed Xiao Wu. All who inflict pain upon her deserve death. The man, bewildered, inquired, Xiao Wu? Who is Xiao Wu? Suddenly, he glanced at Tang San, who approached step by step, realization dawning upon him. You are one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang San's figure wavered, his murderous intent intensifying. At this juncture, only the death of this man could ensure that his secret remained concealed. Otherwise, the ensuing public outcry would spell doom for Shrek Academy. And he too would become the target of scorn. Resolutely, Tang San tightened his grip on the dagger and hurled it forward. Just as Zhu Zhuqing, hidden in the shadows, prepared to intervene, a mysterious figure appeared, deftly catching the dagger before it could reach its mark. With a mere squeeze, the dagger was reduced to fragments. Two-faced are you, Tang San. You truly embody such treachery, the shadowy figure rasped. Tang San furrowed his brow, demanding, Who are you? Why do you accuse me of being two-faced? This person had evidently sealed their fate. They could not be allowed to live. The man in the black robe surveyed Tang San briefly before glancing behind him. We must leave at once. This place is no longer safe. Tang San's murderous intent swelled uncontrollably. None would escape today. With a thunderous shout, he summoned his 3 soul rings, the first glowing brilliantly. The first soul skill, bind. The blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, sprawling across the street in a dense network, indicating his intent to eradicate the two right here. Ye Hao remained unconvinced, for he possessed an intimate understanding of Tang San. What difficulty could there possibly be in merely entangling a few strands of blue-silver grass? Dressed in a black robe, Ye Hao swiftly maneuvered, evading the attack as his right hand glimmered with a dark radiance. In an instant, the approaching blue-silver grass was severed, scattering chaotically upon the ground. Tang San, you are being rather petty. Just because someone made a gesture towards that rabbit during the soul-fighting battle, you seek to condemn them to death? What reasoning lies behind such actions? Ye Hao's loathing for Tang San has reached its zenith. You have your principles, and I have mine. None of you shall leave today. Tang San bellowed, as his palms summoned the blue-silver grass once more. Chapter 43. Ye Ritian, your end is nigh. The blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, ceaselessly advancing towards Ye Hao. Ye Hao exhibited no fear as he swiftly maneuvered, his hand transforming into a sharp spider's stinger, severing everything in his path. Throughout the encounter, Ye Hao concealed his identity meticulously, even shrouding himself in black attire while unleashing his spider spear. Tang San, indeed, was exceedingly astute. How could it be permissible for the officials to ignite the flames while forbidding the common folk from lighting a lantern? Tang San, are you allowed to provoke others while they are barred from retaliating against you? What manner of reasoning is this? You are, without a doubt, the most despicable individual I have ever encountered. Ye Hao continued to exert his power, while Tang San clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of overwhelming fury welling up within him. At this moment, engulfed by anger, Tang San's 8 spider spears unfurled behind him, and his eyes turned a deep crimson. A faint dark light flickered in his left hand, as his third soul ring illuminated successively beneath his feet, conjuring a vast net woven from blue-silver grass. Tang San's third soul skill, spider web binding. This technique, derived from a millennium-old human-faced demon spider, was imbued with potent toxins. Tang San's murderous intent was evident. Under Ye Hao's watchful gaze, a dark hammer materialized in his hand. He raised the hammer high above his head and brought it crashing down with tremendous force. At that moment, the individual opposite him was paralyzed with fear. Having merely gestured rudely towards the girl named Xiao Wu, he found himself facing a death sentence. How had it come to this? Because he is Tang San. Confronted with such an unexpected onslaught, Ye Hao held his breath, enveloped in an eerie green glow. Dark green spiderweb patterns adorned his forehead, and a luminous emerald radiance spread from his being. 3 pairs of dark green spider legs emerged from his back, while his arms transformed into elongated green spears. His lower body was completely enveloped in a layer of emerald light, as he activated his second martial soul, soul-devouring Spider Emperor. At this juncture, Tang San was blinded by his own murderous rage, resorting to his second martial soul, Haoyan Hammer. Ye Hao's soul-devouring Spider Emperor had never been revealed before, but now it was exposed. Fortunately, he had taken precautions in advance, ensuring that Tang San would never discern the truth. This individual was Ye Hao. Ye Hao understood that Tang San intended to condemn both himself and the soul masters behind him to death. Aware of the secrets surrounding his twin martial souls, he realized that if this matter were to leak, he would undoubtedly be reviled by the entirety of the Douluo Continent, and even Shrek Academy would be compelled to shut its doors forever. Tang San, with casual cruelty, had slain an innocent soul master, thus igniting enmity between them within the soul arena. Moreover, despite the opponent's defeat, Tang San remained relentless, determined to extinguish the latter's life. Witnessing this, the free spirit master Ye Ritian could not bear to stand idly by and, drawing his sword to assist, anticipated that Tang San sought to eliminate both of them in that very moment. Ye Hao wielded the spider spear, effortlessly shattering the bindings of the web. Tang San, imagine if these words were to spread across the Douluo Continent. I dare say you would become the target of universal disdain, unable to hold your head high in public. The one you cherish would turn away from you, your closest kin would regard you with indifference, and your brothers and sisters would ostracize you. Furthermore, your teacher would also be implicated, ultimately facing the charge of negligent instruction. Tang San bellowed, silence. You must die today? With the Haoyan hammer in hand. His crude hammer technique was almost comical. Ye Hao raised the soul-devouring Spider Emperor spear, firmly clamping down on Tang San's Haoyan hammer. Just then, 8 spider spears lunged towards Ye Hao from behind Tang San. The 8 spears originated from a human-faced demon spider, infused with deadly poison. Naturally, Ye Hao wished to avoid such ill fortune. However, it must be noted that the poison of his Death Spider Emperor seemed far more potent than that of the human-faced demon spider. Alas, he could not utilize the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, for doing so would surely unveil his true identity, a perilous predicament indeed. This external soul bone has truly been a waste in your hands. With a swift flying kick, Ye Hao struck precisely at Tang San's lower abdomen, causing him to loosen his grip on the Haotian hammer. As this occurred, the 6 spider spears behind Ye Hao retracted, replaced by 6 shimmering purple wings. He brandished the elongated spider spear in his left hand, swiftly rolling his body, resembling a relentless meat grinder, with the soul-devouring spider emperor spear serving as the sharpest of blades. Blood streamed from Tang San's clenched teeth, his palm beginning to seep crimson stains. As he realized that the strength of the individual before him vastly surpassed his own, Tang San swung the heavy hammer, positioning it defensively across his chest. Ye Hao's soul-devouring spider emperor spear relentlessly erodes the Haotian hammer, and with the acceleration of its rotation, the Haotian hammer swiftly shatters before the naked eye, cleaved in twain by the soul-devouring spider emperor spear. Tang San, your second martial soul leaves much to be desired. Would you like to learn about the origins of this hammer? Shall I recount its tale from the very beginning? Ye Hao's voice was hoarse as he continued his tirade. Silence. You shall perish. Tang San once again unleashed the blue-silver grass to entangle his opponent. However, this proved futile against Ye Hao, as the soul-devouring spider emperor's spear swept forward, severing the clusters of blue-silver grass with ease. In that fleeting moment when the blue-silver grass was torn asunder, Ye Hao, through the shrouded veil of night, glimpsed a multitude of twinkling points rapidly approaching him and the other individual. This was dire. Ye Hao let out a quiet sigh, sensing the gravity of the situation. He swiftly seized the individual and soared into the sky, only to find that Tang San had vanished from sight, clearly having made his escape. Consider yourself fortunate. Ye Hao gently descended to the ground, the rain gradually subsiding. The ground lay in disarray, while the wall behind Ye Hao was strewn with hidden weapons and darts. Are you all right? Ye Hao gazed at the man before him. The man, with a bewildered expression, shook his head. I am fine, thank you. You can no longer remain in Soto City. You must leave quickly, seek a secluded place, and embrace a tranquil life as an ordinary person. The man, having uncovered too many of Tang San's secrets, his twin martial souls, hidden weapons, and the intent to kill him today, understood that each of these revelations alone could suffice to ruin Tang San's reputation. Ye Hao, with foresight for the long term, deemed that the man before him could not perish just yet. The road beyond the city stretched far ahead. Cloaked in black, Ye Hao took advantage of the night, voluntarily escorting the man out of the city. Ye Hao escorted the man along the rain-soaked asphalt road. His 6 teammates, who had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, now utterly devoid of breath. Tang San's strike had been merciless, a single blow that left no room for hesitation. Though the man harbored resentment, gazing upon the lifeless body of his fallen comrade only intensified his fury towards Tang San. Had he possessed the strength, he would have surely exacted vengeance upon that individual. It was not merely a matter of a mocking gesture towards that young girl. He had been grievously injured and had inadvertently brought ruin upon his allies. Under Ye Hao's protection, the two steadily approached the outskirts of Douluo City. Meanwhile, at the scene where Ye Hao had previously clashed with Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong emerged from their shelter in the upper loft, umbrellas in hand, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. The events they had just witnessed remained vividly etched in their minds. Chapter 44. Estrangement. Tang San. He is truly a capricious and duplicitous miscreant. How foolish I was to address him as Brother San day after day. Today, my eyes have been thoroughly opened, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in exasperation, having witnessed the earlier scene more clearly than anyone else. Never did she imagine that this person, whom she once admired, would reveal himself as such a petty individual, sacrificing so many innocent lives to honor a promise made to Xiao Wu. Had it not been for Yi Ritian's timely intervention, that man would likely have met a grim fate. Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew somber, feeling a profound shame for Tang San's actions, and a deep aversion to the title of Shrek's 7 monsters began to take root within her. Initially, both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had doubted Yi Ritian's words. Yet now, it was evident that he had spoken the truth. Tang San was indeed a scoundrel. Zhuqing, let us return, Ning Rongrong sighed, her heart heavy with the realization of Tang San's true character. In that moment, she felt utterly exhausted, questioning why she had ever associated with such a small-minded individual, sharing the title of Shrek's 7 monsters with him. How utterly ironic. Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly, equally weary as she followed Ning Rongrong away. Reflecting on the remaining 5 members of Shrek Academy, each possessed unique strengths, none of them to be underestimated. Within the Soto Great Spirit Arena, The fierce battle between the frenzied battle team and the Imperial battle team had reached a critical juncture. As the last member of the frenzied battle team fell, the tens of thousands of spectators momentarily stood in shock before erupting into thunderous applause. The outcome was utterly unexpected. They had anticipated the newly arrived Imperial battle team would falter, given the evident strength of the frenzied battle team. Although they had recently suffered defeat against the Shrek 7 monsters, this did little to diminish their popularity. The sudden emergence of the Imperial battle team caught the frenzied battle team off guard, as they had assumed their opponents to be weaklings, only to discover that every member of the Imperial battle team was a soul master of significant rank, equipped with optimal soul ring configurations. In this regard, the Imperial battle team had already gained the upper hand, with Yu Tianheng leading the charge and Douluo Yin, a control-type soul master, ready to provide support. Coupled with Ye Lingling's unparalleled healing abilities, the speed of Osro the Ghost Leopard, the aerial assistance from Yufeng, and the formidable defenses of Shimo and Shimo, their seemingly invincible formation revealed no weaknesses. The sudden appearance of such a formidable team could only be matched by the Shrek 7 monsters. As the battle concluded, the audience left the Soto Great Spirit Arena, still enchanted by the thrilling encounters of the evening, ensuring a night of restful slumber. In the Imperial battle team's lounge, Qin Ming had been waiting for some time. Observing the returning teammates, he nodded in satisfaction. The inaugural battle had commenced with a resounding success. Nothing could surpass this triumph. Douluo Yin glanced around, noticing Ye Hao's absence, and inquired, "Teacher Qin, where is Ye Hao? Where has that rascal gone?" The others began to search the vicinity, wondering if Ye Hao had wandered off again. Fortunately, Yu Lingling had participated in the match today. Otherwise, Ye Hao might have led her astray. Qin Ming forced a smile, stating, "U7 performed admirably tonight. Let us continue to strive for excellence tomorrow. Do not let a minor victory breed arrogance." As for Ye Hao, he has returned to the hotel, claiming he is preparing a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Please tidy up your things swiftly. It is already quite late, and I suspect tomorrow's battles will be even more perilous. Upon hearing this, the group could not contain their delight, cheering in jubilation, "Long live." That rascal finally did something commendable. Having gathered their belongings, the 7 members of the Royal Combat Team strode out of the Soto Great Soul Arena behind Qin Ming, exuding the confidence befitting victors. Meanwhile, in a modest and situated some distance away from the arena, Flander, the Academy's headmaster, had opted for this establishment to economize. This choice allowed the group from Shrek to save money while also placing bets at the Soto Great Soul Arena in the evenings, where they had amassed a considerable fortune over the past few days. As night fell, the gentle drizzle of rain had ceased, leaving the streets nearly deserted. In the stillness of the night, Tang San, weary and fatigued, staggered into his room after returning from outside. He had nearly failed to return. Gritting his teeth, Tang San vowed to personally enact vengeance upon Ye Ritian. Yet, a lingering concern occupied his mind, that Ye Ritian and the man who had escaped his grasp were now privy to the secret of his twin martial spirits. The rumors Ye Ritian had mentioned, if allowed to spread, could render Tang San an outcast in the entire realm of soul masters. Tang San felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why had he revealed his second martial spirit? In a fit of rage, he had been too eager to end both Ye Ritian and the man's lives. He had once sworn to make anyone who harmed Xiao Wu pay dearly. Yet now, the situation had spiraled beyond control, teetering between salvation and damnation, rendering him trapped in a dilemma. For the moment, Tang San could only proceed step by step. Ye Ritian was likely still within Soto City, but the man who should have perished had probably fled. Fortunately, Tang San had ensured the demise of his 6 teammates before his departure, preventing any risk of his secret being disclosed. Alas, that cursed Ye Ritian. Tang San swore he would personally deliver his retribution in this lifetime. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, are you asleep? Xiao Wu's voice called from outside the door. Tang San paused for a moment, then swiftly changed out of his damp clothes, donning fresh garments retrieved from the moonlit night. He opened the door to find Xiao Wu standing there, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Xiao Wu, why are you still awake at this hour?" he inquired. She shook her head, appearing somewhat dazed. "Brother, just give that man a lesson, but please don't go too far." Tang San nodded absent-mindedly, not fully heeding her words, as he contemplated how to draw out Ye Ritian. As for the escaping man, he held no fear that he would divulge this incident. After all, a single voice could hardly carry weight in the face of overwhelming doubt. "Rong Rong, Zhu Qing, why are you still awake at such a late hour?" Little Dance observed that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who returned slowly from outside, bore a rather poor expression, especially when they encountered Tang San and Little Dance. Their faces darkened as if they were chalkboards. Today, they finally witnessed Tang San's true demeanor, which inadvertently created a rift between the two women and the pair, as they ignored Little Dance and brushed past them. Rongrong, Zhu Qing, what happened? Little Dance hesitated, sensing an inexplicable avoidance from the two. It shouldn't be this way. Usually, the three women were close friends. How could a single night apart lead to such a dramatic shift in their demeanor? Tang San reflected on this with a heavy heart, sighing as he gazed at the oppressive sky, mirroring his own mood. Little Dance, it's getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow night, new battles await us. Brother, you should retire early as well. With that, Little Dance, her eyes heavy with sleep, returned to her room, glancing at the slumbering figures of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. She couldn't help but wonder what had transpired. They seemed like entirely different people. Outside the Soto Great Spirit Arena, within a lavish hotel, the members of the Imperial Fighting Team, having concluded their battle, were indulging in a sumptuous feast. Ye Hao sat alone in his room, contemplating the signs from the recent skirmish. It was evident that Tang San had yet to properly utilize his external spirit bone. In other words, the external spirit bone had not yet fused with him. The 8 spider lances, Tang San's greatest weapon, were akin to a serpent's fangs without proper handling. They posed a significant danger that needed to be addressed at the earliest opportunity. Ye Hao contemplated deeply, realizing that the knight's endeavors yielded substantial rewards. He had secured a compelling piece of evidence against Tang San, along with the testimony of the free soul master he had rescued. At the appointed hour, he would reveal the heinous acts Tang San had committed over the years, with the free soul master as a witness. At that time, there would be no refuge for Tang San within the realm of soul masters. Tang San's collusion with soul beasts and his clandestine slaughter of innocent soul masters could no longer remain hidden. Indeed, such was the case. Another sleepless night ensued. During the day, he rested in the hotel room, while at night he engaged in soul battles at the Soto Great Arena. Over the past few nights, Ye Hao participated in only a handful of one-on-one matches, occasionally teaming up with Yi Lingling to form the twin leaf combination. After several skirmishes, he had amassed a considerable amount of points. As for Qin Ming, he had his own strategies. Ye Hao was the true trump card, and he would not squander this asset on ordinary soul battle teams. In the lounge, Qin Ming, after reviewing the data on the Shrek 7 monsters, smiled subtly, albeit regrettably, as today's opponent for the Royal Battle Team was not the Shrek 7 monsters. In recent days, with the Shrek 7 monsters' consecutive victories and the sudden emergence of the Royal Battle Team, both had begun to emerge as the leading forces within the Soto Great Arena. Both the audience and the teams, the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Battle Team, eagerly anticipated a direct confrontation between the two formidable squads. The Soto Great Arena, a venue for one-on-one combat. Ye Hao, finding himself at leisure, had little to engage him in the team battles, save for the occasional one-on-one duel. In his spare moments, he would partake in 2-on-2 matches with Sister Lingling, spending his days in idleness. As the impending one-on-one confrontation loomed, he pondered who the unfortunate contender would be today. The anticipation was palpable. Spicy Rabbit Head versus Gentle Bone Enchanting Rabbit. The one-on-one duel of souls was about to commence. Both parties, please prepare yourselves. Ye Hao, is that you, Xiao Wu, the rabbit? Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face broke into a radiant smile. Since parting ways with the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, it had been quite some time since they last met. To his surprise, their first encounter would be in a one-on-one soul battle arena, truly a testament to the unpredictability of life, akin to a large intestine enveloping a small intestine. As Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, he resolved that he would not show any mercy in this battle. He removed his mask, revealing his true visage. For wearing the mask had lost its significance. Initially, it served to conceal his identity, but now, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were certainly familiar with the owner of that mask. After all, during their previous encounter, he had donned it. Yet, he realized that he could not afford to expose himself just yet. In preparation for the impending confrontation, Ye Hao made his way back to the lounge, borrowing Yi Lingling's mask to wear instead. Meanwhile, in the Shrek 7 Monsters Lounge, thanks to the recent battle between Tang San and Yi Ritian, the astute Tang San believed he was the sole bearer of this knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong had been quietly observing the entire situation. Since that day, the two women chose to isolate Xiao Wu, refraining from any communication or interaction with her. They even went so far as to secure a new room, leaving behind their previous shared quarters. Thus, Xiao Wu found herself completely ostracized. In the days that followed, Xiao Wu had attempted to reach out to the two women, seeking clarity on her perplexing feelings regarding their sudden coldness. Were they not supposed to be good sisters? Yet, the only response she received was a curt request to maintain a safe distance. They were wary of inadvertently causing her harm, knowing that her brother would undoubtedly retaliate. Attention, gentle bone charm rabbit. The one-on-one soul battle is about to commence. Please prepare yourself, as your opponent is the spicy rabbit head. As the announcement echoed through the speakers, Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. At that moment, her greatest delight lay in witnessing her former good sister's struggles. The pairing of gentle bone charm rabbit against spicy rabbit head was simply perfect, especially considering Xiao Wu's martial soul was that of a rabbit. Zhu Zhuqing offered a slight smile. Her lips pursed as she glanced disdainfully at Xiao Wu, a flicker of contempt passing through her eyes. Just then, a peculiar glint crossed Tang San's gaze. He had resolved to ensure that anyone who harmed Xiao Wu would face dire consequences. He vowed that regardless of who the assailant was, they would pay for their transgressions. Spicy rabbit head, just wait. If Xiao Wu manages to teach you a lesson herself, I will refrain from intervening, but should she sustain even the slightest injury, I will personally ensure your demise. Ye Hao acknowledged. Time ticks away, and soon the battle between Spicy Rabbit Head and Gentle Bone Enchanting Rabbit will commence. Gentle Bone Enchanting Rabbit is one of the members of the Shrek 7 monsters. In recent days, the consecutive victories of the Shrek 7 monsters have been unwavering. Wherever the Shrek team appears, throngs of spectators inevitably gather, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling crowd. It is a prime location for embarrassment. All members of Shrek are seated in the audience, each lost in their own thoughts. Tang San, harboring a hint of murderous intent, is prepared to take action should Xiao Wu sustain any injuries. The Soul Arena adheres to its own rules, and the complex powers behind it leave no room for Tang San's recklessness. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar share a more spectator-like attitude. After all, the name chosen for the opponent seems to be a blatant provocation aimed at Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remain united in this moment. Chapter 46, Unilateral Overpowering. Tang San's fury in a one-on-one soul fight. Spicy Rabbit Head versus Gentle Bone Enchanting Rabbit. The duel is about to begin. Let us welcome both contenders to the arena. As the host's voice fades, Xiao Wu strides onto the stage, seething with anger and a scowl on her face. She has resolved to teach the Spicy Rabbit Head a lesson. Why choose such an absurd name if not to invite trouble? She is determined to strike him down, leaving him incapacitated and in utter disarray. Next, dressed in the uniform of the Royal Fighting Team and deliberately obscuring the emblem of the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao, wearing a mask of Yi Lingling, slowly ascends the Soul Arena under the gaze of thousands of spectators. In an instant, Tang San, seated among the audience, sharpens his focus, evidently harboring different thoughts regarding the Spicy Rabbit Head. Dai Mubai, about to inquire further, swallows his words upon witnessing the fierce glint in Tang San's eyes. Realizing that Tang San has become serious. Boss Dai, is something the matter? Tang San inquires. Dai Mubai shakes his head, signaling that all is well. Spicy Rabbit Head. Tang San grits his teeth at the thought of this name, which inevitably brings to mind one individual. Ye Hao. For Ye Hao revels in indulging in Spicy Rabbit Head, especially in front of Xiao Wu, unabashedly enjoying it. Those days were undoubtedly torturous for Xiao Wu, witnessing her ancestors being devoured before her eyes. How could she, as their progenitor, not feel the pain? Little San, do you believe Xiao Wu will triumph in this battle? Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, fully prepared to enjoy the spectacle. To dare to adopt such a name was akin to the old longevity star hanging himself. Oscar and Ma Hongjun wore expressions of complete amusement, reminiscing about the times when they had bullied Ma Hongjun, only to later witness him being ruthlessly trampled by Xiao Wu's explosive 8-section throw, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. In stark contrast were Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, whose countenances remained serene. For them, Shrek Academy had become a mere synonym for disappointment. The Shrek 7 monsters were nothing more than a jest. After the incident involving Tang San, the two women had long since lost hope in Shrek Academy, merely wishing to graduate swiftly and depart from this institution of inadequacy. You dare call yourself Spicy Rabbit Head? Xiao Wu exclaimed from the soul-fighting platform, her eyes ablaze with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon Ye Hao. Ye Hao smiled gently and remarked, "Rabbit head is my favorite delicacy, particularly when it is spicy. Adding some cumin enhances the flavor even further. Ah, I shall make you savor the spicy rabbit head." Xiao Wu exclaimed, her anger palpable, her presence radiating an undeniable force. Ye Hao remained silent, merely raising his middle finger at Xiao Wu, reminiscent of that day during the team battle when someone had done the same to her. Observing this, neither side uttered another word. A grand confrontation was inevitable. In a one-on-one soul duel, spicy rabbit head versus gentle bone enchanting rabbit, the battle commenced. The host passionately announced the start. 3 soul rings illuminated beneath Xiao Wu's feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. A layer of white fluff enveloped her, and her rabbit ears became more animated. In an instant, Xiao Wu vanished from her original position as her 3rd soul ring blazed to life. Using her 3rd soul skill upon arrival, disregarding martial ethics, she had yet to even invoke her martial spirit. In a heartbeat, Xiao Wu reappeared behind Ye Hao, her body supple and devoid of bones, spinning gracefully in a full 360 degrees. Her long, delicate legs delivered a powerful strike aimed squarely at Ye Hao's head. Ye Hao swiftly turned and seized Xiao Wu's right leg with great force. "You despicable rabbit. It is unbecoming of a gentleman to take advantage of others' misfortunes. I have yet to unleash my martial soul. How dare you strike first?" Xiao Wu scoffed, disdainfully responding, "For someone like you, all I require is..." Ye Hao exerted force with his palm, gripping Xiao Wu's leg tightly before casting her to the ground. "Ah!" The anguish echoed from Xiao Wu as she writhed in pain, every bone in her body feeling as though it had been dislocated. What on earth is happening? A subtle smile graced Ye Hao's lips as he suddenly hurled Xiao Wu away, her form crashing heavily against the edge of the battle arena, mere inches from the precipice. In that moment, the audience fell silent, and Tang Xin could no longer contain his fury. His eyes burned a vivid crimson, especially at the instant Ye Hao ruthlessly slammed Xiao Wu to the ground. "Spicy rabbit head, I shall slay you," he seethed. Beside him, Dai Mubai and Oscar quickly restrained Tang San, fully aware of his volatile temperament. Xiao Wu was Tang San's sister. How could he not be enraged at her mistreatment? The Soto Great Spirit Arena had its rules, and Tang San was compelled to watch helplessly as Xiao Wu endured the assault. Seated nearby, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong exchanged knowing glances, a faint smile curling on their lips. In the past, they had been blind to the truth, mistakenly regarding this rabbit as a dear sister. Now, having discerned the reality, they could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction and delight as they witnessed Xiao Wu receiving her comeuppance. As they observed Tang San, his eyes now a fierce scarlet as Dai Mubai and Oscar held him back, a rush of exhilaration coursed through them. "Delightful," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, while Zhu Zhuqing revealed a barely perceptible smile. On the battle stage, Ye Hao refrained from manifesting his martial soul and strode towards Xiao Wu, who in an instant vanished from sight, activating her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement. The arena fell into a hushed anticipation, with nearly all spectators holding their breath, eager to discover where the soft-bone charm rabbit would reappear. Ye Hao felt a chill behind him. Indeed, Xiao Wu had silently appeared, her 1st soul ring glowing beneath her feet as she executed her waist bow technique. Rising onto her toes, she propelled Ye Hao into the air. In the audience, Tang Xin finally exhaled, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipating. It turned out that this entire scene was merely a ruse orchestrated by Xiao Wu. First, she exposed her own weakness to catch Ye Hao off guard, and then, by utilizing her teleportation and waist bow techniques, she ensured that, should these 2 soul skills connect successfully, Ye Hao would not evade. Coupled with the explosive 8 strikes throw, this would suffice to release the pent-up resentment Xiao Wu had harbored over the years. Ye Hao lay suspended in midair, gazing at the smiling figure of Xiao Wu above him. "Miss Spicy Rabbit Head, you reside at the very bottom. I am the one in the stratosphere." Xiao Wu paused for a brief moment, but in the next heartbeat, Ye Hao unfurled his 6-winged violet light wings and swiftly positioned himself behind her. In an instant, a chill enveloped Xiao Wu's heart. With a resounding crack, 2 sharp slaps echoed through the air as Ye Hao mercilessly struck Xiao Wu's delicate face. The visible force of the blows caused her charming visage to swell gradually, leaving distinct handprints that sent a shiver down the spine of any onlooker. Subsequently, under Tang San's despairing and murderous gaze, Ye Hao delivered a forceful kick, sending Xiao Wu soaring through the air. As his unique and devastating 8-section throw made its grand entrance. Chapter 47. Tang San's intent to kill Ye Hao delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Wu's abdomen, rendering her momentarily dazed as she spat out bitter fluid. Now, little rabbit, it's your turn to experience the brutal taste of the 8-section throw. With a resounding slap, Xiao Wu spun 360 degrees in midair. The impact left her mind in a haze, her eyes unfocused, teetering on the brink of collapse. Once upon a time, it was she who executed the 8-section throw on others. Yet today, she found herself in this predicament. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Hao transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, while Xiao Wu's figure danced in the air, her fist striking with a bone-crushing force. The audience was left utterly speechless, witnessing the graceful bone rabbit of the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters reduced to such a state at the hands of a stranger who had yet to unleash his martial soul. This was nothing short of a one-sided obliteration. As time expired, Ye Hao forcefully hurled Xiao Wu to the ground. The sound echoed like a thunderous boom as her body crashed onto the soul-fighting stage. Silence enveloped the arena. The spectators were rendered mute, gazing at Xiao Wu, battered and bruised, her visage resembling that of Ma Hongjun. One could hardly believe this was the same Xiao Wu they knew. It was as if Ma Hongjun had donned a dress and collapsed on the ground, an image too vivid to bear. At that moment, Tang San could no longer suppress the raging fury within him. He leaped from the audience and swiftly ascended the fighting platform, enveloping the injured Xiao Wu in his arms. As he beheld her swollen face, his wrath surged uncontrollably, a tempest of murderous intent directed at Ye Hao. Tang San set Xiao Wu aside, and 3 soul rings glimmered beneath his feet. With a sharp sound, the 8 spider lances shimmered with a purple glow, eager for blood. One could not deny, Tang San had indeed been fortunate. The external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, resolving numerous significant issues for him in the later stages of his journey. It was a pity, however, that such a powerful artifact had fallen into the hands of someone like Ye Hao, truly a stroke of misfortune. Spicy Rabbit Head, come and embrace your demise. Tang San's aura was overwhelming. At that moment, he disregarded all rules. With Xiao Wu so grievously harmed by Ye Hao, to spare him would be an unforgivable act of restraint. Ye Hao remained unperturbed, completely disregarding Tang San's intentions, and defiantly raised his middle finger in response. The host, witnessing this blatant contempt for the Soto Great Soul Arena, swiftly reacted, rushing onto the stage to intercede before Tang San. With utmost gravity, he declared, "Sir, please do not disrupt the established order. Should you persist in your obstinacy, the Soto Great Soul Arena will no longer extend its welcome to the Shrek 7 monsters, and you yourself shall face the appropriate consequences, repercussions you may not be prepared to bear. A powerful dragon cannot dominate a local serpent. In the realm of the Soto Great Soul Arena, one must adhere to its regulations." At that moment, the remaining 5 members of Shrek, aside from Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing who still occupied their seats in the audience, ascended the stage. Dai Mubai swiftly intercepted Tang San, speaking softly, "Xiao San, remain calm. The Soto Great Soul Arena has its own rules. We must not engage in conflict here. As long as the Spicy Rabbit Head remains in Soto City, there will be ample opportunities in the future." Oscar chimed in, urging, "Hurry and leave. There's plenty of time ahead. We will eventually deal with the Spicy Rabbit Head, but not now." As Tang San's eyes glinted with murderous intent, he seized the sausages from Oscar's hand and promptly fed one to Xiao Wu. "Spicy Rabbit Head, I shall surely kill you in this lifetime." Tang San's gaze burned fiercely, his resolve to eliminate the Spicy Rabbit Head firmly etched into his mind. Ye Hao paid no heed to Tang San, and subsequently made an obscene gesture, raising his middle finger followed by a thumbs down, his expression one of disdain. "Dare you confront us directly, regardless of life and death?" Tang San exclaimed loudly, in full view of the crowd, effectively issuing a challenge to Ye Hao. Ye Hao managed a bitter smile as he shook his head at Tang San, expressing his disdain. "With teammates like yours, I cannot vouch for your integrity, as they may well turn against you." In essence, the sudden assault launched by the soft-boned, enchanting rabbit, while my martial spirit had yet to be fully unleashed, is a matter witnessed by all. The audience present is certainly not blind. Just now, her strike was evidently aimed at my life, targeting my very head. While she attempted to take my life, I could only await my demise, or perhaps it is your reasoning that is flawed. Consider this. How could I stand idly by while someone seeks to end my existence? Today, I shall teach this rabbit a lesson. The Shrek 7 monsters? Huh. It truly opens my eyes to think you can be beaten without the right to retaliate. Should you dare to defend yourself, it would mean my end. Who established such a principle? A soul master should engage in combat with honor. If you have grown so accustomed to your arrogance, why then pursue the path of a soul master? Disdaining the rules of the Soto Great Soul Arena and acting recklessly. Individuals like you are utterly unworthy of the title of soul master. Ye Hao, with fervor and passion, concluded his speech, raising his hand dramatically as he displayed a gesture of defiance towards the Shrek 5 present. Tonight's feast shall include spicy rabbit heads. The words reached the ears of the newly awakened Xiao Wu, causing her to regurgitate blood once more before she fainted, her head tilting to the side. Tang San was rendered speechless, his fingers clenched tightly, a crimson droplet of blood falling from his palm. At that moment, all he desired was to obliterate the spicy rabbit heads. The pent-up frustration within him was truly unbearable. His mentor had instilled in him the belief that the Shrek 7 monsters functioned as a cohesive unit, a family bound by love. When one faced adversity, all must rally to confront it together. In times of need, they could act in unison without being confined by rules. That was the essence of Shrek. Yet here he was, thwarted by the spicy rabbit heads, unable to utter a single word. Uffed. Ma Hongjun shivered, a sheepish smile escaping him as he muttered an apology for his inability to contain his laughter. In the audience, Ning Rongrong watched Ye Hao's retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Now that is a real man, she exclaimed inwardly. He had the audacity to confront Tang San directly and had left Xiao Wu in such a state before withdrawing unscathed. Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This encounter had granted her a fresh perspective on both Xiao Wu and Tang San, revealing their true natures. Tang San was a duplicitous character, presenting one face publicly while masking another privately. Xiao Wu, too, acted without regard for restraint, harboring a desire to eliminate her opponents entirely, blinded by her own arrogance. To associate with such individuals as friends and peers was indeed a grave misjudgment on Ning Rongrong's part. Zhu Qing, let us depart. It is best to keep our distance from Tang San and Xiao Wu in the future. Zhu Qing nodded in agreement, her gaze shifting away from Ye Hao as she followed Ning Rongrong's lead, and together they exited the scene. Chapter 48. Greetings, my name is Ning Rongrong. What a thrill. Ye Hao emerged from the Soto Great Spirit Arena, traversing the path back to his inn in solitude. At this moment, he felt no fear of retaliation from Tang San and his companions. Their immediate priority was to rescue Xiao Wu, who had suffered greatly, akin to a second Ma Hongjun. Following this battle, Ye Hao and Tang San would henceforth be adversaries. Spicy rabbit heads. Ye Hao was momentarily taken aback, realizing someone was calling his name. Turning around, he was greeted by the beaming face of Ning Rongrong. You are the 7 treasures Lioli from Shrek's 7 monsters. What brings you to me? If it pertains to vengeance, I would advise against it. As a support-type soul master, you would find it unwise to provoke the 7 treasures Lioli sect. The 2 titled Douluos of the 7 treasures Lioli Pagoda regard Ning Rongrong as their prized jewel, and Ye Hao certainly would not dare to become their adversary. Greetings. I am Ning Rongrong. I observed your recent battle, and I must say, you performed admirably, she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Wasn't that soft-bone charm rabbit a part of your team? Your comrade was bested, yet you seem quite joyful. How does that reconcile? Ye Hao feigned ignorance. Having conversed with Ning Rongrong from the perspective of Yi Ritian earlier, now, as he assumed the guise of a spicy rabbit head, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Fortunately, having exchanged masks with Lingling beforehand, he avoided recognition. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong could not help but emit a cold snort, perceiving that the rabbit was as self-important as the individual described on that day. Truly, I misjudged him. I once considered her akin to a sister, only to discover that Tang San and she are of such character. I have come today specifically to inform you. Inform me of what? Ning Rongrong cautioned softly. Be exceedingly wary of Tang San's retribution. The way you treated Xiao Wu today, he assuredly will not let it slide. Henceforth, you must prioritize your safety. It was quite absurd that Ning Rongrong, the little witch of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, had taken it upon herself to offer such a warning. Presently, Ye Hao had formed a preliminary assessment of Tang San's might. Had it not been for the events of the previous night, it was entirely possible that Ye Hao could have bested Tang San. He had long been preoccupied with the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, which remained a persistent threat. Reflecting on subsequent events, it was evident that Tang San had relied heavily on the 8 spider lances to navigate perilous situations. Just imagine, if Tang San were to lose the 8 spider lances, it would be akin to confiscating his instrument of crime. What then could he wield against me? Fortunately, the 8 spider lances had yet to merge with Tang San, a fact Ye Hao had ascertained during their encounter last night. At that time, when Ye Hao acquired the 6-winged purple light wings, he found himself in a similar predicament to Tang San's current state. Ultimately, it was only with the assistance of the 3 teaching committee members that he was able to integrate the 6-winged purple light wings into himself. The soul bone effectively becomes a part of 1's body, akin to 1's own bones. In contrast, Tang San had not yet fused with the 8 spider lances, presenting a prime opportunity to seize them. If they were to proceed to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, it would indeed be too late. Thank you for your warning. I surmise your journey here may be in vain. Ning Rongrong was perplexed. Why? Are you not afraid of Tang San's vengeance? Ye Hao smiled faintly, extending his hand to point at the metal adorning his arm. Do you see this? Ning Rongrong leaned in to investigate. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the daughter of Ning Fengji, she had undoubtedly encountered grand spectacles before. You are a student of the Tiando Royal Academy? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. The Tiando Royal Academy, established by the Tiando Empire, was renowned for its uniqueness, a fact well known to Ning Rongrong. During the previous battle, she had been so focused on the unfolding events that she had failed to notice the insignia on Ye Hao's arm. Understandably, Ning Rongrong had significantly altered her perception of her former close friend, now standing alongside Zhu Zhuqing and seeing clearly the true nature of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Her disillusionment with Shrek Academy and the Shrek 7 monsters had long since taken root. Ye Hao concealed the insignia on his arm, brimming with confidence, and said, Miss Ning Rongrong, do you still harbor concerns about Tang since seeking retribution against me? Ye Hao is a person of great significance to the Royal Academy of Tiando, and he is mistakenly believed by the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe to be his biological brother. As for this matter, Ye Hao will eventually make a solitary journey to the Spirit Hall, but that is not to be in the present. The individuals from the Royal Academy of Tiando have actually arrived in Tiando City. Could it be the Imperial Fighting Team? Ning Rongrong suddenly realizes. Could it be that the newly emerged Imperial Fighting Team is indeed? Ye Hao smiled slightly. Indeed, Miss Ning Rongrong is quite astute. The Royal Fighting Team is, without a doubt, the squad of the Heavenly Royal Academy. Given the current circumstances, it is uncertain whether our 2 teams will face each other in the next battle or the one thereafter. Miss Ning Rongrong, I kindly ask you to keep my identity a secret. Ning Rongrong smiled mysteriously. Are you not concerned that I might inform Tang San right now? Ye Hao laughed heartily, asserting that one was not the type of person to act in such a manner. Why? Ning Rongrong inquired. If you wish for me to be avenged by Tang San, you would not have traveled such a distance to warn me. With that, Ye Hao waved his hand in farewell to Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, in a modest and located half a city away from the Soto Great Soul Arena, a familiar guest had arrived at the residence of Shrek Academy. Within the room of Dean Flinder, 3 individuals were present, Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujia. To their surprise, Qin Ming, the leader of the Royal Battle Team, had come alone to this gathering. Haha. Flinder laughed heartily, displaying a proud expression. Little Ming, I never anticipated that this suddenly emerging team at the Soto Great Soul Arena would be under your leadership. Just a few days ago, I was pondering how this Royal Battle Team has been so formidable, achieving consecutive victories and nearing the record set by our 7 little monsters. Qin Ming smiled in response. Dean Flinder, you flatter me. The success I enjoy today is greatly due to the guidance of all the esteemed teachers. It is an honor for me to enter the Tiando Royal Academy for teaching support. Master interjected suddenly. I have observed the current situation at the Soto Great Soul Arena. In the next Team Soul battle, it is likely we will witness a clash between the Shrek 7 and the Royal Battle Team. Presently, the trend at the Soto Great Soul Arena had Shrek 7 leading the charge, while the Royal Battle Team had risen unexpectedly, both teams enjoying a streak of victories, nearly defeating several of the original teams at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Chapter 49, Spicy Rabbit Head. Recently, the Royal Battle Team once again drew the Mad Battle Team in a match, and to everyone's astonishment, the Mad Battle Team chose to concede. After their last encounter, the existing teams at the Soto Great Soul Arena were unlikely to challenge the Royal Battle Team lightly. Engaging them would equate to offering points freely. akin to voluntarily handing over one's life. The royal battle team consisted entirely of soul sovereigns, while the Shrek 7 displayed remarkable synergy. Should both sides truly wish to determine superiority, Qin Ming, after several days of observation and inquiry, had gained thorough insight into the Shrek 7 team. Ye Hao is truly the key to victory. Qin Ming's eyes glimmered with curiosity. He was eager to uncover what unique qualities this Shrek 7 monsters possessed. Although it was his former academy, when it came to significant matters, Qin Ming firmly sided with the Imperial fighting team. After all, the purpose of this endeavor was to refine the Imperial fighting team in preparation for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition 2 years hence. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Outside the window, a crowd was bustling, indicating that the Shrek 7 monsters had returned. Flinder smiled faintly, harboring an inexplicable joy and satisfaction towards this current batch of students. He was genuinely delighted. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his attire and rose, planning to introduce this remarkable cohort to Qin Ming. However, just then, Flinder gasped and abruptly closed the door, nearly dislodging his crystal spectacles in the process. He breathed heavily, his expression fraught with panic. "Director Flinder, what is the matter?" Qin Ming inquired urgently. Flinder swallowed nervously, trembling as he replied, "You nearly scared me to death tonight. I just saw a pig's head when I opened the door." "A pig's head?" Zhao Wujin paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Where would a pig's head come from at this hour? At your age, it's quite embarrassing for a soul sage to be so frightened by a mere pig's head. I must see this pig head for myself." Zhao Wujin pushed past Flinder, opening the door, only to be struck dumb. There stood Tang San, carrying what appeared to be a pig's head, albeit an oddly abstract one, adorned with 2 pink rabbit ears. "A flying pig?" Zhao Wujin stifled a laugh, taking a deep breath. Tang San frowned slightly and said, "Teacher Zhao, please refrain from laughing. Is Director Flinder inside?" "Yes, he certainly is." Zhao Wujin turned around. "What pig's head?" "It's just Tang San and the others returning, and he has got a pig with rabbit ears on his back." However, Zhao Wujin was Tang San's teacher, and Tang San was a student of Shrek Academy. Tang San felt a twinge of guilt, but decided it was best to prioritize healing Xiao Wu first, before seeking revenge on the spicy rabbit head. He was determined to personally avenge this grievance. At that moment, Flinder inspected the unconscious Xiao Wu, whose cheeks were swollen and marked with numerous handprints, deeply unconscious and unresponsive. "Tang San, is this Xiao Wu? What has happened to her?" Flinder was greatly astonished. It should not have been so. Given Xiao Wu's prowess, even in defeat, she ought not to have suffered such humiliation, and yet, she had been beaten to such a state. When he opened the door moments ago, Flinder initially believed he had encountered a ghost in the dead of night. It was indeed an ill omen to unexpectedly come across a visage so grotesque. However, he could no longer afford to dwell on such trivial matters. Seeing Xiao Wu in her current condition ignited a deep-seated fury within Flinder, as this was tantamount to a slap in the face of Shrek Academy. "Tang San, what on earth transpired? Who dared to be so audacious as to reduce Xiao Wu to this state?" Flinder inquired, his voice laced with anger. With a sigh of relief, Flinder gradually retracted his soul power. Lying on the bed, Xiao Wu had regained her original appearance, thanks to the assistance of Flinder and the others, who had utilized their soul power to alleviate her swelling. Yet, the imprint of a hand upon her face would not vanish overnight. Observing his junior sister in such a battered state, Qin Ming felt a pang of sympathy and thus made his way to the hotel reception to procure a bag of ice for Tang San. "Thank you, Dean Flinder." "And who might this be?" Tang San asked, regarding the unfamiliar Qin Ming, who, in his recollection, did not appear to be affiliated with Shrek Academy. "Greetings. I am Qin Ming, a former student of Shrek Academy. I returned specifically to visit the dean and the others," Qin Ming replied with a smile. At this moment, Flinder beamed with pride, draping an arm around Qin Ming's shoulders and laughing heartily. "He hails from Shrek Academy. By the time your seniors were your age, they had already made a name for themselves in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Do not let his youth fool you. He is just over 30 and has already ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor." "Soul Emperor?" The group gasped in astonishment, realizing that this senior named Qin Ming was indeed remarkable. Qin Ming blushed modestly, attributing his success to the guidance of his teachers. "I have heard Dean Flinder and Master speak of you. You are Tang San, correct?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. Qin Ming continued, "What has happened to this junior sister?" Did she sustain injuries during a soul battle? Engaging in combat at the Soto Great Soul Arena was a standard practice for Shrek Academy students. Minor injuries were inconsequential. Qin Ming himself had endured similar injuries in the past, a necessary trial on the path to becoming a formidable soul master. Flinder Master. And the others shared a mutual curiosity about who could be so audacious as to inflict such damage on a student of Shrek Academy. Tang Sen clenched his teeth in silence, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Someone named Spicy Rabbit Head was responsible for Xiao Wu's current state. Spicy Rabbit Head? Flinder's expression hardened, while Zhao Wujie scratched his head in confusion. Master appeared pensive, and Qin Ming rubbed his ears, questioning if he had misheard. Spicy Rabbit Head? Isn't that Ye Hao's? Qin Ming recalled inquiring about the origin of that peculiar name from Ye Hao himself. Ye Hao replied, I simply have a fondness for spicy rabbit heads, nothing more. From that moment on, Qin Ming ceased to inquire further. Tang San, could you repeat that? What is the name of that person? Qin Ming asked uncertainly. Spicy Rabbit Head. Tang San said through gritted teeth, filled with a desire to eliminate that spicy rabbit head immediately. Throughout her life, Xiao Wu had never endured such hardship. Had it not been for the regulations at the Soto Great Soul Arena prohibiting private duels, and Xiao Wu being in a comatose state, it is likely that Tang Sen would have already taken action against that spicy rabbit head. This individual has brought about their own demise. Spicy Rabbit Head. Qin Ming instantly understood, recognizing the instigator. Chapter 50, A Grandiose Oath. Aside from Ye Hao, Qin Ming could not think of anyone else. First, Ye Hao registered under the name Spicy Rabbit Head at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Second, Ye Hao had a penchant for indulging in Spicy Rabbit Head, often ordering it. At this moment, Xiao Wu was still unconscious, and Qin Ming, glancing at the furious Flander and others, quickly greeted them before departing the scene. This fellow truly wreaks havoc. As Qin Ming exited the inn where the Shrek Academy resided, he sighed helplessly at Ye Hao's actions. There was neither deep-seated animosity nor significant hatred. There was no need to treat the girl named Xiao Wu so harshly, especially since she was a student of Shrek Academy, making her Qin Ming's junior. Ye Hao's actions undoubtedly struck a blow to the entire Shrek Academy. Fortunately, his true identity remained concealed. Otherwise, Qin Ming, the team leader, would find himself in a precarious situation, potentially facing accusations of lax discipline. Shortly after Qin Ming departed, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the inn, fortuitously passing by Flinder's room, where they noticed Xiao Wu sprawled on the bed, a noticeable red imprint from a handprint evident on her face. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Deciding to disregard her, they had no desire to provoke Xiao Wu and risk being placed on Tang San's list of adversaries. Come in. You two. Flinder's voice suddenly emerged from within the room. The two women entered, discovering everyone present. Flinder's expression was grave as he turned to them and inquired, what exactly transpired between you and Xiao Wu? I heard from Xiao Sen that not only have you moved out of your original dormitory, but you have also isolated Xiao Wu. Who granted you such audacity? Do you not understand the importance of unity and camaraderie? The master interjected. The Shrek 7 monsters are a cohesive whole. You must assist one another in times of need. It is unacceptable for the entire group to suffer due to trivial matters. The soul fighting competition tomorrow is of utmost importance, and I hope you can apologize to Xiao Wu today, allowing this incident to be put to rest. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Wu, lying on the bed, had already clenched her fists. In truth, she was awake, fully aware that the recent events aligned closely with Flinder's words. She yearned to understand why Rongrong and Zhuqing had chosen to ostracize her and what she had done wrong. Ning Rongrong surveyed the group, noting that everyone was present. Do you truly wish to know? She asked, and the others nodded in agreement. As the master had stated, they were indeed a united front, with no issue too great to resolve through discussion. However, what Ning Rongrong was about to reveal was of monumental significance. Taking a deep breath and recalling the events of that fateful night, she shuddered at the thought of this once-beloved third brother potentially seizing an opportunity to bring her harm under the cover of darkness. No, what was she afraid of? With the backing of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a formidable family, she feared no one. Before we proceed, I would like to pose a question to Tang San. Ning Rongrong began. Tang San, taken aback, replied, please, go ahead. Ning Rongrong continued. I once heard Xiao Wu mention that you had a pact during your childhood. Tang Sen nodded, affirming, Xiao Wu is my sister. I will not allow anyone to bully her. Those who dare to do so will face consequences. What a grandiose declaration. Ning Rongrong's words caused Tang San's gaze to sharpen, as if he had misheard her. What did you say? With a slight smile, Ning Rongrong responded. Did I perhaps misspeak? The soul fighting battles are a sacred contest between soul masters. Stepping onto the arena is akin to signing a pact with fate, where life and death are left to destiny. Yet you, Tang San, openly disregard the rules, treating them as mere trifles. At this moment, Oscar interjected, remarking on the urgency of the situation. He had witnessed the brutal attack on the spicy rabbit head, and with Xiaowu in such a state, how could Tang San merely stand by? Let us not dwell on that, he said. Ning Rongrong suddenly pointed at Tang San, stating with righteous indignation, how can one allow officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps? You can harm others, yet others cannot harm you. Inflict a wound upon you, and you would seek to annihilate your opponent. Do you understand why Zhu Qing and I have isolated Xiaowu? Tang San remained silent, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Do you recall the incident during the recent team battle, when one of the soul masters raised a middle finger at Xiaowu? As Ning Rongrong's words fell, Tang San's body trembled violently. Could it be? Impossible. Only he, Yi Ritian, and the fleeing fish that had slipped through the net were privy to that day's events. To prevent any leaks, Tang San had even taken the precaution of eliminating the 6 downed opponents before his departure to ensure his secret remained concealed. You isolated Xiaowu over this matter? Tang San countered. Ning Rongrong scoffed. What do you think? Over such a trivial incident, which nearly cost a life. How can a narrow-minded person like that be worthy of being my friend? Hearing this, Tang San secretly sighed in relief, grateful that the incident had not been divulged. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Enough, enough. You are all part of the same team. You must not allow a trivial matter to create a rift, Flinder interjected, seeking to mediate. The upcoming team battle was crucial for the Shrek 7 Devils. Humph. Ning Rongrong snorted, pulling Zhu Zhuqing away. Rongrong, I truly worry that you might speak of that incident, Zhu Zhuqing said as they exited Flinder's room. I'm not foolish enough to let that slip. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. Zhuqing, what are you worried about? Do you fear Tang San's retaliation against you or me? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. She was not afraid of Tang San's vengeance. On the contrary, if he dared to act, the forces behind Ning Rongrong would surely not let him off the hook. With 2 titled Douluos guarding the 7 treasure glazed tile school, along with Ning Rongrong's father, Tang San was merely a weak ant in comparison. Inside the room, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Ning Rongrong was resolute. She could never associate with someone like Tang San. Born of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she held a prestigious status. Though she might have been a little witch in her youth, she maintained clarity when faced with significant moral choices. Rongrong truly is incomprehensible. Flinder fumed, rising to storm out. He found himself at a loss with this little witch from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Though under the directives of Ning Fengji, Flinder found himself constrained, unable to act against Ning Rongrong in any manner, particularly not daring to harm a single hair on her head. Otherwise, the 2 elders from the 7 treasure glazed tile school would not let him off easily. Xiao San, it is getting late. Please take good care of Xiaowu. With these words, the master departed as well, leaving only Tang San and Xiaowu in the room. Chapter 51. You are here to repulse again apologize? On what grounds? On the other side, Qin Ming hurriedly left the inn where Shrek Academy was located, racing back to the Imperial fighting team, seeking out Ye Hao at the earliest opportunity. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Ye Hao promptly rejected Qin Ming's request. I heard from Dean Flinder that you are former classmates with Tang San and Xiaowu. Given that Xiaowu has been so grievously injured by you, it is only reasonable that you should offer an apology, Qin Ming urged earnestly. Classmates? Ye Hao shook his head in silence, stating, I do not possess such extraordinary abilities as a fellow alumnus. Furthermore, I did not lay a hand on Xiaowu. Qin Ming gazed at Ye Hao with a peculiar expression, timidly asking, Are you jesting with me? You truly did not strike her? Indeed, Ye Hao affirmed. Then how did Xiaowu sustain her injuries? She fell on her own, he replied. Do you dare to claim that the spicy rabbit head was not your doing? It was not me. Do you have any evidence? Ye Hao spoke earnestly. Teacher Qin, I have recently changed my name to Ye Hao. Spicy rabbit head is distinct from Ye Hao. The 2 cannot be compared. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, Ye Hao departed, leaving Xiaowu to lament her own misfortunes. For her lack of strength was not the fault of others. From Qin Ming's insistence that Ye Hao apologized to Xiaowu, it was evident that he had already visited Shrek Academy and met with Tang San and the others. This was hardly surprising. for Qin Ming had once been a student of Shrek Academy. His purpose in coming to Soto City was twofold: to train the Imperial fighting team and to revisit his former academy. Qin Ming hesitated, for he knew Ye Hao all too well. To claim he was not Spicy Rabbit Head would be as improbable as the sun rising in the west. The following day, as dusk approached and the sky had yet to fully darken, the Soto Great Spirit Arena was already teeming with crowds. The throngs of people surged like a tide, for it was said that the size of the Great Spirit Arena could determine the rise and fall of nations. Its prosperity was pivotal to the flourishing of both city and country. Today, the Shrek 7 monsters arrived bright and early at the Soto Great Spirit Arena to prepare the resting quarters for the evening's most significant group battle. Hello. I am the thousand-handed Azura from the Shrek 7 monsters. Could you kindly assist me in retrieving information about an individual known as Spicy Rabbit Head? Tang Sen approached the front desk, intent on learning more about this individual. Given Xiao Wu's severe injuries from the previous day, Tang Sen had reluctantly spared Spicy Rabbit Head once. Otherwise, given his temperament, it was likely that Spicy Rabbit Head would have faced his wrath shortly after exiting the arena. I apologize, sir, but the Soto Great Spirit Arena has regulations in place. The information regarding all spirit masters is strictly confidential, and should you persist in your inquiries, the consequences may exceed your capacity to bear. The front desk staff promptly denied Tang San's request, perceiving his urgent need for information about Spicy Rabbit Head as a personal vendetta. The battle between Spicy Rabbit Head and the Gentle Bone Charm Rabbit had already become quite notorious. This thousand-handed Azura was openly violating the rules of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, which prohibited outside interference in Spirit Master duels and the use of underhanded weapons. Hidden weapons, commonly referred to as clandestine armaments, were frowned upon in the realm of Spirit Master combat. Such battles were meant to be fair and just. The existence of hidden weapons was deemed unsportsmanlike, and those who employed them were often looked down upon. Tang Sen clenched his teeth in frustration. The Soto Great Spirit Arena was rife with regulations, and given Tang San's own reputation, Shrek Academy was anything but conventional. With a cold snort, Tang San turned away, his curiosity about Spicy Rabbit Head intensifying. The fury within his heart and the murderous intent in his eyes were insufficient to render him completely calm. If one cannot play the game, then one should not partake. Having been disgusted by the Spicy Rabbit Heads yesterday, today he was confronted with another offense. What manner of person could do such a thing? The staff could not suppress their disdain. In the Shrek Academy lounge, the masked Xiao Wu sat in solitude in a corner, observing the animated conversation between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, she felt a profound sense of desolation. Why had they chosen to isolate her over such a trivial matter from a few days prior? What had she done wrong? Before departing from the Soto Great Soul Arena, she had merely asked Tang San to teach those individuals a lesson. Was that truly a fault? With a soft click, Tang San entered, quietly taking a seat beside Xiao Wu. Presently, he was perhaps the only one capable of providing her companionship. People tend to associate with those of similar nature, and it is only fitting that one should be among their kind. Just then, Master, Zhao Wujia, and Flander entered, observing the current disarray within the 7 monsters. Flander sighed heavily. The group had already begun to fall apart, and he could not fathom how much longer Shrek could endure. Master cleared his throat and produced a stack of documents from his robe. Tonight, you need not engage in other battles. Instead, focus diligently on preparing for the team battle. Your opponent is formidable, and you must be mentally prepared. You are about to face the Imperial battle team. As the captain, Dai Mubai accepted the documents. The Imperial battle team, consisting of 8 members, all possessing Silver Soul rings, was as follows. Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. A rank 39 Assault-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Vice Captain, Du Guyan, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake. A rank 38 Control-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Members, Shimo and Shimo, both with the Martial Soul of the Black Tortoise. One at rank 37 and the other at rank 36, each with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Aosu Luo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard. A rank 36 Agility-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Wind Spirit Bird. A rank 36 Agility-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. A rank 35 Support-type Soul Master, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Member, Ye Hao, Martial Soul, Death Demon Spider, a rank 34 control-type Soul Master, with 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Ye Hao? Little San, is this the person you mentioned earlier? Tang San's eyes lit up as he hurried to Dai Mubai's side. Examining the details of Ye Hao and the nearly impossible soul ring configuration, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. A configuration of 100 years and 2,000 years, this was indeed Ye Hao. He was a member of the Imperial Battle Team. Ma Hongjun immediately became enthusiastic, declaring, "That fellow Ye Hao, if he dares to insult our Shrek Academy, I, Fatty, will be the first to make him pay." Chapter 52 So his name is Ye Hao. Dai Mubai, eager and ready, being the first to enter the academy and the leader among the 7, held a rather unfavorable impression of Ye Hao, who had previously insulted the academy. The only thing he could do was to teach this person a lesson in the forthcoming battle, allowing Ye Hao to witness the true prowess of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing the name Ye Hao, Xiao Wu instantly perked up, disregarding the lingering heat on her face, and hastily snatched the information from Dai Mubai's hands. Aside from the spicy rabbit head, Ye Hao could be considered Xiao Wu's second most detested individual. Wait a moment. The spicy rabbit head, Ye Hao's favorite dish. Could it be that this spicy rabbit head refers to Ye Hao himself? Simultaneously, Tang San naturally made this connection. They both knew that Ye Hao relished spicy rabbit heads. Furthermore, Ye Hao was now a member of the Imperial Fighting Team, which had been enjoying a string of victories lately. In other words, Ye Hao was indeed active in the Soto Great Soul Arena. And that spicy rabbit head might truly be him. Ning Rongrong was well aware of Ye Hao's identity. That night, Ye Hao had worn the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy, and although the emblem was concealed, a discerning eye would easily recognize it. Who would casually wear their school uniform out and about? They were on an incognito visit, and wearing uniforms during a team battle would be far too conspicuous. Moreover, the Tiando Royal Academy had a renowned reputation, being specifically established by the Tiando Empire. The master then stated, "This soul battle can be considered your final team match. I have reviewed your performance, and your points have accumulated to a considerable extent, even surpassing the Silver Soul segment. Strictly speaking, you already possess the qualifications of a team bearing the Silver Soul medal." Dai Mubai, brimming with confidence, replied, "Master, rest assured, with Ye Hao on our side, we will surely handle this for the academy with clarity." The master shook his head and solemnly remarked, "What I am about to say must be etched in your minds. When the battle commences, you must not be too harsh on Ye Hao, especially you, Xiao Wu." The group turned their gazes toward Xiao Wu, momentarily placing her in the spotlight. It seemed even the master could not overlook Xiao Wu's tendency to strike hard. Xiao Wu, bewildered, asked, "Master, what have I done?" Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but interject, "Teacher, Xiao Wu is truly gentle in her approach. I can assure you of that." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at the two. "Gentle? On what basis do you claim that?" The master sighed. Ye Hao is now a part of the Imperial Fighting Team, which originates from the Tiando Royal Academy. Just yesterday, your senior Qin Ming was the leader of this team, which is directly cultivated by the Tiando royal family. Upon the utterance of those words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, realizing the profound connections the Imperial Battle Team possessed. It was pitiable that the master still believed that Ye Hao was intentionally placed by her side. Over the years, Ye Hao had either been opposing the master or was on the path of opposition. To this, Tang San, though seething with rage, recognized the futility of his anger. The concept of once a teacher, always a father resonated deeply with Tang San. Given the master's prior declarations, this effectively granted Ye Hao a sort of immunity. With this in mind, Tang San could not act against him. With that said, the master expressed hope that everyone would emerge victorious this time. After finishing her remarks, she made way for Flender. Flender chuckled, cleared his throat to feign calmness, clasped his hands behind his back, and surveyed the crowd with a serious demeanor, stating, "Before the battle commences, I have a significant announcement to make. I, as the dean, have decided that in the near future, Shrek Academy will undergo a major relocation. After this battle concludes, I will grant everyone 3 months to recuperate. Those with important matters in Soto City should attend to them promptly. 3 months hence, all faculty and students shall embark together, with our ultimate destination being the city of Heaven Do." Flender wore a mysterious smile. Having conferred with Qin Ming the previous night about their intention to merge with the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. Currently, Shrek Academy was still an unregistered entity. Yet these remarkable young talents displayed exceptional gifts. With less than 2 years remaining until the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, Qin Ming expressed his regrets for this. The final session. Ultimately, Flinder acquiesced to Qin Ming's request to set forth towards the Royal Academy of Heaven Do in 3 months. Why must the academy relocate? Ma Hongjun inquired, reluctant to depart, as he believed that his humble abode was preferable to gilded cages. Flinder's gaze hardened. Are you questioning the dean's decision? No. The dean is indeed wise. In another lounge, the location of the Imperial battle team, the members were meticulously examining the documents laid out before them, detailing the Shrek 7 monsters. Their martial souls, soul power levels, and soul ring configurations were all clearly presented. Tang San. His martial soul is blue silvergrass. Can blue silvergrass even be cultivated? Du Guyan scoffed. From the information, it was evident that among the 7, only 4 possessed the rank of soul respect. Dai Mubai held the highest soul power, followed by Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, while the remaining 3 posed no real threat. Notably, one named Ning Rongrong was identified as a member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ye Hao sat alone. His curiosity piqued as he observed the ongoing soul duel below. As the designated representative of the Shrek 7 monsters, he was assured a significant role in this battle. The Haoyan sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. How intriguing it was to see these 3 esteemed sects entangled together. Ye Hao smiled faintly, for this battle was indeed highly anticipated. With the foremost weapon spirit, the supreme beast spirit, and the unparalleled auxiliary spirit, the most exceptional figures of the 3 sects were gathered for this confrontation. At that moment, Qin Ming entered, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Teacher Qin, he acknowledged. Indeed. Qin Ming nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to us, a month has swiftly passed since we left the academy. Are you all prepared? This final battle will mark the completion of this phase of training. Du Guyan, with resolute conviction, remarked, Teacher Qin. I have observed that the Shrek 7 monsters have maintained an unbroken winning streak in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Among them, there are 4 Soul Emperors and 3 Great Soul Masters. I believe they are not as formidable as they appear, in a manner akin to the Shrek 7 monsters. The Imperial battle team has scarcely faced defeat since entering the Soto Great Soul Arena, boasting an unparalleled lineup and the optimal configuration of soul rings for all 7 members. What could lead them to loss? Chapter 53, The Final Battle. Underestimating the enemy has always been Du Guyan's Achilles heel. Coupled with the fact that the Imperial battle team has been in peak condition over the past month, they have effortlessly triumphed in nearly every team battle, which has naturally instilled a sense of pride within them. Qin Ming shook his head with a wry smile and, with sincere gravity, said, Yen, the Shrek 7 monsters have achieved continuous victories, which signifies that they are by no means to be taken lightly. To ensure against any unforeseen circumstances, Ye Hao will join you in this battle. Yu Feng, this time, Little Hao will replace you. Yu Feng paused momentarily in surprise before nodding in agreement. Having addressed all necessary points, Qin Ming turned to the focused Ye Hao seated nearby, inquiring, Little Hao, do you have anything to add? Ye Hao smiled faintly, patting his chest and confidently declared, Teacher Qin, with me around, there will be no unforeseen circumstances. Although the Shrek 7 monsters had achieved a continuous string of victories thus far, their most significant weakness lay in the fact that their soul power levels were not as high as ours collectively. When the battle commences, we shall primarily target the 1,000-handed Azura, while the rest may be disregarded. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, the central battle arena was poised for the impending match between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Combat Team. The anticipation for tonight's confrontation had been fervently promoted for quite some time. Since the establishment of the Soto Great Soul Arena, no team had ever boasted such an unbroken winning streak, save for the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Combat Team. These 2 rising stars had undoubtedly monopolized the discussions among the residents of Soto City during their leisurely moments. I bet on the Shrek 7 monsters to win. I wager on the Royal Combat Team to triumph. In the betting area of the Soto Great Soul Arena, numerous individuals clutched their coin pouches, lining up to place their bets, making this the most lucrative spot within the arena. 100,000 gold soul coins. I place my bet on the Shrek 7 monsters to win. Flinder displayed a rather mischievous grin as he placed a long-preserved golden card before the staff. This was his ace in the hole, and also his greatest gain over the past month. In this vicinity, Flinder was quite the regular. The staff had grown accustomed to his presence. Before long, not long after Flinder had departed, Ye Hao arrived fashionably late, also holding a golden card. This one worth 200,000. Did you think Ye Hao had been idle this past month? As a member of the Royal Combat Team, he was acutely aware of Sister Yin and her comrades' prowess. Thus, following each one-on-one or two-on-two bout, Ye Hao would make his way to the nearby betting area to place wagers on himself or the Royal Combat Team. Undoubtedly, this past month, Ye Hao had amassed a considerable fortune. Betting was a fickle endeavor. One moment, you might be wealthy beyond measure, and the next, you could lose everything. Please place my bet on the Royal Combat Team. This is a card worth 200,000 gold soul coins. Thank you. After placing his bet, Ye Hao hurriedly returned to the lounge, for the battle was about to commence. Meanwhile, Qin Ming had already departed for the spectator area, sitting alone in the spacious chamber. The crystal glass before him offered a commanding view of everything unfolding on the soul-fighting platform below. Of course, Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujie were not idle. They were stationed opposite Qin Ming, harboring a glimmer of hope regarding the impending contest. The royal fighting team was undeniably formidable, surpassing any opponents the Shrek 7 had previously encountered. They boasted a well-rounded composition, an exceptional lineup, and complete soul rings, leaving no discernible weaknesses. On the soul-fighting platform, the host slowly took the stage, surveying the throngs of spectators filling every seat. This venue, the largest in the Soto Great Soul Arena, could accommodate 50,000 viewers at once, reserved exclusively for silver-ranked soul teams. Clearly, both the Royal Fighting Team and Shrek Academy had reached such esteemed heights. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Soto Great Soul Arena, the host proclaimed passionately, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a fervent crescendo, with cheers ringing loud and clear. Next, we shall witness the pinnacle of the Soto Great Soul Arena, the most exhilarating team battle, Shrek 7 versus Royal Fighting Team. Will Shrek continue to weave their legend? Or will the Royal Fighting Team reach new heights? Let us await the outcome. Now let us welcome both teams with the warmest applause. Shrek 7, victory is ours. Royal Fighting Team, victory is ours. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Shrek 7 and the Royal Fighting Team made their way to the soul fighting platform. Leading Shrek 7 was Dai Mubai, flanked by Tang San, with Oscar and Ma Hongjun standing alongside them. On the outer edges were Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. At this moment, the relationship between Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu was strained. However, this was a soul battle, and despite their differences, they were compelled to perform their roles, providing necessary support and assistance. In contrast, the Royal Fighting Team, led by Captain Yu Tianheng, was accompanied by Dugu Yin and Ye Hao, with the Shimo brothers positioned on either side, and Osro and Yu Lingling at the far ends. On the platform, the 14 participants were poised for action. Seeing both sides ready, the host wasted no time and declared, Shrek 7 versus Royal Fighting Team. The soul battle is about to begin. Both teams have 1 minute to unleash their martial spirits. At that moment, the soul rings beneath the feet of the 14 fighters illuminated in unison, radiating a dazzling brilliance that added a vibrant hue to the arena. The White Tiger roared, and the Thunder Dragon raged. Dai Mubai was enveloped in the spirit of the White Tiger, while Yu Tianheng summoned the formidable Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, igniting a fierce rivalry. Under Tang San's feet, 3 soul rings illuminated in succession, and the blue-silver grass began to spread. Ma Hongjun was enveloped in flames, while Oscar conjured a sausage, entwined with 3 soul rings. Ning Rongrong's palm revealed a 7-layered pagoda, glimmering with radiant light. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers morphed into black claws, causing her entire body to arch gracefully. Following closely was Xiao Wu, whose previous injuries had been promptly attended to, rendering her fit for battle today. Though the imprint of a palm on her face remained conspicuously visible, mercifully concealed by her mask. Simultaneously, on the side of the Imperial Fighting Team, Dugu Yan's phosphorus snake martial spirit emerged, transforming her legs into a green serpentine tail. The Shimo brothers donned turtle shells, their limbs completely enveloped within. Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea butterfly blossomed in her palm, while Aos Luo, resembling Zhu Zhuqing, bent forward like a bowstring, poised for action. Meanwhile, Ye Hao donned black armor, his face contorted in a fierce visage. His hands morphed into black spider spears, and 8 black spider legs sprouted from his back. His lower body nearly covered in vibrant green bristles, as the Death Spider King's poison gradually spread around him. At the same time, Ye Hao's 3 soul rings shone particularly brightly. Chapter 54, The initial manifestation of death spider poison. A century, a millennium, a millennium. The three soul rings arranged in perfect order. Ye Hao stood at the center of the Imperial fighting team, his soul rings radiating an extraordinary brilliance. The Death Spider King appeared behind him, exuding an oppressive aura that surged toward the Shrek 7 monsters. Dai Mubai swallowed hard, his heart filled with dread. 1 century. 2 millennia. This fellow was indeed more monstrous than they were. Not only Dai Mubai felt this overwhelming sensation, the other members of Shrek felt the same. Gazing at Ye Hao's irregular configuration of soul rings, a perplexing jealousy swelling within them. Why was there such a vast chasm between individuals? The audience was astonished. It was, strictly speaking, Ye Hao's first appearance, and to their surprise, the Imperial fighting team had held back this trump card, evidently having made ample preparations to confront the Shrek 7 monsters. Seeing this, both teams completed their martial spirit releases. At the host command, the battle commenced. Shrek 7 monsters versus the Imperial fighting team. As the words fell, Tang San's first soul ring suddenly flickered to life, the blue-silver grass intertwining intricately, resembling colossal serpents coiling around, completely enveloping the battle arena. With his soul power having reached the rank of Soul Master, Tang San possessed a profound understanding of controlling the blue-silver grass. First soul skill, bind. Tang San bellowed, his palm glowing faintly blue. At that moment, the blue-silver grass seemed to possess sentience, with hundreds of strands all directing their assault toward Ye Hao's position. Ye Hao serves as the linchpin of the royal battle team. By neutralizing him, Tang San and his companions could conserve considerable effort. "Do not be so arrogant," exclaimed Yu Tianheng, as bolts of lightning surged around him, and the dragon claws, forged from his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit, launched forth with astonishing speed toward Tang San. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, Tang San is the soul control system soul master, although the blue-silver grass is often deemed a feudal spirit. The most unassuming entities can sometimes wield lethal power. It is you who should refrain from such arrogance. In a critical moment, Dai Mubai stepped forward. His first soul ring flared brilliantly, and the White Tiger Guardian barrier intercepted Yu Tianheng's assault. As captains of their respective teams, the two exchanged a glance, their fervent battle spirit enveloping the entire soul fighting platform. Without delay, they surged forth like arrows released from a bow, their dragon fists and tiger claws clashing with ferocity, a tremendous aura rapidly radiating around them. Their fierce glares indicated an unwavering determination to prevail. Concurrently, Ye Hao raised his gaze. The blue-silver grass had reached directly above him, revealing that Tang San shared his thoughts. Each was intimately familiar with the other. Recognizing this, Ye Hao revealed his intent, conjuring several black beams of his illusory spider spears that swiftly severed the oncoming blue-silver grass. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The blue-silver grass seemed inexhaustible, with a new layer surging forth like a boundless blue ocean, frantically advancing like a tidal wave. For this battle, Tang San had made extensive preparations. With a slight upward curl of his lips, Ye Hao gently stomped his right foot. A layer of black substance began to manifest on the ground at the periphery of the Imperial fighting team, causing the Duhan platform to gradually fracture. The once pristine surface suddenly cracked like a spider's web. From the fissures, countless tendrils of black gas began to inexplicably seep forth. When the blue-silver grass made contact, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded. The blue-silver grass rapidly withered and decayed, with some turning to ash almost instantaneously. In the VIP viewing area above, Qin Ming struck the enormous crystal screen before him with great force, exclaiming that Ye Hao had indeed employed the Death Spider Emperor's poison. It was crucial to note that Ye Hao's spider venom was far more terrifying than the phosphorescent serpent venom of Duguyen, and it was certain death. This was no baseless rumor. Meanwhile, in another section of the VIP viewing area, Master gritted his teeth in silent consternation. Ye Hao had lost his composure. The black mist was truly bizarre. It was known that Tang San's third spirit ring was derived from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. While the blue-silver grass possessed its own toxins, they were not lethal. Yet, the inexplicable black mist before them effortlessly dissolved the blue-silver grass, causing all to rot simultaneously, with some even turning to mere ash. What exactly is the black gas that Ye Hao has unleashed? Zhao Wujia inquired in astonishment. Master, with a sorrowful expression, sighed, Little San and the others are in serious trouble. Ye Hao has unleashed the Death Spider Emperor's poison. What? The Death Spider Emperor's poison? Flinder exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't his martial spirit? Master clenched his teeth, responding with difficulty. Flinder, after observing for so long. I didn't expect you to misjudge this. Ye Hao's martial spirit is not the Death Spider, but the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor's poison is the most lethal among all spider-type soul beasts. Upon hearing this revelation, Flinder was profoundly shaken, his hand unconsciously tightening into a fist. He now understood why Master had previously warned against harming Ye Hao in the slightest. His background was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving Flinder and the others feeling quite inadequate. On the Duhun platform, the Death Spider Emperor's poison that Ye Hao had unleashed was slowly expanding, causing the blue-silver grass to wither wherever it spread. Leaving a scene of despair, Tang San, alarmed, urged little Ao quickly, use the detox sausage. Oscar hesitated for a moment before activating his second spirit ring. In the next instant, several detox sausages fell into the hands of the crowd. Tang San was acutely aware of the horror of Ye Hao's spider poison. However, to their astonishment, the outer layer of spider poison was gradually dissipating, forming only a faint, smoky gas. Had Qi Ming not emphasized that no harm should come to any member of Shrek, the Death Spider Emperor's poison would have swiftly annihilated everyone present. Oscar's second spirit skill, the detox sausage, was no match for the Emperor's poison. Seeing this, Qi Ming let out a slight sigh of relief, grateful that Ye Hao had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Among all the members of the Royal Duel team, the most formidable presence is undoubtedly Ye Hao, who is also the one to be most cautiously approached. The situation on the battlefield displays a clear advantage for the Royal Duel team, as the Death Spider Emperor's poison has eradicated all the blue-silver grass on the stage, effectively binding Tang San's arms. With the threat of the blue-silver grass eliminated, the Royal Duel team chooses to take the offensive. Led by Yu Tianheng, the swift lightning transforms into arcs, and free from the constraints of the blue-silver grass. Yu Tianheng stands resolutely among the Shrek 7, wielding his thunderous dragon fist with great force, aiming directly at Tang San. Tang San is momentarily taken aback. As Yu Tianheng dares to delve into the midst of the Shrek 7, he quickly transforms his palm into a jade hue, clashing fiercely with Yu Tianheng's dragon fist, both figures rapidly retreating. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures glazed tower radiates a brilliant light. She distinguishes between battle and life, maintaining her composure. Chapter 55. A nest of snakes and rats. 6 dazzling beams of light converge into the bodies of the team, significantly enhancing their speed and strength. Ma Hongjun is the first to act, as his first and second spirit rings illuminate in succession, the blazing phoenix flames surging through the crowd, targeting Yu Tianheng. Simultaneously, Shimo and Shermo, clad in turtle shells, leap to protect Yu Tianheng, the phoenix flames striking the shells without inflicting any damage. Oslo's figure flickers, moving at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, as he appears behind Zhu Zhuqing, his dark leopard claws descending swiftly. At that moment, Xiaowu executes a smooth slide, neutralizing Oslo's attack, and afterward, she does not forget to smile at Zhu Zhuqing. She hopes to mend the rift among the 3 women, emphasizing their unity, unwilling to let trivial matters disrupt their bonds. Zhu Zhuqing, with a cold demeanor, casually utters her thanks before engaging Oslo. Witnessing this, Xiaowu shakes her head in disappointment, pondering her own missteps. Why does everyone seem to ostracize her? Meanwhile, Shimo and Shermo's defense proves impeccable, successfully fending off several of Ma Hongjun's fiery assaults, leaving him breathless. Though he is not adept in close combat, he remains a mobile artillery unit. It is not that the brothers lack effort. Rather, the opponent is challenging to handle. In a moment of desperation, Ma Hongjun notices Ye Hao from the Royal Duel team. Recalling Ye Hao's earlier words as a member of the Shrek 7 and a direct disciple of the Academy's headmaster, Flinder, he can no longer abide by Ye Hao's remarks. With the speed boost from the 7 Treasures glazed tower, Ma Hongjun navigates through the crowd, unleashing a scorching phoenix flame directed at Ye Hao. In the ranks of the Royal Duel team, Ye Hao is slightly taken aback. This hefty fellow has actually sought him out? Is he opting for the softest targets? As he gazed upon the fiery phoenix flames that loomed near, Ye Hao remained unperturbed. The 8 spider spears behind him converged forward, and at his feet, a gust of wind seemed to arise, causing the flames expelled by Ma Hongjun to scatter in disarray. In an instant, Ye Hao's figure flashed to the forefront of Ma Hongjun, with the tip of the spider spear piercing directly before him. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the nature of the spider spear. He recalled how, earlier, Tang San had first acquired the 8 spider spears. Due to improper use, Ma Hongjun had suffered a wound from one of them, resulting in poisoning and near death. His lower body trembled uncontrollably, his legs resembling wilted eggplants. "Do you think I am easily bullied?" Ye Hao retorted. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun's mouth curled, a distinct glow of fire flickering within. He remained unconvinced. At such a close proximity, the Phoenix Flames combined with his second soul skill, Fire Phoenix, would elevate the flame's potency by 30% under the dual augmentation. Ye Hao offered a faint smile, and before Ma Hongjun could unleash his flames, he swiftly executed a spinning kick that left Ma Hongjun disoriented. Spinning like a top in place. "Fatty!" Dai Mubai exclaimed in surprise. "Ye Hao, you scoundrel!" An enraged Dai Mubai charged forward, his second soul ring suddenly glowing, as a sphere of milky white light surged directly towards Ye Hao. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With the White Tiger's Radiant Wave paving the way, Tang San and Dai Mubai advanced together, their hearts brimming with fury. Truly, they were like a den of snakes and rats. Ye Hao spat disdainfully. Second soul skill, Spider Web. His palm turned black, and 2 spider webs shot forth at great speed, one ensnaring the entirety of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, while the other flew directly towards the 2. First soul skill, Bind. Tang San's first soul ring illuminated, and blue silver grass surged from the ground, tightly wrapping around the spider web to immobilize it. However, the blue silver grass entwined around the spider web began to wither rapidly, turning to black ash. Seeing this, Dai Mubai was greatly alarmed. "It's poisonous." The 2 quickly dodged. Following closely, Ye Hao, on the tips of his toes, charged towards Dai Mubai, disregarding the still spinning Ma Hongjun. As the leader of the 7 monsters, eliminating him swiftly would undoubtedly secure an early victory. Dai Mubai roared in defiance and threw a punch, their fists clashing in a fierce struggle, making it momentarily difficult to determine the victor. Tang San seized this opportunity to launch another attack with the blue-silver grass. "Humph." Duguyan scoffed. "What skill is it to rely on surprise attacks?" The virulent poison of the green phosphor snake surged towards Tang San. In the spectators' area, Qin Ming clenched his fists tightly. Within the royal fight team, aside from Yu Tianheng, Ye Hao shared a close bond with him. Moreover, due to Ye Hao's youth, Dugu Yin had always hoped he would apprentice under Dugu Bo, thus making them family. Yet, Qin Ming was well aware of Ye Hao's temperament. He had consistently evaded such offers. After all, becoming a disciple of a titled Douluo was a dream for many. Strangely, Ye Hao harbored no interest in it, and even felt a sense of aversion. As Ye Hao found himself targeted, Dugu Yin naturally took action. Although the green phosphor snake's poison was inferior to that of the Death Spider Emperor, it was still lethal. Tang San remained unfazed, even curling his lips into a disdainful smile. He reached out and swept past the 24 bridges by night under the moon, producing several bags in his hands. He threw them towards the location of the green phosphor snake's poison, while simultaneously calling out to the dizzy Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line." Ma Hongjun shook his head vigorously and spewed forth Phoenix flames. The moment the flames made contact with the bags, an explosion erupted, and the liquid within spilled out, igniting in reaction with the fire. To everyone's surprise, Dugu Yan's green phosphor snake poison was completely neutralized. "Impossible. How could you possibly dissolve my green phosphor snake poison?" Tang San smiled faintly, declaring, "Before me, your serpent venom is but refuse." Immediately thereafter, the 8 spider spears behind him unfurled, liberated from the torment of the emerald serpent's poison, allowing him to swiftly eliminate one member of the Imperial battle team. Witnessing this, the onlookers rushed to defend. Yet the Shrek 7 were no ordinary adversaries. Dugu Yin retreated, her gaze resolute, unperturbed by the impending assault from Tang San. Just as the 8 spider spears were about to descend, a sharp sound pierced the air. Ye Hao had inexplicably positioned himself before Dugu Yin, the friction between the spears reverberating ominously. "Tang San." Ye Hao smiled calmly. "You claim that Sister Yan's phosphorescent snake venom is worthless. What about you? Are you not also akin to refuse?" Tang San's eyes blazed with fury, a murderous intent igniting within him as he retorted, "Ye Hao, you seek your own demise." In an instant, Tang San raised his right arm, aiming directly at Ye Hao. With a sharp crack, a gleaming silver needle sliced through the air, hurtling unerringly towards Ye Hao's head. A silent sleeve arrow? Ye Hao was taken aback, his head slightly swaying as he caught the silver needle with his teeth. You scoundrel. Chapter 56. Am I weaker than others? A complete hypocrite. Ye Hao bit down on the silver needle, gazing at Tang San, whose eyes blazed with fury. With a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he expelled the silver needle from his lips. Tang San, you are nothing but trash. Tang San, consumed by rage, retorted, I shall silence you forever. In his wrath, the 8 spider lances behind him seemed to possess a will of their own, poised to strike down Ye Hao with deadly intent. Ye Hao remained unconvinced as the spider spear behind him intertwined with Tang San's 8 spider lances, igniting sparks between the two. Little San, I am here to assist you. Dai Mubai seized the opportune moment and strode forward with determination, his tiger claws sharpening. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun approached Ye Hao from behind, a prominent handprint emblazoned on his plump face, still stinging fiercely. The phoenix flame gathered strength, ready to erupt in an instant. Surrounded by attacks from both sides, Ye Hao found himself ensnared by Tang San, leaving him with no means of escape. Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile as he retracted the spider spear behind him. Suddenly, a resplendent purple light surged forth. While Tang San was still reveling in the joy of seeing Ye Hao struck by an attack, he found himself inexplicably soaring into the air. Meanwhile, below, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the phoenix flames unleashed by Ma Hongjun. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Ma Hongjun. The searing phoenix flames enveloped Dai Mubai completely, causing his garments to ignite spontaneously. Ma Hongjun stood awkwardly to the side, watching as Dai Mubai was encircled by the flames he had conjured. At that instant, this lecherous chubby figure yearned only to dig a hole and bury himself within it. Ye Hao briefly soared through the air with the aid of the 6-winged purple light wings, freeing himself from Tang San's grasp. The unique scenery before him instantly incited a chorus of laughter from those present. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that this wicked-eyed white tiger is indeed a true white tiger? The spectators on the fighting spirit platform, particularly the women, averted their gazes, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to confront the unfolding scene. Before them stood Dai Mubai, his hands shielding his lower body, his garments reduced to ashes by Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames, leaving him exposed among the throngs. He shot a furious glare at Ma Hongjun and hurriedly descended the platform, intent on donning his attire before rejoining the fray. However, in that moment, Dai Mubai paused, realizing the gravity of his situation. He had almost stepped off the combat stage. Leaving the arena would equate to forfeiting his qualification to fight. Furthermore, as the captain of the Shrek's 7 devils, and the one with the highest soul power among them, his premature elimination would severely dampen the morale of his team. Gazing at his own nakedness, Dai Mubai felt a rush of heat to his face. Just as he was about to turn away, suddenly, a sharp pain erupted from his rear, causing him to cry out. He staggered and promptly fell to the ground beneath the platform, his body sprawled in a most undignified manner. The reputation of the wicked-eyed white tiger is indeed well-deserved. I am truly in awe. Ye Hao approached the edge of the arena and, with a respectful gesture, smiled down at the prostrate Dai Mubai. In a moment of intense frustration, Dai Mubai tilted his head and, with a sudden motion, collapsed, succumbing to the overwhelming rage that left him unconscious. With Dai Mubai's premature exit, the Imperial battle team gained a numerical advantage. Tang San found himself overmatched as he struggled against the formidable defenses of Shimo and Shermo. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, sporting a large handprint on his right cheek, unleashed a frenzied barrage against Ye Hao. Today, he had never experienced such humiliation. His handsome visage was marred, leaving him to ponder how he would face the world again. He also recalled Dai Mubai's earlier display before the throngs, knowing that once the battle concluded, Dai Mubai would not let him off lightly. The only course left was to vanquish Ye Hao, hoping that Dai Mubai would show him some leniency. Ye Hao, prepare to meet your end. Ma Hongjun's eyes blazed with fury as he activated his first and second soul rings in rapid succession. The Phoenix Fire Line and the Blazing Phoenix erupted simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of flames that illuminated the arena, escalating the battle to a fevered intensity. You oversized pig. Your flames are nothing remarkable. Calling yourself a Phoenix Fire? More like a mere roast chicken. Ma Hongjun's frustration was palpable, and under the influence of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile, the potency of the Phoenix flames surged dramatically. Ye Hao's figure flickered past, his hands transforming into pitch-black spider spears, cleaving the oncoming flames of the Phoenix in twain. Seizing the opportune moment, he instantaneously appeared before Ma Hongjun, raising the spider spear and bringing it down with tremendous force. Under Ma Hongjun's horrified gaze, his garments were instantly torn asunder, much like those of Dai Mubai before him. The only semblance of mercy displayed by Ye Hao was the preservation of a final pair of red undergarments, a vestige of Ma Hongjun's last shred of dignity. Ye Hao ceased to speak further, delivering a swift kick that sent his opponent tumbling off the stage, following in the footsteps of Dai Mubai. The situation in the arena became abundantly clear. The premature exit of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun was utterly unexpected. Without these two formidable sources of power, Tang Xin found himself outmatched, struggling against four adversaries. Ning Rongrong and Oscar possessed no fighting capability, while Zhu Qing was occupied by Osro. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was being pressed by both Shimo and Shimo. The turtle shell was split in two, and the two brothers hurled it into the air. Their soul rings illuminated beneath their feet, directing the shell towards the agile Xiao Wu. In the VIP section, Master clenched his fist tightly, now pinning all hopes on Tang San. If the most crucial point of the Shrek's 7 devils were to be breached, it would indeed be a dire situation, proving that what one speaks often manifests into reality. Ye Hao navigated through the crowd, approaching the rear of the Shrek 7 monsters. His spider spear pressed menacingly against the throats of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, one a food system user and the other a support type, both devoid of any combat prowess. Although Oscar would later reveal extraordinary talents, that was a matter for the future. The present was what mattered. Oscar shrugged, choosing to withdraw from the confrontation, unwilling to follow in the footsteps of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Moreover, the thousands of spectators watching intently rendered his dignity far less resilient than that of Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun. Additionally, the presence of Ning Rongrong beside him was a crucial factor. With a playful smile, Ning Rongrong reached out and gently moved Ye Hao's spear aside, teasingly remarking, "Ye Hao, must you be so aggressive? I declare you are like a spicy rabbit head, are you not?" Ye Hao nodded lightly, signaling for him to leave. "Keep it up." Ning Rongrong raised her small fist, cheering for Ye Hao before hastily departing from the arena. At this point, only 3 of the Shrek 7 monsters remained, while the entire Royal Combat team was present. Sensing the dire situation, Tang Xin felt a surge of panic. He desperately wanted to triumph over Ye Hao. In this second life, was he truly so weak? Time and again, he had been defeated by Ye Hao. Did that mean he was inferior to him? Chapter 57. I am your ancestor Shimo and Shimo exchanged glances, each throwing their turtle shells, which tightly ensnared Xiao Wu. No matter where she attempted to flee, the shells could track her relentlessly. With Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda no longer supporting them, the combat prowess of the Shrek 7 monsters had diminished significantly, leaving only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing to contend against the full force of the Royal Combat team. Looking at the neatly arranged Royal Combat team before him, and then at his own side, which consisted of 2 large cats and 3 small ones, Tang Sen felt a sudden chill run down his spine. A fleeting thought of surrender crossed his mind, but he quickly shook his head. Defeat was not an option. Even if the Shrek 7 monsters fell, he would ensure that the Royal Combat team suffered greatly. On the other side, Shimo and Shimo encircled Xiao Wu with their turtle shells, which suddenly exploded into 32 fragments, surrounding her completely. The deafening sound of the explosion made Xiao Wu increasingly anxious, causing the very air to tremble. Before Tang San's eyes, the scene unfolded. His gaze widened in horror. The turtle shells operated like a meat grinder, spinning rapidly and relentlessly. As Xiao Wu dodged several attacks, her body was drenched in blood, and she tumbled through the air. A solid turtle shell collided harshly with her abdomen, causing her to spit out a spray of blood. At this moment, Tang Xin could no longer conceal his fury. His 8 spider lances unfurled from his back as he charged forward, transforming into a vengeful spirit before Shimo and Shimo. The blue-silver grass seamlessly intertwined with the 8 spider lances, launching a series of attacks against the 2 brothers. In a moment of desperation, they hastily recalled their turtle shells to block Tang San's assault. Despite the sharpness of the 8 spider lances, one must not forget that the black tortoise was the most defensively formidable among all beast martial spirits. Just then, Xiao Wu's delicate form plummeted from the air. Tang Xin let out a cold snort, striking back against the 2 brothers and swiftly cradling Xiao Wu in his arms. Her eyes were tightly shut, her body trembling uncontrollably. The flesh on her inner thighs mangled and bloodied, staining half her body. She was gravely injured, her breath becoming erratic, on the brink of unconsciousness. Tang San's breath hitched, and he hurriedly pressed on several acupoints to stem the flow of her blood. At that moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Ye Hao. The intense murderous intent in Ye Hao's gaze was unmistakable. After gently placing Xiao Wu down, Tang San's 8 spider lances gleamed once more, alongside the activation of his third soul ring. His third soul skill, web binding. A sphere of blue light coalesced in the palm, and at the moment it was cast forth, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from within, forming a vast net that descended from the heavens. Intent on ensnaring Ye Hao. Simultaneously, Tang San's 8 spider lances lay poised for action. His objective unmistakably clear, to first subdue Ye Hao and subsequently eliminate him with the lances. He would spare none who had harmed Xiao Wu. Observing this, Ye Hao ceased to conceal his intentions. The first soul ring beneath his feet radiated with brilliance, and a dense miasma of death spider emperor venom began to spread around him, causing the ground to crack beneath its influence. The members of the Imperial battle team, upon witnessing this, chose to retreat. Ye Hao's spider venom was several times more potent than Douluo Yin's snake venom, and perhaps only Douluo Bo's phosphorescent snake emperor venom could rival it. Tang San opted for a proactive assault, utilizing Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to close the distance swiftly. In the very moment the spider web was about to ensnare him, Tang San propelled the 8 spider lances forward with all his fury. The earlier advice from the master was already cast aside. Nothing was more significant than Xiao Wu. A crisp sound echoed as Ye Hao, with hands transformed into spider lances, firmly grasped Tang San's 8 spider lances, rendering them immobile. The blue-silver grass scattered on the ground was completely eroded by the death spider emperor venom. Tang San gazed at Ye Hao with eyes ablaze and demanded loudly, "Ye Hao, were you the one who attacked Xiao Wu yesterday? You are the spicy rabbit head, aren't you?" At this revelation, the crowd collectively held their breath. Spicy rabbit head? Ye Hao was indeed the spicy rabbit head. In the VIP viewing area, Qin Ming shook his head in despair, initially intending to keep this hidden, yet it seemed Ye Hao's identity had inadvertently been exposed, leading to a significant dilemma. On one side stood his alma mater, and on the other, his student. Qin Ming found himself in a precarious position. Meanwhile, the master and others remained silent. Although the outcome of this battle was already determined, the enigmatic spicy rabbit head had become a universally acknowledged enemy of Shrek. Anyone daring to strike at Shrek was courting death. However, recalling Ye Hao's background, they decided to dismiss it as mere idle chatter. On the soul fighting platform, confronted with Tang San's accusation, Ye Hao merely chuckled heartily. Ye Hao is Ye Hao, and spicy rabbit head was spicy rabbit head. The two should not be conflated. You seek the spicy rabbit head. What concern is it of mine, Ye Hao? Tang San, you opportunistic villain. You attempted to eliminate me with a silent dart, and now wish to dispose of me once more. Do you believe I too am destined to meet death? Tang San remained silent, exerting all his strength to wrestle with the 8 spider lances, hoping to mount another attack. Cease your struggles. Your 8 spider lances cannot be freed. Ye Hao observed Tang San's predicament with a sense of satisfaction. Why? Tang San gritted his teeth and questioned, how could my external spirit bone? Because I am your ancestor. Ye Hao smiled faintly, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San. How dare he flaunt his meager 8 spider lances before me? If I am not mistaken, your 8 spider lances were derived from a human-faced demon spider, correct? Tang San remained silent, clearly acquiescing to this assertion. The Death Spider Emperor reigns as the sovereign among all demon spider soul beasts, and it is evident that the two cannot be compared. Ye Hao discerned that the 8 spider lances behind Tang San could be effortlessly seized with a mere exertion of his strength. However, considering the multitude of spectators present, he momentarily dismissed this thought. That evening, he executed a swift backflip, complemented by a whip kick, sending Tang San staggering backward. In the blink of an eye, before Tang San could react, Ye Hao's Death Spider Emperor lance was poised at his throat. A single thrust could seal his fate in an instant. Tang San remained motionless, fully aware of Ye Hao's character. For the time being, he understood the necessity of temporary restraint. Nevertheless, a peculiar smile crept across the corners of Tang San's lips. Ye Hao, disregarding Tang San's predatory gaze, turned to the host and inquired if the results could be announced. The host, momentarily taken aback, assessed the clear outcome on the battle platform and promptly declared, the Shrek 7 monsters versus the Royal Fighting Team. The Royal Fighting Team is victorious. As the words left his lips, a thunderous applause erupted, marking the end of the Shrek 7 Monsters' unbeaten streak. Amidst the clapping and cheers, members of the royal fighting team gradually exited the arena. Tang San, his expression darkened, staggered away, cradling the unconscious Xiao Wu. Just before reaching the exit tunnel, he suddenly halted. Noticing this, Zhu Zhuqing observed a peculiar smile forming at the corner of Tang San's mouth. I shall never forgive anyone who has harmed Xiao Wu. Tang San silently vowed, a promise made since their childhood which he had always upheld. Upon returning to the lounge, Tang San found Dai Mubai pinning Ma Hongjun against a corner, the two exchanging blows. If it weren't for the hefty fire of that oath, Tang San would not have been humiliated before thousands of spectators, losing the last shred of his dignity. Dai Mubai, spare me, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, shielding his head and attempting to flee. Just then, Flinder, the master, and Zhao Wujing arrived, having come to check on Xiao Wu's condition. Seeing Flinder, Ma Hongjun quickly hid behind him, cautiously stating, Teacher, Dai Mubai is hitting me. You must stand up for me. Flinder sighed, helplessly responding, All right, Mubai. Just give him a light lesson. Dai Mubai, suddenly irate, retorted, Dean, you witnessed everything clearly today. I was humiliated before tens of thousands of spectators. By tomorrow, the entire Soto City will know that the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters. At this point, Dai Mubai found it difficult to continue. His desire to teach Ma Hongjun a proper lesson bubbling within him. Flinder quickly intervened. Enough? Do you think my authority as the dean holds no weight? You deserve to lose today. Who told you to underestimate your opponent? Tang San had already warned you about Ye Hao's capabilities, yet you all treated him as inconsequential. Now that you've lost, instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you are blaming your teammates. As these words resonated, Dai Mubai fell silent, and the atmosphere in the lounge grew tense. Flinder sensed that the Shrek 7 monsters were beginning to descend into decline, perhaps irretrievably. At that moment, the master interjected, All right, Flinder, do not chastise the children. They performed admirably this time. And don't think I am unaware of your frustration. Tell me, did you place a bet again? What was the outcome? Did you lose? Upon this inquiry, Flinder let out a heavy sigh. In previous instances, he had tasted sweet success. For the past month, the Shrek 7 monsters had triumphed consistently, and Flinder had reaped substantial profits with each wager, amassing a fortune symbolized by a card worth 100,000 gold soul coins, his greatest wealth to date. However, this battle had truly sent Flinder on a roller coaster ride, plummeting from the heights of fortune to the depths of despair in a mere night. To further aggravate him, as he passed through the betting area, Flinder witnessed Ye Hao holding several gold cards, each of substantial value. Among them was one that Flinder could never forget, for it belonged to him. Now, with the Shrek 7 monsters' defeat, Flinder's gold card lay in Ye Hao's possession, a cruel twist of fate. Already troubled by his financial loss, this encounter only intensified Flinder's ire, allowing his repressed emotions a chance to surface. The Shrek 7 monsters, a true source of resentment. All right, everyone, please be quiet, the master said, glancing at the unconscious Xiao Wu. Xiao San, how is Xiao Wu faring? Tang San sighed deeply, responding helplessly, though I managed to seal Xiao Wu's acupoints in time. She remains in a coma due to excessive blood loss. Master, why do you not allow me to take action against Ye Hao? Tang San spoke with unwavering resolve, the murderous intent radiating from him causing the very air around them to chill. Dai Mubai and the others couldn't help but shiver at that moment. Tang San truly defied their perceptions, presenting a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained unfazed. To them, this version of Tang San was not the true terror. The one they had encountered in the alley days prior perhaps revealed his genuine nature. The master sighed softly, feeling helpless. Xiao San, Ye Hao's background is intricate, far beyond your reach. A moment of restraint means little to you. Restraint. Tang San gritted his teeth. Master, I am now 100% certain that Ye Hao is undoubtedly the spicy rabbit head. It was evident that Tang San would not entertain any notion that Ye Hao was not the spicy rabbit head. Considering the available clues, Ye Hao's suspicion was glaringly pronounced. Firstly, it was indisputable that Ye Hao had a penchant for spicy rabbit heads. Secondly, he was a member of the royal fighting team, although he had been inconspicuous recently. It was clear he had been active in the Soto Great Soul Arena, possibly participating in soul battles under the alias of Spicy Rabbit Head. Haha. Tang San frowned as he turned towards the source of the voice, furiously demanding, Ning Rongrong, what are you laughing at? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Tang San. maintaining her composure. Tang-san, are you not being a tad petty? What did you say? Tang-san erupted in anger. Ning Rongrong continued, am I mistaken? You are truly laughable. Because Xiao Wu is injured, you wish to eliminate your opponent? This is the Soul Arena, a battleground where Soul Masters compete. The essence of Soul Master duels lies in fairness and equity. Once on the stage, adversaries must resolve all grievances there, and some injuries among Soul Masters are inevitable. If we were to adhere strictly to your perspective, where you harm me and I seek vengeance off the stage, would there be any room for the profession of Soul Master in this land? We might as well close the Grand Soul Arena. If everyone were as petty as you, permitting you to inflict harm while denying others the same privilege, then we should abandon the notion of being Soul Masters altogether. Ultimately, the Douluo Continent would be devoid of this profession. Tang-san's murderous intent had already been laid bare, and with Ning Rongrong's provocations, the situation escalated dramatically. This individual is on a path to self-destruction. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Tang-san, saying, am I also on a path to demise? Come, do you dare to kill me? Not even with tenfold courage would you dare. Enough. The master suddenly bellowed, casting a stern gaze towards Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, do not take advantage of the situation. I believe Xiao-san is not that kind of person. The master asserted confidently, as he understood Tang-san better than anyone. Being his mentor, Ning Rongrong, seething with anger, retorted with a bitter laugh, Tang-san is not that kind of person. As a teacher, you are rather incompetent. Chapter 59. The eve of bone extraction. Just as one wave recedes, another surges forth. After vanquishing the Shrek 7 devils, Ye Hao departed from the team and headed towards the betting area to collect his winnings in gold soul coins. The bounty was substantial. Behold, the thick stack of gold cards in Ye Hao's hands, each of considerable denomination. Among them was a gold card worth 100,000 gold soul coins belonging to Flinder. Coincidentally, before leaving, Ye Hao glanced at Flinder, whose expression was one of helpless yearning. Serves you right for betting on the Shrek 7 devils. Do not blame others for your loss. Having triumphed over the Shrek 7 devils, Ye Hao had suddenly become a millionaire, his spirits soaring high. Upon returning to the lounge and entering, he inquired, what has happened? Brother Shimo, Brother Shimo. Ye Hao gazed at the two figures sprawled on the sofa. Their complexions a disturbing shade of pallor. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint purplish hue enveloping their skin, a clear indication of poisoning. Beside him, Yi Lingling summoned the 9-heart begonia martial soul, its petals unfurling gracefully in her palms, casting delicate lavender blossoms upon Shimo and Shimo. While the blossoms could alleviate their pain, the 9-heart begonia lacked the power to neutralize the toxin. Gu Yin furrowed her brow in contemplation. Pondering, it appears that Shimo and Shimo have been poisoned, and the venom is exceedingly potent, rivaling my own green phosphor snake venom. Yet, I am left to wonder when they were afflicted. Ye Hao promptly approached to investigate. Upon meticulous observation, he discovered a minute wound on the shoulders of the two brothers, resembling a pinprick. It was nearly imperceptible without careful examination. Surrounding the wound, decay was setting in, and a foul odor permeated the air, indicating that the assailant had employed poison with alarming swiftness, leaving no time for a reaction. Who could be so malevolent as to poison Yu Tianeng? His fury surged. He had just emerged victorious from battle and was reveling in his triumph, only to be confronted with this unwelcome turn of events. Ye Hao took a deep breath. Judging by the condition of the wound and its odor, it was undoubtedly the 8 spider lances of Tang-san. At that moment, when Xiao Wu was injured, Tang-san recklessly charged forward to engage in battle with Shimo and Shimo, and it was likely during that time that the poison was administered. The venom of the human-faced demon spider is exceedingly ferocious. Fortunately, Tang-san did not ingest an excessive amount of the toxin at the time. Otherwise, the poison from Shimo and Shimo would have undoubtedly manifested immediately. Had that been the case, Ye Hao would have unhesitatingly compelled Tang-san to produce an antidote for them. If Tang-san refused, Ye Hao would not hesitate to seize the 8 spider lances from him before the eyes of the multitude gathered. I will step out for a moment. Please take care of Shimo and Shimo in my absence. Ye Hao departed immediately. Yi Lingling inquired, where are you headed? Ye Hao turned his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he naturally sought the one who had administered the poison, compelling him to reveal the antidote. I shall accompany you. Ye Hao shook his head solemnly and replied, there is no need. I can manage alone. With that, he stepped outside. The atmosphere around him steeped in solitude, his gaze imbued with a fierce determination and a hint of latent menace. As the grand arena of the soul fighting concluded its final team battle, the crowd began to disperse gradually. Among them, with the support of their comrades from the royal fighting team, both Shi Imo and Shi Imo struggled to depart, yet Qin Ming's whereabouts remained a mystery at that moment. If one were to conjecture, it would not be far-fetched to assume that Qin Ming had retreated to the inn where Shrek Academy was housed. Especially considering the royal fighting team's victory over the Shrek 7, necessitating a courteous visit from their leader, a former member of Shrek Academy. Simultaneously, due to Xiao Wu's injury, Tang Xin hurriedly returned to the inn. Furthermore, having ingested the venom from the 8 spider lances earlier, he was confident that the 2 who had harmed Xiao Wu would not survive the night. Tang San's eyes were resolute, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. He had vowed that anyone who inflicted harm upon Xiao Wu would pay dearly, though he lamented the absence of Ye Hao. Suddenly, Tang San rose abruptly, his gaze locking onto the shadowy figure standing before the window, his expression sharpening with a mix of recognition and intensity. "It's you." The shadow, with a hoarse voice, responded, "Indeed, it is I, Tang San. Do you remember me?" Tang San gritted his teeth, a surge of murderous intent flashing in his eyes once more. "Of course I remember, Ye Ritian. I never imagined you would dare to show your face again. Are you truly unafraid of my wrath?" Ye Ritian laughed heartily. "Fear? What I have to fear? I hold your secrets in my grasp, and once I unveil the events of that day, not only will your friends be embroiled in catastrophe, but even Shrek Academy will find itself in an irretrievable abyss." Tang Sen clenched his teeth, casting a furious glare at Ye Ritian. "What brings you here today? Are you here solely to threaten me?" Simultaneously, Tang San's hand stealthily reached behind him, his silent hidden weapon already prepared. "I have taken a liking to something you possess and intend to borrow it," Ye Ritian stated. Tang San narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What is it?" "The 8 spider lances." No sooner had the words left his lips than Tang San abruptly raised his right hand, a sharp silver needle slicing through the air, hurtling directly towards Ye Ritian. Ye Ritian, well versed in this maneuver, effortlessly evaded the attack. In a swift motion, he entered Tang San's chamber, hoisting the unconscious Xiao Wu upon his shoulder. Under the murderous gaze of Tang San, he made his exit, carrying Xiao Wu with him. "Do not disclose this to anyone, or else the loss of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone will be solely on you." Tang San's fury ignited instantly. The adversary coveted his 8 spider lances, and the external soul bone was something everyone coveted. Ye Ritian truly was audacious. For Xiao Wu's sake, Tang San resolved to confront him directly. Leaping from the window to closely pursue Ye Ritian, the 2 figures danced upon the rooftops, their silhouettes shrouded in the mystery of the night. In a matter of moments, Ye Ritian halted in a narrow alley, carelessly discarding Xiao Wu onto the ground. Had it not been for the requirement to absorb the soul ring, he might have already acted. Tang San hurriedly arrived, anxiety gripping his heart as he gazed upon Xiao Wu behind Ye Ritian. "Ye Ritian, hand Xiao Wu over. If she suffers even the slightest harm today, I will ensure that we both meet our demise, even at the cost of my own life." Ye Ritian smiled faintly, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San, and mockingly raised his middle finger, saying, "Perish together with me? Huh, you are not yet worthy." He then gestured around. "Do you remember this place?" Tang San instinctively looked around, and Ye Ritian continued, "Indeed, this is where you once committed your heinous acts, where those 6 innocent spirit masters met their demise. What do you intend to do, Ye Ritian?" Tang San demanded fiercely, choosing to bypass the grim topic. "What do I intend to do?" Ye Ritian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he instantly transformed, embodying the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. "I intend to end you. In an instant." Ye Ritian's form flickered, and he appeared behind Tang San. Chapter 60. Today is your day. Tang San abruptly turned, his left hand shimmering with dark light as the Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp. His twin martial spirits had recently been revealed. Thus he knew he must exert every ounce of strength against Ye Ritian. Today would mark the day of Ye Ritian's sacrifice. The emerald-hued spider spear clashed against the Haotian hammer. Sparks flew as the 2 weapons collided, and in the blink of an eye, Tang San swung the heavy hammer directly at Ye Ritian's head. Even without the enhancement of soul rings, the Haotian hammer weighed 500 pounds when it struck. The ground instantly cracked, resembling a spider's web breaking apart. Ye Ritian pivoted his body, swiftly kicking off the wall, as his arm transformed into the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's spear, which descended with astonishing speed. The clash with Tang San's Haotian hammer ignited a fierce battle intent in their eyes, enveloping the atmosphere in palpable bloodlust. Meanwhile, not far from Nodding City, within a concealed cavern on the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, Tang Ritian, cloaked in black, obscured his face as he gazed tenderly at a strand of blue-silver grass adorned with golden patterns. "Ian, having accompanied you for so long, it is time for me to visit Little San," he murmured softly. The blue-silver grass quivered slightly, as if responding to his words. A bittersweet smile graced Tang Ritian's lips before he transformed into a streak of black light, soaring towards the direction of Soto City with great haste. In an unremarkable alley of Soto City, Tang San, now revealing the 8 spider lances, knelt on the ground, breathless, gripping a heavily scarred Haotian hammer. On the other side, Ye Ritian was not faring much better. His arms, transformed into spider spears, trembled violently as he surveyed the ground, littered with traces of blue-silver grass. A clear indication of a fierce battle that had transpired. Faced with Tang San, who could wield soul techniques, Ye Ritian found himself at a disadvantage. Had it not been for his status, Tang San might have already succumbed. Ye Ritian brandished his spear with great force, while Tang San advanced with the heavy hammer, swinging it fiercely. As the moment approached, Ye Ritian deftly evaded the onslaught of Tang San's heavy hammer and struck down with the soul-devouring Spider Emperor spear. A piercing scream echoed as Tang San's 8 spider lances were brutally severed, one of its legs lost. The external soul bone was akin to one's own bone, equating to the severance of one's own limb. "Ah!" Tang San cried out in agony, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he knelt partially on the ground, barely propped up by his battered heavy hammer. Gazing at Ye Ritian, cloaked in black, he questioned loudly, "Ye Ritian, must you be so ruthless today?" Ye Ritian spat on the ground with disdain, letting out a cold snort, simply because he found his opponent irksome. "What could you possibly do to me?" First, there was the sudden silent ambush of hidden daggers on the soul fighting platform, followed by the poisoning of Shimo and Shimo, and when these 2 events were combined, eliminating Tang San would not be unjust. Although the outcome of the battle on the soul fighting platform had long been determined, Tang San's actions had undeniably pushed Ye Hao to the brink of tolerance. The 8 spider lances bestowed upon him were truly an act of reckless abandon. Today, without fail, he must seize the 8 spider lances. Tang San was acutely aware of the other's intentions. It was evident that he was after the 8 spider lances, which, being an external soul bone, held tremendous allure for the average person. This was hardly surprising. What was most infuriating was the audacity to abduct Xiao Wu. This man had clearly paved his own path to demise. Aside from Ye Hao, Ye Ritian was undoubtedly the target Tang San most desired to eliminate. At this moment, in the stillness of the night, this location lay at the easternmost edge of Soto City, seldom visited by anyone. Even after a fierce battle, it would likely take until tomorrow for anyone to discover the aftermath. Slowly, Tang San rose to his feet, gazing at the approaching Ye Ritian. Feeling an icy chill grip his heart, for the first time in his life, he was engulfed in such dread, as though the next moment would be his last. In a moment of desperation, his left hand swiftly swept across the moonlit scene of the 24 bridges, and suddenly, a multitude of flying daggers and various silver needles of differing sizes appeared in his grasp, which he hurled forward. Ye Ritian narrowed his eyes, gazing at the gleaming hidden weapons before him. It was akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, an all-encompassing assault with no angles left unguarded. Furthermore, Ye Ritian sensed a disturbance beneath his feet, as 2 robust blue-silver grasses erupted from the earth, attempting to ensnare his legs. Thus, Ye Ritian found himself transformed into a living target, destined to be pierced by a myriad of hidden weapons. As Ye Ritian was enveloped in a swirling aura of purple light, he ascended into the air under Tang San's gaze, rendering both the hidden weapons and the blue-silver grasses binding efforts futile. The concealed projectiles pierced the ground, with bizarre flying knives and silver needles eliciting a sense of dread. In the next moment, Ye Ritian brandished the soul-eating Spider King's spear, delivering a vertical strike from above. At that critical juncture, Tang San found himself with no means of escape, compelled to raise the Haotian hammer above his head in defense. The instant the spear met the hammer, Tang San's weapon shattered into fragments, and even the soul-eating Spider King's spear could not evade the fate of disintegration, transforming into a cascade of starlight that dissipated into the air. Immediately following, Ye Ritian seized Tang San by the head, forcefully pressing him against the ground, rubbing and grinding, causing blood to flow profusely from the surface. Tang Xin yearned to resist, but found himself utterly immobilized beneath Ye Ritian's foot. How had he come to endure such indignity? As a formidable figure in his own right, how could he allow himself to be subjugated in such a manner? The struggle grew increasingly fervent, and Ye Ritian, instead of being alarmed, felt a surge of delight. He grasped Tang San's head and mockingly declared, "Look at you now, a certain someone known for their duplicity." Facing this fate, Tang San glared fiercely at the blood-soaked ground, disregarding the crimson liquid slowly trickling from his head. "If you do not slay me today," he vowed, "I shall personally take your life next time." Ye Ritian let out a cold snort, placing one hand at the position of Tang San's 8 spider lances. At this moment, Tang San was utterly flustered. "What are you trying to do? Stop it, you scoundrel." His teacher had once imparted the wisdom that the bond between soul masters is inseparable, akin to one's very bones. Unless a soul master met their demise, no one could extract another's soul bone. However, ever since Tang San acquired the external soul bone of the 8 spider lances, he had utilized it on several occasions, managing to wield it with a degree of proficiency. Yet, he still sensed that the external soul bone had not truly fused with him. In private, Tang San had consulted the master, who revealed that his external soul bone had yet to integrate fully and required an external force to achieve harmony. Ye Ritian's expression was cold as he transformed his right hand back into the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's spear, swiftly severing the remaining 8 spider spears in succession. Following this, Ye Hao grasped the lowest part of the 8 spider spear, where Ye Ritian encountered something akin to bone. "Stop!" A wretched scream pierced the sky, filled with despair. Tang San's eyes were awash with crimson. He acutely felt the sensation of his bones separating, an experience so profoundly etched into his being that it was unforgettable. Blood instantly soaked Tang San's back. Soon after, his vision darkened, and he collapsed, losing consciousness. Ye Ritian gazed at the 8 spider spears, adorned with a soul bone in his hand, and cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, who lay motionless at his feet. "Today is your day," he mused. Chapter 61, That Madman. "Today is indeed your day." Ye Ritian disdainfully kicked the unconscious Tang San, remarking, "Over the years, all those who have harmed that rabbit have essentially been discreetly eliminated by you. Today, let me show you the despair of one on the brink of death." Casting one last glance at Tang San and the soon-to-awaken Xiao Wu, Ye Ritian's lips curled into a smirk as he vanished into the night. In a daze, Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes, faintly hearing the anguished cries of Tang San. Gazing at the pitch-black sky above and the unfamiliar surroundings, she found herself bewildered. Countless questions swirled in her mind. With a wince, she grimaced in pain. The wounds inflicted by the graphite and the tortoiseshell attack had yet to heal. And now she was utterly confused. Suddenly, Xiao Wu noticed Tang San lying in a pool of blood. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes, taking in the sight of Tang San, motionless and stained with blood. "Brother." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she rushed to him and lifted him up, disregarding her own injuries. "Brother, what happened to you? Please don't scare Xiao Wu. I cannot bear to be without you." Tears streamed down Xiao Wu's face like pearls cascading from a broken string. Meanwhile, Ye Ritian returned to the inn, shedding his black robe and stowing it away in his ring soul guide. Along with it, he also stored Tang San's 8 spider lances. Retrieving one lance, the very one he had severed at the beginning, Ye Hao pushed open the door and hurried down the corridor. The recent clash with Tang San had drained him significantly, leaving him feeling somewhat lightheaded, as though he were floating. Upon reaching the door of the graphite and grindstone room, he steadied himself, shook his head vigorously, and then entered. Inside, he found Qin Ming and several members of the Imperial fighting team gathered, all eyes fixed intently on the 2 brothers, who lay on the bed. Their breaths had become increasingly erratic, and their wounds were already festering. Despite receiving treatment from Yi Lingling, the 9-heart begonia martial spirit lacked the capacity to heal toxins, only managing to alleviate their pain to a limited extent. Just as despair settled over the group, Ye Hao's entrance sparked a flicker of hope. Qin Ming, having learned from Dugu Yin and others about Ye Hao's quest to find the poisoner, rushed forward to inquire anxiously, "Little Hao, what is the situation?" The others gathered around, their hopes pinned on Ye Hao to find the antidote. The fate of the brothers, Shi Mo and Shi Mo, rested entirely upon his shoulders. Ye Hao, living up to everyone's expectations, smiled and nodded. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in joy, eagerly surrounding Ye Hao as he approached the beds of the Shimo brothers. Ye Hao instructed the onlookers to clear the area, Subsequently, his back unfurled the spider spear, revealing the Death Spider Emperor spear. The spectators were visibly startled. Wasn't this about detoxification? Why reveal the spider spear? It is well known that Ye Hao's spider venom is exceedingly potent. Without waiting for Ye Hao to utter a word, he cautiously raised the spear above his head, trembling as he aimed it at Shimo. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation, silently observing Ye Hao's next move. Meanwhile, at the inn where the Shrek Academy resided, following the Battle of the Night, the Shrek 7 had attained the rank of Silver Soul Fighting Team and inadvertently fulfilled the current task set by the Master. The next step is the relocation of Shrek Academy, officially heading to Heaven-Do City in 3 months. Flander planned to depart for the academy the next day, opting to stay here for the night. The Master sat alone on a long bench on the stairs, gazing at the night sky, his somber expression growing even darker. Rigid as stone, reflecting on the events of the soul fighting platform today and the performance of his nephew, Yu Tianheng, he sighed deeply. Time, oh time. How swiftly it has passed over the years. He had hoped to visit his nephew privately, but alas, the royal fighting team had left before him. Just as the Master prepared to return to his room for rest, a faint cry for help pierced the silence. Help, save me. The weak plea immediately captured his attention. The Master slowly approached, and upon reaching the staircase, he was frozen in shock, rooted to the spot. For he beheld the most distressing scene of his life. There stood Xiao Wu, carrying the bloodied Tang San, struggling to move forward, blood pooling beneath them, and Tang San himself lay unconscious. The Master felt as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing as he stumbled down the stairs. He hurriedly lifted Tang San onto his back, quickening his pace as he rushed into the room, laying Tang San on the bed, exposing his blood-soaked back. In a state of urgency, the Master wasted no time and sought out Flander. Knock, knock, knock. The rapid knocking shattered Flander's blissful dreams, in which he envisioned himself as a billionaire, swimming in a sea of gold soul coins. Startled awake, drenched in sweat, Flander felt a wave of annoyance wash over him as the incessant knocking continued, exacerbating his already foul mood after losing money earlier. When Qin Ming departed today, Flander had not forgotten to mention this matter, hoping Qin Ming would discuss with Ye Hao the possibility of recovering his lost funds. After all, this was the fruit of his labor over the past month, and he could not bear to lose it so easily. He was filled with resentment. They are coming, they are coming. Flander, with an air of impatience, rose leisurely and opened the door. Just as he was about to express his anger, he was abruptly seized by the Master and pulled out of the room. Xiao Gang, why are you still awake at this late hour? The Master remained silent, yet his pace quickened, his demeanor becoming increasingly frantic, bordering on madness. Observing this, Flander was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed the Master so flustered. What could have transpired at Shrek Academy to unsettle him so? Upon entering the room, Flander was met with the sight of Tang San, collapsed upon the bed and barely clinging to life. In that moment, both he and the Master stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the scene before them. He even rubbed his eyes, questioning whether his vision had deceived him. Xiao San, what has happened to him? Flander stammered in a panic. The Master hastily replied, let us set aside that for now. Flander, you must first stem Xiao San's wounds. I will seek a physician immediately. We cannot allow anything to happen to him. Otherwise, his wrath is something we could never withstand. With that, the Master rushed out of the room. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Flander swiftly used his soul power to suppress the injuries on Tang San's back, his heart racing with unease. If Tang San were to perish today, Flander knew his own fate would be sealed. After all, that madman had the audacity to challenge even the Pope. What was a mere soul sage like him in the presence of such a lunatic? Chapter 62. Tang Ritian is on his way. The news of Tang San's injury spread like wildfire. Upon hearing the news, the members of Shrek 7, with the exception of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, gathered in Tang San's room, staring at the unconscious figure of their comrade, bewildered by the circumstances. What has transpired? The Master furrowed his brow, for he had previously promised Tang Hao that he would care for Tang San. Now, witnessing Tang San in such a state, he felt utterly ashamed to face his idol. Flander sighed deeply, a sense of melancholy in his voice. The bleeding has ceased, but Xiao San has lost too much blood. He will need to rest quietly for a few days. During this time, let us all take turns caring for him. His gaze then fell upon Xiao Wu, whose eyes were brimming with tears. The Master had mentioned that it was Xiao Wu who carried Tang San back, indicating that she must know what had transpired. Xiao Wu, Please tell me what happened, Flander implored, crouching beside her. If they could identify the assailant, they might find peace. Should that madman arrive at Shrek Academy and witness Tang San in such a condition, the entire academy would surely be unable to withstand his fury. Xiao Wu sobbed, her eyes swollen from crying, glancing at Tang San's pale visage on the bed. Dean Flander, I do not know how it happened. When I awoke, I found myself in a narrow alley, and then I discovered my brother in this state. Immediately thereafter, the master inquired, Xiao Wu, please reflect carefully. Has Xiao San had any recent interactions or conflicts with others? Xiao Wu pondered for a moment, wiping away the remnants of her tears. No, my brother has always been law-abiding. He could never entangle himself with anyone, let alone engage in any nefarious deeds. Outside the door, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing smiles, their silence conveying everything. Inside the room, the master's expression was one of distress as he rubbed his temples and let out a deep sigh. Flinder sat across from him, and at that moment, only the two remained in the room. Xiao Gang, what shall we do? If Tang Hao learns of this matter, we will be in deep trouble. The master was troubled by the situation. Many years ago, at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, he had promised Tang Hao to take good care of Tang San. For years, Tang Hao had been elusive, and now, it seemed that the walls had ears. There is no wall so impenetrable that the truth cannot seep through. Now, they could only hope that Tang San would awaken soon to clarify the circumstances. When there is a grievance, there is a debtor. We shall hold the responsible party accountable. Flinder, with a furrowed brow, replied, Xiao Gang, what do you mean? Is the murderer still in Soto City? The master, in a daze, nodded, saying, this is merely speculation. The urgent matter is to awaken Xiao San. I observed earlier that his injury was on his back. As he spoke, the master's expression suddenly grew grave. His right hand gripping the edge of the table tightly, revealing the outlines of his fingers pressed against the wood. Flinder steeled himself, as the academy's head. He had to unearth the perpetrator, for if Tang Hao were to truly arrive, he would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was en route. Moreover, the master's voice trembled. I have discovered that Xiao San's external spirit bone is missing. Upon hearing this, Flinder's eyes widened in shock. His pupils constricting, Tang San's external spirit bone had vanished? Recalling the earlier treatment of Tang San's back injury, Flinder knew he possessed such a bone. Initially, he had wondered why the injury was on the back. Could it have been an ambush? Now it seemed that the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Flinder quickly remarked, Xiao Gang, did you not say that once a spirit bone merges with a soul master, it cannot be stripped away unless the soul master dies? What does this mean for Xiao San? The master sighed deeply and replied, I did say that. Under normal circumstances, once a soul master absorbs a spirit bone, it remains with them unless they perish, or some soul masters, when facing death, would rather destroy themselves than allow others to seize what is theirs. However, Xiao San's situation is somewhat unique. Oh, Flander, filled with urgency, inquired, what makes it so special? The master took a sip of tea, inhaled deeply, and responded, the external soul bone of Little San is among the most treasured of all external soul bones. I surmise that the individual in question covets Little San's external soul bone, thus using Xiao Wu as bait to lure Little San out. Flander nodded in understanding. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Knowing the individual's objective, the next step was to uncover their true identity, which was of paramount importance. The master slowly rose, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze wandering to the tranquil night market outside the window before drawing the curtains shut. The external soul bone of Little San was derived from a millennium-old man-faced demon spider. Through careful observation over time, it was evident that Little San was not yet able to wield it effortlessly. The 8 spider spears could not be utilized at will, as Little San was in need of an additional source of strength. Source of strength? Flander pondered, what do you mean? The master contemplated before stating. This source of strength refers to the pressure exerted by a formidable opponent. It is said that one must first break before they can rebuild, and Little San is currently lacking this vital component. The 8 spider spears, when forcibly extracted without complete resonance with Little San, subject him to the excruciating pain of bone extraction. Consider this. He is merely a 12-year-old boy. How could he possibly endure such extraordinary suffering? At this point, the master could not help but shed tears. It had been many years since Tang San had pledged himself as his disciple. Echoing those words from the day he became his apprentice, once a teacher, forever a father. The bond between the master and Tang Xin transcended that of mere teacher and student. It was akin to that of father and son. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Meanwhile, at the inn where the royal fighting team was lodged, the night was quiet, and the sky shimmered with countless stars. After Ye Hao had detoxified the graphite and the stone mill, he returned to his chamber alone. With a focused gaze, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no one was present. He then cautiously retrieved the blood-stained 8-spider lance from his soul guide ring. The 8-spider lance is adorned with a soul bone. Ye Hao wiped the blood of Tang San from the 8 spider lances, restoring their former luster. Holding the lance in his hand, he was already aware of its extraordinary nature. Chapter 63. Zhao Wujia, the Great Resentful One. The exterior of the soul bone was a deep purple, resembling that of the man-faced demon spider. In a fleeting moment, Ye Hao felt an impulsive desire to absorb it. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. The external soul bone, the 8-spider lance, belonged to Tang San. To equip it on himself would be tantamount to declaring himself the murderer, an invitation to calamity. He returned the 8-spider lance to the soul guide ring, reclined backward, and comfortably lay on the bed, instantly feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. After enduring 2 fierce battles, Ye Hao was utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally, and gradually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, at dawn, the members of Shrek hurriedly transported the injured Tang San back to Shrek Academy, just outside the city. After last night's recuperation, Tang San's condition had stabilized. However, he had lost a significant amount of blood, leaving him looking somewhat frail and pale. Ye Ritian? Who is Ye Ritian? The master, sitting on the edge of Tang San's bed, heard the name for the first time, finding it unfamiliar. Tang San gnawed his teeth in frustration. Ye Ritian was the one who had abducted Xiao Wu that night and subsequently seized his 8-spider lance. The master, calming his troubled thoughts, reflected on last night's ordeal. Fortunately, Tang San was unharmed and merely needed some rest. Otherwise, he would truly have no way to explain things to Tang Hao. Ye Ritian, Ye Ritian. The master pondered repeatedly, contemplating the strength of that individual. What distinguished his martial soul? Tang San sighed, forcing himself to sit up from the bed, and weakly remarked, I am not his match. As for his martial soul, I did not observe it closely. I only felt that he is a weapon soul master, and his martial soul resembles a scythe, which shattered my Haotian hammer. At this point, the master could not help but be astonished. If even the Haotian hammer was broken, could it be that there exists a weapon martial soul more powerful than the Haotian hammer? You should rest well. Do not push yourself during this time. I will thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Ye Ritian, the master stated, before leaving the room, leaving Tang San alone. As the master exited the door, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. There was still no clue regarding the murderer. However, it was certain that from Tang San's description of that individual's martial soul, he was undoubtedly a weapon soul master. A scythe? Could a scythe truly surpass the Haotian hammer? The master shrugged. This clearly exceeded his realm of understanding. The Haotian hammer was the world's premier weapon martial soul. How could there be a scythe that was even more formidable? It was truly unprecedented. Master. At this moment, Dai Mubai rushed over, panting heavily. The master shot him a fierce glare and hushed him, signaling that Tang San was resting. Dai Mubai understood the implication. Tang San was currently unwell, and what he needed most was a good rest. Mubai, what brings you here? The master inquired. Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he cautiously replied. Master, the royal fighting team and Senior Qin Ming have arrived. Dean Flandra asked me to call for you. The royal fighting team? The master's brows furrowed in concern. What brings them here? What is their purpose? Dai Mubai shook his head, bewildered, and said, Dean mentioned that Senior Qin Ming is leading the royal fighting team back to Heavendo City today, and before leaving, he specifically came to the academy to discuss the relocation task. Ah, I see. The entire school is to relocate to the Royal Academy of Heavendo. This is the next strategic move the master intends to make. Shrek Academy is simply too small, lacking a simulated training environment and a refined academic atmosphere. It resembles an impoverished little village. Additionally, the food is dismal, always pickled vegetables paired with steamed buns, with the occasional taste of oil, but that is a rarity. In such an academy, one cannot expect brilliance to flourish. Even a prodigy among prodigies would find their future significantly hampered. Take Qin Ming, for instance. Had he not entered Shrek Academy initially, it is believed he would have been far more accomplished by now. Qin Ming has also expressed that not participating in that year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition remains one of his greatest regrets. At the gates of Shrek Academy, Ye Hao disdainfully surveyed his surroundings. It was his first visit to Shrek Academy, and his initial impression was one of poverty and a subpar environment. Training in such conditions was truly a waste of potential. Simultaneously, Ye Hao couldn't help but glance at Qin Ming with a sense of empathy, thinking how difficult it must have been for him. This is Shrek Academy? Du Guyan, akin to an outsider entering a grand estate, gazed at her surroundings with a look of disbelief and remarked, "How utterly rustic. Is this really an academy? Even a wild chicken would be superior to this." As they approached, the remaining members of the Shrek 7, except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, faced off with the royal fighting team. A palpable tension brewing between the two factions. "Oh, who do we have here? It seems the vanquished have come to pay a visit," one member sneered. "What did you say?" Dai Mubai's heart sank. Losing to the royal fighting team had always been a source of shame for him, especially after being humiliated before thousands of spectators last night. When enemies meet, sparks inevitably fly. The group led by Dai Mubai bristled, eager for confrontation. Yu Tianning, not one to back down, took advantage of their numbers to momentarily assert dominance over Shrek Academy. Just as both sides prepared to engage in a fierce battle, an unexpected explosion erupted from the back mountain, capturing everyone's attention. Ye Hao focused his gaze and beheld the rear mountain shrouded in billowing smoke, a formidable pressure rapidly expanding. Dai Mubai, unable to maintain his composure, suddenly felt his limbs grow weak and collapse to the ground, as did the others present. A powerful adversary had arrived. Ye Hao was taken aback. Could it be that the imposing figure before him was a titled Douluo? In the forest behind the mountain, Tang Ritian, cloaked in black, traversed the air with a countenance as dark as thunder, his murky eyes brimming with murderous intent. The Haotian hammer in his right hand, adorned with 9 resplendent soul rings, gleamed ominously. Zhao Wujie lay amidst the ruins, utterly disoriented. How had this madman returned? The last time, during the entrance examination, he had merely troubled Tang San, resulting in a severe beating that haunted him still. Now, it seemed that this lunatic, indiscriminately unleashing his wrath, had sealed Zhao Wujie's fate. Tang Ritian. He spoke in a low voice, as the Haotian hammer suddenly expanded, descending directly upon Zhao Wujie's helpless gaze. Under the Haotian crown, spare this life. At this critical juncture, Flander, the master, and Qin Ming arrived just in time, causing Tang Ritian to momentarily pause, his gaze shifting towards the master, urgently seeking an explanation. "Wujie, what has transpired?" Flander and Qin Ming rushed to support Zhao Wujie, realizing that had they arrived any later, the three would have been tasked with collecting corpses. Their eyes darted towards the enraged Tang Ritian, and the master took a deep breath, acknowledging that this day had inevitably come. Chapter 64, A Leave of Absence? What leave of absence? Master, I demand a reasonable explanation. Tang Ritian reduced the size of the Haotian hammer, striking it forcefully against the ground, emanating an overwhelming aura that left those present in awe. Dean Flander, who is this? Qin Ming inquired, his heart racing. Flander sighed, helplessly stating, "Allow me to introduce. This is His Excellency Haotian, and also the father of Tang San. His Excellency Haotian." Qin Ming's pupils constricted. A title Douluo. Could that hammer in his hand be? "Your Excellency Haotian, this is a former student of Shrek Academy. Qin Ming, a friend. We are all allies here." Flander smiled awkwardly. Tang Ritian's piercing gaze fixed upon the master, the overwhelming presence of a title Da, sending shivers down the spines of all present, rendering them incapable of any reckless actions. The master steeled himself, confronting Tang Ritian directly. "So, you have indeed been lurking in the shadows." Tang Ritian stated solemnly, "I demand an answer." With a heavy sigh, the master recounted the events of the previous night, detailing how Tang San's soul bone had been forcibly taken. At that moment, Tang Hao felt an indescribable fury. Upon hearing that Tang San had been brutally stripped of his external soul bone, bloodied and battered, Tang Ritian let out a thunderous roar, his explosive might causing the very foundations of Shrek Academy to tremble. In a fit of rage, Tang Ritian soared into the sky, his hammer swelling to several times its original size. With a single strike, half of the forest behind the mountain quaked violently, the earth fissured, and the landscape transformed into a cataclysmic scene. With just that one blow, half of the forest was obliterated. Flander and the others gasped in astonishment. Truly, a title Douluo was a terrifying force. Ye Ritian, where is that person? The atmosphere was fraught with tension as Tang Ritian, exuding an aura of menace, issued a lethal decree against Ye Tian, holding him accountable for the grievous state of his son. Ye Tian was undoubtedly destined for demise. The master, in a state of perplexity, shook his head, confessing his ignorance of Ye Tian's whereabouts. The only clue he possessed was that the individual in question was possessing formidable strength. Tang Tian retracted the Haotian hammer and approached Zhao Wujie with an unfriendly countenance, causing Zhao Wujie to tremble uncontrollably. Zhao Wujie, this time. I owe you a debt, Tang remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie hastily responded, I dare not, I dare not. He understood the gravity of facing a titled Douluo. For he was merely a soul sage. That previous blow could easily have obliterated 100 of him. Master, it has been quite some time since we last met. Let us proceed, the master declared, and together with Tang Tian, they ventured deeper into the forest. As the two figures receded from view, Flanders finally exhaled in relief. The madman had calmed, albeit at the cost of half the rear mountain. Fortunately, in 3 months, they would be departing from this place. Though reluctant, they had to make choices for the future of the Shrek 7 monsters. Xiaoming, I trust you have grasped the events of today, Flanders stated, aware of the implications. Qin Ming assured him, rest assured, Dean Flanders, I shall not breathe a word of this to anyone. That is good, Flanders nodded, and together they lifted Zhao Wujie back. Wujie, it's time for you to shed some weight. Boss, do you find me repugnant? At Shrek Academy, Tang Tian's recent display had indeed left everyone in a state of astonishment. Tang San's gaze lingered on the distant ruins of the rear mountain, his heart heavy with shock, particularly at the sight of that hammer. In the clearing, Ye Hao disregarded the astonishment of others. His expression turning grave as he recognized the figure and the hammer. Tang Tian had arrived. Should he flee? Or should he depart? No, why would he escape? It was Ye Tian who had defeated Tang San. What connection did this have with Ye Hao? At that moment, Qin Ming arrived, albeit late. Let us return to the academy, he urged. That madman is not to be trifled with. The incident of him striking the Pope had spread like wildfire. Remaining at Shrek Academy would not be a prudent choice. Furthermore, given that the madman is currently in a volatile state, inciting his ire could lead to dire consequences. Teacher Qin, a moment ago, Du Guyan hesitated to speak. The aura emanating from her was evidently more potent than that of her grandfather. Could it be? Choosing to evade this topic, Qin Ming beckoned the group to leave without looking back. His life was of utmost importance. The Royal Fighting Team was the culmination of the efforts of the Royal Academy of Tiando, with each member possessing an exceedingly formidable background. Should any unforeseen event occur, Qin Ming could not bear the weight of such responsibility. The group, perplexed, exchanged bewildered glances. Due to Qin Ming's resolute demeanor, they had no choice but to obediently board the carriage, swiftly departing towards the direction of the Royal Academy of Tiando. Despite their myriad of confusions, they found themselves at a loss, for Qin Ming had remained tight-lipped, leaving them in the dark about what had transpired moments earlier. Through the car window, Ye Hao gazed at the receding Shrek Academy, now certain that Tang Tian had arrived at this location and that Qin Ming must have met with him. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for Qin Ming to hastily disperse everyone. With this thought, a wicked notion stirred within Ye Hao's mind. Teacher Qin, I would like to request a leave of absence, Ye Hao declared immediately. Qin Ming's eyelids twitched at the request. Request a leave of absence? This rascal. Could it be that he is about to cause trouble again? He cleared his throat, casually directing his gaze towards Ye Hao. Request a leave? What would you need a leave for? Only those without any utility in the spirit master world would seek a leave. Ye Hao, why does this sound so familiar? Sit tight. From this moment onward, you are not permitted to go anywhere. Ye Hao, why should I? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, signaling Yi Lingling and Du Guyan, who each took hold of one of Ye Hao's arms, firmly restraining him in place. It would be absurd to let a title Douluo roam free within Shrek Academy. Should that madman lose his sanity and harm Ye Hao, Qin Ming's career would come to an abrupt end. For his own sake and for Ye Hao's. Qin Ming exchanged glances with Yi Lingling and Du Guyan, who understood his intent and pressed Ye Hao down, rendering him immobile. Despite this, the malevolent thoughts rising within Ye Hao grew ever more intense, contemplating the cover of night. At Shrek Academy, the recent commotion had indeed invigorated the onlookers, particularly Xiao Wu, who dashed back to her dormitory, burying herself beneath her blanket, visibly anxious. In a simple cave amidst the ruins of the back mountain, Master and Tang Tian sat on the ground, engaged in an extensive discussion. Master, you are not to blame for this. There is no need for you to feel remorse. Tang Ritian expressed, filled with helplessness and regret towards Tang San. If only he had been by his side last night, perhaps things would have been different. The master's face was marked with sorrow as he sighed. What has happened has transpired. As long as Xiao Sen remains unharmed, that is what matters. My next step is to accompany him for a while, and then I will seek out Ye Ritian's whereabouts. I must avenge this grievance. Tang Ritian's gaze hardened, his murky eyes suddenly brightening with resolve. I understand. During this time, I too will remain by Xiao San's side. He lamented, alas. Xiao San has lost his external spirit bone, otherwise. Upon mentioning this, the master could not help but sigh deeply. The external spirit bone was a rare treasure. With only 1 or 2 spirit masters across the continent possessing such a thing, Tang Ritian, a sudden glimmer of mystery in his eyes, turned to the master. Master, I wish to inquire about something. The master paused, slightly taken aback. Please go on. That Ye Hao, the one who was once an alumnus alongside Xiao San. What is his true identity? The master's expression shifted to one of surprise as he regarded Tang Hao. A glance exchanged between them confirmed the suspicion. Ye Hao was indeed affiliated with the Spirit Hall. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Tang Hao expressed his disdain for the Spirit Hall, particularly towards the Pope. You must be wondering why I have not taken action against Ye Hao all these years. Tang Hao's eyes darkened with fury, the anger from the past igniting within him, had it not been for the Spirit Hall. His family would not have fallen to such a state. The master replied, No, I will not ask. Tang Hao looked at the master, unfazed, and queried, Why not? The master rose, brushing off the dust from his garments, casting a complex gaze towards the direction of the Spirit Hall, pausing for a long moment before releasing a deep sigh. After all these years, if you had intended to act, you would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Ye Hao is indeed her son. Yet Ye Hao is innocent. He is merely a child. Moreover, had you acted back then, I suspect neither you nor the third party would have survived to see this day. It is perhaps best not to dwell on the events of the past. The master is acutely aware of the terrifying power of the Spirit Hall. In recent years, nearly 70% of the soul masters on the continent have joined its ranks. Who among us could possibly contend with such an overwhelming force? In the stillness of the night, enveloped in silence, the royal combat team's carriage rests in the depths of the dense forest. By the flickering campfire, Qin Ming and the entire royal combat team succumbed to slumber, leaving only a few to patrol the perimeter. The wilderness is not akin to the academy. Danger lurks at every corner, necessitating vigilance during the night. Near the warmth of the fire, Ye Hao reclines, his head resting upon his arms as he gazes up at the vast, resplendent starry sky. Unbeknownst to him, 6 or 7 years have slipped by since he arrived in this world. From a mere street urchin without a spirit to a member of the royal combat team. Countless events have transpired along the way. The moment has arrived. Observing his slumbering companions, Ye Hao begins to stir with intentions of departure. This is an opportune moment. He had initially contemplated informing teacher Qin of his plans to leave, yet it seems unlikely that Qin would grant him permission. Perhaps due to the profound shock brought on by Tang Ritian. Would Qin Ming allow Ye Hao to depart so easily? It is doubtful, especially considering the potential encounter with that madman. However, Ye Hao is well aware of Tang San's current predicament, having been forcibly stripped of his external soul bone. It is a tormenting experience that would require no less than 10 days to half a month for complete recovery. Such healing is improbable. After all, it takes 100 days to mend broken bones. Casting a glance at the sleeping Yi Lingling beside him, Ye Hao tiptoes away quietly, determined to avoid any noise. Circumventing the patrol radius of the Shimo brothers, he distances himself from the royal combat team, ensuring that no one is aware of his departure. Just as Ye Hao prepares to unfurl his 6-winged purple light wings and take flight, he is suddenly confronted. Where do you think you're sneaking off to in the dead of night? Qin Ming approaches with hands on his hips, exuding an air of irritation. He has been watching Ye Hao for some time. As expected, this boy has never been a source of peace, attempting to slip away in the dead of night. Ye Hao scratched his head and chuckled. Teacher Qin, are you still awake? Enough of that. Qin Ming shot a glance at Ye Hao, his tone tinged with irritation. Speak plainly, where do you wish to go? You actually agree? Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Ming shook his head with a wry smile. What do you think? If I were to refuse, would I really want to engage in a battle of wits with you indefinitely? That is not my intention. Now tell me, what is the purpose of your journey? Ye Hao stated directly, I intend to travel to Nodding City to visit an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? Qin Ming inquired with skepticism. Do you still have acquaintances? Aren't you an orphan? Indeed, Ye Hao nodded. I am an orphan, that is true. However, I once attended the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. It has been quite some time since I last visited, and I believe it is not unreasonable to return and pay homage to my alma mater. Qin Ming cast a scornful glance at Ye Hao. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Ye Hao nodded affirmatively. How many days? He inquired. Do you think this is still necessary? Qin Ming shot a disgruntled glance at Ye Hao. 7 days. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ming concluded, Very well, 7 days it is. After 7 days, I must see you in person at the academy. It's a promise. Teacher Qin, see you at the academy in 7 days. With that, Ye Hao sprouted his 6-winged purple light wings, gazing into the distance before vanishing with a swift motion, leaving behind a beautiful arc of purple in the sky. This kid. Qin Ming shook his head helplessly, at least for now. His ears would finally enjoy some peace. In the vast expanse of the sky, Ye Hao soared at full speed, with his aim set on a daring heist. The opportunity to seize the 10,000-year soul bone, a gift too good to refuse, was ripe for the taking. With Tang Ritian currently at Shrek Academy, the timing could not be more perfect. Tang-san, do not blame me for my lack of mercy, he thought. The distance from Soto City to Nodding City was considerable, but given Ye Hao's pace, he estimated he would arrive by dawn the following day. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, the city was enveloped in tranquility, with only a few pedestrians on the streets, while the palace remained serene. In one exquisitely adorned chamber, Xue Qinghe removed her disguise, revealing her delicate features as she sat at her desk, perusing a letter she had just received. Tang Hao, he has appeared at Shrek Academy? A flicker of surprise crossed her face. The name Tang Hao was particularly sensitive for her, as her own father had perished at his hands. Is this information reliable? Before Xue Qinghe, a shadow knelt. The unexpected arrival of Tang Hao was something he could never have anticipated. Upon receiving the news, he had hastened back to report in Heaven Do City. By now, the sky was brightening. Young master, the information is indeed accurate. I personally witnessed Tang Hao in a fit of rage, shattering a small mountain with a single strike of his Haotian hammer. I have not forgotten it to this day. Rage? What could have provoked him? Xue Qinghe asked, puzzled. The shadow replied, because of Ye Hao. Ye Hao? Xue Qinghe was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. What has happened to him? She inquired anxiously. Chapter 66. Ye Ritian's Visit Humph. Xue Qinghe snorted coldly, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. This Tang San is truly a capricious and duplicitous individual, daring to continuously seek trouble with Ye Hao, thereby implicating innocent soul masters. How can such a person still have the audacity to live in this world? And then, she pressed. The shadow continued. Ye Hao first disguised himself as Ye Ritian, then abducted a girl named Xiao Wu, confronting Tang San in battle, severely injuring him, and ultimately forcefully stripping away Tang San's external soul bone. At present, it appears that Tang San is gravely weakened and devoid of his external spirit bones, rendering his future path as a soul master quite uncertain. Qianrenxue, with her delicate hand resting on her chin and a slight smile gracing her lips, mused upon the decisive nature of her younger brother Yi, which intriguingly mirrored her own temperament. Is there anything else? She inquired. The shadow pondered for a moment, then his expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Young master, I have discerned a secret regarding Ye Hao. I am uncertain whether I should disclose it. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue's eyes sparkled with intensity. Speak. The shadow wiped the sweat from his brow, trembling with trepidation, and replied, I have discovered that Ye Hao possesses a second martial soul. Indeed, a twin martial soul? Qianrenxue's expression reflected her expectations. Is it related to her other martial soul? What changes occur when Ye Hao's second martial soul manifests? The shadow hastily responded, yes. Indeed, Ye Hao emanates an ink-green radiance, and his hands can transform into green appendages resembling spider legs, while 3 pairs of ink-green spider spears sprout from his back. As for Tang San, I have discerned that his other martial soul is the Haotian hammer. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue could assert with absolute certainty that Ye Hao's second martial soul was undoubtedly the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The combination of the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, along with the external spirit bone, the 6-winged purple light wings, shared striking similarities in both appearance and temperament. Such coincidences are indeed intriguing. It seems that this individual named Tang San is likely a disciple of the Haotian sect, and the probability of him being Tang Hao's son is exceedingly high. Tang Hao, The mere mention of this name caused Qian Renxue to grit her teeth. Her own father had perished at his hands, and a deep-seated enmity existed between her and Tang Ritian. Younger master, the shadow ventured, should I proceed to eliminate Tang San? Qian Renxue scoffed lightly, with Tang Hao by Tang San's side. Do you think you can act against him? Since my brother has already become a sworn enemy, why not take advantage of the situation? What does the young master mean? The shadow was perplexed by Qian Renxue's words. She waved her hand dismissively, and the shadow comprehended her intent, bowing respectfully before silently merging into the darkness. The Death Spider Emperor, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. My foolish brother is indeed adept at concealing his true capabilities. Given this, I shall have to confront you properly. In the cloudless expanse of the sky, Ye Hao zipped through like a flash of purple light. After a night of flight, he finally arrived above Holy Soul Village. Observing the bustling villagers below, he noted that Holy Soul Village had not changed significantly since years past. Arriving at the location where Tang San and Xiao Wu had once exchanged grand oaths, in the back mountain where the scenery was picturesque and flowers bloomed profusely, he recalled that the item he sought lay within this very vicinity. Ye Hao sat on the ground. As the Death Spider Emperor manifested behind him, he began to unleash his soul power, an ominous aura emanating from his being, causing the surrounding flowers to wither and the earth to take on a brown hue, as the venom of the Death Spider Emperor slowly spread. The mountain behind him was immense, and Ye Hao intended to use this opportunity to discover the true location of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Even if the Blue-Silver Emperor had transformed into a seed, its tenacious vitality was unparalleled by ordinary flora. Indeed, during the process of the Death Spider Emperor's venom being unleashed, it was thwarted by a mysterious and inscrutable force. Ye Hao retracted the spider venom, casting a glance at the land ravaged by the deadly Spider Empress's poison, along with the withered flowers and trees. This place was utterly desolate, marking the site where Tang San and Xiao Wu had once vowed their grand promises. Achievement fulfilled. Following the path of the Spider Empress's corruption, Ye Hao advanced slowly, traversing through the lifeless woods until he arrived at a secluded cave. The entrance was obstructed by a rock, sealed tightly without even the slightest crack. Ye Hao retrieved a sack from his soul guide ring. Standing before the stone, he instantly completed the possession by the Death Spider Empress, his right hand transforming into a sharp black spider spear. As it made contact with the rock, the surface shattered explosively, sending a cloud of dust swirling. Within the haze, Ye Hao faintly glimpsed a small blue grass adorned with golden patterns, pulsating with a profound vitality. The Blue-Silver Emperor paused momentarily, and then darkness enveloped the sky. Ye Hao entered the cave, swiftly ensnaring the Blue-Silver Emperor with remarkable speed. He then cautiously excavated the fertile soil beneath, which appeared remarkably fresh, a testament to Tang Ritian's efforts. After a brief moment, Ye Hao secured the sack containing the Blue-Silver Emperor and stored it back in his soul guidance ring. The Blue-Silver Emperor possessed a resilient vitality, so Ye Hao was not concerned about its suffocation. The cave was exceedingly rudimentary, rather than a cave. It resembled a makeshift dwelling, complete with pots and pans, and even a stone bed. Beneath the stone bed, a black box immediately captured Ye Hao's attention. The box was elongated and felt remarkably heavy, weighing at least 100 pounds. He placed it upon the stone bed, and finding it unlatched, Ye Hao slowly opened it. As the box revealed a small crack, he was momentarily taken aback by the unparalleled aura that emanated from within, a vibrant life force that he could distinctly sense. Upon opening the black box, a piece of bone radiating a blue-golden hue, reminiscent of twinkling stars, came into view. As a soul master, Ye Hao could naturally recognize a soul bone. This was a right leg bone, ranked lower among soul bones. Yet the life force it exuded was undeniably palpable to Ye Hao. It was the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor, aged 100,000 years. Ye Hao's eyes brightened as he reached out to grasp it, feeling its icy coolness envelop his hand. An unprecedented relaxation washed over him, leaving him in a state of bliss, as if he were soaring through the skies, immersed in the gentle aura surrounding him. Ye Hao's lips curled into a smile as he retrieved paper and pen from his soul guidance ring. Ye Ritian visited this place. The soul bone has been taken. Thank you. Ye Hao chuckled softly as he placed the note into the black box. He then found a sprig of blue-silver grass and carefully inserted it into the soil where the Blue-Silver Emperor had previously rested, gently covering it and watering it with care. Observing this, Ye Hao nodded with satisfaction, feeling a sense of genius in perfectly concealing his tracks. Grasping the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor in his hand, he settled onto the stone bed, pressing the soul bone firmly against his right leg. Chapter 67. The journey to the spirit hall. As the soul bone melded with his right leg, Ye Hao felt a slight chill enveloping it. The soul bone silently burrowed into his limb, transforming into numerous blue-golden specks that entwined around him. A refreshing and cooling sensation surged through his entire being. This was his first experience absorbing a 100,000-year soul bone. Although he had previously absorbed an external soul bone, this process unfolded smoothly, encountering little resistance along the way. Ye Hao's soul power dissipated, continuously converging into his right leg. The following day, at dawn, the morning sunlight spilled into the cave entrance, revealing a scene of devastation. The surrounding trees lay lifeless, a testament to the overwhelming potency of Ye Hao's death spider emperor poison, which had ravaged this once bountiful land in his quest to uncover the true whereabouts of the blue-silver emperor. Within the cave, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes, reaching out to explore the changes brought about by his right leg. The result was unremarkable, no different from before he possessed the soul bone. The blue-silver emperor's right leg bone possessed two skills. Wildfire cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings rebirth. Even when the body is destroyed, it can regenerate through the soul bone's abilities, a skill of self-repair. The other ability is flight. Ye Hao has already acquired the six-winged purple light wings. So why should he rely on the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone skill for flight? Furthermore, if he were to casually use the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone skill, it would be tantamount to openly declaring to Tang Hao, "I have your wife under my control. What can you do about it?" He certainly does not wish for an early demise. Ye Hao chuckled at his own predicament. His soul power has now surpassed level 37. Previously at level 34, after absorbing the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, his soul power has ascended to level 37. Achieving the purpose of his journey. Having requested a week's leave from Qin Ming, it is only the second day. He had anticipated a lengthy quest to locate the blue-silver emperor, yet today it has been resolved. Returning now would indeed be rather awkward. With a moment of idleness, Ye Hao contemplated embarking on a journey across the Douluo Continent, or perhaps meandering through the spirit hall. Resolute in his decision, he stepped out of the cave, surveyed his surroundings, and casually found a large boulder to seal the entrance. After patting his hands together and admiring his handiwork, he nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he transformed into a violet light and vanished from his location. The spirit hall is nestled between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, its geographical location being quite favorable. After a day's journey of flight, Ye Hao finally arrived at the precincts of the spirit hall. As he gazed upon the towering city walls and the Pope's palace, majestically perched on a nearby mountaintop, he took a deep breath and stepped forward with a heavy gait, pondering whether he was willingly walking into a trap. No, rather, it was an exercise in self-awareness. Visiting the spirit hall to familiarize himself with the local customs of the Douluo Continent was of paramount importance. Upon reaching the city gates, he presented his Soul Master-S credentials to the guard. The guard briefly scrutinized the document, confirming Ye Hao's status as a free soul master before permitting him entry. In recent years, the spirit hall had experienced rapid growth, with the number of free soul masters increasing daily, leading the guard to mistakenly assume Ye Hao aspired to join the spirit hall, an assumption without any fault. Though Spirit City is modest in scale, its vibrancy rivals that of Tiando City, with bustling streets and throngs of pedestrians. Wherever Ye Hao directed his gaze, he beheld a scene of flourishing vitality. The majority of those traversing the streets were soul masters, and according to incomplete statistics, the proportion of soul masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall had already reached a staggering 70% of the continent's total, a truly formidable figure. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Soul masters are the most esteemed profession on the Douluo Continent, wielding far greater influence on the battlefield than mere soldiers. With such a vast number of soul masters and dozens of titled Douluo, it is not an exaggeration to regard the Spirit Hall as the preeminent force on the Douluo Continent. Ye Hao strolled alone along the street, perplexed by the fact that everyone seemed to be watching him. Could it be that he was simply too handsome? "Boss, a bowl of noodles, please." After walking for a while, Ye Hao arrived at a roadside noodle stall, having not eaten since the previous night. "Your noodles are ready." The server brought a steaming bowl of noodles before Ye Hao, but upon seeing him, she stood frozen in place. "Could you please stop following me?" "How can I do that?" "Nana, I truly worry about you when you venture out alone. What could possibly endanger me in the city?" And stop calling me Nana. Refer to me as the saint. Very well, Nana. On the bustling street, a man and a woman walked leisurely. The man had a mane of fiery red hair, with even his pupils gleaming crimson. He was robustly built and donned a striking red outfit. Beside him, the woman sported short golden hair, her graceful figure drawing considerable attention. Yet she was met with utmost respect from those around her. Such was the reverence she commanded wherever she went. Nana, do you see that? The man furrowed his brow, noticing a crowd gathered ahead, seemingly obstructing their path. With an air of confidence, he puffed out his chest and began to clear the way, pushing aside those who blocked their passage. Initially, the crowd was taken aback, but as they recognized the newcomers, their bravado dissipated, and they obediently stepped aside. What is going on here? The man bellowed. Why are you all gathered here? The saint has urgent matters to attend to. Can you bear the responsibility for any delays? Realizing the saint's presence, the crowd finally dispersed, allowing a clear path ahead. Satisfied, the red-haired man turned to see Ye Hao, who was sitting nearby and enjoying his noodles. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him, and with a swift kick, he overturned Ye Hao's table, scattering the noodles across the ground. Ye Hao awkwardly grasped his chopsticks, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Who had he offended? Is it now a crime to enjoy a bowl of noodles? Gradually, his expression darkened. He despised being disturbed during meals, particularly when he was most famished. Ye Hao stood in silence, his countenance shadowed. At the moment his gaze met that of the red-haired man, the latter appeared momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. Your Holiness? Steeling himself. The man scrutinized the figure before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Pope, even exuding the same formidable aura when angered. It was not only the red-haired man who sensed this. The golden-haired woman behind him felt the same, covering her delicate lips with her hand. She observed the darkly expressioned Ye Hao, marveling at how strikingly similar he was to her teacher. How could one even begin to describe it? It was as though he had been cast from the same mold. The more she gazed, the more she felt as if her instructor stood right before her. In that moment, 3 soul rings flared to life beneath Ye Hao, 1 yellow and 2 purple, an arrangement that utterly shattered the perceptions of those present. A century, 2 millennia? Was this individual even human? Was he truly one of our spirit hall? Why had he never been seen before? Simultaneously, the Death Spider Emperor made its stealthy appearance. Chapter 68. A narrow missed Death Spider Emperor. The golden-haired woman instinctively exclaimed. In an instant, Ye Hao had completed the possession of the Death Spider Emperor, and now he was filled with rage, denying the red-haired man any opportunity to respond. Ye Hao swiftly darted behind the man, executing a sweeping kick that sent him soaring through the air, only to follow up with a forceful strike that planted him firmly onto the ground, shattering the solid floor into fragments in an instant. Have I offended you? Ye Hao's face darkened, and he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, causing the man to cry out in pain. It was not that the man was weaker than Ye Hao. Rather, it was the overwhelming aura of Ye Hao, along with his Death Spider Emperor martial spirit, that became the decisive factor in restraining the man. The man stammered, gazing at Ye Hao's grim expression. And inexplicably, the image of the Pope surfaced in his mind, lingering persistently. This was the Spirit Hall, and as a newcomer, Ye Hao naturally did not wish for the matter to escalate. He then kicked the man away forcefully. Get lost. A sycophant, in the end, left with nothing. Ye Hao withdrew from the clutches of the Death Spider Emperor, casting a fleeting glance at the red-haired man before finding a vacant seat. He beckoned to the waiter for another bowl. Strangely, the waiter stood frozen in place, seemingly in shock. At that moment, a nearby blonde woman stepped forward, exchanging a knowing glance with the waiter, who then understood and proceeded to fulfill the request. Do not embarrass me upon your return, she admonished, glaring fiercely at the red-haired man. He, unable to voice his anger, left begrudgingly, casting a lingering, apprehensive glance at Ye Hao before departing with a disdainful huff. Everyone disperse. The saintess commanded, prompting the onlookers to scatter. The woman turned her full attention back to Ye Hao, noting his striking resemblance to her teacher, both sharing the formidable Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. In that fleeting moment, she had almost believed her teacher had arrived in person. A revelation that was nothing short of astonishing. Who are you? Ye Hao was slurping his noodles when he glanced at the suddenly appeared blonde woman in front of him. Expressing his confusion, the woman smiled gently and said, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. It was a lapse in my supervision. Ye Hao waved his hand dismissively, lowering his head to continue slurping his noodles. There is no need for you to apologize. The one who should be apologizing is him. Subsequently, Ye Hao fell silent, his mood notably somber. What should have been a peaceful moment of enjoying noodles, free from worldly disputes, was abruptly shattered by an unexpected kick. Who could endure such a thing? After savoring the last bowl of broth, Ye Hao felt satisfied. Having settled the bill, he prepared to depart. What is your name? Suddenly, the woman called out to Ye Hao, eager to inquire about his identity. In her eyes, Ye Hao was undoubtedly a person of exceptional talent. If he were to join the Hall of Martial Souls, leveraging his soul rings and possessing the same Death Spider Emperor martial soul as her teacher, perhaps her teacher would. Ye Tian. Ye Haoping replied in a lackluster manner, then departed without a backward glance. Currently, Ye Hao's mood was exceedingly troubled. Even dining felt uncomfortable, and a strong desire to leave began to manifest within him. However, upon reflecting on the hard-earned leave he had taken to visit the Spirit Hall, he felt it would be a disservice to himself not to explore it. Resolutely, he quickened his pace, swiftly distancing himself from the golden-haired woman, and found a secluded corner where he donned a dark cloak, heading in the opposite direction. The woman arrived at the alley where Ye Hao had been, only to discover it was utterly deserted. How peculiar! Where had everyone gone? She observed the area for some time, and upon confirming that Yurishin had departed, she reluctantly made her exit. The presence of Ye Tian in the Spirit City suggests he may already be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, perhaps having joined long ago. Immediately, the woman returned to the Spirit Hall, determined to investigate this matter thoroughly. A prodigy must not be delayed. Within the archives of the Spirit Hall, the woman frantically searched for the name Ye Tian. After a prolonged search, she collapsed onto the ground, wiping the perspiration from her brow, feeling utterly drained. It is impossible. How could there be no record of Ye Tian? Could he be a newly arrived free spirit master? She sighed regretfully, lamenting the fact that such talent had slipped away right before her eyes. If only her mentor were aware that this individual possessed the Death Spider Emperor spirit and an irregular soul ring configuration, not to mention his striking resemblance to her mentor. She was certain it would pique her mentor's interest greatly. Your Highness, the Pope requests your presence. A figure approached and respectfully addressed her. The woman nodded in acknowledgement, signaling to be led. The magnificent Pope's palace stood majestically atop the sacred mountain, bathed in sunlight, appearing divine from a distance. Beneath the towering, grand angelic statue, heavy doors stood guarded by armored knights, their steel lances held upright, exuding a formidable presence. This place was the Pope's palace, a realm countless spirit masters yearned to enter. At that moment, under the guidance of her escort, the woman slowly approached the entrance. Before she could step inside, the doors creaked open, revealing a faint glow that illuminated the darkness. Composed, she inhaled deeply and gracefully entered. Inside, the hall was vast and imposing, covering several hundred square meters, making the woman appear diminutive. She approached the throne, bowing slightly in reverence. Teacher, you summoned me. Suddenly, a flash of purple light swept through the cold hall, and a stunning figure emerged on the throne, clad in a robe adorned with gold, crowned with a purple golden tiara, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters long. Encrusted with countless jewels, her flawless skin and exquisite features radiated nobility that moved the woman deeply. The air of grandeur exuded by her presence inspired feelings of reverence within the woman. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the first on the continent to overcome the challenge of twin spirits, and aside from Ye Hao and Tang San, the first titled Douluo with twin spirits. Nana, how have you progressed with the tasks I entrusted to you? Bibi Dong inquired calmly, one hand resting on a fragrant cushion as she closed her eyes in relaxation. However, Hulaina, the only disciple of the Pope, appeared slightly taken aback, her gaze becoming unfocused. How could I have forgotten the tasks assigned by my mentor due to the matter of Ye Tian? Damn Ye Tian, may I never cross paths with you again. Meanwhile, in another part of Spirit City, Ye Hao sneezed. Who was thinking of me? Bibi Dong slowly opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at the kneeling Hulaina. Noticing her beloved disciple's silence, she surmised that the task at hand remained unfulfilled. Very well, rise, Bibi Dong said with a shake of her head and a wry smile. Remember to accomplish your duties tomorrow and refrain from repeating this mistake, understood? Hulaina's face flushed instantly as she rose gracefully. Teacher, I have something to report. Chapter 69. Bibi Dong first hears of Ye Tian. Bibi Dong smiled, observing her precious disciple's anxious demeanor. It appeared that this matter had delayed her. As her mentor, Bibi Dong understood Hulaina all too well. Since she had no pressing matters today, she decided to lend an ear to her cherished pupil. Speak. I am eager to hear what weighs so heavily on your mind. Bibi Dong gestured for Hualaina to take a seat, and the two settled down for a discussion. Hualaina, with a hint of suspicion, inquired mysteriously, Teacher, are there soul masters on this continent who have cultivated their second soul ring to 1,000 years? Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback. Why do you suddenly wish to know this? Nothing in particular. I was simply curious, Hualaina replied with a smile. Bibi Dong responded earnestly. Indeed, such individuals exist, though they are exceedingly rare. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, a soul master will absorb 9 soul rings throughout their lifetime, excluding the 10th ring associated with ascension to godhood. Each time a soul master reaches the requisite level, there is a limit to the age of the soul ring they can absorb. Should they exceed this limit, the dangers they face are incalculable. As for myself, I possess twin martial spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. I can only absorb the 9 rings of my first martial spirit before my second can begin its absorption, and the age of the rings will not be constrained by previous limitations. Even if I were to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, it would be a simple endeavor. Have I not taught you this fundamental principle from a young age? What? Now that you are a saintess, have you returned all this knowledge to your teacher? Bibi Dong teased. Hualaina's cheeks turned crimson, and she shyly replied, No, what are you saying, teacher? Today, I encountered someone on the street, a soul master whose ring configuration was 1 yellow and 2 purple, with one being 100 years and the other 2,000 years. As soon as Hualaina finished speaking, Bibi Dong became serious, thoughtfully stroking her smooth chin. 100 years and 2,000 years. How old did that person appear? Contemplating Bibi Dong's inquiry, Hualaina mused, certainly younger than I, and they looked quite youthful, still a stranger to me. I attempted to follow them, but ultimately lost track. After learning their name, I specifically went to the Spirit Hall's information room to retrieve their records, but as expected. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. Did you uncover anything? Hualaina shrugged her delicate shoulders and shook her head. Bibi Dong concluded, with a ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple, and being younger than you, it stands to reason that if the information room contains no records of this individual, they must be an independent soul master. What is their name, Laina? Bibi Dong inquired. Ye Ritian, Hualaina answered truthfully. Ye Ritian? That name sounds rather grand. Daetian? Nana, what is his martial soul? Bibi Dong asked again. Ye Ritian possesses a soul ring configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple. It is unlikely that anyone else in the current soul master realm has such a configuration, save for a few ancient beings, such as that elder from the Elder Hall. Given this foundation, it is reasonable to surmise that Ye Ritian's martial soul is formidable. At this point, Hualaina, her face alight with excitement, promptly replied, Ye Ritian's martial soul, like yours, is the Death Spider Emperor. Cough, cough, cough. Bibi Dong expressed mild surprise, her eyes narrowing. The Death Spider Emperor? Nana, you must be mistaken. Is it truly the Death Spider Emperor? Hualaina nodded firmly, asserting, Teacher, Ye Ritian's martial soul is indeed the Death Spider Emperor. I was on my way to carry out a task assigned by you when Yin followed me after I left the hall. I had no choice but to allow him to accompany me. As we walked, we encountered a crowd of people. I intended to take a detour, but Yin insisted on meddling. Coincidentally, Ye Ritian was enjoying a bowl of noodles at that moment, and Yin kicked over his table. And then, Bibi Dong inquired eagerly. A young man with the Death Spider Emperor martial soul and 3 irregular soul rings is undoubtedly a prodigy. Hualaina continued. Then, Yin was thoroughly beaten by Ye Ritian. Utterly powerless to defend himself, simply subjected to a merciless thrashing. As soon as she finished speaking, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, and she let out a dissatisfied snort. Send a command to dispatch Yin to the mysterious canyon for a year of training, with no return to the Spirit Hall permitted until the time is up. Upon receiving the order, the knight outside hurried to convey the message. Poor Yin. Ultimately, you just lost him, Bibi Dong remarked, speechless. Hualaina, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nodded. A living person had vanished right before her eyes, and here she was, the saintess. At this moment, Hualaina suddenly recalled something and said hurriedly, Teacher, oddly enough, from the moment I saw you, Ritian, I couldn't help but think of you. Bibi Dong? You thought of me? What do you mean by that? Bibi Dong was perplexed. How could he think of her? He is not my offspring. Hualaina hesitated and said, Teacher, do you believe there are 2 people in this world who bear an uncanny resemblance to each other? Bibi Dong. Nana, are you suggesting that Ye Retian resembles me? To this, Hulaina nodded resolutely, affirming, Teacher, I am not deceiving you. If you and Ye Retian stood side by side, the elders of our spirit hall would likely believe you were the same person, as if carved from the same mold, whether in demeanor or mannerisms. The two are strikingly alike. Yin was thus rendered immobile by fear, allowing Yrtin to subdue him and deliver a lesson. At this juncture, BBD began to ponder. It was intriguing that Yrtin bore such a striking resemblance to herself. Not only that, but he also possessed the formidable Death Spider Emperor martial soul. According to NN's exuberant accounts, BBD developed a profound interest in Yrtin. Given the timing of NN's return, it was evident that Yrtin was still within the confines of the Spirit Hall. With his Death Spider Emperor martial soul and his uncanny likeness to her, BBD's lips curled into a mysterious smile. How fascinating. NN, issue a decree. From this moment forth, the Spirit Hall shall be under strict lockdown. No one is permitted to enter or exit without my express permission. Ensure that Yrtin is brought before me intact. Lin promptly acquiesced, relaying the command through layers of authority. And the Spirit Hall became a hive of activity. Meanwhile, not far from the Spirit City, Ye, panting heavily, gazed at the sealed Spirit City. What was happening? He had been enjoying his stroll, only to suddenly find the city in lockdown. Could it be that the individual he had confronted was a high-ranking official of the Spirit Hall? At this thought, a chill coursed through Ye's body, prompting him to flee with urgency. His life was at stake. Chapter 70. Ye presents a gift. The Spirit Hall was engulfed in a fervor to locate Yrtin. After 3 days of relentless searching, they ultimately found no trace of him. It was as if Yrtin had vanished into thin air. Every nook and cranny had been scoured. Yet his whereabouts remained a mystery. On the 5th day of Ye Hao's leave, within the confines of Douluo City, he lifted the hood of his black attire, revealing a once youthful visage now marred by disarray. After a confrontation with the Spirit Hall, Ye Hao hurriedly returned to Douluo City, fortunate to possess the support of the blue-silver Emperor's right leg bone and the 6-winged purple light wings, which spared him from being captured by the Spirit Hall. How infuriating it was that the red-haired man had provoked him over something as trivial as a meal. At present, Ye Hao felt a semblance of safety. With only 2 days remaining, he resolved to explore Douluo City, indulging himself before returning. Determined, Ye Hao sought out an inn, secured a room, and after a long-awaited bath, having not rested properly for 3 consecutive days and nights, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. As he drifted into slumber, the atmosphere shifted to the Spirit Hall within the Pope's chamber. Has Ye Retian still not been located after 3 days? Bibi Dong, seated regally, expressed her growing anxiety. Below her, numerous titled Douluo elders exchanged perplexed glances. They had neither spotted him nor had any inkling of his identity. Master, we have thoroughly searched every nook and cranny of the Spirit Hall, yet there remains no trace of Ye Retian, Hulaina reported, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, added, perhaps Ye Retian has already left the Spirit Hall. Left? Bibi Dong began to regain her composure, contemplating the methods employed in the search. An elder stepped forward, stating, Your Holiness, I instructed my subordinates to call out on the streets. Call out? What exactly did you say? Hulaina inquired. The elder cleared his throat and mimicked the call. Ye Retian, you are surrounded. Come out at once. Bibi Dong responded. Hulaina, who authorized such a proclamation? Hulaina, exasperated, retorted, How could you possibly shout that? The elder scratched his head in confusion, replying, Was it not your command, Your Holiness, to apprehend Ye Retian? Furthermore, as we have never seen Ye Retian, we cannot simply approach individuals and ask, Are you Ye Retian? If we were to do so until morning, it is unlikely anyone would admit to being Ye Retian. So, this is how you proceeded? Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid, the atmosphere in the hall thick with tension, a gathering of inept individuals who could achieve little but failure. Enough. You may disperse. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. She no longer wished to behold these individuals. The carefully laid plans to ensnare the prey had been thwarted, and a young man possessing the formidable Death Spider Emperor martial soul, along with an astonishingly impressive configuration of soul rings, had evaded her grasp right beneath her very eyes. Such a lamentable loss. As night descended, the inky darkness enveloped the entirety of Douluo City, where the streets were awash with vibrant lights and intoxicating revelry. The city thrived in prosperity, truly deserving its title as one of the two imperial capitals of the continent. In stark contrast to the humble Soto city, where Ye Hao had once lingered, the disparities between the two were glaringly evident. Within the confines of a hotel, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes, the world before him appearing layered and indistinct. Gradually, his vision returned to clarity, and as he gazed at the exquisitely adorned ceiling, he lay alone upon the grand bed, pondering the intricacies of life. Almost forgotten, Ye Hao slapped his forehead and hurried to the windowsill, retrieving the only flower pot perched there. He uprooted the flower it contained, and then extracted a burlap sack from his soul-guiding ring. 5 days had elapsed. He wondered whether the blue-silver emperor had withered away. Ye Hao trembled as he carefully extracted the blue-silver emperor from the burlap sack. The plant, adorned in hues of blue and gold, displayed intricate golden veins that spread across its leaves, exuding a tranquil beauty amidst the darkness, while the subtle golden luminescence added an air of mystique to the night. Subsequently, Ye Hao tenderly planted the blue-silver emperor in a pot, attending to each step with meticulous care, for this was the only one of its kind on the continent, deserving of utmost reverence. Despite having spent 5 days confined within Ye Hao's sack, the blue-silver emperor remained vibrantly alive. However, upon noticing its caretaker, the stems and leaves began to droop, presenting a disheartening image of languor. Could it truly be? Ye Hao, in silent exasperation, subsequently stowed the blue-silver emperor within his soul guidance ring. Its presence posed a constant threat, for Tang Ritian would not easily relent. Before Tang Ritian became aware, Ye Hao felt compelled to transport it to an exceedingly enigmatic location, one that would elude speculation. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze fell upon the Tiando Imperial Palace. An idea crystallized in his mind. Resolute, Ye Hao gathered his belongings in preparation for departure, donning a prearranged hat and enveloping himself in a black trench coat. Concealing his identity with utmost care, Ye Hao found himself alone on the bustling streets, where pedestrians flowed like a river and the surroundings radiated an air of vivacity. The escape from the spirit hall had been exceedingly chaotic. He had fled for 3 days and nights before hastily returning to Heavendo City. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of her esteemed presence at the spirit hall, but unexpectedly, a voice rang out, urging, Ye Ritian, come out quickly. We have already spotted you. This proclamation caused Ye Hao to lose his composure, prompting him to flee before the city gates closed. The first thought that crossed his mind was of that red-haired man who must have been the one to betray him. How unfortunate that not only did the Grand Pope remain oblivious, but he had also unwittingly found himself on the Spirit Hall's blacklist. At this moment, Ye Hao was enveloped in a cloud of despondency. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the grand gates of the Tiando Imperial Palace. The towering city walls obstructed his path, and the soldiers guarding the entrance encircled him. Upon encountering this enigmatic figure clad in a black robe and wearing a hat, their first instinct was to suspect him as an assassin. Ye Hao remained unperturbed, gazing at the steel gun that was poised at his throat, feeling its chilling touch. Under the solemn gazes of the surrounding soldiers, he produced the token that Shui Qinghe had prepared in advance. The golden token inscribed with the character Shui was akin to the presence of the prince himself. The soldiers instinctively retracted their long guns, altering their previous demeanor, and respectfully remarked, We were unaware of your esteemed guest, Your Highness. We sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. We hope you shall not take it to heart. Ye Hao nodded lightly, neither warm nor cold, and said, Please inform him that Hao Di has arrived, bringing a gift for Brother Shui. The title Brother Shui sent shivers through the surrounding soldiers. Clearly, anyone who addressed the crown prince in such a manner had a remarkably close relationship with him. It was fortunate that no prior offense had occurred, or else. Chapter 71. Offering grass to present 1,000. At this hour, approaching midnight, in the royal palace, Qian Renxue had just removed her disguise and was preparing to rest. After an entire day of labor, she felt utterly exhausted. At her age, rest was indeed necessary. Just then, a shadow appeared outside her door, softly knocking. Who is it? Qian Renxue inquired, her expression displeased. The late hour of the visit suggested significant matters at hand. She irritably ran her fingers through her beautiful golden hair, clad in a lace-trimmed nightgown, leaning against her bed. Ye Hao requests an audience. Came the simple reply from the shadow. Little brother? He wishes to see me? Qian Renxue hesitated for a moment. If memory served her right, her little brother had embarked on a journey to Douluo Continent just a few days ago. How could he have returned so soon? Let him in, she contemplated, then added. No, let him wait outside. After receiving her command, the shadow retreated silently. After a while, Xueqinghe emerged from the room. Having completed his disguise and once again assuming the identity of the crown prince, Xueqinghe, he stretched lazily, his eyes half-lidded, reluctantly making his way toward the palace gates. At this late hour, was Ye Hao not asleep? How was he so full of energy? She wondered what urgent matter had prompted him to seek her out at such an hour. The Tiando Imperial Palace sprawled over a vast area, adorned with countless pavilions and intricately decorated halls. At the city gates, Ye Hao aimlessly paced, occasionally glancing at the tightly shut gates. It had been a significant amount of time. Why had Xueqinghe not yet emerged? It made sense, however. Girls did take half a day to prepare themselves. Ye Hao had experienced this firsthand in his previous life. Never disturb a girl while she is beautifying herself. The consequences. At this thought, Ye Hao could not help but shiver. With a creak, the heavy gates swung open, and as Ye Hao focused, he saw a slender figure emerging, shrouded in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. Xueqinghe stepped out from the shadows of the night. Their gazes met, and simultaneously they both wore professional smiles. Brother Xue, I apologize for disturbing your rest at this late hour. Please forgive me, Ye Hao said, cupping his hands in salute with a grin. Xueqinghe shook his head with a smile, saying, there is no need for such formalities between brothers. I'm curious why you have come to the palace at this hour. Seeing this, Ye Hao decided to forego further pretense. He retrieved a potted plant from his soul guide ring, carefully avoiding the curious eyes of the guards at the city gate, and presented the pot containing blue silver emperor to Xueqinghe from behind. Xueqinghe remarked, you sought me out in the middle of the night for a potted plant? Are you jesting? However, upon closer inspection, Xueqinghe's pupils contracted in disbelief. Something was amiss with this particular blade of grass. With a playful smile, Ye Hao feigned mystery and said, Brother Xue, I previously ventured to Soto City for training. On my return journey with Teacher Qin and others, I diverged from the group. This exquisite blue-silver grass was discovered by me in the back hills of Holy Spirit Village, not far from Nodding City. Its splendid growth and noble aura evidently harmonized beautifully with you, Xueqinghe. Thus, I have taken the liberty to prepare it as a gift for you, a testament to the friendship between us. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe was initially taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. Gazing at the potted blue-silver grass before him, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. Thank you, young brother Yi. This gift is truly overwhelming. I am at a loss as to how to accept it. Ye Hao regarded the matter with indifference and chuckled. Brother Xue, there is no need for such modesty. Between us brothers, to speak in such a manner would only create distance, wouldn't it? Xueqinghe, with a subtle smile, accepted the blue-silver grass from Ye Hao's hands. His gaze remained fixed upon the plant, a glimmer of fierce intent flickering in his eyes. It seemed as though the blue-silver grass sensed this, for its previously vibrant leaves now drooped even further, visibly withering at an alarming rate, presenting a woeful appearance. Xueqinghe smiled faintly and cradled the pot containing the blue-silver grass close to his chest, as though it were a treasured possession. As night deepened and the palace's regulations forbade outsiders from entering, he added, Brother Hao, your gift has been graciously accepted. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to a place of your choosing, and whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Ye Hao was troubled about where to go the next day. Returning to the Tiando Royal Academy seemed a futile endeavor, wasting precious time. At present, the blue-silver emperor had already made its move, and Tang Ritian, in his relentless pondering, would never anticipate that I had gifted the blue-silver emperor to Xueqinghe. With this, the suspicions surrounding me would naturally dissipate. Thus, I shall await the outcome, dear brother Xue, until we meet again tomorrow. The two brothers waved goodbye and parted ways. In the palace, Xueqinghe walked briskly, cradling the blue-silver emperor in his arms, his gaze occasionally drifting downward. Ah, my dear Hao, you are indeed my fortunate star. By sheer accident, I have acquired this treasure. With it, I possess an additional card, one that could influence the very course of events. Earlier, Xueqinghe had been oblivious to the true nature of this entity. In his memory, no blue-silver grass had ever manifested in such a form. However, the man with the serpent spear concealed at the city gate had conveyed through soul power that this was the true form of the blue-silver emperor. It was precisely what the former Pope Qian Xuanji sought. In other words, this entity was the manifestation of the deceased blue-silver emperor, and indeed, the wife of Tang Hao. Xueqinghe entered the room and securely closed the door behind him. He placed the blue-silver emperor on the windowsill, gently sprinkling a cup of water over it, meticulously tending to every corner of the blue-silver emperor. Within his heart, Xueqinghe harbored his own schemes. Brothers? Perhaps. A warmth enveloped him as he reminisced about Ye Hao's words before departure, fostering a flicker of affection for this younger brother, who wielded the Death Spider Emperor and soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial souls. As the sun rose and the moon set, the morning light bathed the city of Tiando, illuminating the resplendent palaces that sparkled with golden brilliance. In the prince's chamber, Xueqinghe found himself unoccupied today, as he had promised Ye Hao the night before to prepare a gift for his dear brother. Ye Hao's blue-silver emperor arrived splendidly, bringing unexpected delight to Xueqinghe. Draped in a golden robe and adorned in a lace-trimmed nightgown, Qian Rushua languidly stretched, greeting the dawn. She gently rose and approached the vanity, picking up a comb to style her flowing golden locks. Gazing into the mirror at her ethereal beauty, a smile graced her lips. In the next moment, Qian Rushua transformed into Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe approached the windowsill, methodically pouring a cup of pure water for the blue-silver emperor, tending to it with utmost care. The blue-silver emperor remained motionless, akin to an inanimate object, as Xueqinghe gently caressed it. Take good care of this blue-silver emperor. My room is off-limits to anyone else. After speaking, Xueqinghe departed, having prepared everything meticulously. In the following instant, a shadow quietly appeared, glancing at the blue-silver emperor on the balcony, then silently took its post, aware of the significance of this precious plant. Chapter 72. Such as brotherhood. Apologies for the wait, Brother Yi. No, Brother Xue, please. An exquisite carriage came to a gentle halt at the inn where Ye Hao resided. Under the watchful eyes of many, Ye Hao boarded the carriage, while Xueqinghe waved, and the soldiers guided the carriage away. Inside, Ye Hao sat casually, enjoying the fruits and delicacies on the table, occasionally gazing out at the scenery, a true indulgence of life. Throughout it all, Xueqinghe maintained a demeanor of refined elegance, observing Ye Hao as he ate heartily, inwardly chuckling at the sight of this perpetually youthful child. Where have you been these past few days, Brother Yi? Xueqinghe inquired, lifting his teacup for a delicate sip. Ye Hao savored the grapes and sipped the fruit wine. Chuckling, I took a stroll around the spirit hall and, unexpectedly, got into some trouble. Trouble? Xueqinghe was momentarily taken aback. What kind of trouble did you cause? Ye Hao ventured to the spirit hall. It is indeed quite remarkable that he returned unscathed after provoking trouble. Ye Hao continued. I had a dispute with someone in Spirit City, which escalated into a fierce altercation, and soon after, I found myself being pursued by the entire city. Fortunately, I was swift on my feet. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Xueqinghe shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that during the confrontation, Ye Hao must have utilized his martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, a unique possession in Douluo Continent, known only to her. She was already aware of Ye Hao's situation. His character was all too familiar to Xueqinghe. It was entirely in her nature to go to great lengths to recruit a prodigy like him. Alas, Ye Hao's nimbleness had thwarted her efforts. Otherwise, Xueqinghe would not have missed the chance to meet him today. Brother Xue, where are we headed? Ye Hao inquired, gazing out at the bustling scenery. A veritable hub for the affluent of Heaven-Do City. The streets were lined with an array of shops, gold and jade establishments flanking either side, alongside numerous vendors selling hunting tools for spirit beasts, creating a vibrant marketplace. As one of the two great capitals of the continent, its scale was undeniably immense, with merchants flocking from all corners to engage in trade. There's no need for haste, little brother Yi. We shall arrive shortly, Xueqinghe replied with a gentle smile. What do you think of the spirit hall? The spirit hall? Why does she inquire about that all of a sudden? Ye Hao halted his movements, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. To be frank, Xueqinghe held her breath, momentarily uncertain of Ye Hao's attitude. The spirit hall is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Xueqinghe immediately exhaled in relief, having previously feared that the tumult surrounding the spirit city would profoundly affect Ye Hao. The spirit hall treats you this way, and you still consider it acceptable? Xueqinghe inquired. Ye Hao scrutinized Xueqinghe for a moment and remarked, Sister, are you not merely asking me to express my stance? As your plans for the future commence, it is imperative to secure one's position. The significance of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul is indeed profound. The Spirit Hall has greatly benefited the commoners in awakening their martial souls, and I personally have benefited immensely from it. Therefore, I regard the Spirit Hall as commendable. And that is all there is to it. That is reassuring, she replied warmly. The carriage came to a gradual halt, and a soldier crouched down, offering himself as a step. Xue Qinghe dismounted, stepping onto the soldier's back, while Ye Hao leaped down with agility. He surveyed the expansive surroundings, his attention captivated by the white circular structure before him. This is the Heaven Do Grand Auction House, a veritable treasure trove filled with countless rare and exotic items. When you spot something worthwhile, do not hesitate to voice it. My elder brother will certainly bid for you, Xue Qinghe assured with unwavering conviction. Ye Hao bestowed the blue-silver emperor upon Xue Qinghe, who, of course, felt compelled to express his gratitude. Each treasure within the palace is governed by a specific decree, and even as the crown prince, he is unable to transport a single item. Naturally, the Heaven Do Grand Auction House emerged as Xue Qinghe's preferred destination, for it houses an abundance of rare and exquisite treasures, some of which surpass even those found within the royal palace in value. The only drawback, however, is that the prices at the Heaven Do Grand Auction House are exorbitant, allowing entry only to those possessing over 10,000 gold soul coins. Ye Hao was well aware of the treasures that lay within this place. He was not a man easily swayed by wealth. Ordinary artifacts held no allure for him. Xue Qinghe had specifically provided Ye Hao with a mask, for entry into the auction required its use, a precaution against the prying eyes of those with ulterior motives. After all, incidents of murder and theft over treasures were not uncommon. Xue Qinghe led Ye Hao through the main entrance, encountering little obstruction along the way. Upon entering, the grand auction hall revealed itself, devoid of ostentatious decorations. The floor was adorned with white marble, while the walls were lined with an array of exquisite paintings, accompanied by numerous ancient suits of armor. Some porcelain artifacts were displayed in transparent cabinets, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a museum from a bygone era. Do you see anything that piques your interest? Xue Qinghe asked, aimlessly wandering while casting a glance at Ye Hao. Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings and glanced at the auction list in hand. Alas, there was nothing that caught his eye. The items on auction were undoubtedly soul-guiding devices, ancient floral porcelain, and renowned masterpieces, among others. As for the soul-guiding devices, Ye Hao already possessed one, and as for the porcelain and paintings, they could hardly serve as sustenance. It was rumored that the Tiando Grand Auction House had once sold soul bones, yet such items had always been fiercely contested. Should they appear, it would undoubtedly lead to a bloody melee. Reflecting on the external soul bone, the 8-spider spear, contained within his soul-guiding ring, he decided against it. Soul bones were inherently precious, and external soul bones even more so. If news of an external soul bone at the Tiando Grand Auction were to leak, the following day would witness all the powerful factions of Tiando City converging upon this place. Ye Hao shook his head, contemplating the possibility of discovering something appealing. The young girl at the auction house had undergone specialized training, exuding an air of propriety. Under her guidance, the two ventured to the central area of the auction venue. The auction house resembled a grand hall from a previous life, boasting considerable scale, with a circular dais at its center designated for displaying the auctioned items. The auction had commenced, and numerous bids were already being made. 150,000 gold soul coins, once. 150,000 gold soul coins, twice. 150,000 gold soul coins, thrice. Ding. The auctioneer's gavel struck decisively, sealing the transaction. The seating was categorized into 3, 6, and 9 tiers, divided into 5 levels, with the 3 rows closest to the dais adorned in red, followed by black, purple, yellow, and white. These seats reflected the economic prowess of the bidders. Only those of extraordinary status or possessing wealth in the millions were deemed worthy of the foremost red seats. Xue Qinghe maintained an indifferent expression as he glanced at several familiar faces seated in the red section below. Unsurprisingly, he recognized a few individuals. On this occasion, Xue Qinghe wished to avoid drawing too much attention, opting instead to lean against the railing alongside Ye Hao, observing the impending auction items. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder, causing him to startle. Just as he was about to express his irritation, he turned to find it was Ye Hao, who had playfully embraced him. Such is the bond of brotherhood. Ye Hao chuckled mischievously. Chapter 73. The teacher Xue Qinghe felt an inexplicable discomfort coursing through him. Yet he could not reveal his feelings. Being unexpectedly embraced by a man left him in a state of confusion, a sensation he had never experienced before. 190,000 gold soul coins, once. 190,000 gold soul coins, twice. Sold. 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 A steady stream of items continued to be auctioned off. Ye Hao and Xue Qinghe found a seat wherever they could. Brother Ye, have you yet to find anything of interest? Xue Qinghe propped his chin on his hand, appearing drowsy and disinterested. Ye Hao cast a glance at the ancient armor from a century ago, soon to be unsold at auction, and felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. What relevance did purchasing such an item hold for him? Brother Xue, have you perhaps brought me to the wrong place? He queried. To be honest, it's not that I disdain the items here. Rather, they hold little utility for me. Take this century-old armor for instance. What purpose would it serve upon my return to the academy? I would even find it cumbersome to display at home. Xue Qinghe hesitated momentarily, then quickly realized that the forthcoming items for auction were numerous. For soul masters, they bore little significance, yet for affluent collectors, they undoubtedly added unique pieces to their collections. It seemed that he was mistaken. Just as the two were about to depart, a familiar voice resonated. Qinghe? Xue Qinghe halted, recognizing the voice. Turning around, he beheld two figures standing before Ye Hao and himself. The atmosphere was thick with steam, and a modest hot spring lay before them. Its waters divided into two distinct sections, one milky white and the other crimson. Remarkably, the two springs maintained a clear boundary, each refraining from encroaching upon the other's territory. The rising steam, a product of the heated waters, billowed upward, enveloping the entire valley. Atop a solitary cliff, an elderly man donned in a green robe, with deep green eyes and a straight posture, sat cross-legged. The old man emanated a verdant glow, drawing in energy as he reached a crucial juncture in his meditation. The arrival of the two figures momentarily halted his concentration. After a considerable pause, the elder's breath gradually steadied, his cold gaze opened, and he slowly rose to examine the emerald light emanating from his right hand. Why has the breakthrough been so elusive? He pondered. Could it be that, grandfather? Douluo Yin rushed forward. The elder turned, his expression softening as a hint of a warm smile graced his previously icy demeanor. Yin, did you not embark on a journey across the continent? It has only been a month. Why do you return so soon? Douluo Yin pouted slightly, casting a nonchalant glance at the elder. Grandfather, I arrived just moments ago. Surely, with your title Douluo prowess, you can sense my presence? The elder was taken aback. Oh. He stammered before breaking into a joyous laugh. But let's set that aside for now. My precious granddaughter, where have you roamed these past weeks? Did you encounter any delightful experiences? Share them with your grandfather, so that we may revel in your joy together. At this, Douluo Yin sighed heavily. Sitting alone on the cliff's edge, her chin resting on her hand, lost in contemplative thoughts. Noticing her melancholic demeanor, the elder discerned that she bore some hidden troubles. What troubles you? Has someone upset you? Is it that rascal Yu Tianheng? How dare he abduct my granddaughter and also bully you? Wait, I shall promptly go to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy and break his legs for your amusement. The elderly man seethed with rage, an icy aura emanating from him that caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Behind him, a long, dark green serpent coiled ominously, exuding an air of suffocating dread. Quickly, Douluo Yin exclaimed, Grandfather, what are you talking about? Tianheng has treated me well. He has not bullied me. Do you know why I am upset? The old man leaned closer, intrigued. Do tell. Douluo Yin raised two fingers, forming a V shape. There are two matters. The elder listened with a calm demeanor. Firstly, Douluo Yin continued. Do you remember the young man Ye Hao I mentioned earlier? The old man pondered for a moment before replying. Of course. Was he the one you found for me to be my successor? What? Does this lad lack appreciation? A look of helplessness crossed Douluo Yin's face as she sighed. I have discussed this matter with Xiao Hao numerous times, but he seems indifferent. I had planned for you to see him upon my return, yet he slipped away in the dead of night without bidding us farewell, even requesting a 7-day leave from Teacher Qing. Is that not infuriating? Upon hearing this, the elder narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement flickering within them. That scoundrel. Even my title as the poisoned Douluo does not intimidate him. It is an honor for him to be my disciple, yet he dares to act so presumptuously. This time, I shall personally intervene. He will not escape my grasp. Douluo Bo, the poisoned Douluo and Douluo Yin's grandfather, was renowned across the continent for his mastery of poison, wielding the formidable Lin Snake Emperor's venom. And what is the second matter? Douluo Bo inquired further. Douluo Yin gazed up at the heavens, exhaling softly. Grandfather, is our Lin Snake venom truly unmatched in the world? Douluo Bo was taken aback. Why do you suddenly ask this? Recently, in a team soul battle in Soto City, we encountered a group known as the Shrek 7 Monsters. This team consisted of 4 soul ancestors and 3 great soul masters. Over nearly a month of consecutive battles, they achieved a remarkable winning streak. setting a record at the Soto Great Soul Arena, only to meet us, who ultimately ended their streak. After finishing her account, Douluo looked puzzled. You won the battle. Why are you not pleased? Why the sigh? Douluo Yen rolled her eyes. What vexes me most is this. One of the Soul Masters, known as Qianshou Luo, whose true name is Tang San, managed to counter my by Lin snake venom. At this point, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Douluo's eyes. The fact that his granddaughter's phosphorescent snake venom had been countered was a foreboding sign. Virtually every Soul Master on the continent possesses their own secret weapon. For Douluo, his was the venom of the phosphorescent snake emperor. Although his granddaughter Douluo Yan's venom was still relatively immature, it should never be underestimated. It could still lead to utter annihilation. However, the revelation that her phosphorescent snake venom had been neutralized was akin to Douluo losing a vital means of survival, as if he had lost his very life. This individual could not be spared. Chapter 74. The Enigmatic Stone Teacher, What Brings You Here? Shueqinghe inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his voice at the Tiando Grand Auction House. Ye Hao's mind raced with thoughts. Realizing that Shueqinghe's teacher was none other than Ning Rongrong's father, the venerable Ning Fengji, the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The man before him, clad in a light-hued robe and wielding a silver cane planted firmly on the ground, exuded an air of cultivated elegance that was undeniably inviting. Beside Ning Fengji stood a formidable figure in a similarly plain robe, his white hair contrasting sharply with his piercing gaze, which resembled a sharp sword capable of discerning the essence of any individual. He stood resolutely at Ning Fengji's side, his attention irresistibly drawn to Ye Hao, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Shueqinghe. This young man was indeed remarkable. Yet, something felt amiss. The white-haired man furrowed his brow, captivated by Ye Hao, whose features strikingly resembled those of a woman he once knew. Moreover, the astute Ning Fengji had noticed this subtle connection. The presence of such an individual alongside the crown prince, Shueqinghe, was no trivial matter. As Shueqinghe's teacher, Ning Fengji understood his pupil's character all too well. In a place driven by ambition and competition, it was unlikely for Shueqinghe to show interest in attending such an event. Furthermore, given Shueqinghe's status as crown prince, if his subjects were to discover that he had privately come here, it would undoubtedly lead to complications during the next court assembly. Thus, given Shueqinghe's esteemed position, he could easily occupy a seat in the most prestigious front row. His decision to remain on the outskirts was a deliberate measure to avoid unnecessary trouble. Who would have anticipated that he would actually arrive here? With a wry smile, Shueqinghe addressed his teacher. It has been a long time, master. Allow me to introduce my brother, Ye Hao. Turning to Ye Hao, he continued, This is my teacher, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The other esteemed figure here is the school's elder, known for his unparalleled prowess in combat, the sword Douluo. Indeed, Ye Hao's suspicions had been confirmed. Ye Hao offered a slight smile. Greetings, Master Ning, sword Douluo. I am Ye Hao, a student of the Tiando Royal Academy. As Yuningfeng gently tapped his forehead, he gradually formed a preliminary impression of the name Ye Hao. I recall now, not long ago, I heard that a prodigious talent had arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. It must be you, the genius who possesses a second ring that has endured for a millennium. Ye Hao offered a faint smile and waved his hand, saying, I am truly grateful for Master Ning's commendation, yet I do not consider myself a genius. He continued, moreover, Brother Shui is here at the grand auction to select a gift for me. As for the other gifts, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. Shueqinghe cast a gentle glance at Ye Hao, thinking, My dear younger brother, it seems my affection for you has not been in vain. Not long ago, Xiao Hao presented me with a gift, and as the elder brother, I naturally felt compelled to reciprocate. Thus, Ning Fengji grasped the situation immediately, recognizing the significance of today's events as the tutor of the crown prince. Have you found something that pleases you? If you come across an item that captivates your interest, do not hesitate to speak up. If nothing here appeals to you, Qinghe, you may also take Ye Hao to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I shall say no more on that matter. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is affluent, benefiting from the remarkable treasure-seeking capabilities of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, which renders them wealthier than even the royal family. Shueqinghe smiled and replied, There is no need to trouble the teacher. Today, my brother and I merely came for a visit, Master, and Your Excellency, the sword Douluo. We shall take our leave now. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Shueqinghe was about to depart with Ye Hao, suddenly, Ye Hao halted, standing still in his place. Shueqinghe turned around, perplexed, and asked, What is the matter? Ye Hao shook his head, a lingering sense of loss washing over him, as if this moment would haunt him for a lifetime. He swiftly turned and rushed to the railing, standing beside Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. Under the puzzled gazes of the two, a square object wrapped in red cloth was presented on the auction stage by a ceremonial attendant. Xue Qinghe, harboring doubts, observed closely as the host raised a golden hammer and, with a decisive thud, struck it down, unveiling the red cloth. There lay a small, square object, quietly resting on the auction platform, encased in thick stone skin that bore the marks of time, suggesting it had weathered many storms. Intricate patterns were etched upon its surface, hinting at its ancient origins, the era of which remained a mystery. This item was fortuitously discovered by our team in the forest, and despite days of research and thorough examination of all available records, we have yet to uncover its true nature. Hence, we deduce that it is a decorative piece from a structure dating back a century, if not a millennium. We shall commence the bidding at 1,000 gold soul coins. Let the auction begin. 1,100 gold soul coins, called out one bidder. 1,300 gold soul coins, another raised their bid. 1,500 gold soul coins. 2,000 gold soul coins. 4,000 gold soul coins. 5,000. 7,000. Bids continued to flow in, escalating from an initial 1,000 to a staggering 15,000 gold soul coins. Was this a case of hunger marketing? It seemed the Grand Auction House could potentially yield more profit than the Great Soul Fighting Arena. 20,000 gold soul coins. This was the first time Ye Hao raised his paddle. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow, glancing at the unassuming stone lying quietly on the platform. It appeared to be an ordinary rock, albeit with a certain antiquity that might confer some collectible value. But 20,000 gold soul coins? Such a price was hardly justified. On the other side, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by Ye Hao's action. To Ning Fengji's seasoned eyes, this was merely an ordinary stone, distinguished only by its age. The atmosphere of the Grand Auction House was palpable, designed to evoke a sense of urgency and rivalry among bidders, ultimately rewarding the highest bidder. This was driven both by a desire to assert one's status and by the insatiable grasp of vanity. It was evident that Ye Hao, this inexperienced youth, had fallen into their trap. Laughter erupted among the attendees, who found the young man's naivety amusing. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. The sound of a silver needle dropping could almost be heard. Sensing the moment, the host ceased to prolong the proceedings, declaring the unremarkable stone sold for 20,000 gold soul coins. A remarkable gain, considering that every individual present was a cunning fox in their own right. 20,000 gold soul coins going once. 20,000 gold soul coins going twice. Having concluded his remarks, the host cast a skeptical glance around, hoping for yet another unsuspecting bidder to emerge. Noticing the absence of any responses, he gritted his teeth. 20,000 gold soul coins, 3 times. Bang. Sold. One could only speculate on the significance of this stone. A friendly reminder, it ultimately becomes a pivotal asset for the protagonist. Chapter 75, Sister, I Am Wealthy. As the golden hammer in the host's hand descended, everything settled into place. Ye Hao obtained the purchasing rights to this unremarkable stone, and thereafter, he simply needed to proceed to the backstage to remit 20,000 golden soul coins, after which this stone would rightfully belong to him. The onlookers shared a collective chuckle, turning to glimpse the unfortunate soul in question. In an instant, their expressions shifted to shock, for they beheld the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, alongside the sword Douluo, and another individual, the Crown Prince. At this moment, Xue Qinghe had already removed his mask, gazing down with an air of calmness, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. Subsequently, a mysterious smile graced the corners of Xue Qinghe's lips as he turned and departed with the others. You were exceedingly reckless this time, Xue Qinghe remarked, his words lingering as they walked away. Ye Hao chuckled dismissively, saying, Brother Xue, I truly believe this transaction has favored me. Trust me, that stone is quite extraordinary. Xue Qinghe, however, could only smile wryly and shake his head. Everything had already been settled, the price was quoted, and only the payment remained outstanding. Although 20,000 gold soul coins represented a considerable sum, it paled in comparison to the intrinsic worth of Ye Hao's blue-silver emperor, which could not merely be quantified by monetary value. As they entered the backstage area, the staff had been waiting for quite some time. Not only the staff, but also the small square stone, less than 5 centimeters in size, resting on a red tray. Upon closer inspection, Xueqinghe's lips twitched involuntarily. The realization hit him. This meager stone, purchased for 20,000 gold soul coins, was a grievous loss. Bound by his prior agreement with Ye Hao, he felt compelled to act immediately, regardless of the item's worth. Reluctantly, Xueqinghe retrieved his gold cart. After departing from the gates of the Heavendo auction house and bidding farewell to Ning Fingji and Jian Douluo, the carriage carrying Ye Hao and Xueqinghe rolled away. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Ning Fengji was filled with myriad thoughts. Uncle Jian, what do you think of that young man? Jian Douluo replied nonchalantly. A soul master with a second ring spanning a millennium, and yet appearing so youthful. He shall undoubtedly become a remarkable figure. However, his lack of experience is evident. That stone is worth at most a copper soul coin. Despite having endured a century of trials, its value remains limited. Perhaps even the brick beneath our feet is more valuable than that worthless stone. Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji smiled ruefully. All right, Uncle Jian, that's enough. He is still just a child. Yet, Ning Fengji suddenly grew serious, pondering aloud. I can't shake the feeling that the boy bears a striking resemblance to someone. Fengji, you two have noticed? Surely not, they both exclaimed in unison. On the spacious street, a carriage sped by. Inside, Xueqinghe rested his chin on his hand, watching the playful Ye Hao with the stone, lamenting that he had unwittingly become a victim of a bad deal, spending 20,000 gold soul coins on a mere stone. Earlier, Xueqinghe had taken the stone from Ye Hao to examine it closely, as the host had previously mentioned. There were indeed patterns on the stone that were incomprehensible to the average person. However, after careful scrutiny, he concluded it was nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary stone, common to the point of being mundane. Brother Xue, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Ye Hao innocently inquired. I apologize for the expense today, Xueqinghe replied softly, fully aware of the value of the 20,000 gold soul coins. Yet his intuition urged him to believe the stone possessed some hidden significance. Xueqinghe smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Ye Hao's hair. It's all right. 20,000 gold soul coins is merely a trifling sum for me. Just remember in the future to avoid such purchases. If you ever find something else you desire, do consult me first. Whatever you wish for, your brother will gladly procure it for you. A warmth enveloped Ye Hao's heart. Brother, you are too kind. There's no need for that. I have the means. I cannot continuously impose upon you, which would be rather embarrassing. Xueqinghe was momentarily taken aback. This younger brother had indeed not misjudged him, always considering his needs. That you possess the Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor martial spirits. I genuinely hope that you are my brother. Next time, Brother Xue, you need not intervene. I am financially capable. Xueqinghe teased. It's nothing, merely a trifling amount. Besides, what could a young child like you possibly have? For a moment, Xueqinghe was left speechless. He beheld Ye Hao withdrawing a stack of gold cards from his soul guide ring, one of which bore a denomination of approximately 500,000 gold soul coins. While the remaining cards were not insignificant either, each ranging from 100,000 to 200,000, with the smallest amount being 50,000. Where did you acquire such wealth? Xueqinghe inquired, at a loss for words. Ye Hao scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his lips as he remarked. I earned quite a bit during my time at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Those days of betting proved lucrative. Behold, these are my spoils. Brother Xue, should you ever find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to ask. I shall surely be generous. Xueqinghe vigorously shook his head. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. I sincerely hope that day never arrives, he chuckled. At that moment, Xueqinghe truly wished Ye Hao were his own younger brother. He contemplated revealing his identity, declaring, I am your elder sister. Hand over the money. Ye Hao, on what grounds? Qian Rinxue, what does a child need with such a vast sum? You may repay me when you wed. Unbeknownst to them, the carriage came to a gentle halt, having arrived at the inn where Ye Hao was staying. Xueqinghe had lingered long enough. It was time for him to return. Farewell, Brother Xue. Next time, the treat is on me. Ye Hao waved goodbye to Xueqinghe, who rolled her eyes in the carriage, followed by a helpless smile and a shake of her head, lamenting her considerable loss today. After watching Xueqinghe's carriage depart, Ye Hao returned to his inn room. Upon entering, he began to pack his belongings. Today marked the 7th day of his holiday, and he needed to return to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy before sunset. Otherwise, he would face difficulties in explaining himself to Qin Ming. In the future, should he wish to request leave, he suspected that Qin Ming would be far less accommodating. Once he had finished organizing his things, Ye Hao sat on the bed and retrieved the square stone worth 20,000 gold soul coins from his pocket. His gaze was intense as he fixated on the stone. It had sharp edges and 6 smooth, flat faces, with intricate patterns inscribed on its surface, symbols that Ye Hao could not decipher, resembling a form of writing, as if conveying a profound message. Ye Hao is not a scholar and fundamentally lacks comprehension. Could it be that I have truly misjudged? Ye Hao began to doubt himself. In a fit of boredom, he unconsciously cast a stone into the air. The stone spiraled momentarily before plummeting straight down. Ouch! The stone struck Ye Hao squarely on the head, and as its sharp edge grazed his forehead, blood splattered onto the stone, transforming it in that instant. Chapter 76. The Heart of the Reaper under Ye Hao's gaze. The stone suddenly soared into the sky, emanating a mysterious, dark purple glow, appearing exceedingly uncanny. Surely, it cannot be. Ye Hao was filled with myriad emotions. Suddenly, the surface of the square stone began to shed, revealing its original form. Before Ye Hao's eyes materialized a purple square object, suspended in midair, its radiance undiminished and even intensifying. Although it was daytime, the entire room resembled the depths of night, as the purple glow surged ever higher. In the next moment, the stone hurtled towards Ye Hao, and before he could react, it swiftly embedded itself into his forehead. Ye Hao's head grew heavy, and he promptly lost consciousness. During his stupor, a wealth of new knowledge began to infiltrate his mind, which he slowly absorbed. At last, a figure clad in black attire, enveloping its entire form, appeared quietly, its scarlet eyes casting a fleeting glance at the unconscious Ye Hao, before its silhouette began to dissipate. As dusk approached, the fading sunlight bathed the entire Skydo city, with people gradually returning home, wisps of smoke rising into the air, carrying with them a faint aroma of cooking. Perhaps it was due to his empty stomach that Ye Hao groggily rose from his bed, surveying the immaculate room. He scratched his head vigorously, puzzled by the sudden influx of knowledge in his mind. The heart of the god of death? Ye Hao hesitated and said, "This is a casual abbreviation in Ye Hao's impression of that enigmatic square, which he uttered quite nonchalantly." Ye Hao, with keen observation, noticed an unusual presence in the center of his brow. He hurried to the mirror for inspection, only to discover a stone. A square, purple mark had suddenly appeared on his forehead, strikingly alluring, and when paired with Ye Hao's extraordinary visage, he appeared even more handsome than before. From the memories Ye Hao could retrieve, it became evident that this stone was, in fact, a soul-guiding artifact. Ye Hao lightly touched his brow, and the violet square object re-emerged, gradually expanding to approximately 10 centimeters in size, radiating a brilliant purple light that was extraordinarily dazzling. The heart of the Reaper spun within Ye Hao's palm. It was no ordinary soul guide. The heart of the Reaper was endowed with 4 formidable skills. The first was Death's Gaze, capable of immobilizing enemies for 5 seconds, rendering them utterly motionless, while tidal Douluos could be restrained for 3 seconds. The second was Abyssal Binding, which could ensnare opponents, preventing their escape and forever stripping them of freedom, limited to 1 target at a time, and applicable to spirit beasts as well, though restricted to only 1, within the realm of 100,000-year spirit beast. The third was Dark Enshrouding, which concealed the user's presence, making it undetectable to adversaries. The fourth was Reaper's Descent, a singular attack skill that required a specific weapon for its execution, though the nature of this weapon was not elaborated upon. Ye Hao could not help but ponder the striking resemblance between this artifact and the Celestial Seas Universe shield of the Tiando Imperial family. They were virtually indistinguishable. He could not help but feel perplexed. Could it truly be? No, it was impossible. The Celestial Seas Universe shield was intricately linked to the sea god, while his Heart of the Reaper could not possibly be connected. After some contemplation, Ye Hao shook his head vigorously. Divine positions were not as common as cabbages. And as the saying goes, every radish has its hole. He must have been overthinking it. The Heart of the Reaper, priced at 20,000 gold soul coins, was indeed a tremendous bargain, and Sister Qian had claimed he suffered a loss. Clearly, it was she who had misjudged the situation. Ye Hao withdrew the Heart of Death to his forehead. The instant the Heart of Death merged with his brow, the purple square mark re-emerged prominently upon his forehead. Observing this, Ye Hao nodded in satisfaction. Henceforth, he had acquired yet another formidable weapon. As he pondered, he wondered if he had overlooked anything. Upon noticing that the sky outside had already succumbed to darkness, Ye Hao's expression darkened instantly. It was over. 7 nights prior, before his departure, Teacher Qin had stipulated that Ye Hao must arrive at the Tiando Royal Academy by dusk, standing before him in a most respectable manner. Clearly, that was no longer a feasible endeavor. In light of the circumstances, Ye Hao could only place his hopes on the six-winged purple light wings. However, Tiando City had strict regulations forbidding soul masters from flying at high altitudes within the city, let alone in the capital of the Tiando Empire. Should a soul master be discovered soaring above the city, it would undoubtedly cause embarrassment to the imperial family, with no alternative. And given the considerable distance between Tiando City and the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao could only press a finger against his forehead, and in the next moment, the Heart of Death quietly manifested. The Heart of Death was accompanied by the skill, Dark Envelopment. With a soft whisper, Ye Hao witnessed the Heart of Death erupting violently in his grasp, fragmenting into 6 distinct faces, each representing a facet of the Heart of Death. Astonishingly, they all separated and swiftly enveloped Ye Hao. Once the 6 faces had completely encased him, he found himself within an enlarged version of the Heart of Death, where dark currents swirled ominously in the surrounding space. Through the transparent surfaces, Ye Hao could discern all objects ahead. Surely no one could see him now? As Ye Hao stood before the mirror, he was indeed met with the absence of his own reflection. Observing this, he wasted no time. 6-winged violet light wings unfurled from his back, while his right leg emanated a radiant blue-golden glow. The combination of the external soul bone with the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone created a harmonious synergy for flight. Initially, Ye Hao might have harbored doubts regarding the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, considering it a soul bone of 100,000 years. What if he encountered Tang Ritian? However, with the Heart of Death now in his possession, a relic capable of concealing one's aura, such concerns had utterly dissipated. Ye Hao was soaring through the air at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy of Tiando, just outside the city, a significant figure had arrived in the reception hall as the night deepened. The 3 committee members sat with an air of calmness, though it was merely a fade. Their gazes were complex, exchanging nervous glances while shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Beside the committee members stood Qin Ming, who was far more anxious than anyone else. The dream machine cast a discreet glance, and Qin Ming understood immediately, moving closer. Teacher Qin, the dream machine inquired. Didn't you mention that Ye Hao would return before sunset? It's nearly midnight. Could something have gone awry on his journey? Qin Ming replied emphatically, rest assured. That lad Ye Hao is quite cunning. He has always been the one to outsmart others. I suspect he has simply lost track of time while having fun. However, why has the esteemed Douluo chosen to come here personally? With that, Qin Ming cast a deep glance at the meditative figure of Douluo Bo, the renowned poison Douluo, who had graced the Royal Academy of Tiando, specifically asking for Ye Hao's presence. The purpose of this visit remained a mystery. At this moment, Ye Hao was en route. In the tranquil night, under a sky adorned with twinkling stars, Ye Hao departed from the serene Tiando City. Once beyond the city's confines, he stowed away the Heart of Death, and, propelled by the speed of his 2 soul bones, the Royal Academy of Tiando was now within reach. Just as Ye Hao was about to land, a familiar silhouette appeared at the foot of the academy. Is that Sister Yin? What is she doing here? Ye Hao pondered. Perplexed, could she have come specifically to meet me? With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, he descended gently. Upon seeing Ye Hao's arrival, Douluo Yin finally exhaled in relief, hastily approaching him and pulling him up the mountain. What's the rush, Sister Yin? Ye Hao asked. Douluo Yin replied tersely, you still remember to return? Why did you leave without a word back then? Ye Hao found himself at a loss for words. The moon is particularly bright tonight, huh? Douluo Yin whispered, be mindful. It's not just Teacher Qin here, but the 3 committee members as well. Ye Hao was taken aback. It was merely a matter of not returning to the academy. Yet the esteemed figures from the institution arrived one after another, creating an atmosphere even more solemn than a tribunal. Oh, and there was one more thing that Douluo Yin could not forget to mention. My grandfather is also present. Ye Hao disdainfully exclaimed, your grandfather? Grandfather, O venerable elder. The old poison. Ye Hao's voice echoed loudly, resonating clearly in the waiting room where Douluo Bo and the 3 committee members could hear every word. The committee members exchanged glances, their palms heavy with trepidation, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Qin Ming slapped his forehead, realizing that this reckless youth was courting disaster. In stark contrast, Douluo Bo maintained an air of composure, remaining seated like an unmoving statue. Shortly thereafter, Douluo Yin led Ye Hao to this place. Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings, and, indeed, The 3 members of the education committee along with teacher Qin were present. He took the initiative to wave at the trio. However, the 3 committee members and Qin Ming feigned indifference, whispering amongst themselves, their glances subtly urging Ye Hao to be cautious of his companion. Companion? Which one? At this moment, Ye Hao finally noticed the presence of Douluo Bo seated beside him. Coincidentally, Douluo Bo slowly opened his icy eyes, and the two exchanged a glance. Almost simultaneously, Douluo Bo's expression darkened, and his brows furrowed. Something was amiss. This young man bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. Ye Hao gazed innocently at Douluo Bo. Is this the renowned poison Douluo? Clad in a green robe is one thing, but even his eyes are green. It must be a hereditary trait, or perhaps a consequence of his own body. Douluo Bo fixed his gaze upon him, slowly rising to his feet, and spoke in a calm manner. You are Ye Hao, are you not? Ye Hao nodded and said, Indeed, I am the one. May I inquire why the esteemed poison Douluo seeks me? Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo burst into hearty laughter. You truly are a rascal. Just moments ago, you referred to me as an old poisoner, yet now you have changed your tune. The 3 committee members turned pale, having been poised to explain that Ye Hao was still young and naive. However, they were met unexpectedly with Douluo Bo's icy gaze. A title Douluo, fearsome in its intensity. The 3 Soul Douluo were reluctant to engage with such a formidable presence and could only silently pray for the young lad's fortune. Ye Hao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Very well, old poison. The crowd wondered if they had misheard. Douluo Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. An aura of chilling coldness enveloping Ye Hao, sending a shiver from head to toe. You dare to repeat that? Douluo Bo said indifferently. Ye Hao felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The most effective way to confront fear is to face it head on. The old poisoner. For a moment, the guest hall fell into a profound silence, and everyone stood frozen in place. They all knew that Ye Hao was a master of the blade. Yet this time he danced upon the edge of the title of Douluo, and it seemed all was lost. After a considerable pause, Douluo Bo's eyes sparkled, and he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you truly pique my interest. You boldly utter the nickname that others dare not speak. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since met their demise. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, and Douluo Yen appeared radiant, suggesting that the matter was likely to succeed. Ye Hao quietly exhaled, his palm already dampened with sweat, as he placed his bet on the notion that Douluo Bo would refrain from intervening. Firstly, Douluo Bo's granddaughter, Douluo Yen, was present, and the old poison master had always held a deep affection for her. Should he act against Ye Hao, it was highly probable that Douluo Yen would harbor resentment towards him, a scenario Douluo Bo would most certainly wish to avoid. Secondly, Douluo Bo was known for his eccentric temperament, often disregarding established norms, a trait that he shared with Ye Hao. Even if Douluo Bo were to act, Ye Hao remained unperturbed, for the heart of death was already primed for action. At that moment, Douluo Yen noticed the prominent purple square mark on Ye Hao's forehead and curiously inquired, Xiao Hao, what is that on your brow? Upon hearing her words, the crowd turned their attention toward him. Indeed, as Douluo Yen had pointed out, the striking purple square mark on Ye Hao's forehead was quite conspicuous, and when combined with his inherently handsome features, it rendered his aura markedly distinct from before. Oh, you mean this? The heart of death is one of Ye Hao's greatest trump cards, and it should not be disclosed lightly. I specially adorned it in Heaven Do City before my departure, which is why I took so long. What do you think? Am I not even more handsome now? The crowd fell silent, rolling their eyes in unison, thinking to themselves, Handsome, my foot? You nearly gave us all heart attacks. Douluo Bo coughed lightly, standing before Ye Hao with arms crossed behind his back, his gaze fixed intently upon him. I offer you an opportunity. How about becoming my disciple? Douluo Bo stated earnestly, without a hint of jest in his tone. Ye Hao did not ponder for long and directly replied, Old poison, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot accept you as my master. It is truly for your own good. For my own good? Douluo Bo raised an eyebrow, confidently proclaiming, as a dignified title Douluo, who in this continent could possibly instill fear in me? I am quite curious to hear how this could be deemed beneficial to me. Observing the situation, Ye Hao glanced around, visibly troubled, and Douluo Bo understood his sentiment. I shall have a private conversation with this young lad. You may feel free to do as you wish, but remember, do not approach us. As he spoke, Douluo Bo reiterated his warning, prompting everyone to nod vigorously in agreement. Just as Douluo Yen intended to follow and uncover the truth, she was unexpectedly deterred by Douluo Bo. leaving her to wait patiently in her current position. As the two departed, Meng Xinji wiped the cold sweat from his brow and sighed. How terrifying. This Ye Hao truly wields his blade with skill. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have met their demise countless times over. Qin Ming sighed wearily as well, resolving to keep a close watch on this young man in the future. Chapter 78. The Revenge of Tang Ritian. The Royal Academy of Tiando boasts an expansive campus. As Ye Hao and Douluo Bo arrived at a vacant area, the night was drawing near, and nearly all the students had succumbed to slumber. Douluo Bo wore a mocking smile. Well then, this place is deserted. Now you may speak freely. Ye Hao smiled faintly. Old Poison, you are a titled Douluo. Your experience undoubtedly surpasses mine. Indeed, Douluo Bo replied, his brows lifting in delight. However, after a brief moment, he adopted a serious demeanor and said, Do not attempt to deceive me. Speak candidly, or I shall personally bind you and take you away. Ye Hao chuckled softly. Oh, old Poison Master. There's no need to be so grave. The reason I do not take you as my mentor is not without its complexities. Complexities? Douluo Bo cast a disdainful glance at Ye Hao. What kind of complexities could you possibly have? In this world, there are few as audacious as you. To openly address me as Old Poison Master without facing dire consequences is a feat only you could achieve. Consider yourself fortunate, young one. Ye Hao smiled calmly, his right hand shimmering as 3 soul rings illuminated beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the Death Spider Emperor martial spirit gradually manifested, and in an instant, Ye Hao completed the embodiment of the Death Spider Emperor. Old Poison, do you recognize this? Ye Hao asked with an air of composure, a serene smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this, Douluo Bo felt a sudden dryness in his throat, struggling to swallow. The Death Spider Emperor, he exclaimed, his voice laden with difficulty. You can't be at that moment. Douluo Bo truly sensed the impending danger. The Death Spider Emperor martial spirit. No wonder he had felt that Ye Hao bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. It was fortunate that the young man had not acquiesced to his earlier proposition. Otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. Douluo Bo forced a bitter smile. As a member of the Spirit Hall, what brings you here? And what of your Death Spider Emperor martial spirit? He hesitated, reluctant to articulate his thoughts too plainly. Ye Hao maintained a calm demeanor, offering a serene smile before retreating from the Death Spider Emperor and merging with it. Old Toxic, I am who I am. And the Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall. Do not confuse the two. As for why I cannot take you as my master, well, you understand. With the conversation reaching such a critical juncture, Douluo Bo sensed the impending danger. Ye Hao's identity was conspicuous, and he could no longer linger. Every titled Douluo cherishes their life. Those who attain the titled Douluo realm are not to be trifled with. Well then, it seems I have not visited today. I shall take my leave. With that, Douluo Bo soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of green light that pierced the heavens, vanishing into the distance. Until next time, Ye Hao waved his hand, but in the next moment, he realized something amiss. The matter of the celestial herb. As he observed Douluo Bo retreating far away, Ye Hao couldn't help but chuckle. There is plenty of time ahead. And the celestial herb won't run off on its own. Once Douluo Bo had departed, Ye Hao returned to his dormitory to rest. After a day filled with exertion, he felt quite fatigued. The following day, at dawn, outside Soto City, within Shrek Academy, the battle between the Royal Fight Team and the Shrek 7 monsters had quietly passed 10 days. During this time, the 7 monsters had been recuperating, especially Tang San. Without his external spirit bone, he had grown increasingly despondent, often isolating himself in his room. The blow from Ye Ritian weighed heavily on him, becoming a tormenting specter in his mind. This behavior did not escape the notice of his father, Tang Ritian, who felt a profound ache in his heart. However, he could not yet appear to share an emotional reunion with Tang San. They needed to recuperate for 3 months before embarking on their journey to the Tiando Royal Academy. Although they masked their resentment towards the Royal Fight Team, if they couldn't enter the Tiando Royal Academy, they would have no place in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. Moreover, the financial chain of Shrek Academy had been severed. The card containing 200,000 gold soul coins had already become Ye Hao's possession. Is Xiao Sen not eating? Dai Mu Bai arrived at Tang San's door, observing Xiao Wu holding a plate of now-cold food, and he sighed helplessly. Xiao Wu shook her head, saying, Brother hasn't eaten for 2 days. What shall we do if this continues? As she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. In the wilderness, Tang Hao had been troubled in recent days, his forehead constantly furrowed in worry. He had implored the master to ascertain the whereabouts of Ye Tian. At last, perseverance bore fruit. The master arrived, albeit belatedly. "Master, what news do you have?" Tang Tian inquired eagerly, desperate to learn of Ye Tian's location. The master wore a bittersweet smile and replied, "I have indeed found him." Tang Tian's eyes widened in surprise, urgently asking, "Where is he?" "My perception is accurate," the master replied confidently. "Ye Tian is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Not long ago, it was reported that he had been spotted within the Spirit Hall, and a personal order from the Pope was issued for his capture. Seizing, but to what end?" Tang Tian pondered, perplexed by the fact that Ye Tian, a member of the Spirit Hall, was being pursued by his own. The master stroked his unkempt chin, contemplating. "It must pertain to the external spirit bone of Shao San. You are well aware of the immense value of a spirit bone, especially an external one. The revelation of Ye Tian's secret possession of such a bone led to the Pope's decree for his apprehension. This is entirely reasonable. Furthermore, are you not already familiar with the character of the Spirit Hall?" At these words, Tang Tian felt a surge of indignation. He had now discovered Ye Tian's true whereabouts. The optimal course of action was to confront him at the Spirit Hall, eliminate him, and reclaim his son's external spirit bone. "Master, I must take my leave." With that, Tang Tian soared into the sky, heading directly towards the Spirit Hall. "Do not go." The master hesitated, realizing he could not hinder Tang Tian's vengeful path. The Spirit Hall was formidable, and Tang Tian's venture was akin to walking into a trap. For now, they could only acquiesce. After all, Tang Tian was a titled Douluo, and what could Yu Shaojiang, a mere great soul master, possibly do? Offer encouragement? He sighed in resignation and proceeded towards Tang San's quarters, feeling it was imperative to engage in some ideological guidance. Descending from the mountain, the master made his way directly to Tang San's door. Observing the now cold meal on the ground, he wore a bittersweet smile. Lifting the food to knock on the door. "Shao San, it's me. Please, open the door quickly." After a considerable wait, Tang San opened the door with a gloomy expression, listlessly stating, "Teacher, what brings you here?" The master remained silent, his gaze wandering over the disheveled state of Tang San's room. Finally comprehending the depth of Tang San's despair, the blow he had received was far from trivial. "What? Am I not allowed inside?" Tang San, slightly taken aback, quickly acquiesced, allowing the master to enter. "Teacher, my blue-silver grass is not truly worthless." Chapter 79. There are no worthless spirits, only worthless soul masters. Upon hearing this, the master furrowed his brow, disappointment evident in his gaze directed at Tang San. "Shao San, remember this. There are no worthless spirits, only worthless soul masters." Tang San raised his head in confusion, glancing at the master, and casually remarked, "Teacher, is that person referring to you?" "Indeed." The master stood, his eyes alight with fervor. "That person is me." Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and quickly coughed, casting an exasperated glare at Tang San. "How dare you address your teacher in such a manner?" Tang San realized his mistake. His previous words had been unintentional. "I apologize. Teacher, I." The master shook his head, managing a wry smile. "No harm done, Shao San. How is your recovery progressing?" Tang San clenched his fists. All the injuries he bore were inflicted by Ye Tian. In this lifetime, that scoundrel must perish. "Teacher, my injury has healed quite well. By the way, have there been any sightings of Ye Tian during this time?" In response to Tang San's inquiry, the master chose to remain silent. He could not reveal that Ye Tian was in the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Tang Tian had already taken action, and some matters were not yet ripe for Tang San's knowledge. "Rest assured, little San, we shall not let Ye Tian escape unscathed. Every grievance has its source. What is owed must be repaid. Shrek Academy will certainly not let him go. The priority now is your health. You need to rest well." After saying this, the master served Tang San some food, urging him to eat. Seeing this, Tang San could only consume the cold and hard bun while still voicing his concern. "Teacher, is my blue-silver grass truly a useless martial soul? I can't shake the feeling that it pales in comparison to my second martial soul, the hammer." After his 2 encounters with Ye Tian, Tang San was thoroughly disheartened. Practical experience had shown that blue-silver grass could merely serve a binding purpose, utterly devoid of any lethality, while his second martial soul, the hammer, displayed far greater power. Thus, Tang San began to contemplate abandoning the blue-silver grass in favor of honing his hammer martial soul. However, This notion was met with the master's stern disapproval. "No, little San, what has come over you?" The master exclaimed with gravity. "You possess twin martial souls, a rarity in the continent. Should you forsake the cultivation of blue-silver grass to focus solely on your second martial soul, your strength may indeed surge in the short term. But before that, I must caution you, the first dual martial soul spirit master in a century, while enhancing his second martial soul with spirit rings, succumbed to the strain on his body and ultimately perished in an explosion." The master continued in a gentle tone. "I understand your resentment, Ye Retian's humiliation, and Ye Hao's harm to Xiaowu. I have witnessed it all. Just imagine. Once you become a titled Douluo and bestow spirit rings upon your second martial soul, at that time, if all your second soul rings exceed 10,000 years, who in the spirit master realm could stand against you? As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. Though you have lost your external spirit bone, this is not the root of your downfall. Little San, gather your resolve. I believe you can achieve it." The master's words were like a revelation to Tang San, who lifted his bewildered gaze to meet the master's wise eyes. However, he soon sighed again. "Teacher, I truly am no match for Ye Hao, as the previous battle has shown. Even if I abandon the cultivation of my second martial soul and devote myself entirely to the blue-silver grass, I have continually been overwhelmed by Ye Hao." As he spoke, Tang San raised his head, a look of stubbornness upon his face. "Teacher, I cannot accept this. In this second life, having crossed over yet still unable to defeat the natives here is simply unacceptable. Moreover, possessing an array of concealed weaponry techniques, as well as the mysterious Xiantian skill and the elusive ghost shadow, he nonetheless falls short against Ye Hao, the indigenous individual." Sighing deeply, the master continued, "In truth, Ye Hao is not invincible." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, akin to discovering a new world. He eagerly turned to the master. Reluctant to continue living under the shadow of others, a most unenviable predicament. Rising confidently and clasping his hands behind his back, the master spoke calmly. "Do you know why you lost this time?" After a moment's contemplation, Tang San replied, "Ye Hao is exceedingly cunning, and besides, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the current members of the Shrek's 7 devils, have long since become fragmented. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are clearly aligned, while the remaining 5 are on a different side." Tang San could not fathom why the two women had distanced themselves from Xiaowu, sometimes even clashing verbally with him. Were it not for their shared academy, he would have. At this point, the master could not help but sigh. "We will discuss Rongrong and Zhuqing's issues later. For now, let me analyze the circumstances of that night for you. The crux of a successful team lies in mutual understanding, yet you currently lack even the most fundamental trust, which is why your defeat was so thorough. Furthermore, it is vital to note that Ye Hao and his team possess an overall strength far superior to yours. Consider this, which would prevail in the end, a well-coordinated team or a disjointed one?" Tang San's gaze fell, despondently stating, "Teacher, I understand all that you say, but at this moment, I only wish to know how to defeat Ye Hao." It was then that the master truly recognized the depth of Tang San's obsession, a fixation that was unsettling. Nevertheless, the master continued, "Xiao San, do not be hasty. Every journey begins with difficulties. Trust in me, under my careful guidance. You shall surely triumph over Ye Hao. His greatest flaw lies in his arrogance, oblivious to the dangers it harbors. The higher he ascends, the harder he may ultimately fall. He's also exceedingly cunning. During previous battles, he provocatively challenged Mu Bai and Hong Jun, causing Mu Bai to be the first to be eliminated and suffer public humiliation before tens of thousands. This is a psychological tactic. When I witnessed Mu Bai being ousted first, I realized your defeat was already sealed. Furthermore, Ye Hao's martial soul is not the Death Demon Spider, but the Death Spider Emperor." Tang San's eyes widened in shock. "The Death Spider Emperor. Teacher, I have read about it in books. The Death Spider Emperor martial soul is among the apex of beast martial souls, rivaling even Yu Tianheng's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. He has concealed it remarkably well." Tang San gritted his teeth, understanding the formidable nature of spider venom. Chapter 80. He has arrived. After the nourishing words of Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San revitalized, shedding his previous gloom. Simultaneously, Yu Xiaojiang redirected his focus towards Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. As previously stated, the Shrek's 7 monsters function as a unified whole. Each of the 7 is indispensable. "Master, please refrain from your incessant ramblings. I cannot absorb a single word at the moment," Ning Rongrong retorted indignantly as she exited the room. In recent days, whenever time permitted, the master had engaged Ning Rongrong in discussions about the importance of teamwork and other grandiloquent topics. However, Ning Rongrong had consistently resisted, remaining impervious to his words, regardless of their content, and had countered him at every turn. The master, wearied by the effort, observed from outside as Tang San furrowed his brow at Ning Rongrong's departing figure, feeling a surge of frustration that found no outlet. Alas, her family was influential and affluent. How could a mere commoner like him contend with the illustrious background of Ning Rongrong? Yet, the present circumstances did not dictate the future. Teacher, Tang San entered, seething with anger at Ning Rongrong's earlier actions, feeling as though she had insulted his manner. The master waved his hand dismissively, saying with resignation, enough. Rongrong is still but a child, and I believe that with my persistence, she will come to understand. Above the Wuhuan city, a figure as small as a sesame seed stood against the sky, cloaked in black, surveying the city below with a glint of fierce intent in his eyes. Suddenly, a Haotian hammer appeared in his hand, and 9 soul rings began to rise beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, creating a striking spectacle. In an instant, the previously clear skies transformed into a tempestuous gloom, a formidable and solemn aura expanding throughout the Wuhuan hall. Inside the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong abruptly opened her beautiful eyes. Grasping her purple gold scepter, she slowly rose, glancing upward, her eyes narrowing as her aura surged dramatically. What audacity, daring to wreak havoc in the Wuhuan hall. In all these years, no one has ever been so brazen. Thieves of the Wuhuan hall, surrender Ye Ritian at once, or chaos shall reign within the hall today. The coarse voice of Tang Ritian reverberated throughout the Wuhuan hall, clear to all disciples. Ye Ritian? Why is it him again? They murmured in confusion. Last time, we searched for 3 straight days, turning the Wuhuan hall upside down, yet we found nothing. This boy is formidable. Why have we only been hearing his name these past few days? In the city, disciples of the Spirit Hall engaged in hushed discussions, their curiosity piqued by the enigmatic figure of Ye Ritian. In recent days, his name had echoed through their conversations, and they found themselves pondering the origins of this remarkable individual who had stirred such a tempest in the city. Today, a formidable titled Douluo had personally arrived at the Spirit Hall to confront him, an individual adorned with a soul ring that had existed for 100,000 years. Soon, several figures soared into the sky from the Pope's hall, rapidly approaching Tang Ritian. Almost simultaneously, they unveiled their respective martial spirits and soul rings, each displaying an identical configuration of 9 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, forming a formidable barrier in front of Tang Ritian. Tang Hao, after all these years, have you ceased to be a timid turtle? Inquired a man adorned with a golden chrysanthemum, his face artfully made up. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us engage him together, commanded the shadowy figure cloaked in darkness. In an instant, the other 3 titled Douluos surged toward Tang Ritian's side. The collective assault of 4 titled Douluos was a rare privilege that likely only Tang Ritian could provoke across the entire Douluo Continent. A profound rumble resonated through the air, followed by a dazzling explosion of fireworks. Tang Ritian wielded an enlarged Haotian hammer, directing it forcefully toward the 4 titled Douluos, his overwhelming aura sufficient to overpower all opposition. The 4 titled Douluos were taken aback. What had transformed Tang Hao into such a furious being? Empowered by his wrath, Tang Hao's combat prowess was undeniably unparalleled. The titled Douluo with the chrysanthemum saw his 5th soul ring illuminate, conjuring a faint golden barrier around his form. He advanced, attempting to intercept Tang Ritian's furious strike with the protective shield. 5th soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. With a resounding shout, the chrysanthemum Douluo unleashed their title. The other 3 did not lag behind. The ghost shadow Douluo transformed into a dark silhouette, a massive ghostly claw emerging from the void, aiming to intercept Tang Ritian's Haotian hammer. However, before the claw could draw near, the residual force emanating from the Haotian hammer shattered it into oblivion, causing the ghost shadow Douluo to plummet from the air. Witnessing this, the remaining 2 summoned their full strength, unleashing beams of light that encapsulated their entirety of power, which penetrated Tang Ritian's form instantaneously. Blood trickled from the corner of Tang Ritian's mouth, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished, even intensifying. His aura became more formidable than before, with his sight set clearly on the papal hall of the Spirit Hall. A deafening roar erupted from Tang Ritian as he gripped his hammer, which expanded severfold. The 5th soul skill of the chrysanthemum Douluo was ultimately shattered, the golden barrier exploding like a rain of flowers. In a moment of despair, the chrysanthemum Douluo could do nothing but watch helplessly as the hammer descended. Despite his desire to flee, the oppressive force of the hammer was overwhelmingly potent, instilling fear even in a titled Douluo. Just as the Haotian hammer was about to strike the papal hall and the chrysanthemum Douluo faced impending doom, suddenly, a hand effortlessly dissipated Tang Retian's onslaught. The newcomer was an elderly man, benevolent in appearance, with flowing golden hair, towering over 2 meters. Under the gaze of all, the elder flicked his fingers lightly, unleashing a brilliant golden beam that erupted from the face of the Haotian hammer. Tang Retian was thrust back several paces by this force, and the blood in his eyes diminished significantly. With a look of astonishment, he turned to see the golden-haired elder appearing before him in the next instant, delivering a punch that forced Tang Retian to spit out bitter water, nearly causing the Haotian hammer in his grasp to shatter. It is noteworthy that Tang Retian's soul power had long surpassed level 95, yet the elder's singular blow was enough to shake the heavens, catching Tang Retian completely off guard. On the balcony of the papal hall's uppermost level, Bibi Dong gazed upward, her bright eyes narrowing in surprise at the elder's sudden appearance. She had intended to take action herself, only to find he had outpaced her. How did he arrive here? Chapter 81. A home-lost Tang Retian held his breath, trepidation evident as he beheld the elder who had unexpectedly materialized before him. Astonishment etched on his face. Tang Hao, you should not be here. The elder shook his head gently, casting a downward glance at the 4 wounded titled Douluos. A glint of ferocity in his eyes. How can one Tang Hao stand against 4 titled Douluos? They have, after all these years. The Spirit Hall has never ceased searching for Tang Hao's whereabouts. Yet today, he has delivered himself to me. But who exactly is this Ye Retian he speaks of? Every event has its origins. Tang Hao had come for Ye Retian. Regardless of the underlying reasons, there was but one truth. He dared to strike against the Spirit Hall. Since you have arrived, you might as well stay, the old man said softly. Behind him manifested a divine angel, adorned with 6 magnificent wings, exuding an aura of sanctity. A resplendent golden holy sword appeared in the old man's grasp. He lightly raised it and delivered a vertical slash forward. In that instant, space seemed to cleave in two, the air momentarily solidifying, as a brilliant beam of sword light descended upon Tang Hao. Tang Hao felt as though an invisible hand was constricting his throat. His expression grew grave, and his breath quickened. Just as the onlookers anticipated Tang Hao's imminent demise, the 9 soul rings beneath his feet erupted in a dazzling explosion, and the Haotian hammer in his hand transformed into a radiant spectacle, its surface ablaze with vibrant colors. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying pressure surged forth, causing the old man's demeanor to remain composed yet prompting him to instinctively retreat a step. The great samurai hammer, how long it has been, the old man mused, reflecting on how many years had passed since he last encountered the formidable weapon. It had been decades since his last battle with that individual. And Tang Hao's ability to wield such a technique was indeed beyond the old man's expectations. Observing Tang Hao's escape, the old man did not rush to pursue him. Instead, he vanished and reappeared atop the Pope's palace, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bibi Dong. Who, pray tell, is this Ye Retian? The old man inquired, his tone devoid of reproach, rather imbued with a sense of inquiry. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, turning her gaze away, avoiding direct eye contact with the old man. I find it quite intriguing that you would take the initiative to strike, the old man remarked with an unperturbed expression, pressing further. Answer my question. Bibi Dong, seemingly unfazed, replied, just an ordinary soul master, who recently arrived at the Spirit Hall. An ordinary soul master? Where is he now? The old man continued to question. One could not help but ponder how Tang Hao, who valued this individual so highly, would boldly attack the Spirit Hall without regard for his own safety. This clearly piqued the old man's curiosity, intensifying his desire to uncover the true identity of this Ye Retian. Regrettably, that Ye Retian has already fled, Bibi Dong stated. Fled? The old man furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Indeed, he has fled. A youth with a second ring at a millennium, resembling me closely, and more importantly, possessing the Death Spider Emperor martial soul. The Death Spider Emperor martial soul? And he bears a striking resemblance to you? The old man regarded Bibi Dong with renewed scrutiny. Pondering the implications, Bibi Dong cautioned, do not overthink it. The world is rife with coincidences. I have already ordered a thorough investigation into this matter. I believe we shall have definitive news ere long. Furthermore, Elder of Judgment, With my presence at the spirit hall, it shall not be thrown into chaos. Once finished, Bibi Dong left with a cold smile. The judgment elder lingered for a while before transforming into golden light and vanishing from sight. 3 days later, in the mountains behind Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao clutched his heavy chest as he wandered through the forest. The use of the Great Sumeru Hammer and the 9 rings had inflicted considerable damage upon his body. The Great Sumeru Hammer was a secret technique of the Haoyin sect, passed down to only one individual per generation, who would invariably be the heir to the next sect leader. During this expedition to the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao had prepared for the worst. Even if he could not force the Spirit Hall to surrender Ye Ritian, he must ensure that the Spirit Hall lost all face. At a critical moment, however, the Judgment Elder Qiandao Lu unexpectedly took action. Tang Hao could have seized the opportunity to eliminate that chrysanthemum Douluo, but alas, it was a great pity. Severely injured, Tang Hao knew he must recuperate before plotting his next move. Currently, he could no longer return to Shrek Academy outside Suodo City, as doing so would prematurely reveal his son's identity. In contrast, this place was most suitable, allowing him to accompany his wife while also providing a chance to recover. Truly a win-win situation. As he continued to walk, Tang Hao increasingly sensed something was amiss. For some inexplicable reason, he could no longer perceive the aura of the blue-silver emperor, as if she had ceased to exist in this realm. Moreover, the surrounding trees had all withered, clearly a result of deliberate poisoning. Could it be? No, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Hao's heart raced with urgency as he hurriedly made his way toward the cave where the blue-silver emperor resided, his feet moving swiftly as he dashed forward. Along the way, the flowers and trees were as lifeless as before, exuding an extremely unpleasant odor. Before long, Tang Hao arrived at the cave entrance. Upon entering, everything appeared just as it had when he had left, except, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the rock blocking the cave was drastically different. At that moment, anxiety surged within him. Disregarding everything, he rushed forward to remove the obstruction. When long-awaited sunlight flooded the cave, illuminating the interior, Tang Hao focused his gaze and spotted a blue-silver grass firmly rooted in the ground. Everything else in the cave seemed fine, hardly changed from the day he had departed. Tang Hao let out a sigh of relief, approaching the blue-silver grass with tenderness in his eyes. However, something felt off. The blue-silver emperor, in her true form, bore golden patterns on her stem and leaves, yet this specimen looked identical to those outside, and its size was significantly larger than that of the blue-silver emperor he had known. Ain, it is I have returned. Answer me. Please answer me. No matter how loudly Tang Hao called, the blue-silver emperor remained utterly still, as if a mere inanimate object. Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang to his feet, instinctively sensing something was amiss. He hurriedly opened the lead box beneath the stone bed that contained the bone of the blue-silver emperor's right leg. A piece of paper? He disregarded the absence of his soul bone, clutching the note tightly in his hand, directing his gaze forward. Ye Ritian visited here. The soul bone has been taken. Thank you. Tang Hao stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his expression one of bewilderment. The paper in his grasp disintegrating into dust in an instant. Ye Ritian. Tang Hao's roar echoed from the back mountain, shaking the cave to its very foundation. Chapter 82. The mysterious figure in the mind. The name, Ye Ritian, lingered in the air for a long time. Nearby, within the Sacred Soul Village, the townsfolk covered their ears, their faces revealing disdain at the sudden outburst. Old Jack, leaning on his cane, shouted impatiently towards the source of the noise emanating from the back mountain. Tang Hao. After a considerable time, within the cave of the back mountain, it had already collapsed under the weight of Tang Hao's relentless outpouring of emotion. Tang Hao knelt upon the ground, once a figure of unyielding strength, now reduced to a pitiful state, tears and snot streaming down his face. The aftermath of the previous battle, coupled with Qiandaolia's intervention, had left him with wounds both old and new, his body riddled with injuries. Ain, I am filled with hatred. Ye Ritian, I shall surely kill you in this lifetime. After unleashing his fury, Tang Hao let out a deep groan, spitting blood, his right arm sagging slightly. His face contorted in pain, a consequence of his earlier battle with Qiandao. Tang Hao, with a tense expression, reached out and realized that his bones had misaligned. His internal organs displaced. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. In that moment, Tang Hao posed no threat to Ye Ritian. Achoo! At the Tiando Royal Academy, Ye Hao involuntarily sneezed. For days had elapsed since he acquired the Heart of Death, and during this time, he had remained within the academy, engaged in little more than the daily routine. Presently, his sole power could be considered at the forefront within the royal battle team. The benefits bestowed by the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone were substantial. Ye Hao, Ye Hao, Ye Hao. A low voice resonated slowly within his mind. Ye Hao, in a state of panic, tumbled down from the trunk, sprawled across the ground in disarray. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Ye Hao inhaled sharply, massaging his lower back, and expressed his disbelief. Who is it? Do people not realize that scaring someone can be deadly? As he spoke, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings and noticing that he was alone. This location was situated at the rear of the Royal Academy of Tiando, which was built against the mountains. And there were many such forested academies. Could it be that I misheard? With lingering doubt, Ye Hao leaped back onto the tree branch, preparing to rest once more. Ye Hao, Ye Hao, the deep voice echoed in his mind again, this time clearer than before. Ye Hao lost his balance once more and fell from the tree, landing awkwardly on the ground. At this moment, he felt utterly numb. With one hand propping up his chin, Ye Hao lay speechless on the lawn, listening to the mysterious voice in his mind that repeatedly called out his name. Ye Hao, Ye Hao. Ye Hao, rendered speechless, remarked, "My friend, spare me your incessant chatter. I am still very much alive. Hurry to Sunset Forest." As the final words of the enigmatic figure echoed in his mind, silence enveloped him. Sunset Forest? Ye Hao pondered for a moment, uncertain of the intentions of the individual. The Sunset Forest, located not far from the city of Tiando, is the second most renowned soul beast forest on the Douluo Continent, following the Star Doe Forest. Among its many wonders, the Eye of Ice and Fire stands out as the most famous, and it is also Ye Hao's next objective. With the current strength of the royal fighting team, they are ill-equipped to secure the championship in upcoming competitions. Therefore, the only course of action is to seek the myriad of celestial herbs within the Eye of Ice and Fire to address their urgent needs. Given that this individual has extended an invitation, it would be unreasonable for Ye Hao to decline. However, Ye Hao rose once more, cradling his chin in contemplation as he paced thoughtfully in place. Having just returned, it seemed rather unreasonable to request another leave. After mulling it over, Ye Hao shook his head in dismissal. What did it matter? The Sunset Forest was not far from here, and with his own stamina, he would surely reach the academy before the sun dipped below the horizon. Resolute in his decision, Ye Hao unfurled his six-winged purple luminescent wings. With the six translucent violet feathers harmonizing with the flight skills of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, he transformed into a flash of purple light, vanishing from his original spot in an instant and swiftly exiting the confines of the Tiando Royal Academy. Mere moments later, Ye Hao hovered in the air, gazing down at the towering, uneven treetops beneath him. He had indeed arrived at the Sunset Forest, positioned directly above the woodland. "Where are you, buddy? Where are you?" Ye Hao whispered several times, yet the voice in his mind vanished without a trace at that moment. In exasperation, he could only retract his six-winged purple light wings and descend slowly. Standing amidst the towering and majestic forest, Ye Hao appeared remarkably diminutive. As he strolled through the grove, he keenly observed every movement within the trees. Since the mysterious figure had summoned him, there was no reason for him to remain hidden. Was this fellow out of his mind? Ye Hao mused silently, contemplating the vastness of the Sunset Forest. Seeking one individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After wandering for quite some time, he felt utterly drained. The sun had long passed its zenith, and he had yet to eat, his stomach growling in protest. Should he return for lunch before continuing his search? No, that would be unwise. What if someone caught him? Teacher Qin was notoriously cunning. With no other option, Ye Hao pressed on through the Sunset Forest, his stomach rumbling as he encountered numerous spirit beasts along the way, some of which harbored intentions towards him, as evidenced by the drool dripping from their mouths. Clearly, they had been hungry for quite some time. I am still famished as well. Ye Hao's eyes glinted with mischief as a wicked smile crept across his lips. Gazing at the century-old and millennium-old soul beasts before him, a bold idea took root in his mind. In an instant, 3 soul rings rose beneath his feet, and the Death Spider Emperor materialized silently. Yet, before Ye Hao could complete the summoning of the Death Spider Emperor, the soul beast scattered like frostbitten eggplants, desperately fleeing in utter disarray. Ye Hao, am I truly so fearsome? Ye Hao murmured to himself, preparing to retract his martial spirit and continue on his journey. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Nearby trees began to collapse in rapid succession, and the creatures of the forest, birds and beasts alike, were hastily fleeing in all directions. Among them were numerous shadows of ancient soul beasts. Ye Hao stood rooted in place, acutely aware of the multitude of soul beasts rushing past him on either side. A beast tide? Ye Hao contemplated for a moment and quickly realized that something was amiss. Immediately thereafter, he sensed an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from a distance. As a haunting violet light flickered forth from afar, Ye Hao focused his gaze and beheld two enormous nets, larger than himself, emerging from the forest. In a moment of urgency, he leapt swiftly onto a tree trunk, surveying the scene from above. The two colossal nets that had appeared so suddenly were ensnaring a towering tree. Strangely, within mere breaths, that grand tree was reduced to mere powder, indicating the presence of poison. But wait, why does this net feel so eerily familiar? Ye Hao glanced down, observing the second spirit ring at his feet illuminating, emanating a spider web indistinguishable from the previous one, albeit considerably smaller in size, akin to the comparison of a minor sorcerer to a grand one. The web darted through the air with remarkable swiftness, swiftly traversing into the depths of the dense forest, soon vanishing from sight. Ye Hao lingered atop the tree for quite some time, observing the stillness around him. Just as he prepared to descend for a closer inspection, he unexpectedly leaped down from the treetop. Upon encountering the immense creature before him, he couldn't help but draw in several sharp breaths. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Death Spider Emperor? Ye Hao's lips twitched uncontrollably. Standing before the 10-meter-high Death Spider Emperor, he appeared diminutive in comparison. Simultaneously, the venom of the Death Spider Emperor was spreading further. Chapter 83. The Soul Beast of 100,000 Years. The toxicity of this Death Spider Emperor was exceedingly swift. In mere moments, the surrounding trees withered, transforming the area within 100 meters into a desolate wasteland. Any ordinary person, or even a soul master, who dared to tread here would undoubtedly meet their demise. Yet, Ye Hao was an exception. As the possessor of the Death Spider Emperor's martial spirit, he generated a unique magnetic field when utilizing his martial spirit, one suffused with the venom of the Death Spider Emperor. However, due to Ye Hao's current level, he could not perfectly control this magnetic field at will. Previously, he had raised this issue, and the 3 committee members had provided an answer: domain. While there were over 10,000 soul masters on the continent, few truly possessed a domain. Thanks to Ye Hao's primary martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, he wielded the innate domain known as the Death Domain, a remarkably domineering realm. Within this domain, the venom of the Death Spider Emperor would permeate the entire area, transforming it into a hellish nightmare for both soul masters and humans alike. Once afflicted by the potent toxin, one's body would gradually weaken until the moment of death. At this very moment, the Death Spider before Ye Hao was clearly unleashing its Death Domain, explaining the frantic retreat of the previous soul beast. It all made sense. Generally speaking, soul beasts capable of manifesting a domain are rare. Examples include the dark demon, evil god tiger, along with the 2 titan giant apes and the sky blue bull python from the Stardow forest. As for the Death Spider Emperor before him, its innate domain was indeed the Death Domain. Ye Hao stood before the Death Spider Emperor, letting out a faint sigh. What do you mean, my friend? The Death Spider Emperor remained silent, its menacing jaws agape, seeking the opportunity to swallow Ye Hao whole. At this moment, Ye Hao found himself with no avenue of escape. As merely a soul sovereign, what could he possibly contend with against the formidable Death Spider Emperor? More crucially, this creature possessed a gifted domain. Ye Hao pondered. Could it be that this Death Spider Emperor summoned him here? The Death Spider Emperor moved with astonishing swiftness, its gaping maw intent on devouring Ye Hao whole. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer of purple light flickered at Ye Hao's brow, and in the next moment, he grasped the heart of the Reaper tightly in his hand. The heart of the Reaper possessed the skill, Death's Gaze. With a soft murmur, Ye Hao felt the heart of death erupting in his palm, its 6 surfaces smooth and translucent, resembling mirrors. He could distinctly see his own reflection within them. Suddenly, an eye emerged in the mirror, a violet orb exuding a profound aura of menace, fixated intently on the Death Spider Emperor. In an instant, the realm of death surrounding the Death Spider Emperor shattered. Simultaneously, the gaze of death took effect, rendering the Death Spider Emperor immobile, clearly indicating its influence. Ye Hao was acutely aware of the fleeting impact of the gaze of death, lasting only a few ephemeral seconds. The heart of the Grim Reaper possessed an accompanying skill, Abyssal Binding. As the words left his lips, 6 reflective surfaces began to whirl around the death spider monarch with increasing velocity. From within these mirrors, chains of purple flames emerged, ensnaring the monarch's body in an unyielding grip, rendering it immobile. Under Ye Hao's subtle gaze, the once towering figure of the death spider monarch, standing at 10 meters, rapidly diminished in size while the 6 mirrors hastened to converge. The process unfolded seamlessly, although the death spider monarch attempted to resist. The chains that had traversed from the depths of hell offered no opportunity for retaliation. Thus, the 6 mirrors fully closed, reverting to the diminutive size of the heart of the Grim Reaper, now merely 10 centimeters. The heart of the Grim Reaper soared back into Ye Hao's palm, through the mirror revealing the tightly bound death spider monarch within. If memory served correctly, the gaze of death immobilized the opponent, while abyssal binding ensured perpetual loss of freedom, applicable to both humans and soul beasts. Soul beasts with a lifespan of less than 100,000 years, inclusive, could be absorbed. Others would be rendered ineffective. Little creature, where has your spirit fled? How dare you speak boldly to me, who bestowed upon you such audacity? As Ye Hao just retracted the heart of death, he was suddenly taken aback by an unexpected torrent of abuse. This bewildering outburst left him utterly perplexed, for this place, due to the presence of the Death Spider Emperor, should have been devoid of any other beings. Could it be that enigmatic figure? No, that voice was evidently emanating from outside. Ye Hao gradually began to take it seriously, spreading his palm open. At this moment, the Death Spider Emperor within the heart of death actually spoke. Despicable and shameless human, I shall slay you. Ye Hao, I am utterly astounded. This little creature can actually speak. He jested. The Death Spider Emperor's gaze turned icy, prepared to retort. However, the chains binding it suddenly unleashed a surge of violet lightning, causing its entire body to tremble uncontrollably. As a thick cloud of smoke dissipated, the Death Spider Emperor found itself sprawled within the heart of death. How tragic! Ye Hao lamented, contemplating that had a soul master entered, the physical torment endured would have been far more excruciating. Despicable human. The Death Spider Emperor managed to rise with great difficulty, dragging its pain-ridden form, its cold, piercing eyes glinting like daggers. Ye Hao felt speechless and slowly said, My friend, refrain from speaking. Be careful lest you attract another lightning strike. The Death Spider King, who was about to blurt out a response, prudently remained silent, not wishing to incur another bolt of lightning. I will ask, and you will respond with a nod or a shake of your head, understood? He shook his head. Ye Hao, what should I say to a demon spider? Why does it attack me? It finds me delectable. In the next moment, the Death Spider Monarch convulses violently, and this time the lightning is even more ferocious than before. Crackle, crackle. After a brief interval, the Death Spider Monarch exhales a plume of black mist. To speak candidly, I sensed the presence of a companion earlier and intended to investigate, only to discover that it was you, despicable and shameless. Crackle, crackle. Another surge of lightning follows. Ye Hao's lips twitched slightly. The heart of death was indeed formidable. The Death Spider Emperor continued, I never anticipated that I would encounter you, a mere human, who possesses me as your martial spirit. Thus, I was compelled to. Ye Hao was at a loss for words and remarked, So, you have developed an urge to consume me? The Death Spider Monarch nodded in affirmation, emitting a series of hissing sounds, and ceased to elaborate further. Ye Hao secretly rejoiced and coughed lightly. Ahem, ahem, since you can speak, you must be the Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor nodded obediently, stating, in human terms, I am a soul beast of 100,000 years, having recently transcended this milestone. To my surprise, upon venturing out, I encountered you, an extraordinary being. With a crackling of thunder, another flash of lightning illuminated the scene. As the smoke cleared, Ye Hao even caught a glimpse of tears glistening in the Death Spider Emperor's eyes. In a moment of compassion, Ye Hao waved his hand, and the chains binding the Death Spider Emperor were entirely released. Chapter 84. I am acquainted with someone, do not weep. What reason does a majestic soul beast of 100,000 years have to cry? Ye Hao removed the shackles from the Death Spider Emperor, and through the unique power contained within the heart of death, the injuries of the Death Spider Emperor were completely healed. Why should I not weep? The Death Spider Emperor spoke with a tremor in its voice. Who among us is not still a child? Humanity, please release me. I promise I shall not provoke you again. Ye Hao appeared contemplative, then assumed a posture of helplessness, shrugging his shoulders and lamenting. I am at a loss as to how to utilize this. As you witnessed, when you sought to consume me, this cube acted autonomously. Moreover, I must confide a secret. It possesses its own emotions. Thus you must learn to master yourself. Otherwise, beware of the consequences. At this moment, the Death Spider Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of dread, shivering involuntarily as it surveyed its surroundings, clearly still haunted by the previous shock. What if, from this day forth, you accompany me? Ye Hao ventured tentatively. What joy could there be in having a 100,000-year-soul beast as my enforcer? Accompany you? The Death Spider Emperor scoffed. I would rather perish. Before the Death Spider Emperor could finish its retort, 6 mirror-like chains shot forth once again. Witnessing this, the Death Spider Emperor was thoroughly intimidated. It had already experienced the might of the chains, and if it continued to resist, it would inevitably endure further torment. Very well, I shall follow you. The Death Spider Emperor conceded reluctantly. Observing this, Ye Hao finally exhaled in relief, though he remained cautious. A 100,000-year-soul beast was equivalent to a titled Douluo among soul masters, although bound by the heart of death to ensure no unforeseen events occurred. Ye Hao chose to conceal the heart of death within his brow. You shall come to appreciate your decision today, Ye Hao grinned. Why? The voice of the Death Spider Emperor echoed in his mind, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, reflecting on how a proud 100,000-year-soul beast had fallen to the plight of captivity. Because, Ye Hao replied with a mischievous tone. Ye Hao revealed a peculiar smile. For he knew someone. Who might that be? A woman. A woman? I have encountered many. And numerous human soul masters have perished at the hands of my Death Spider Emperor. Yet, this woman is extraordinary. In what way is she extraordinary? The Death Spider Emperor inquired with puzzlement. Her martial spirit is identical to mine, a Death Spider Emperor as well. Ye Hao feigned an air of mystery. And what else? The Death Spider Emperor impatiently pressed. Moreover, she has slain a Death Spider Emperor. Ye Hao stated slowly. The Death Spider Emperor fell silent for a moment. Is that all? She is yet to cross paths with me. Since you know her, the next time you must take me to meet her. It spoke with an air of utmost pride, its words laced with a tone of provocation. Is that so? Ye Hao smiled faintly, then slapped his forehead. Oh dear. I forgot to mention that the Death Spider Emperor my friend defeated was one that had existed for 100,000 years, just like you. The Death Spider Emperor, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence, rendered speechless. Ye Hao smiled silently as he collected the Death Spider Emperor, choosing to continue his journey deeper into the heart of the sunset forest. The sun was nearing dusk, painting the western sky a brilliant crimson. The entire expanse of the sunset forest was awash in this vibrant hue, particularly at its center, where a clearing lay. Ye Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed his surroundings, only to find the lush green grassland utterly deserted. Was this place haunted? He collapsed beneath a great tree. At this moment, Ye Hao was famished, having traversed nearly every corner of the sunset forest throughout the day. In his quest, he had even discerned the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, yet he chose not to enter. For there remained 3 months until the arrival of the group from Shrek Academy in Heavendo City, ample time for him to explore further. His immediate concern was to unravel the true intentions of the mysterious figure residing in his mind. How did you arrive here? The voice of the Death Spider Emperor echoed slowly within his consciousness. Do you recognize this place? Ye Hao inquired. How could I not? I have lived in the Sunset Forest for many years. This area is at its very heart, where virtually no soul beasts dare to tread. We must leave quickly. This place is quite terrifying, the Death Spider Emperor urged, advising Ye Hao to depart. Ye Hao gazed strangely ahead, then rose to his feet and walked towards the center of the area, pausing there for a considerable time to absorb the surroundings. Do refrain from your exaggerated outbursts. Where is the terror you speak of? Ye Hao exclaimed in frustration. Who is playing such a colossal joke on me, forcing me to traverse the entire Sunset Forest? This is utterly infuriating. Just as he was about to depart, his steps unexpectedly halted as he sensed something amiss. The surrounding space began to warp dramatically, and what was once an expansive clearing transformed into an ancient edifice. The ground was scarred and bore the marks of time, with devastation evident everywhere. Before him stood a once magnificent hall, reminiscent of the papal chamber he had seen previously, its grand scale rendering Ye Hao diminutive in comparison. What on earth? Ye Hao swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched. In his mind, the Death Spider Emperor trembled uncontrollably, as if gripped by an inexplicable fear. Ye Hao instinctively sensed the peculiarities exhibited by the Death Spider Emperor. He felt a compelling presence. The very individual who summoned him to this place earlier that morning was indeed within. Just as he was poised to push the door open, before taking his first step, the long-sealed entrance creaked open with a resounding snap. A thick layer of dust cloaked the door, obscuring the view of what lay beyond until Ye Hao had fully crossed the threshold. Are you truly prepared to venture inside? The voice of the Death Spider Emperor resonated once more. Indeed, Ye Hao retorted with a slight smirk. Are you afraid? From my 100,000 years of existence, I can assure you that this place is far from ordinary. For the sake of our safety, perhaps we should reconsider our course. The Death Spider Emperor advised with genuine concern. Ye Hao pondered thoughtfully. Since he had come this far, it would be a disservice to himself not to enter. Moreover, it was that enigmatic individual who had extended the invitation to him earlier that morning. Now that he had reached his destination, to refrain from entering would seem rather impolite. Fear not, for we are akin to two grasshoppers tethered to the same string. Even if I were to perish, you could not escape your fate either. On the road to the underworld, we might as well keep each other company, right? Ye Hao was filled with a sense of eager curiosity as he beheld the sudden appearance of the architectural marvel before him. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes emerged in the distance. Chapter 85. The prerequisite of the Grim Reaper S9 Trials. Refinement. Who were you contemplating just now? A chilling voice resonated through the darkness. Ye Hao and the Death Spider Emperor involuntarily shuddered, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that enveloped their entire beings. The voice was familiar to Ye Hao. It belonged to the mysterious figure who had summoned him to this place earlier that morning. From the depths of darkness, that silhouette gradually emerged. Ye Hao first focused his mind, then his gaze turned peculiar, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Before him emerged a tiny puppy, entirely enveloped in fiery red fur, no larger than half a fist, resembling a freshly born pup in every aspect. Ye Hao, I must admit, I was momentarily intimidated by the imposing presence of this dog. Ye Hao could not help but let out a chuckle, an act that incited great indignation in the little dog. No laughing. The dog proclaimed with utmost authority, exuding a commanding presence that surpassed even the once dreaded Death Spider King. Behold, the Death Spider King within the heart of the Grim Reaper still trembled in trepidation. Ye Hao instinctively sensed the situation, promptly suppressing his emotions, and crouched down, earnestly stating, Greetings, I am Ye Hao. Were you the one who summoned me to this place? Indeed. The little dog raised its head, displaying an air of haughty pride. What is the purpose of your summons? Ye Hao continued to inquire, as the night had descended, and he was eager to clarify the circumstances. Given the current tranquility within the academy, he believed he could return before dawn, relying on his flight speed. The little dog, brimming with self-importance, surveyed Ye Hao with a discerning glance and nodded slightly. You are quite commendable, having skillfully harnessed the heart of the Reaper to capture a 10,000-year Death Spider Emperor. This creature should serve as one of your soul rings for your primary martial spirit in the future. Death Spider Emperor. Ye Hao smiled and waved his hand, dismissing the absurdity of the statement. That is simply not the case. I have indeed garnered quite a few enemies during my travels, and having this Spider King act as my enforcer is a rather tenuous arrangement. By the way, who are you? Why have you summoned me here? The little dog smiled faintly. Listen closely. I am the divine beast under the Lord of Death, the fiery abyss three-headed hound. You have awakened the heart of death, which is why I have emerged from my slumber. Congratulations. From this moment forth, you possess the opportunity to transcend 100 levels and attain divinity. The fiery abyss three-headed hound, the Lord of Death? Ye Hao was somewhat bewildered, but began to grasp the essence of the situation. Are you implying that the heart of death I have acquired will serve as a foundation for surpassing 100 levels? Suggesting that I have caught the attention of a deity? Indeed, you show promise. The three-headed hound nodded. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao's eyes brightened. He had indeed surmised correctly. The heart of death was akin to the ocean god's heart within the celestial battle royal palace, both being significant artifacts left by the gods on this continent in search of successors. Gaining their recognition foretold a promising future. Is that all? Ye Hao raised an eyebrow. Are you not pleased? The three-headed hound was perplexed. To break through 100 levels and ultimately become invincible across the continent. Surely this aligns with the aspirations of most soul masters? Of course, I am pleased. What I mean is, can I leave now? Ye Hao was eager to depart. He had not sought permission prior to venturing out, and should Qin Ming discover this, Seeking leave in the future would become increasingly difficult. Leave? The three-headed hound glanced at Ye Hao and chuckled. Where do you plan to go? I have come today to assign you a task. A task? Indeed. The task is the 9 trials of the Lord of Death. The three-headed hound elaborated. The 9 trials of the Lord of Death? Ye Hao murmured, realizing that indeed, completing these 9 trials would grant him the status of a new Lord of Death. The day he completed the trials would coincide with his breakthrough to 100 levels. Then hurry and give them to me. I need to return swiftly. Ye Hao urged. Do not be so hasty. The divine trials exist, but there is a prerequisite. The three-headed hound feigned mystery. What prerequisite? Ye Hao inquired eagerly. The three-headed hound gestured towards the dilapidated palace behind it, and said slowly, You must refine this Lord of Death's temple, and then you shall receive the 9 trials of the Lord of Death. This is the most basic condition. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao took a few steps back. Surveying the crumbling Lord of Death's temple, the edifice had long succumbed to the ravages of time, and its vast scale was daunting. Refine it? This is not a realm of immortals. Ye Hao shrugged, uncertain of how to proceed. Utilize your heart of death to merge this palace with the heart of death, and then the Lord of Death's temple shall reveal its original grandeur. Conversely, you will also gain access to the corresponding 9 trials of the Lord of Death. However, the three-headed hound hesitated, seeming to hold back additional information. But what? Ye Hao furrowed his brow. Your strength is still insufficient. How could your soul power merely reach the 38th level? With such meager capabilities, you cannot possibly complete the 9 trials of the Death God. However, as the saying goes, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Once your soul power attains the 60th level, the true commencement of the 9 trials of the Death God shall begin. The three-headed hound found a spacious area to lie down, yawning widely. Let the refining commence. Ye Hao let out a subtle sigh. Refining the Temple of Death should not require excessive effort. In the next moment, a purple light flickered at his brow, and the heart of death was grasped firmly in his hand. Subsequently, Ye Hao's lips moved slightly, and the Death Spider Monarch was summoned forth. To his astonishment, upon regaining its freedom, the Death Spider Monarch did not flee. Instead, it bore a mark upon its head, a purple square emblem, identical to the one inscribed upon Ye Hao's brow. With this mark in place, the Death Spider Monarch would willingly submit to Ye Hao's command, even offering itself in sacrifice if required. However, given the multitude of enemies Ye Hao had made during his recent ventures, having the Death Spider Monarch as an ally provided a semblance of safety. The question of sacrifice was still premature. You. Yes, you. Did you not hear me? Come here and give my back a rub, commanded the Cerberus to the Death Spider Monarch. Alarmed and reluctant, the Death Spider Monarch approached hesitantly, cautiously extending its spider legs to perform a series of massage maneuvers. Move a bit higher, but take care not to prick me with your spider spear. Should you wound me, beware, for I might devour you whole, the Cerberus said with narrowed eyes, exuding an air of arrogance. The spider legs were surprisingly crisp, even better if they had been roasted over a fire. Death Spider Monarch. With a smile, Ye Hao gently shook his head, cradling the heart of death in his palms as he sat cross-legged upon the ground. Time was of the essence. The heart of death seemed to respond to an unseen call, soaring effortlessly towards the temple of the Grim Reaper. In that instant, the heart of death shattered into fragments. 6 mirrored shards encircled the entire temple, and Ye Hao sensed that the process of refinement was underway. He pondered the duration required for such an endeavor and decided to inquire. The three-headed hound opened one eye nonchalantly and replied, as brief as 3 months, or as lengthy as a year and a half. Ye Hao's heart instantly sank by a considerable degree. Chapter 86. Ye Hao has disappeared. Where is he? Not here. What about over there? Not there either. Where has this rascal gone? The Heavenly Royal Academy was in an uproar early in the morning, and the reason was, Ye Hao has vanished once more. It is well known to almost everyone that Ye Hao is not the sort to be trifled with. Wherever he goes, chaos seems to follow. Qin Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming in exasperation, where could that rascal have gone? Inzi, what about your end? Douluo Yin arrived late, shaking her head. I have no news here either. I even reached out to my grandfather, who instructed me to inform you that what? Qin Ming impatiently interjected. At such a critical moment, there is no need for riddles. Douluo Yin replied softly. It seems that Xiao Hao may have gone in search of his parents. Parents? Qin Ming was baffled. The fact that Ye Hao was an orphan was common knowledge throughout the academy. This sudden mention of parents was perplexing. What do you mean by that? Facing Qin Ming's confusion, Douluo Yin was equally puzzled. Just yesterday, she had seen Ye Hao, and now he was missing since the morning assembly. As more and more people became aware of the situation, the entire academy mobilized, yet by noon, there was still no trace of Ye Hao. Douluo Yin was astonished. Could it be that a few days ago, when Ye Hao publicly declined her grandfather's invitation, the old man had seized the opportunity to abduct him? Given the eccentric nature of the old poison master, it was indeed within the realm of possibility. However, the eventual outcome left Douluo Yin utterly shocked. Douluo Bo claimed that since his return a few days prior, he had not laid eyes on Ye Hao at all and had not even stepped outside, let alone abduct him. Am I, the distinguished poison Douluo, to engage in such underhanded tactics? It was evident that this was not the work of Douluo Bo. That night, from the moment Douluo Bo interacted with Ye Hao, a tension lingered in his heart due to Ye Hao's mysterious identity. To assert he was an orphan was something Douluo Bo found hard to believe. He, too, was a seasoned figure in the continent. With a deathly spider Emperor martial soul and a striking resemblance to the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, could one truly claim no connection to the Spirit Hall? Thus, when Douluo Yin was informed of Ye Hao's disappearance, after a moment of contemplation, Douluo Bo concluded that Ye Hao had been taken by his own kin. Douluo Yin wished to inquire further, but Douluo Bo interjected, "Some matters are not meant to be known by mere curiosity. Ye Hao's status is esteemed, even beyond my reach. Rest assured, a living person cannot simply vanish into thin air. In due time, he shall return voluntarily." "Is that so?" Qinming nodded, albeit skeptically. "Then why didn't he request leave, resulting in this grand commotion?" "It is likely that Xiao Hao is too proud to do so," Douluo Yin suggested. Qinming responded. "He had better not. His pride is thicker than the walls of Tiando City. Think about it, Teacher Qin. Not long ago, Xiao Hao had just returned from his leave. And now he was requesting another. Such frequent absences were surely unacceptable." Thus, Qinming promptly interjected, rubbing his temples in resignation, and said, "Enough, Yanzi. Please inform the students to cease their search. I shall go to the 3 committee members to explain the situation." After uttering these words, Qinming departed on his own. Aware that Ye Hao is unpredictable, one could never know if he might unexpectedly return with a family member one day. What? Xiao Hao has vanished? In the opulent chambers of the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe stood up in shock, utterly astounded by the report brought forth by his subordinates. Indeed, Ye Hao had mysteriously disappeared the previous day, and now the entire Heavenly Dou Royal Academy was in disarray. Xue Qinghe took a moment to compose himself and pondered deeply. A living person could not simply vanish into thin air. Where could he possibly be? At that moment, a shadowy figure spoke. "Young master, the Spirit Hall has just issued a command." The figure continued. "His Holiness the Pope has decreed that any branch of the Spirit Hall across the continent must report any sightings of Ye Tian immediately. Those who possess information but fail to report will face severe penalties." As the shadow finished speaking, Xue Qinghe could not help but snort disdainfully. To others, Ye Tian was a stranger, yet to Xue Qinghe, he was all too familiar. For Ye Tian was none other than Ye Hao, a fact he was acutely aware of. "Understood. Keep your mouth shut," Xue Qinghe dismissed impatiently, instructing the shadow to maintain discretion. "Yes, I understand," the shadow replied promptly. "Young master, what about Ye Hao?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe lost his composure. His troublesome younger brother was missing, and without any clear leads, he had no idea where to begin searching. Could it be that he ventured to the Spirit Hall? No. Xue Qinghe immediately rejected that notion. The last encounter at the Spirit Hall had resulted in a conflict between Ye Hao and Yin, which had been obscured under the guise of Ye Tian's name. Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall had its reach in every corner of the continent. And as long as one remained on Douluo Continent, evading the notice of the Spirit Hall was utterly impossible. With a weary sigh, Xue Qinghe strolled to the window, cradling the blue-silver emperor that Ye Hao had gifted him, gently kneading its every delicate feature. After a long while, he finally spoke. "I understand now. You may leave." The shadow hesitated momentarily before bowing and disappearing into the shadows. "Where on earth have you gone, you little rascal?" Xue Qinghe gazed into the distance, feeling as though Ye Hao was still by his side. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Sunset Forest, the once-appearing Death God's temple had vanished without a trace. Ye Hao sat cross-legged before the temple, enveloped in the shadowy embrace of the Heart of Death, rendering himself imperceptible to any onlookers. At this moment, he was channeling the Heart of Death, seeking to harmonize it with the Temple of Death. Yet, after an entire night, only the faintest semblance of alignment had been achieved. Patience is a virtue, and the current state of chaos within the academy likely resembled a tumultuous pot of porridge. Nevertheless, Having ventured this far, Ye Hao could not afford to abandon his endeavor midway. Nearby, the three-headed dog lay comfortably, indulging in a languorous slumber, while the death spider monarch remained still and silent. Its immobility dictated by the knowledge that its existence predated that of the death spider monarch itself. Having slept for such an extended period, it had lost track of the passage of time. Ye Hao, the Cerberus, and the death spider monarch. Do you comprehend? The Cerberus squinted its eyes, scrutinizing Ye Hao with a discerning gaze. No wonder he was selected by the Lord of Death as his heir. Such tenacity is indeed a rare and admirable trait. Hey, Spider, come over here and give me another squeeze, commanded the death spider monarch. Reluctantly, it approached, not wishing to be devoured whole. Moreover, the legs of the demon spider are simply unpalatable, especially when roasted. Chapter 87. Do not come any closer. 3 months later. Time has a way of slipping by swiftly, and 3 months have elapsed. During this period, the name Ye Hao has seemingly become unfamiliar to both the Tiando Royal Academy and Shui Qinghe within the Tiando Palace. It is as if Ye Hao never existed. Throughout these 3 months, neither side has ceased their efforts to scour the continent for him. However, the ultimate conclusion drawn has been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, yielding no trace whatsoever. Even the Spirit Hall has abandoned its search for Yi Ri-Tian after 3 months of silence, realizing that continuing would only waste precious time. Ye Hao mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, in Soto City, the esteemed Shrek Academy, led by Flinder, is currently en route to Heaven-Do City, traversing the heart of the Sunset Forest. Ye Hao sat cross-legged before the Temple of Death, fervently urging the Heart of Death to merge with the temple itself. His teeth were clenched in determination. This was a moment of utmost significance, and he could not afford any missteps. Beside him, the Death Spider Emperor and the three-headed hound observed patiently. Merge. With a soft whisper, Ye Hao observed as the Temple of Death was once again illuminated by a resplendent violet glow. The crumbling walls began to mend slowly, and the dilapidated gates transformed to appear as if newly forged. Other shattered sections were visibly restoring themselves at an astonishing pace. Beside him, the three-headed dog chuckled, its laughter a mystery unto itself. Subsequently, the outermost Heart of Death began to shrink dramatically, enclosing the entire temple within itself, rendering it into a diminutive form. Ye Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief as he secured the Heart of Death in his grasp. The efforts of this period had not been in vain. Congratulations, the three-headed dog remarked with a faint smile. Ye Hao sighed, expressing his congratulations with a hint of sarcasm. What is there to congratulate about? This period has utterly exhausted me. By the way, what of the 9 trials of the Reaper? Didn't you mention that upon refining the Reaper's temple, one would obtain the 9 trials? In response to Ye Hao's skepticism, the three-headed hound remained unperturbed, gesturing for Ye Hao to observe the mark upon its brow. Ye Hao, filled with skepticism, held the Heart of Death in his hand, which transformed into a translucent mirror reflecting his own shadow. To his astonishment, a mysterious purple scythe emblem appeared on his forehead, exuding an eerie aura that drew one in as though plunging into the depths of hell. Is this the trial of the Reaper? Ye Hao pondered as he touched his brow. The three-headed hound chuckled softly, stating that the trial of the Reaper would officially commence only when your soul power reaches level 60, so there is no need to rush. Very well. After spending a full 3 months in this place, Ye Hao felt akin to a wild man, subsisting on the flesh of soul beasts when hungry and drinking from the spring when thirsty. His once moderately long hair had now grown long enough to nearly touch his shoulders. Ye Hao fashioned the Heart of Death into an elegant chignon, tying his hair neatly at the back of his head. Within the Heart of Death resided the essence of the Death God's temple. Thus, the three-headed hound transformed into a shadowy mist and merged into the Heart of Death, closely followed by the Death Spider Monarch. Ye Hao tidied himself up with simplicity, and with a swift motion, his 6-winged violet light wings unfurled, propelling him towards the direction of the Eye of Ice and Fire. His objective was to acquire the celestial herb. Old Toxic, I am coming, he declared. Don't come any closer, Douluo cautioned. After obtaining the celestial herb, he aimed to return swiftly to report his safety, as he had unknowingly been away for 3 months. He imagined that Teacher Qin and the others would hardly recognize him now. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Dean Flanders, Shrek Academy was making its way forward, having recently departed from the confines of Soto City, with a considerable distance yet remaining to Heaven-Do City. As they traversed the town, the group decided to take a break. Despite the rapid pace afforded by Oscar's flying mushroom sausage, its effect was limited to merely 1 minute. Moreover, Oscar, panting with exhaustion, was tasked with crafting sausages while simultaneously flying, clearly struggling to maintain both physical and soul power. "Come on, bring me everything you have to eat and drink," Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he entered the inn, boldly seating himself at the table, unable to contain his hunger before others had settled down. Flanders shook his head disapprovingly, remarking, "A rotten wood cannot be carved." He then turned to the master and softly inquired, "Xiao Gang, do you have any news regarding Tang Hao?" Recently, the incident involving Tang Hao had stirred considerable turmoil throughout the city, creating a significant uproar across the continent. The Spirit Hall had merely proclaimed to the outside world that the Haotian Douluo had violated their domain and was ultimately severely injured and repelled. This matter had been discreetly avoided by both the master and Flanders, with only a select few in the academy aware of the truth that Haotian Douluo was, in fact, Tang San's father. Moreover, during these 3 months, Tang San had spent his time in the academy's forging room, remaining oblivious to the events unfolding on Douluo Continent, wholly devoted to his craft. At last, the Tang sect's hidden weapons, the sky-soaring divine claw and the Zhuge divine crossbow, were completed, and Tang San distributed them among the gathered individuals. Except for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, who did not receive any, the remaining 5 were all equipped. As for the reason, those in the know understood well. Tang San openly stated, "Want the hidden weapons? Apologies must be made to Xiao Wu, otherwise I shall not grant them to the 2 of you." In response, the 2 women remained resolute. What of the hidden weapons? It seems as though anyone truly cares. Tang San's actions have undoubtedly created a rift within Shrek Academy, rendering the Shrek 7 effectively disbanded. With Flander having lost a substantial sum of 100,000 gold soul coins, their sustenance for the past 3 months has consisted solely of steamed buns and pickled vegetables, or thin porridge. With no funds available, they resorted to fighting at the Soto Great Spirit Arena to earn their keep. However, the meager earnings barely sufficed, particularly for someone like Xiao Wu, who spent lavishly and would find her earnings depleted by the following day. In this regard, Tang San was left with no choice but to engage in several soul battles to make ends meet, resorting to performing for a living. In contrast, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing enjoyed a more opulent lifestyle, indulging in extravagant feasts each time they entered the city, savoring gourmet meals and donning the latest fashionable attire, starkly contrasting with the other 5 members of Shrek. Upon their return, they would flaunt their lavish meals before the others, who were left to consume their plain buns, provoking a silent resentment from Dai Mubai and the rest. With Ning Rongrong's prestigious background and Zhu Zhuqing being Dai Mubai's publicly acknowledged fiancé, any confrontation would prove unwise, especially considering the Master's steadfast belief in the unity of the Shrek 7, which now seemed a mere jest. The Master sighed deeply, casting a glance at Tang San, who was whispering with Xiao Wu. 3 months had passed without a trace of Tang Hao. No news was perhaps the best news, for he held firm in his belief that his idol would not perish. Chapter 88. Turning from darkness to light on the day following Tang Hao's assault on the Spirit Hall, news of the event surged like a tide across every corner of the Douluo Continent. Opinions on Tang Hao were sharply divided, each person holding their own perspective. Within the Haotian sect, there was a chorus of condemnation, criticizing Tang Hao for bringing shame upon the sect, opposing it for the sake of a single soul beast, and audaciously attacking the Spirit Hall, which was a disgrace to the sect. Although the Haotian sect had sealed its mountain, the aftermath of this incident led to many quietly undermining its reputation. The once greatest sect in the world had fallen from grace, leaving someone in the city of slaughter in a pitiable state. Sighing, Flander expressed his sympathy for Xiao San. "Xiao Gang, must we truly go to the Tiando Royal Academy?" The master furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you doubting my decision?" "Not at all, I assure you," Flander responded, his desire for survival evident. He continued, "While Qin Ming had previously made assurances, I still harbor reservations." "Reservations? What do you fear?" the master inquired. "Is it the Royal Combat Team?" These words struck a chord with Flander, who nodded affirmatively. "What else could it be? You know that each of us is proud and ambitious, not to mention our previous defeat against the Royal Combat Team. I foresee an upheaval at the Tiando Royal Academy." Flander spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Although he would no longer hold the position of dean after the impending merger with the Tiando Royal Academy, he still held the 7 members of Shrek in high regard. While he was indifferent to the others, he emphasized the need to pay attention to Ye Hao. The master spoke solemnly. Flander perked up. "Ye Hao? Are you referring to Little San?" He cast a sidelong glance at Tang San as he spoke. The master nodded, saying, "There exists an irreconcilable enmity between Little San and Ye Hao. Although both were once students of the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy, they were fundamentally at odds with each other. My only concern lies with this matter. If, hypothetically, Little San were to confront Ye Hao, then we," Flander chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "If it comes to that, we would have become senior teachers of the Tiando Royal Academy. With my strength, I would feel remiss if I did not attain a position among the top 3 there. At that point, it would merely take a word from us, and Ye Hao would surely understand my intent." The master smiled at this. Meanwhile, at a nearby vacant table, Ning Rongrong sat alone with Zhu Zhuqing. The atmosphere around them quite desolate, their conversation largely unheard. "I can't wait to get to Tiando City," Ning Rongrong said impatiently. "And then?" Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. "Then home. I'm leaving this Shrek Academy. Let anyone else stay if they wish." "Zhuqing, let us leave together," Ning Rongrong suggested. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained indifferent as she glanced at Dai Mubai, her mood evidently troubled. "I'll think about it," she said. "Rongrong, are you truly able to leave the academy? Don't forget what Dean Flanders said on our first day. If one does not reach level 40 in soul power before the age of 20, graduation is not permitted." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "That's nonsense. The idea that one must not graduate without reaching level 40 before 20 is merely Flanders' cunning ploy to protect the academy. He dares not let me withdraw. Those who bully the weak and fear the strong. If he tries to stop me, I shall have Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bowen personally intervene. Let us see what Flander can do then. Consider this. Since we arrived at Shrek Academy, what has it provided? No training facilities, and even meals and accommodation are problematic. Under such conditions, how can one expect to endure high-intensity training? Thankfully, we are in good health. Otherwise, most would surely struggle. Moreover, the mentality of the people here is fundamentally flawed. Prolonged exposure would surely diminish one's intellect." Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, acknowledging that Ning Rongrong spoke undeniable truths. Wasn't it previously boasted that entering Shrek Academy would guarantee a title of Viscount upon successful graduation? Consider this. What can a school without formal registration possibly grant? Zhu Zhuqing cast a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun, who was whispering mischievously with others, his gaze occasionally lecherously drifting towards her. At that moment, a wave of disgust washed over her, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to rise resolutely. She strode towards Ma Hongjun, and just as the onlookers were left bewildered, a sharp sound echoed. A crisp slap rang out, leaving Ma Hongjun utterly dazed. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rongrong, who promptly followed her outside. Ma Hongjun sat in stunned silence for a considerable time, fury igniting within him. Ignoring Dai Mubai's attempts to restrain him, he charged out, bellowing at the receding figure of Zhu Zhuqing. "You think you can act all high and mighty because of my generosity? Don't overstep your bounds. If it weren't for the fact that you're Dai Mubai's woman, I would." Before he could finish, Dai Mubai struck him again, leaving him disoriented and unable to distinguish east from west. Caught between loyalty to his brother and the expectations of his fiancée, watching Zhu Zhuqing's figure grow distant, Dai Mubai sighed deeply. "For this woman, it's simply not worth it," Tang Sen remarked as he approached. "Indeed, what has that fat one done to deserve her wrath? A mere glance will not cost her anything." Xiao Wu added, her words laced with sarcasm. "Enough, you wouldn't understand." Dai Mubai shook his head. With that, he led the bruised Ma Hongjun back inside. Meanwhile, as Zhu Zhuqing walked ahead, she suddenly halted. "Rongrong, let us depart," she declared firmly. "Depart? Where to?" Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. "Naturally, we shall leave the academy," Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Zhuqing, you have finally made up your mind. Let's go. I know a shortcut to Tiando City. We can rent a carriage and reach there in 2 or 3 days. Let us first head to my home and then plan our next steps." "All right," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. And together they exited the small town, embarking on their journey back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the inn, upon hearing the recent events, Flander erupted in fury, while Master wore an expression as contorted as a blooming chrysanthemum. "What? Rongrong and Zhuqing have left? Who gave them the audacity?" Seeing his disciple in such a state ignited Flander's anger further. "Mubai, hurry and bring them back. Today, I shall impart a lesson on the principles of conduct." Chapter 89. Celestial Herb in the Sunset Forest. At the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Ai, Dugabo sat as he always did, cross-legged on a cliff. seeking to break through the constraints of his soul power. He had chosen a tranquil spot near a spring, hoping to achieve a breakthrough. After a lengthy period, Douluo sighed deeply. It has been 3 months. Why is there no progress at all? Upon breaking through to the 90th level of soul power, every subsequent advancement would be fraught with immense hardship. It was evident that at this moment, Douluo found himself ensnared in a predicament. Unless he resolved the pressing issues concerning his body, future breakthroughs would prove exceedingly arduous, particularly given the constraints of age. Sighing, he resolved to seek alternative solutions. Just as Douluo was about to rise and depart, he suddenly halted, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Someone was approaching. Above the ice and fire Tuinai, Ye Hao gazed down at the very place beneath him, a thrill of joy surging within as he realized he had finally arrived at his destination. What brings you here? The voice of the three-headed hound echoed quietly in his mind. I am here to retrieve a tool for enhancement. You shall soon understand. Ye Hao replied with a mysterious smile, swiftly transforming into a blur as he descended to the ground. Old poison, it has been far too long. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. This territory was his dominion, and he typically met any intruders with overwhelming hostility, attack. Yet, upon recognizing the visitor, he could scarcely believe his eyes. He rubbed them in disbelief, suppressing his own aura, and then gazed at Ye Hao with an expression of peculiar curiosity. Why you are Ye Hao? Douluo stammered uncertainly. Hadn't this lad gone missing for 3 months? Everyone in the outside world presumed he had perished. How was it possible for him to appear alive this very morning? Are you human or a ghost? Douluo inquired, still unsure. Ye Hao was rendered speechless. In merely 3 months of absence, how had each person transformed into a stranger? Reflecting upon it, having not appeared in the outside world for an entire quarter, those connected to him must have concluded that Ye Hao had met with misfortune. Such speculation was not entirely unfounded. It was hardly surprising that Douluo would react in this manner. Ye Hao smiled faintly, surveying the surroundings of the ice and fire eyes. This place was abundant with celestial herbs, truly a treasure trove. It was a pity that the old poison master, residing in such a bounteous land, was oblivious to its riches. Suddenly, the voice of the three-headed hound echoed in his mind. The ice and fire eyes, the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum, the heart-wrenching red of lost love, the 8-petaled immortal orchid, and the exquisite Kylan tulip. This is incredible. Howsy, did you already know that such treasures existed here? The three-headed hound appeared to be quite exhilarated. Ye Hao whispered, do not rush. The treasures here will inevitably belong to us. I was initially unfamiliar with the local herbs, but fortuitously, you possess the knowledge. Take what you can when the time comes, leaving nothing behind for anyone, especially that lad. That lad? Which lad? It is nothing. Ye Hao gazed at Douluo and chuckled. Old poison, of course, I am still human. It has only been 3 months since we last met. Have feelings waned? Douluo replied, in these 3 months, you have been virtually unreachable. The entire Heavendo Royal Academy has been in a frenzy. Even Yin has come to me several times, inquiring about your whereabouts, suggesting that perhaps I have abducted you. Am I truly that sort of person? Ye Hao smiled. Isn't that so? Hey, Douluo retorted with dissatisfaction. Are you seeking a beating? Old poisonous one, do not be angry. Ye Hao continued, at your age. If you let this get to you, do not blame it on me. Douluo could only manage a bitter smile, waving his hand dismissively. Hurry along, hurry along. Just the sight of you irks me. Ye Hao merely smiled without taking his leave. Why are you still here? Do you intend to stay and dine with this old man? Douluo remarked coldly. I cannot commend the fare you offer. Consuming it might lead to poisoning. Ye Hao replied with a subtle smile. Old poisoner, I have heard from Sister Yin that your health is often poor. Is that true? Douluo paused momentarily, then responded. Yin is merely jesting. I am a titled Douluo. My physique is sturdier than most. You should hasten back to the academy. Do not cause your mentors and classmates to worry. Dog, take a look at this old poisoner-esque condition. Is he not gravely ill? Ye Hao communicated telepathically. The three-headed hound bristled with irritation. Do not call me dog. Furthermore, I have a name. It is Xiao Hong, a name bestowed upon me by an esteemed adult. Ye Hao, do not linger on matters. The celestial herbs here have caught our keen interest, yet this is ultimately someone else's territory. First, assess the condition of the old poison master's health. Ye Hao inquired. Old poison master, during overcast and rainy days, do you not experience a tingling sensation in your ribs, manifesting twice daily? once at noon and again at night, each episode lasting over an hour. Furthermore, in the evenings, do you not feel a sharp, needle-like pain at the crown of your head and the soles of your feet, a torment that renders one nearly lifeless? Surely, you must be more familiar with these afflictions than I am. I have heard that Douluo has taken to testing the effects of poison. Yet how could a scoundrel like you be aware of this? Although you wield the unparalleled venom of the green phosphorus serpent king, little do you realize that the poison master Douluo himself has fallen prey to the very toxins he commands. Ye Hao smiled faintly and conveyed through his thoughts, "Thank you, dog." He then turned his gaze to Douluo and added, "As the saying goes, one's health is the greatest asset. Old poison master, do not forget. We are both experts in the art of toxins. These symptoms are easily discerned by us." Douluo's murderous intent diminished abruptly. Typically, those privy to his secrets would be dealt with by him to prevent any revelations. However, Ye Hao was not merely a teammate of his granddaughter. His connections were immensely influential, far beyond Douluo's reach, even as a titled Douluo. "You speak rightly. This poison has plagued me for the better part of my life. Do you truly possess a remedy?" "Indeed. However, there is a prerequisite." Upon hearing this, Douluo was elated. He had been acutely aware of his stagnant soul power during this period, fully conscious of the toxins that resided within his body, which constituted his greatest affliction. Not only him, but his granddaughter shared the same plight, as her symptoms had originated from the womb. "Speak quickly." The old poison master's eyes brightened with anticipation. Ye Hao gestured to his surroundings, declaring, "I desire the grass here." "Grass?" Douluo surveyed the area. Having resided here for quite some time, this place had significantly aided him in achieving the esteemed title of Douluo. However, the peculiar variety of grasses that flourished here left him at a loss. It was not due to a lack of knowledge, but rather a genuine ignorance of the unique properties possessed by each herb. Were he to comprehend the benefits of these celestial grasses, he would likely find that even a mere fragment could be perilously life-threatening. "No problem." Douluo readily acquiesced, adding, "Once I have completely purged the toxins from my body, I shall grant you whatever you desire." Chapter 90. Ye Hao is transforming. It is a promise. With that, Ye Hao resolved to take action without hesitation. In an instant, Ye Hao completed the transformation into the Death Spider Sovereign. His lower body morphed into a colossal, spherical form, from which 8 robust spider legs sprouted. As for his upper body, it remained that of Ye Hao, though his visage appeared exceedingly grotesque. Observing this, Douluo could not help but feel astonished. "Old poison, gather all the toxins within you," he commanded. Douluo nodded, and in a heartbeat, toxins converged around him, enveloping him in a vibrant green hue. The emerald-hued venom of the phosphorescent serpent sovereign caused Ye Hao to furrow his brow in apprehension. Swiftly, Ye Hao extended his hand before Douluo, conjuring a minuscule black hole in his palm. It was evident that the toxins from Douluo's entire being were rapidly being siphoned away. Witnessing this, Douluo was taken aback. "Ye Hao, have you lost your mind? My poison is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Heed my warning and cease this at once. Should you perish, I too shall find myself without a resting place." In that moment, Douluo truly comprehended Ye Hao's intention to devour all the toxins accumulated within Douluo's body. However, this would mean that Douluo's afflictions would vanish without a trace, while Ye Hao would bear the unimaginable agony that no ordinary person could withstand. Ye Hao's expression remained impassive as the deadly toxins absorbed from Douluo's body rapidly coalesced within him. The incessant clash of the Azure Phosphor Serpent King's venom and his own Death Spider King's poison manifesting as flickering green and purple lights surrounding him. After a brief moment, Ye Hao ceased the absorption of the toxins, and, under Douluo's astonished gaze, he leapt gracefully into the very center of the ice and fire yin-yang spring. With a resounding splash, the searing and frigid waters began to erode Ye Hao's form. Simultaneously, at the instant Ye Hao plunged into the water, Xiaohong emerged from the heart of death, swiftly uprooting the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom that resided at the spring's core, hastily placing the 2 mystical herbs into Ye Hao's mouth. At last, the task was accomplished. Xiaohong exhaled in relief, casting a glance at Ye Hao, who lay quietly in the center of the spring undergoing transformation, nodding in satisfaction. "Who are you?" Douluo squinted, casting a hostile look at the suddenly appearing Xiaohong. Xiaohong glanced back dismissively, chuckling, "Me? You are not worthy to know who I am. What audacity! Since I became a titled Douluo all those years ago, you are the first soul beast to speak to me in such a manner." With that, Digyabo's 9 soul rings slowly ascended. Xiaohong regarded him with disdain. A mere scrap of a soul master, barely reaching level 90, dares to flaunt his power before me. Just as the words left her lips, a glimmer of purple light emanated from the heart of death atop Ye Hao's head, and in the next instant, the Death Spider King appeared before Douluo. Its overwhelming 10,000-year pressure suffusing every corner of the ice and fire yin-yang spring. The Death Spider King. Douluo's brow beaded with sweat as his 9 soul rings gradually retracted. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly remarked, "You must be acquainted with Ye Hao, right?" "Acquainted? What do you mean?" Xiaohong scoffed. "What happened to your bravado? I offer you 2 options, a one-on-one duel or a group brawl. Choose one." Douluo felt an icy chill run down his spine. "What is a one-on-one duel?" "You against us 2. And what of the group brawl?" "Us 2 against you alone. Is there a third option?" It was not that Douluo was afraid, but rather that the 2 soul beasts before him, one being a formidable Death Spider King, were already a significant challenge, while the other, akin to a diminutive dog, exuded an aura he could not perceive. "Indeed," Xiaohong grinned, her eyes sparkling. "I shall claim all the herbs here." However, Douluo hesitated, for he had promised Ye Hao regarding the herbs. Now that the toxins within him had vanished without a trace, he was bound to honor his commitment. "Fear not. We are acquainted with Ye Hao and will leave you seeds. When they sprout next year, we shall return to harvest." As the conversation reached this point, Douluo dared not utter another word, helplessly watching as a spider and a dog devoured one precious celestial herb after another, all fed into Ye Hao's heart of death. Unlike ordinary soul guide devices, the heart of death possesses the unique ability to store living beings. Days passed in succession, and Ye Hao continued his metamorphosis. As the deadly Spider Emperor's poison within him began to subtly merge with Douluo's phosphorescent Snake Emperor's poison. Outside the city of Tiando, within an unassuming carriage, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, after several days of travel, finally arrived at their destination, Tiando City. Ning Rongrong inhaled the fresh air, feeling an immediate sense of exhilaration. At last, they were nearing home. It had been nearly half a year since she last saw her father, Grandpa Bon, and Grandpa Jin. They would head straight to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School without needing to enter the city. "All right." The coachman cracked his whip, and the carriage sped towards the direction of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, leaving a long trace on the ground behind the elongated wheels. The school, situated outside Tiando City, is one of the 3 major sects on the continent, and its establishment is marked by opulence and grandeur. It resembles a castle more than a sect, rivaling even the luxurious Tiando Imperial Palace in splendor. Wealth allows for such extravagance. The carriage slowly came to a stop before the sect, but disciples guarding the entrance stepped forward to obstruct their passage. "Hold on. No outsiders are permitted within the confines of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School," one disciple declared. "Am I truly considered an outsider?" Ning Rongrong, from within the carriage, lifted the curtain and hopped down, with Zhu Zhuqing following closely behind. The 2 disciples' eyes brightened as they smiled ingratiatingly. "No, no. How could we dare to obstruct you? Young lady, please, after you." They immediately cleared the way, respectfully inviting the young witch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to enter. Meanwhile, the coachman swayed in the wind, seemingly aware that he was escorting someone of great importance. Inside the sect, Zhu Zhuqing took in the lavish surroundings, occasionally gasping in awe, while Ning Rongrong, having lived there for over a decade, felt quite familiar with everything, expressing her weariness of it all. "Zhuqing, do not appear so constrained. This is my home, and it is yours too. Let me take you to meet my father." In the main hall of the sect, upon hearing the news of his daughter's return, Ning Fengji's face broke into a radiant smile. "Father, I'm back." Without a thought for the onlookers, Ning Rongrong dashed into Ning Fengji's embrace. He lovingly ruffled her hair and teased, "All right, Rongrong, there are others present." "Oh." Ning Rongrong's face flushed as she quickly turned away. Embarrassed, the elder of the sect, chuckling silently, took the initiative to bid farewell to Ning Fengji, prompting everyone to depart. Chapter 91. Ning Rongrong plans a grand scheme. Once the crowd had dispersed, Ning Fengji smiled gently. "Rongrong, aren't you supposed to be studying at Shrek Academy? How is it that you have time to return?" Ning Rongrong, seated on a nearby chair, radiated optimism as she replied, "Father, I was utterly blind to my own circumstances back then. The Shrek Academy is utterly inadequate, so I have decided to withdraw from it entirely." "Withdraw?" Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. His daughter had been away from home for nearly half a year, and now that she had finally returned, One would expect a father like him to be overjoyed. However, he never anticipated that his daughter would take such a drastic step. Ning Fengji's expression darkened as he admonished softly, "Rongrong, kneel." Instinctively, Ning Rongrong's knees bent, and she knelt down. How frustrating. He had hoped that entering Shrek Academy would temper his daughter's character, but it seems she still displayed the demeanor of a little demoness. Even more so by choosing to withdraw. What did this signify for an academy? "Fengji, what are you doing?" Before he could finish his words, two formidable presences surged forward, causing Zhu Zhuqing, who stood below, to shudder. Raising her gaze, she saw the sword Douluo and the slender bone Da swiftly approach Ning Fengji, their eyes ablaze with displeasure. Ning Rongrong was not only Ning Fengji's daughter, but also the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the eyes of these two titled Douluos, her status bore greater weight than her father's. The sword Douluo paid no heed to Ning Fengji's dignity as he stepped directly in front of Ning Rongrong to support her. "She has finally returned, and you reprimand her so? What's the big deal about withdrawing? I've heard that Shrek Academy is merely a rogue institution without even a proper registration. What qualifications do they have to teach our Rongrong?" This inquiry left Ning Fengji at a loss, and he helplessly settled into his seat, embedded with a massive piece of warm jade, gazing at Ning Rongrong with a deep sigh. "Are Fran and the others aware of your unauthorized return?" Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, "Father, that Shrek Academy is nothing but a rogue institution, adept at deceiving people. Forcing me into this academy is akin to pushing me into a fire." "Is that so?" Ning Fengji pondered, recalling that the principal of Shrek Academy was none other than Flinder, who had once been part of the Golden Iron Triangle. In his preoccupation with scolding his daughter, Ning Fengji had forgotten that another individual was standing nearby. "Rongrong, who is this?" he inquired. Ning Rongrong quickly dashed to the side, pulling Zhu Zhuqing up to the forefront, and introduced, "Father, this is my friend from Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial soul, Nether Cat, hailing from the Star Luo Empire." The Star Luo Empire. The Nether Cat, Ning Fengji pondered, gradually piecing together Zhu Zhuqing's origins. "Greetings, I am Ning Rongrong's father. I apologize for any rudeness earlier. I hope you will not hold it against me, Zhuqing." Ning Fengji wore a gentle smile, and after speaking, he did not forget to cast a stern glance at his daughter. Ning Rongrong stuck out her little tongue and promptly took refuge behind the two titled Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing quickly remarked, "Master Ning, you flatter me. It is my honor to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the presence of a sect master, especially one from a prestigious institution like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Even Zhu Zhuqing, hailing from an illustrious family, could not help but adopt a humble demeanor, appearing rather constrained. "Do not feel so restrained, Zhuqing. You are a friend of Rongrong and also a friend of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You may visit us freely in your leisure time. Our doors are always open to you. Furthermore, there is no need to address me as sect master. Simply call me Uncle Ning," he said. Zhu Zhuqing, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Very well, Uncle Ning." Hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction before shifting his focus back to Ning Rongrong. "Now, let us discuss your decision to withdraw from school, Rongrong," Ning Fengji stated in a somber tone, resembling a slumbering lion whose calm exterior belied a deep concern for the honor of his sect. The matter of her withdrawal was neither trivial nor monumental. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, clearly uncertain of how to respond. Then, her mischievous eyes sparkled with a bold idea. "Father, you possess unparalleled connections. You must be aware of the situation between Shrek Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy," she ventured. Ning Fengji gave her a disapproving glare. "I have known of the circumstances regarding Shrek Academy and Tiando Royal Academy for quite some time. As for you, once Dean Flinder and the others arrive in a few days, I shall personally accompany you to the Tiando Royal Academy to clarify the matter." "Fengji," the Bone Douluo interjected, displeased. "A mere Shrek Academy warrants your personal attention?" Ning Fengji sighed. "Do you think I desire this? It is primarily my thoughtless daughter who has erred. Is Rongrong thoughtless?" The sword Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Ning Fengji, and the two titled Douluo's gazes were piercing. "Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, please do not be angry. There is a reason behind this matter," Ning Rongrong interjected. "A reason?" the three exclaimed in unison. "What reason?" Ning Rongrong giggled, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand as she made her way outside. "In a few days, you shall understand." This left the three men in a realm of infinite speculation. "This girl is becoming increasingly outrageous," Ning Fengji sighed helplessly. "I disagree," the sword Douluo replied nonchalantly. "Rongrong is a sensible child. What about you?" forcing her to enroll in some rural academy like Shrek? What merits could such a place possibly hold? Even if that Flender is a soul sage, what could he possibly teach Rongrong? At this moment, Bon Douluo remarked, "Indeed, Fengji, in a few days. The entire Shrek Academy is to arrive at the Royal Academy of Tiando. I shall accompany you, for I am keen to witness the peculiar charm this so-called Shrek Academy possesses." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji could only acquiesce, pondering what scheme his daughter might be concocting. In the corridor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong walked side by side with Zhu Shiqing. "Rongrong, are you not being a tad harsh towards your father?" Zhu Shiqing inquired softly. Ning Rongrong waved her hand dismissively, replying, "Do not worry. My father is not a petty man. He is quite magnanimous. Yiqing, in a few days, Flender and the others will arrive, and we shall head to the Royal Academy of Tiando together." Zhu Shiqing's gaze sharpened. "What do you imply by that? If Shrek Academy shows no mercy, then do not blame Ning Rongrong for being ungrateful. Some matters are indeed ripe for revelation." Chapter 92. The Realm of Death. Have you ever wondered how Douluo has spent these past few days? The two before him were nothing short of bandits, mercilessly stripping the ice and fire Enyang Eye of its treasures. All precious celestial herbs, particularly those renowned among the three-headed hounds, were ruthlessly plundered, leaving only seeds behind. They justified their actions with the phrase, "Leave a thread for future encounters," yet in truth, their intent was clear. After exhausting the resources, they would wait a few years for them to regrow and plunder again. After all, the chives can never be fully harvested. As the days passed, Ye Hao, lying at the center of the pond, suddenly opened his eyes. His aura grew increasingly steady, akin to a slumbering lion, surrounded by a rich purple glow. A purple barrier manifested around him. Is this the Realm of Death? The Death Spider Emperor wondered, taken aback. Having possessed the Realm of Death himself, he now sensed that Ye Hao had attained it as well, thanks to the Fire Apricot Blossom and the Octagonal Profound Ice Grass. These two herbs rendered Ye Hao invulnerable to fire and water. The toxins that had long been entrenched within Douluo's body were now completely absorbed by Ye Hao. Harmonizing with the effects of the two celestial herbs, Ye Hao naturally grasped his Realm of Death, and its potency surpassed that of its predecessor. The lethal poisons complemented each other, and combined with the inherently deadly nature of the Fire Apricot Blossom and the Octagonal Profound Ice Grass, they could only be consumed when balanced. Douluo's expression turned to one of astonishment. He could feel that the poison used by Ye Hao was far more ferocious than before, and moreover, it had granted him a domain, something every soul master yearns to possess. His soul power had reached the 40th level. Ye Hao let out a sigh of relief, having lingered in the spring for quite some time. The Eye of Ice and Fire is indeed a treasure, captivating in its mere glance. But where is the grass? Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings, finding everything stripped bare. He then cast his gaze upon the despondent face of Douluo and the small red figure indulging in her celestial grass. Instantly, Ye Hao's expression darkened. "Leave some for me." Ye Hao stepped forward to seize the opportunity, but Xiaohong merely rolled her eyes. "There's no need to rush. The celestial herbs are all within the heart of death. You may take as many as you wish, but these herbs are of no use to you. Many of them are highly toxic." With that, Xiaohong resumed her chewing, seemingly unaffected by the potent poison before her. Meanwhile, the Death Spider Emperor also had a specimen in its mouth, both of them happily indulging, leaving only the solitary figure of Douluo in a state of utter despair. Ye Hao's lips twitched slightly. Even with an abundance of wealth, one cannot squander it so recklessly. What if you inadvertently consume a few crucial specimens? Old poison. Have there been any developments on the continent during my days of slumber? Ye Hao inquired. Douluo composed himself and nodded. No, the Douluo Continent remains tranquil. But Ye Hao furrowed his brow. Merely some trivial matters. Douluo chuckled. Recently, Prince Xuesheng invited me to the royal palace to reminisce. Would you care to accompany me? To the royal palace? Ye Hao's eyes brightened. His disappearance 3 months prior had indeed caused considerable trouble for the academy. Furthermore, by calculating the time, it seemed that the group from Shrek would soon arrive. Thus, he decided to take his leave. Ye Hao retrieved the Death Spider Emperor into the heart of death. Are you not coming in? Ye Hao inquired, glancing at Xiaohong. Standing on her hind legs, Xiaohong placed her forelegs on her hips, striking a pose reminiscent of a human. It's so hot. After sleeping for so many years, can't we go out and enjoy ourselves? Haozi, lead the way. Thus, Xiaohong swayed and advanced forward. Ye Hao, Douluo, next time, let us buy a pair of floral shorts for Xiaohong to wear. Why? Seeing Xiaohong like this reminds me of another dog, haha. On the way to the Tiando Imperial Palace, Ye Hao did not forget to slay a 10,000-year-old subterranean magic spider as his fourth soul ring. To describe it as a slaying would be an understatement. It was more accurate to say that the spider was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of Xiaohong. Ye Hao took advantage of the situation to deliver the final blow. Yellow, purple, and black soul rings swirled around Ye Hao, who was deeply engrossed in the process of absorbing the soul ring. Meanwhile, Xiaohong leisurely reclined, her legs crossed, casually chewing on a snow-colored swan kiss. Douluo watched in silence, his gaze fixed. Ye Hao was indeed a person of great potential, possessing a considerable charisma. Not only did he have a 10,000-year-old death spider as a follower, but he also had this talking little dog. Douluo, a man of foresight, realized that such a creature was truly unprecedented. He had never encountered anything like it before. It was wise to befriend such a person rather than antagonize him. Alas, the grass in that place was regrettable. Nevertheless, Douluo found his own reward. The toxins that had accumulated within him for many years were completely eradicated. Recently, his soul power had also surged, and an increase in soul power is indeed a fortuitous event for a titled Douluo, something that all titled Douluos comprehend. After a long while, Ye Hao slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning emanated from them, significantly enhancing his aura. Having absorbed the soul ring from the subterranean magic spider, Ye Hao's soul power reached level 42, and the effects of his fourth soul skill were impressive. Old Poison Master, thank you for guarding me, Ye Hao said with a smile. Douluo, looking somewhat troubled, replied, no need for thanks. Let us continue on our way. Let us go, foodie. Ye Hao effortlessly lifted the delighted little Hong, who was savoring the sweet kiss of the snow-white swan, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. The sunset forest lay a considerable distance from Heaven-Do City, yet with the swiftness of both Douluo and Ye Hao, they would arrive in no time. As they walked side by side through the bustling streets of Heaven-Do City, little Hong rested on Ye Hao's shoulder, her eyes wide with wonder at the vibrant world around her. Buy me this, Haozi, and that too. Hurry, or I'll hold you responsible for my hunger. Ye Hao, before the magnificent and towering Heavenly Do Palace, Douluo produced a token. Upon seeing this, the guards at the gate swung the palace doors wide open, informing him that Prince Xuexing had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. Ye Hao closely followed in the footsteps of Douluo. The Heavenly Imperial Palace was magnificent, serving as the capital of a nation steeped in historical charm. Every brick and tile bore witness to a legacy spanning centuries, if not millennia. Ye Hao strolled through the palace, cradling Xiaohong in his arms as he meticulously observed the architectural layout. Upon reaching a magnificent edifice, Douluo abruptly halted. Before them stood a modest pavilion, where Prince Xuexing, adorned in resplendent golden attire, had been awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing Douluo's presence, Prince Xuexing promptly rose to greet him. At last, you have arrived, Mr. Douluo. I have been eagerly anticipating your visit, he remarked with a smile, exchanging pleasantries. Douluo approached with a beaming countenance, and the two elderly gentlemen, both past the age of 50, embraced each other as if they had not seen one another in ages, engaging in a flurry of compliments. Both were esteemed figures, and even in this initial meeting, a measure of courteous dialogue was essential. Brother Xue? Chapter 93. Love as Heartbreak and Lifelong Commitment. Ye Hao fixed his gaze ahead, where he found Xuexing equally astonished. Staring back at him, their eyes met, filled solely with profound bewilderment. For the past 3 months, Xuexing had relentlessly pursued any trace of Ye Hao. Yet the results had been disappointingly elusive, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, with no trace of Ye Hao to be found. As time passed, Xuexing began to entertain the unsettling thought that perhaps Ye Hao had. Even the spirit hall had ceased its search for Yi Ritian, indicating the significant impact Ye Hao had made during these 3 months. Brother Xue, it has been a long time, Ye Hao said with a playful grin. Xuexing felt a warmth in his eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he stepped forward to embrace Ye Hao. You rascal, next time you leave, make sure to inform me. Do you have any idea how I've spent these past 3 months? Ye Hao was taken aback. The tone was rather peculiar, akin to that of a long-lost wife. Sister, your bosom is so magnificent, I feel rather stifled. Xuexing. Upon hearing these words, Xuexing hastily stepped back in astonishment, her expression one of utter shock as she gazed at the red puppy cradled in Ye Hao's arms. What had this dog just uttered? Ye Hao was equally astonished and transmitted. Xiaohong, have you truly seen through it? Xiaohong chuckled lightly and replied, this sister before us is indeed extraordinary. She employs soul bones to shroud her essence, although the average person cannot discern it. Who am I? In the presence of the Lord of Death, such matters are well within my grasp. Surely you have come to this realization as well? I've known all along, he concluded. Ye Hao vigorously rubbed the dog's head and, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled, Brother Shui, please do not take offense. My dog is merely joking. So do not take it to heart. Xiao Hong understood the unspoken sentiment and feigned a playful grin. Do not mind me, I misspoke. Shui Qinghe pondered. I now find myself questioning whether my true identity has been revealed. And this dog can actually speak? This dog? Shui Qinghe was perplexed. Logically, if a creature could converse, could it possibly be a soul beast? This creature, known as Xiao Hong, was technically a soul beast, having existed for well over 100,000 years. Though the exact number of years had slipped his mind, Xiao Hong nodded repeatedly, and frankly, did the duration of existence truly matter? Is this the reason for your disappearance over the past 3 months? Shui Qinghe inquired. Ye Hao nodded. Were it not for the trials of the Grim Reaper, he would not have been isolated from the world for 3 long months. A soul beast that had existed for over 100,000 years, so intimately close to him, almost on the verge of revealing its own secrets, surpassed all his expectations. If that were the case, what did it imply about his own identity? Shui Qinghe felt as though he harbored no secrets left to conceal. Casting a glance at the leering grin of Xiao Hong, he braced himself for the worst. Should he continue to face Ye Hao in this guise, or should he lay bare the truth? As Shui Qinghe pondered this, a vibrant red flower suddenly appeared before his eyes. The flower was remarkably radiant, firmly embedded in a stone base beneath it. The thought struck him. Could it be the Heartbreak Red? Ye Hao looked at Xiao Hong in astonishment. Xiao Hong, what are you doing? Xiao Hong flashed a grin. To express my earlier apologies, sister. No, brother, please accept this bouquet. Shui Qinghe's expression darkened. He was now completely certain that this creature had seen through his identity. He then cast a wary glance at Ye Hao, whose playful demeanor was unconvincing. Perhaps it was time to confess to Ye Hao. Xiao Hong, oblivious, turned to Ye Hao and whispered, Hey, don't be foolish. Don't tell me you haven't taken a liking to this sister. That's an entirely different matter. And besides, the Heartbreak Red is incomparable to other celestial herbs, provided one acknowledges its master. Ye Hao continued to convey through thought. I am well aware. Bring it to me, Xiao Hong replied with a mischievous grin. As Ye Hao bent down, Xiao Hong swiftly pricked Ye Hao's finger, causing his blood to drip onto the Heartbreak Red. Following this, Xiao Hong cradled the flower and approached Shui Qinghe, gesturing for him to replicate the action, though taken aback. Shui Qinghe noted the flower's exquisite beauty, and considering the significance of the offering from the soul beast, he knew it must be extraordinary. Mimicking Ye Hao's actions, Shui Qinghe pierced his own finger, and at the moment his blood fell upon the Heartbreak Red, it unexpectedly detached from its stone base and gently floated into his hand. To his astonishment, the vibrant branches began to extend, intertwining with Shui Qinghe's right hand, while another branch ensnared Ye Hao's, forming an inseparable bond between them. Their heartbeats resonating clearly in unison. The Heartbreak Red gifts its beauty, binding their fates for eternity. Xiao Hong erupted into laughter before dissolving into a dark mist and vanishing into the heart of the Grim Reaper. Time seemed to stand still at that moment as Shui Qinghe and Ye Hao locked eyes, filled with disbelief. What exactly had they done? Shui Qinghe was the first to react, hastily freeing himself from the entanglement of the bittersweet vine. Almost immediately, a ring crafted from the same vine materialized on the 4th finger of his right hand. Simultaneously, a similar adornment appeared on the 4th finger of Ye Hao's left hand. The rings appeared rather unremarkable, each bearing an engraving of a small red flower, indistinguishable from the bittersweet vine itself. What is it? They both inquired in unison. You go first. Once again, they spoke in harmony. I'll speak. You speak. Perhaps you should go first. In perfect synchrony, Shui Qinghe and Ye Hao sighed simultaneously, both feeling a deep sense of exhaustion. Damn it, Ye Hao inwardly cursed. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. You ought to be grateful to me. Xiao Hong communicated telepathically. Grateful? I truly owe you my thanks. Ye Hao gritted his teeth, feeling exasperated by this overly sentimental creature. He found the current dynamic rather enjoyable. If Shui Qinghe were to reveal his true identity, it would spell trouble. Brother Shui, please don't misunderstand. This dog is merely jesting. You should not take his words to heart. Ye Hao continued. This acacia Heartbreak Red is the king among flowers, a celestial rarity. Its primary effect is to elevate the user's soul power level, and it possesses the miraculous ability to revive the dead. Furthermore, it protects its master. Such remarkable capabilities. Shueqing's eyes sparkled as he grasped the acacia heartbreak red more tightly. Your Highness, there is trouble. A soldier hurriedly approached from a distance to report. Prince Shueqing furrowed his brow, having been engrossed in conversation with Douluo. Why this interruption now? Impatiently, he inquired, what is so urgent? Do you not see me conversing with Mr. Douluo? Your Highness, the fourth prince has been attacked. Chapter 94, Ye Hao returns. What? Prince Shueqing nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Who would be so audacious? The soldier quickly replied, a group claiming to be from Shrek Academy. Lawless. Absolutely lawless. Prince Shueqing seethed with rage. He turned to Douluo and said, Mr. Douluo, I implore you to accompany me. These individuals are utterly disrespectful of the law. Your presence will undoubtedly instill a sense of dread among them. He requested Mr. Douluo to quell the situation, knowing that with a titled Douluo personally overseeing, these lawbreakers would receive a fitting lesson. At that time, the Spirit Hall had dispatched 2 titled Douluos to hunt down Douluo. Had it not been for Prince Shueqing's timely intervention, Douluo might have faced dire consequences. Coincidentally, Douluo owed Prince Shueqing a favor, and thus he readily agreed to the request. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Douluo would accompany Prince Shueqing to the Tiando Royal Academy, where the fourth prince had allegedly been beaten, Ye Hao prepared to head there as well. Brother Shui, I must return to the academy now. We shall gather again when time permits. Shueqing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement as he watched Ye Hao depart. He stood alone, gazing at the acacia heartbreak red in his palm as if it were a treasure, carefully placing it in his hand and strolling back to his quarters. Upon returning to his chamber, Shueqing sat in a chair, shedding his disguise to reveal his exquisite visage. He placed the acacia heartbreak red in an ornate vase, alongside the blue-silver emperor. Now, with the grass and the flower both present, all that is needed. At this thought, Qian Rinxue's complexion flushed slightly. What did that dog truly mean? Acacia heartbreak is a gift for a beloved, binding lives through blood. Qian Rinxue pondered this phrase intently. Each time it was mentioned, her beautiful face would inevitably redden, resembling a ripe apple. Brother Hao's antics could be overlooked, but how could even the dog reflect the same behavior? What astonished Qian Rinxue the most was that this dog was not only a soul beast with an existence surpassing 100,000 years, but also shared a profound bond with Hao. Furthermore, Qian Rinxue was utterly convinced that this dog had undoubtedly seen through her disguise. In other words, there was a significant likelihood that Hao was equally aware of her true identity. What should she do? According to the usual protocol, Qian Rinxue's plan to infiltrate the Tiando Imperial Palace was intended to remain absolutely confidential, with no one permitted to know. Should anyone become aware, it would necessitate a thorough eradication of the threat. Yet, at this moment, Qian Rinxue found herself ensnared in a predicament. Ye Hao is, apart from her grandfather, the person who evokes the most affection within her, and she harbors a deep fondness for this younger brother. As for that dog, let it be. She will seize an opportunity to confront Hao about it. Given her current standing, it would be effortless to entice Ye Hao into the Spirit Hall. Moreover, 3 months prior, Ye Hao, under the alias Yi Ritian, had ventured into the Spirit Hall, which simply sought to recruit him, devoid of ulterior motives. However, the elder from the Spirit Hall, having never encountered Ye Hao, resorted to a rather aggressive approach amidst the throngs of people, resulting in a misunderstanding that compelled Ye Hao to hastily flee the premises. Yi Ritian, you are surrounded. Do come out. Who could withstand such pressure? Qian Rinxue gazed at the ring adorning her fourth finger, now ensnared in a state of bewilderment. At the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy, an exquisitely adorned carriage gradually approached. The fourth prince, Shuepeng, had been waiting for quite some time. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and numerous bruises marred his face, indicating he had endured a significant beating. Prince Shueqing quickly emerged from the carriage, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers and the poisoned Douluo. Upon witnessing this, Shuepeng's face broke into a jubilant smile, finally able to vent his frustrations. Upon seeing Ye Hao step out, Shuepeng was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Ye Hao in disbelief. Boss, you're alive. Ye Hao, oh my. What on earth has transpired at the academy during my absence of 3 months? Ye Hao rolled his eyes and replied in exasperation, what do you think? The boss is blessed with great fortune and a long life. How could he possibly perish? If anyone dares to harm me, you must surely stand up for me. Ye Hao, feeling exasperated, inquired whether it was once again his own initiation that provoked the situation. Shuebong, experiencing a chill of dismay, replied with a wry smile, Boss, How could you possibly know? Haha. Ye Hao, at a loss for words, remarked, do you recall my first visit to the academy? It seems you were the one who made quite an impression on me, wasn't it? These are mere trifles from the past. Why bring them up, my esteemed leader? Xuelang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied. Ye Hao shook his head helplessly and then entered alongside the others. After 3 months of absence, many must have presumed him dead. The Royal Academy of Heaven-Do remained unchanged, with little alteration along the way. Wherever Ye Hao passed, the onlookers gazed upon him with shock, for he had returned, the man who had vanished for 3 long months. The academy had been unable to declare his demise, yet here he was, safe and sound. The news of his return spread rapidly throughout the Royal Academy, from one person to another. In a spacious room, 3 members of the academic committee occupied the prominent seats. Today was a momentous occasion for the Royal Academy. As per previous arrangements, all faculty and students from Shrek Academy were set to merge with the Royal Academy. Although there had been some unpleasantness earlier, the current trajectory suggested a positive outcome. Moreover, today as sun seemed to rise from the west. As the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, had also arrived, accompanied by Bon Douluo, his daughter Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, both former members of Shrek Academy. The purpose of their visit was twofold. First, to compel Ning Rongrong to apologize to Flander and the others for her impetuous departure from the academy without prior consultation. While Shrek Academy may not have been a conventional institution, it still adhered to certain protocols. Secondly, with the impending merger, Shrek Academy would cease to exist, leading to a more diversified teaching approach. Furthermore, all of Flander's group held at least the rank of Soul King, and their influence within the academy would only grow stronger, overshadowing even the committee members. Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming discomfort as she faced the urging gaze of her father. Juxtaposed with the lofty demeanor of Flander, the master, and others, including Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu, their expressions filled her with revulsion. Chapter 95. At the center of controversy, Tang San and his companions had keen eyes. Should Ning Rongrong admit her faults today, she would likely face their oppression in the academy henceforth. After all, tensions had already escalated during their time in Soto City. In this situation, Ning Rongrong found herself with no alternatives. Her father's insistence weighed heavily upon her. If she failed to acknowledge her mistake today, it would be her father, Ning Fengji, who would bear the embarrassment. Suddenly, the sound of applause shattered the tense atmosphere. Clad in a sleek black outfit, with flowing purple hair and a composed demeanor, Ye Hao entered slowly, a smile gracing his lips. Ye Hao surveyed his surroundings, and the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. The master and Flander rose almost simultaneously, their eyes trembling as they pointed at Ye Hao, unable to fathom that he was still alive. The 3 committee members were initially taken aback, but soon their faces lit up with joy. They had always known that this young man could not possibly perish so easily. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo also exhibited looks of disbelief, as they had heard rumors of Ye Hao's demise. It has been a long time since I've seen you all, Ye Hao remarked with a smile directed at the crowd. His gaze then settled on the 3 committee members, and he said, I truly apologize for causing you concern. Dream Machine smiled reassuringly. It is quite all right. What matters is that you are unharmed. Now that you have returned, allow me to introduce you to the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. From this moment on, they shall be a part of the Tiando Royal Academy. Ye Hao cast a sidelong glance at Flander and the others, revealing an expression of disdain. Flander, master, why do you seem so disappointed that I am still alive? Flander replied, not at all. How could I be disappointed? I am delighted that you are alive. Internally, he mused, what a stroke of misfortune. Just a few days ago, I boasted about Ye Hao's demise. From now on, beneath the auspices of the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do, I would command respect, leveraging my strength to outlast 3 committee members until their retirement, and then take their place. How could this fellow still be alive? The master's expression fluctuated, and he observed Tang San standing behind him. He noted the cold glint in Tang San's eyes, which bore the faintest hint of murderous intent, mirrored by the rest of the Shrek crew, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ye Hao. Chief, my suggestion is that Shrek Academy is not as favorable as you imagine. Joining our academy would merely squander your reputation. As soon as Ye Hao's voice fell, a voice exclaimed, oh, I didn't expect there to be a 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit here. And it has even transformed into human form? How rare indeed. The 3-headed dog communicated telepathically. Ye Hao transmitted, upon our return, I shall prepare a sumptuous dish of spicy rabbit heads for you. particularly those of the tenderbone variety. I am certain that once you taste them, you will be utterly enchanted. The three-headed dog's eyes sparkled with delight. Sounds splendid. May I offer a suggestion, though? What suggestion? The older the rabbit, the more delectable it is. How about we slaughter this rabbit and host a grand feast featuring the entire creature? What do you think? The three-headed dog chuckled mischievously, while the Death Spider King gazed intently at Xiao Wu, unconsciously drooling. Ye Hao's gaze was peculiar as he looked towards Xiao Wu, who was hiding behind Tang San. She still knew fear. With the Bone Douluo and the 3 committee members present, her identity as a soul beast was as evident as day. However, at this moment, all eyes were on Ye Hao, and no one noticed Xiao Wu's true identity. To be frank, I still prefer younger rabbits. This old one has lived too long, and her meat must be tough. Once Ye Hao finished transmitting his thoughts, he cautioned the 3 committee members, do not be deceived by appearances. Shrek Academy is far from the splendid institution you envision. As soon as these words were uttered, the teachers and students of Shrek erupted in fury, glaring at Ye Hao as if he were their mortal enemy, as though they would devour him alive in the next moment. Enough. The master, rarely assertive, slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Ye Hao, rebuking him in a loud voice. Ye Hao, do not overstep your bounds. Our Shrek Academy is not as despicable as you claim. Turning to the 3 committee members, the master cupped his hands in a gesture of appeal. Esteemed committee members, this Ye Hao has repeatedly insulted our Shrek Academy. I implore you to stand up for us. His words struck with palpable weight, and the master's eyes reddened, as if he bore a great grievance. The 3 committee members exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain. Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo shared a knowing look. Sensing that there was more to this situation, Ning Rongrong hesitated to speak, but was quickly silenced by Zhu Xing, who advised against revealing such a delicate matter too soon. To bring their adversary to ruin, they needed a more opportune moment and a grander stage. After pondering for a moment, Dream God Machine decided to listen to Ye Hao first. The internal matters of Shrek Academy were ultimately not his concern. Moreover, they understood Ye Hao's character. He would not utter such baseless claims. If what Ye Hao asserted were indeed true, then Dream God Machine would have no hesitation in expelling them from the academy. Although the students from the Tiando Royal Academy lacked strength and had some shortcomings in character, being born into pampered families, their minor flaws were somewhat understandable. Ye Hao, taking the lead, directed his pointed inquiry towards Flander. Flander, I would like to ask you, I have heard that previously, there were numerous prodigies emerging from your Shrek Academy, among whom some have even become the youngest elders of the Spirit Hall. Is this true? At this question, Flander found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes darting around in their sockets. The gaze of the crowd swiftly converged upon him. The Spirit Hall was undoubtedly the most formidable force on the Douluo Continent, and only those who held the title of Douluo could attain the esteemed position of Elder. Take for instance the Sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, who serves as an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, enjoying immense authority and prestige. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened. Earlier, upon entering the academy, she had heard Dai Mubai speak of this. Now, she sought to ask Flander, is what Dai Mubai said truly the case? This inquiry abruptly thrust Flander into the spotlight. While Dai Mubai himself harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ning Rongrong, gritting his teeth as he braced against the mounting pressure from the onlookers. The Spirit Hall held great stature, and any factors deemed unfavorable to it would be swiftly eradicated without hesitation. Shrek Academy's actions undoubtedly diminished the Spirit Hall's esteemed reputation in the eyes of the public. The elders of the Spirit Hall were above all. A mere institution like Shrek Academy, in its quest to attract students, dared to associate itself with the Spirit Hall. To paraphrase Tang San, this person is already on the path to destruction. Chapter 96. If it leads to their downfall, it must be through their madness. Flander found himself rendered speechless, his palms beginning to perspire, his back drenched with sweat. The master sighed inwardly, lamenting Flander's incompetence in handling affairs, parading under the banner of the Spirit Hall to deceive others. Should the Spirit Hall become aware of this, you would be the first to face annihilation. Noticing the silence among the Shrek crowd, Ye Hao continued, I have often heard that Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary individuals, which is understandable. However, what puzzles me is why you engage in such rampant accumulation of wealth. Flander, regaining his composure, immediately retorted, our Shrek Academy operates with integrity, standing tall and upright. We fear not shadows when our conduct is just. Where have we amassed wealth? Since the establishment of Shrek Academy, It has been through my leadership alongside my colleagues' hard work. If you do not provide Shrek Academy with an explanation today, be wary of my wrath. Ye Hao fixed his gaze intently, his eyes glinting with a predatory intensity as he scrutinized the members of Shrek. What are you wary of? Do you intend to seek revenge against me? Ye Hao scoffed with disdain, asserting that if he could articulate such a claim, there must undoubtedly be evidence to support it. Wrong. Do you recall the registration fee when you first entered the academy? How much was it in gold soul coins? Ning Rongrong replied, it was 10 gold soul coins. Flinder interjected sharply, is there anything wrong with a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins? Many academies on the continent charge far more than our Shrek Academy. Why not direct your complaints elsewhere? Precisely. Dai Mubai chimed in. Shrek Academy has always maintained fair fees. It cannot be unjustly slandered by your baseless accusations. Ye Hao let out a cold snort, exclaiming, ah, truly a den of snakes and rats. Are you aware of the worth of 10 gold soul coins? It equates to 100 silver soul coins or 10,000 copper soul coins, a sum that undoubtedly constitutes a fortune for a soul master of humble origins. As Flandre previously remarked, charging 10 gold soul coins is quite reasonable. However, Ye Hao spoke with great gravity, and the most pressing issue lies therein. Rong, do you recall the number of individuals who initially came to enroll at Shrek? Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment. It was likely around 100 or so. Ye Hao nodded, affirming the reality of the situation. Indeed, with 100 individuals present, each contributing 10 golden soul coins, the total would amount to 1,000 coins. Shrek Academy adheres to an unspoken rule. It does not accept mere mortals, but only extraordinary beings. This implies that those who previously registered lack the qualifications for admission. If that is the case, why retain their registration fees? Upon hearing this, Flandre's complexion turned ashen, caught in a web of his own arguments. I had already warned them, he stammered. Those who do not meet the requirements should refrain from registering, as it would only result in a waste of money. Furthermore, our Shrek Academy is currently in a phase of rapid development. Other academies may have entrance fees reaching hundreds or even thousands. Why nitpick over such trivial matters? Trivial matters? Ye Hao retorted with a cold laugh. You are merely pointing fingers. Other advanced Soul Master academies may charge hundreds or thousands for admission, but their facilities are complete. What about yours? Do you possess training equipment? A simulated training environment? Adequate resources for both teachers and students? Moreover, the meals are nearly identical, pickled vegetables paired with steamed buns. Given your conditions, I would argue that a single copper soul coin suffices for entry into your so-called academy for monsters. Setting aside these issues, what about those who have paid the registration fee but were denied admission? Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, and Flandre sat in silence, his demeanor resembling that of ants scurrying in a hot pan. Those individuals denied admission due to Shrek Academy's unwritten rules, shouldn't they be entitled to a refund? On the contrary, not only have you failed to return their fees, but you have also resorted to coercion, instilling fear in those who wish to reclaim their money. Furthermore, the Empire has clear regulations. There exists a distinct line between soul masters and ordinary people. Your actions not only constitute bullying the weak but also resemble extortion. 3 members of the committee, I ask you, can we truly integrate with such an institution? Meng Xinji's expression darkened as he slowly rose to address the Shrek contingent. Director Flandre, is what Ye Hao claims true? Faced with Meng Xinji's inquiry, Flandre appeared anxious. At this moment, the master stepped forward. Chief Meng Xinji, please do not take Ye Hao's one-sided account at face value. There are reasons behind these actions. Flandre has acted out of necessity for the Academy's future development. Flandre eagerly concurred, yes, indeed. Chief Meng Xinji, we are facing challenges as well. Challenges? Jilin the Soul Douluo scoffed. What challenges do you face? Are you not fearful of retaliation from the Spirit Hall while brazenly deceiving others under its name? Moreover, Bai Baoshan interjected, you engage in coercive practices. Your actions are akin to those of a bandit. You reside within the Tiando Empire, making you part of it. The Empire has explicit regulations, which you blatantly disregard. Such audacity cannot be tolerated by our academy. Chief, both Bai Baoshan and Jilin the Soul Douluo exclaimed in unison. Wait. Ye Hao immediately inquired, what is the matter? The 3 members of the Education Committee spoke in unison, gazing at Ye Hao with puzzled expressions. Ye Hao flashed a faint smile, casting a disdainful glance at the lethargic members of Shrek Academy. Their transgressions extended far beyond this. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could there be some earth-shattering revelation? Ning Fengji focused intently, realizing that Shrek Academy was indeed a case of knowing the faces but not the hearts of its people. Today promised to unveil a captivating spectacle. Beside him, Douluo could not restrain himself and, using his soul power, conveyed telepathically, "Fengji, look at the choices you made for Rongrong at Shrek Academy. Each one more peculiar than the last, and on top of that, their character is questionable. You would entrust her to such an unregistered institution? It is only natural that Rongrong would choose to withdraw. What apology do you intend to offer today? Given the circumstances, what more can be said?" Ning Fengji, in distress, smacked his forehead, lamenting his previous lack of discernment. How could he have been so misguided as to favor this academy? He had thought that Flandra, with his once glorious reputation as part of the Golden Iron Triangle, would ensure Shrek Academy's quality. Yet, today revealed a scene that was truly eye-opening. "Uncle Bone, I have my own considerations regarding this matter. Let us observe how it unfolds." Humph. Douluo's dissatisfaction with Shrek Academy reached a boiling point. Ye Hao cast a sweeping glance around, noticing that the members of Shrek were glaring at him with palpable resentment, particularly Flander and Tang San. Were it not for the presence of authority in this location, it was quite likely that they would have resorted to direct action against him. Chapter 97, a last-minute appeal for assistance. Ye Hao coughed softly, meeting the disdainful gazes of the Shrek crowd, and continued, "Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing. Your time at Shrek Academy has not been pleasant." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing exchanged knowing glances. Ning Rongrong spoke earnestly, "I had not intended to mention this, but Shrek, being the first academy in my life, has treated me unfairly. Yet here we are, and I must speak out. Father, Grandfather Bone. My days with Zhu Qing at Shrek Academy have been difficult. They have isolated us." As she finished, a tear slipped down Ning Rongrong's cheek. This tear would serve as the catalyst for the unfolding events. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of Douluo began to intensify, enveloping him in an ominous presence as he rose from his seat, casting his gaze towards the door. "Old Poison, now that you are here, it would be unbecoming to remain hidden." Old Poison, in the Douluo Continent, only a select few could be referred to as such. Outside, a regiment of soldiers stood in formation, each wielding steel spears, their expressions solemn as they faced forward. Approaching the entrance were Prince Xuesheng and Douluo, striding confidently, their demeanor cold as they absorbed the context of Ye Hao's words and the situation at Shrek Academy. The three committee members quickly rose to greet them, surprised that this matter had escalated to involve both Prince Xuesheng and Douluo. However, it made sense, for Emperor Xueye was the primary authority of the Tiando Royal Academy. And during his absence, Prince Xuesheng had become a figure of authority above the three committee members. "Your Highness, Prince Xuesheng, and Your Excellency, Douluo." The three rose in welcome. Prince Xuesheng, with a stoic expression, nodded slightly before addressing Ning Fengji and Douluo with a smile. "Master Ning, Douluo, I extend my regards." Ning Fengji replied with a smile, "Your Highness, you are overly courteous. I wonder if your visit today is related to the matters of Shrek Academy." Upon hearing this, Prince Xuesheng's anger flared. He turned to the gathered Shrek members, disdain evident in his voice. "So you are the Shrek Academy? Truly living up to your name, a collection of hypocrites. Over the years, I can only imagine the countless immoral deeds you have committed." He then directed his gaze to the three committee members, particularly at the chief, Meng Shinji. "I urge you to exercise better judgment in the future. Do not allow just anyone to enter the academy. Our royal family cannot afford such disgrace." In response, Meng Shinji promptly agreed, stating that had it not been for Qin Ming's proactive guarantee, he would never have permitted such individuals into the academy. Furthermore, considering that Qin Ming was also a former student of Shrek Academy, the disparity between them was perplexing. As if summoned by fate, upon hearing of Ye Hao's return, Qin Ming hurried over, accompanied by Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, while the others remained engrossed in their training. "Xiao Hao," Qin Ming exclaimed in surprise. "You're still alive?" Qin Ming exhibited a profound sense of surprise. It had been 3 months since he had last caught sight of him. Where on earth could that rascal have wandered off to? "Teacher Qin, Sister Yin, and Sister Lingling, it has been an age since we last met." Ye Hao smiled faintly before casting a glance at the silent crowd across from him. It was not yet the moment for conversation. They would reminisce later. Upon seeing Qin Ming arrive, Flanders appeared as if he had found a lifeline, hastily exclaiming, "Xiao Ming, you have finally come. Our Shrek Academy's reputation is on the brink of collapse." Qin Ming was quite perplexed, wondering what had transpired. He surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback. The master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school was present, along with Bon Douluo, and even the elusive poison Douluo, who rarely revealed himself in public, was there. Your Highness, what on earth is happening with my esteemed mentors? Qin Ming inquired. Prince Xuexing scoffed. Teacher Qin, as a senior instructor at the academy, how can your judgment be so lacking? What kind of dubious characters have you introduced from Shrek Academy? They are all cut from the same cloth. Moreover, I have heard that you are also an alumnus of Shrek Academy. The disparity between you and them is indeed considerable. Just as Qin Ming was about to retort, he noticed Ye Hao walked through the crowd, unwavering under the piercing gazes of the Shrek members, and stated with dignified composure, I had the fortune of encountering students from the Tsanghui Academy in Soto City, who recounted to me a rather amusing tale. They spoke of a group known as the Shrek 7 monsters who had given them a sound thrashing. All for a rather simple reason. They believe that those who refrain from causing trouble are merely mediocre. Indeed, those were their very words. Tang Xin replied coldly. That was merely their own folly, provoking us without cause. Ma Hongjun chimed in precisely. Those individuals were simply seeking a fight. How outrageous. With a thunderous shout, Ye Hao immediately quelled the commotion among the group. This left Qin Ming momentarily stunned, pondering the cause of the uproar. Tang San and the others gritted their teeth, filled with indignation yet rendered speechless, while a certain individual hiding behind Tang San surely felt a sense of relief. Shall I speak, or will it be you who does? Ye Hao let out a cold snort, remarking that it was merely due to the beauty of the female student on the opposing side that Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, resorted to lewd remarks. As a rational individual, one would naturally discern who holds the moral high ground. The subsequent events are well known, and I believe it unnecessary for me to elaborate further. The adage that one who shies away from conflict is but a mediocrity, did it not originate from your lips, Flander? Flander gritted his teeth and chose silence, clearly acquiescing to this notion. The current state of affairs can be attributed to Ye Hao's unexpected appearance. One is left pondering the reasons behind it. Just as Ye Hao was about to continue, he was abruptly interrupted. Enough. Qin Ming's voice resonated with gravity. Xiao Hao, what exactly is troubling you? I summoned the dean and others for the sake of the academy. Why have you chosen this course of action? Ye Hao gazed earnestly at Qin Ming and said, Teacher Qin, my intentions are solely for the benefit of our esteemed academy. Should individuals of such character join us, I fear that in just a few years, we may find ourselves transformed into another Shrek Academy. I hold you in high regard and express my gratitude. However, if we are to allow Shrek Academy to enter the Tian-Do Royal Academy, they must first pass through my scrutiny. I understand the deep, inseparable bond you share with this institution, having once been a part of it. Yet, Teacher Qin, people can change. If we permit such individuals to enter our academy, the consequences could indeed be dire. Ye Hao, for his own sake as well as for that of the academy, found himself amidst a tense confrontation. At that moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at the members of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, stop hiding and come out at once. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of anger. He was aware that Xiao Wu's safety was at stake. Cowering behind Tang San, Xiao Wu trembled uncontrollably, realizing that 2 titled Douluos were present. If they were to uncover her identity, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 98. The master of pretentiousness Tang San shielded Xiao Wu, acutely aware of the implications of Ning Rongrong's actions. Her boldness was a clear indication that she felt untouchable under the protection of her allies. Xiao Wu is innocent. Why do you all target her? He demanded. Ning Rongrong, do not overstep your bounds. Tang San's gaze was icy, devoid of mercy. Ning Rongrong sneered, Tang San, do not play the virtuous hero. Was it not you who flaunted your prowess with hidden weapons before me? The mention of hidden weapons, designed by a duplicitous individual like her, struck a nerve. You think I am unaware of your clandestine activities? At this revelation, Tang San's breath caught in his throat. Could it be that she was referring to those secretive incidents? No, it was implausible. The events of that fateful night were known only to himself and Yi Ritian. Ning Rongrong had remained at the inn, so perhaps he was overthinking it. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Tang San retorted defensively. That night, as Ning Rongrong prepared to speak, Ye Hao gently placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to cease. Hold on to that leverage. It will prove invaluable in the future, he conveyed through his soul power. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know what I was about to say? Were you present that night, Yi Ritian? Tang San, I have no interest in your so-called hidden weapons, Ye Hao replied with a subtle smile, disregarding Tang San's dignity entirely. With a cold snort, Tang San displayed a collection of hidden weapons, prompting the other members of Shrek to follow suit. They brandished their finely crafted concealed arms with pride. We possess hidden weapons. What about you? They declared with newfound confidence. Ning Fengji observed the assortment of weapons in Tang San's hands, his curiosity piqued by this novel display. You. Ning Rongrong's anger rendered her speechless, while Zhu Shiqing regarded the group with a frosty glare, perceiving them as mere jesters. Their earlier humiliation seemed now a mere pretext for them to assert their superiority. Humph, Ye Hao scoffed, then conferred with Xiao Hong to solidify their strategy. Hidden weapons are tools for the cowardly, unworthy of honorable mention. Hidden weapons? You can keep them, Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. Do you possess any? These were crafted by third brother, and I doubt you shall ever own something of such caliber. With a calm demeanor, Ye Hao nonchalantly removed the heart of death from his hairpin, magnifying it to approximately 10 centimeters. The eerie purple light emanating from it dazzled the onlookers, hinting at the extraordinary nature of the object from any angle. Ning Fengji's gaze was immediately drawn to the heart of death resting in Ye Hao's palm. It seemed oddly familiar, evoking a sense of recognition within him. Through his seasoned perspective, he discerned that this item held far greater value than those so-called concealed weapons. Suddenly, a peculiar flash of light flickered, and Xiao Hong, clutching a mystical herb in her mouth, appeared beside Ye Hao's leg. At that moment, Dugu Bo's expression darkened as memories of the dog's recent antics flooded his mind, revealing its ungrateful nature. Wasn't the herb in its mouth one from his own garden? Witnessing this, Ma Hongjun burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, this is hilarious. It's just a dog. I thought it was something significant. Ye Hao, is this all you have to offer?" The others joined in, chuckling and mocking Ye Hao's predicament. Only Tang San wore a grave expression. His focus intently fixed on the herb in Xiao Hong's mouth, his eyes ablaze with desire, contemplating the idea of seizing it. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, hiding behind Tang San, trembled with anxiety, nearly collapsing at Xiao Hong's presence. She sensed an aura more potent than her own, unmistakably belonging to a soul beast. And this unidentified creature's essence was far more terrifying than that of the Great Ming or Second Ming. Tang San, however, remained oblivious to Xiao Wu's true thoughts and identity. Xiao Hong laughed heartily. "Ye Hao, how about we head to the Sunset Forest tonight to catch some soft-boned rabbits for a grand rabbit feast?" Ye Hao, understanding the implication, replied with a peculiar smile, "Of course, that would be no problem. Ideally, one that has not yet reached a century in age. For such rabbit meat is the most tender. You are clearly an amateur." Xiao Hong retorted with dissatisfaction. "Let me enlighten you on the finest way to enjoy rabbit meat. The older the rabbit, the more delectable it becomes, particularly those that have lived for a millennium. Did we not indulge in such a feast not long ago?" "Ah," Ye Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. "You have a point. That millennium-old tenderbone rabbit was indeed delightful. I am genuinely curious about the flavor of a 10,000-year-old tenderbone rabbit." Xiao Hong grinned widely, casting a glance towards Tang San. "I eagerly anticipate the taste of the 100,000-year-old tenderbone rabbit. I firmly believe it will surpass even what we have previously discussed." Thus, the duo, one person and one dog, engaged in a lively exchange. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had concealed herself behind the wall, shivering in fear, but the others paid her no mind, their attention solely fixed on the remarkable dog beside Ye Hao, which, astonishingly, could speak, truly a sight to behold. Ye Hao turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "Miss Ning Rongrong, if my memory serves me right, you have already departed from Shrek Academy." Ning Rongrong nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Flender interjected, "Ning Rongrong, do not forget, without my consent as the dean, you remain a member of Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing too. You both must return to the Academy's ranks. To leave recklessly is to display utter disorganization and lack of discipline." Flender spoke with conviction. After all, Shrek Academy was his sole creation, and decisions regarding who stayed or left rested entirely with him. Hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing furrowed their brows in unison. Just then, Ning Fengji cast a glance, and before them stood Bon Douluo, whose imposing aura as a titled Douluo permeated the atmosphere. Flender looked up at Bon Douluo, who towered over him, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. The chasm between a soul sage and a titled Douluo was insurmountable. "Bon Douluo, what do you mean by this?" Flender stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His gaze filled with anxiety, fearing that this unfamiliar titled Douluo might strike him down with a single blow. This could not be allowed. He had yet to elevate Shrek Academy to greater heights, and he could not permit his demise just yet. You are granted an opportunity to articulate your thoughts anew. Douluo stated coldly, his formidable presence rendering the room heavy with tension. Douluo had intended for Ning Rongrong to apologize, yet the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 99. The small-minded Ning Fingji remained composed, his detached demeanor and calm aura obscuring his true intentions for being there. Moreover, it was not only he, the sect leader, who had been deceived. His daughter, Ning Rongrong, had also fallen victim to this ruse. Perhaps this exemplified the demeanor befitting someone in power. Douluo, this seems rather inappropriate, Flinder said, quaking with fear, utterly unprepared for Douluo to take matters into his own hands on behalf of Ning Rongrong. Faced with the words of a titled Douluo, Flinder doubted his ability to resist. Furthermore, as Ning Rongrong was affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, maintaining good relations could prove beneficial in the future. Flinder ingratiatingly remarked, Douluo, Rongrong is part of Shrek Academy. Your esteemed position as a titled Douluo should not compel you to with a swift motion. Douluo delivered a resounding slap, sending Flinder sprawling to the ground. For Rongrong, I would go to any lengths. You, Shrek Academy, have allowed her to suffer unjustly. The fact that I have not eliminated you on the spot is already a favor. You have one last chance. You will either agree to resolve the issues concerning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, or I shall take it upon myself to do so. Flinder sat on the ground, dazed, his glasses shattered, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. At that moment, the master approached, awkwardly placing a hand on Flinder's shoulder. I have agreed on behalf of Flinder. Upon hearing this, Flinder hesitated to speak but was soon silenced by the master. Satisfied, the Douluo returned to his seat. Lifting the still warm tea from the table and taking a gentle sip, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, in the presence of witnesses, had officially departed from Shrek Academy. Subsequently, Ye Hao stepped forward, extracting a yellow flower from the heart of death, accompanied by another blossom that gleamed with equal brilliance. Ning Rongrong, Miss Zhu Qing, I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join the Royal Academy of Tiando. Consider these two flowers a token of our meeting. With that, Ye Hao deliberately presented the precious herbs in his palm. At that moment, Tang San felt a rush of breath. There was no doubt. The items Ye Hao held were indeed remarkable. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, and then Ning Rongrong turned to her father. Having been deceived by Shrek Academy before, she approached this situation with utmost caution. Ning Fingji observed for a moment, then subtly nodded in approval. Reassured, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing accepted the precious herbs from Ye Hao's hands. I accept, Ning Rongrong declared. So do I, Zhu Qing added. The three committee members beamed with joy. With their addition, the Royal Academy of Tiando would undoubtedly enhance its chances of claiming victory in the upcoming competitions. Douluo's lips moved slightly, as if he were uttering something. Flinder felt a surge of bitterness in his mouth, unable to contain a spurt of old blood. His gaze towards Ye Hao transformed from calm to one of disdain. Just moments after reluctantly allowing the two women to leave the academy, he witnessed Ye Hao brazenly recruiting them before his eyes. It was akin to a dagger to the heart. Shrek's members were filled with anger, yet remained silent. Unwilling to follow in Flinder's footsteps, especially with two titled Douluos present, they lacked the audacity for such folly. Ning Rongrong inquired, Ye Hao, what is the name of this flower? It is quite beautiful. Ye Hao smiled faintly, and then turned his gaze toward Xiaohong. Xiaohong rolled her eyes at Ye Hao and, in exasperation, remarked, You know perfectly well, so why must I say it? Reluctantly, Xiaohong finally stated, Little girl, the celestial herb in your hand is called the Douluo tulip. Upon hearing this, the crowd was puzzled. The Douluo tulip seemed to be a species unknown in the Douluo Continent. Even the poison Douluo was unaware of its existence. Had it not been for Ye Hao's arrival, the precious celestial herb from the ice and fire yin yang, I would have remained shrouded in obscurity. Tang San's breath quickened. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. The Douluo tulip, a supreme treasure among celestial herbs, would elevate his strength to an entirely new echelon. At that moment, he realized that Ye Hao would no longer be his match, and a desire to seize the herb began to blossom within him. However, many eyes were upon them. Even if he succeeded, he would undoubtedly perish here today. Watching Ye Hao bask in the glow of the herb, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of desolation, and the concealed weapon in his hand lost its allure. Xiaohong continued, So, you are the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, right? If I recall correctly. There exists a legend of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda associated with your 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Indeed, the lore of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda did mention the existence of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Suddenly, Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. Could it be? Xiao Hong smiled gently and said, "This Chilua tulip can allow your 7-treasure glazed tile school to evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The greatest advantage is not only this, your soul power will also increase by several levels. As for the method of use, simply consume it." After speaking, Ning Fengji gazed at the Chilua tulip in Ning Rongrong's hand, unable to contain the fervor in his eyes. He eagerly inquired, "Ye Hao, do you have any more Chilua tulips? If so, I am willing to pay a handsome price to acquire them." Ye Hao discerned the urgency in Ning Fengji's demeanor. Beside him, Douluo felt a wave of darkness wash over him upon hearing those words. How audacious to borrow flowers to present to the Buddha. Ning Sectmaster, I find myself at an impasse. The Chilua tulip is an extraordinary treasure, the sole specimen in the entirety of Douluo Continent. My acquisition of it is merely a stroke of fortune, a boon from the old poison master, as this divine herb was, in fact, a reward for assisting him with his antidote. Was it not, old poison master? Douluo shuddered, followed by a cough, and chuckled, Ning Sectmaster. I too am at a loss. Upon witnessing this, Ning Fengji breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully to Ye Hao and Douluo. Thank you both. Should the 7-treasure glazed tile school ever be of service, do not hesitate to call upon us. With this verbal commitment from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Douluo's wounded spirit found solace at last. You little rascal, I commend your ability to navigate social intricacies. It is simply human nature. Ye Hao continued, Zhu Qing. The herb you hold is known as the water fairy jade skin bone. Its efficacy is comparable to that of Miss Ning Rongrong's, and it will undoubtedly expedite the enhancement of your soul power. Seize this opportunity and absorb it quickly, lest it attract the attention of some petty individuals. He cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, who gritted his teeth in fury. The mere mention of Ye Hao's name was enough to incite profound hatred within him. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda held great significance for the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and at Ning Fengji's behest. The Bon Douluo understood the situation and led the two women to a secluded area for further absorption of the herb. Meanwhile, in the midst of drafting new content, anticipation grew for the upcoming release, expected around the 20th of the month. Chapter 100, Shrek's Defeat at the Heaven Do Royal Academy Haatsi. Where is my full rabbit feast? Hurry up and arrange it. Xiao Hong urged impatiently.